want justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
Wading into the ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra, JDS leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy has said that the BJP is hungry for power and they are making it tough for the MVA government to complete its tenure in the state of Maharashtra. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the 14th BRICS summit hosted by China virtually and said that member nations Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa of the grouping have a similar approach regarding the governance of the global economy. Prime Minister Modi underlined the role of BRICS countries amid the global focus on post-COVID recovery at the opening ceremony of the BRICS Business Forum. He said that the BRICS members' mutual cooperation can make a useful contribution to the global post-COVID recovery. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new premises of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Vanijya Bhavan. He also launched a new portal called Niryat, a one-stop place for all of the information needed for India's foreign trade. During the inauguration ceremony, the Prime Minister said his new premises and the portal are a symbol of both the physical and digital infrastructure and will reflect India's aspiration of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots problems and vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The Enforcement Directorate has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime in late July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summons for June the 23rd by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID and lung infection. Prime accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, Swapna Suresh appeared before the Enforcement Directorate officials at its Kochi office for the second consecutive day for interrogation. The ED interrogated her for almost 6 hours. The agency is interrogating her with respect to her statement at the court and allegations against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and his family, which have become very controversial. By-polls to 3 Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh and Punjab and 7 assembly seats in Tripura, Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh and Delhi have concluded. They entail a prestige battle for Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav and party stalwart Azam Khan as elections were held in their strongholds in UP, while a bigger test lies for Tripura's new Chief Minister Manik Saha as he will be facing his first assembly election. At least 22 Bangladeshi nationals, including 3 minors, have been nabbed in Assam's Karimganj district after having illegally entered India without valid documents. As incessant rains continue to wreak havoc across various districts of Assam, a spokesperson of the National Disaster Response Force updated viewers on the rescue operations that are underway and said that about 17,500 people have been rescued till now from the flood-affected areas. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conducted an aerial survey of the Silchar town of Chacher district, which is inundated under floodwater. With a surge in the cases of coronavirus infection in India, as many as 13,000 new cases of COVID-19 have been reported in the last 24 hours. According to the Ministry of Health, 11,000 people have recovered from the infection. India's active case load now stands at 84,000. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul, with officials said to be based there for the first time since the Taliban's takeover on August 15th last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy there. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House as part of the annual Soldier Ride. Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It's been a long time coming, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back. Founder Michael Eavis threw open the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the 5-day fest in the UK after the last two were cancelled due to the COVID pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke about his big bet on free trade agreements. One key such FTA is being worked out with India. Camilla Parker Bowles, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir, Prince Charles, speaking on the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda's capital Kigali, called on the Commonwealth to use its power to end gender-based violence. She has called for every man and woman in the Commonwealth to take personal responsibility for ending violence against women and laws that discriminate against them. Taliban-run Afghanistan's defense ministry personnel provided medical care and supplies to the survivors of a powerful earthquake in eastern Afghanistan that killed at least 1,000 people. The quake was Afghanistan's deadliest in 2 decades, and officials said that the death toll could also rise. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi in Tehran. Lavrov is on a 2-day visit to the country and is expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amirzadolabian, who recently visited India on Thursday. A sleek $156 million super yacht belonging to a sanctioned Russian oligarch and parliamentarian now dominates a port in Dubai. The gigantic 324-foot Madame Goo, which has a helicopter pad, a gymnasium, a beach club and an elevator, remains moored off Dubai's Port Rashid. European Union lawmakers voted in favor of granting Ukraine candidate status to join the 27-nation bloc, a first step in a long and unpredictable journey towards full membership that some say could take as many as a decade of years to achieve, but which Ukraine hopes will be expedited by its Russian predicament. Kiev residents have expressed a hope for a better future after the EU summit starts on Thursday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed similar optimism, calling it a crucial moment for Ukraine. Ukraine's membership bid is the top order of business for EU leaders meeting in Brussels.
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा.
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that
Welcome back. On to some international news then. A 15.6 crore super yacht belonging to a sanctioned Russian authoritarian dominates a port in Dubai now after the Moscow's invasion in Ukraine. This yacht has become a haven for the Russian money.
A $15.6 crore super yacht, Madame Zhu, which belongs to sanctioned Russian authoritarian, is now dominating a port in Dubai. After the Moscow's invasion in Ukraine, the yacht has become a haven for the Russian money. The gigantic super yacht is a 324-foot-long vessel which has a helicopter pad, gym, beach club and an elevator. The eye-catching blue hull is owned by Andreas Koch, one of the wealthiest men in Russia's Duma. According to Forbes, Koch's fortune is valued at about 45,000 crore. Earlier this month, the Treasury designated the Madame Zhu along with its helicopter, barring American entities from conducting business with the super yacht. The US Treasury first sanctioned Koch in 2018 over his role in government and alleged him for having ties with Russian organized criminal groups.
The UAE, as you know, has long been kind of a notorious money laundering center, and there's been tons of public reporting suggesting that in the first few months of the war in Ukraine, lots of Russian oligarchs, businessmen, people connected to Putin have set up shop in Dubai for a reason, presumably. I mean, why do you think they believe that this is a safe place in the face of U.S. sanctions to shelter their assets?
In a House hearing, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, Barbara Leaf, acknowledged that UAE has become a safe haven for Russian oligarchs who are linked to Putin.
As far as the UAE, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all with the record at this point, and I plan to make this a priority to drive to a better alignment, shall we say, of effort.
Okay.
The super yachts and private planes tied to Russians' wealth so far have avoided scrutiny in a country that has been a magnet for foreign money, both legal and otherwise. But the increasingly visible presence appears to be frustrating Washington. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, the super exciting Safari Rally, Kenya's 18 special stages rally, will begin today and continue back-to-back over the weekend as well as the event gets underway. Sebastian Ogier has already registered a swift victory over 9-time world champion Sebastian Loeb. Here's a report from the exciting opening race from Safari Rally, Kenya.
Sebastian Ogier won the opening super special stage at the Safari Rally, Kenya. The Toyota driver, who collected his 8th WRC title last year and is only competing in selected events this season, covered the 4.84 kilometer route around Kasarani in the capital, Nairobi, in 3 minutes, 18.8 seconds. Ogier was pitched against fellow Frenchman and 9-time world champion Sebastian Loeb in the head-to-head format.
Foot all through. You have to be clever how you drive.
Belgium's Thierry Neuville was second fastest overall. He easily beat this season's point leader Kale, who suffered a puncture after almost crashing out on the first turn and ended up down in 11th place. Estonia's OTT Tanuk was third ahead of Briton Elfyn Evans, Loeb and Takamoto Katsuta of Japan. Further 18 special stages will take place over the weekend starting from today. Agency report, Republic TV.
Quick roundup from across the globe. India reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban took over the country on 15th of August last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has also reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy there. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for the service and honored them as being the spine of America. It's been a long time coming, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back. Founder Michael Ivas threw open the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the first time 5-day fest in the UK, with the last two that were cancelled due to the pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke of his big bet on free trade agreements. One key such FTA is being worked out with India. Kamala Parker, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir, Prince Charles, speaking on the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda capital, called on the Commonwealth to use its power to end gender-based violence. She called on every man and woman in Commonwealth to take personal responsibility for ending violence against women and laws that discriminate against women. That's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast. Don't go anywhere, lots lined up for you on the other side of this. Shinde camp fires new letter to Maharashtra governor, approves support of 37 MLAs. YSRCP openly backs NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu for the presidential elections.
Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिवसैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Shinde camp fires new letter to Maharashtra governor, proves support of 37 MLAs. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader for the Shiv Sena. Three more MLAs arrive at the Shinde Camp Hotel in Guwahati. At least 44 MLAs with Shinde now. Close aide of Shinde speaks to Republic, says the door is shut for talks with Uddhav. YSRCP openly backs NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu for the presidential elections. 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. It's 7 a.m. You're watching This Morning, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking closely all the updates on the Maharashtra political upheaval as Uddhav Thackeray faces a major crisis with more and more MLAs lining up in Guwahati. Shiv Sena filed an application seeking disqualification of 12 rebel camp leaders. Eknath Shinde, remember, on Thursday said that he's not scared by the action, going on to add that the whip for assembly-related work and not for party meetings. Here's all the developments.
The statements were puzzling. From Shiv Sena spokesperson's explosive statement,
20 या 25 तक विधायक हमारे साथ आ जाएंगे। कूद कर आ जाएंगे, कूद कर। अच्छा, आपने देखा दो विधायकों की कहानी, जोर जबरदस्ती से लेकर गए। हमारा उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा है। आए लीगल बैटल भी चलेगा। बहुत बड़ी गलती लोगों ने की है।
To Congress's mild assurances.
मुख्यमंत्री को उनके एक सामान्य कार्य शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हो, वो उनकी बात थी। वो कल मैं उनका भाषण सुन रहा था, तो अगर कुछ उनकी बात हुई, उनकी पार्टी के अंतर्गत का मामला है, उसमें कांग्रेस कुछ नहीं बोल सकती।
And the final peeve.
No, why should it change for NCP?
Shiv Sena will technically be in the control of Mr. Eknath Shinde.
I don't think Eknath Shinde has said anything against their leadership, and as long as Uddhav Thackeray ji is leader, government remains.
But even as NCP chief and stalwart Sharad Pawar reiterated his party's support to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, the numbers say it all. And the Eknath Shinde camp is only swelling. What started as a handful of dissidents in Surat turned into a strong number, strong enough to save the rebel MLAs from anti-defection law.
It's been a tragic Thursday for Uddhav Thackeray, who's further lost his numbers. Those numbers have dwindled. It started with 41 and 14, and the day has ended with 43 and 12, and that could be even worse because the numbers as of this minute are with Eknath Shinde, who's taken control of the party effectively, has also written a letter to the Deputy Speaker claiming control of the party. Uddhav called for a meeting. The meeting did not happen. We are hearing only 13 MLAs showed up eventually, and even some of those who were at that meeting, we are told, are likely to defect. 2 more MLAs have taken the jet to Guwahati, taking Shinde well beyond the 37 MLA mark that he needs.
The day ahead will not be about would Uddhav step down, but when will he take that action? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde now claims to have the support of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, which now means he could evade the anti-defection law. The Shinde camp, remember, also wrote a letter to the governor and the deputy speaker naming Eknath Shinde as a legislative party leader.
The Shiv Sena camp in Guwahati has unanimously given Eknath Shinde the full authority to call the shots. In fact, the Shinde camp calls itself the real Shiv Sena.
Shinde has also addressed to all the MLAs, those are present inside, and in that particular meeting, all the MLAs, which also includes 35 Shiv Sena MLAs and 7 independent, they have elected Eknath Shinde as their leader.
The Shinde camp already appears to be above the 37 MLAs mark, but it only appears more MLAs are heading to Guwahati to join the Shinde camp. The Shinde camp also marked a letter to the governor, deputy speaker and assembly secretary proving he has the support of 37 MLAs. In the fresh letter, he proved his numbers to avoid the anti-defection law. The Shinde camp has appointed him as the legislative party leader and Bharat Gogawale as the chief whip. And as the Uddhav camp held a meeting with the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly seeking disqualification of 15 MLAs of the Shinde camp, including Eknath Shinde, The Maharashtra minister hit back. He says they won't get scared by the Uddhav camp's tactics and says the whip is only for assembly work and not for party meetings. Even as more and more MLAs check in at the Guwahati hotel, the Uddhav camp maintains they won't be intimidated by their actions.
दूसरी बात है, अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है। ये बात आप हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हो। यहाँ से भागकर किसी स्टेट में जाते हो, बीजेपी आपका कब्जा लेती है, ईडी सीबीआई का डराकर धमकाकर, हाँ, आपके ऊपर बंदूकें लगाकर हमारे खिलाफ लेटर लिखवाती है। ये जो है उससे शिवसेना न झुकने वाली है न डरने वाली।
While the Shinde camp demands the alliance with the Congress and NCP be severed, the NCP maintains this is just an internal issue that the Shiv Sena must solve themselves.
Just one question. In his letter yesterday, in the resolution that was signed, 34 signatures were there. He complained about your party and the Congress. So, would you want to respond to that? He mentioned a few of the ministers.
We don't want to respond because what they are saying is not true.
The Eknath camp currently claims to have more than 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, while the Uddhav camp appears to have 12 or even lesser. The Shinde-led Shiv Sena camp says they are the real Shiv Sena now. With numbers rising in the Shinde camp and Uddhav's numbers falling further, who's the real boss in Shiv Sena now? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking updates coming in. We are now getting to know that the Shiv Sena has filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker. Shiv Sena's newly appointed legislature party leader Ajay Chaudhary has written to this Deputy Speaker demanding action against those MLAs who did not attend the legislature party meeting. We have Alicia who's breaking the updates for us. Alicia, a lot of fast-paced developments. Now the Sena has filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker. Give us more details.
By Eknath Shinde camp, an important Samiksha, if we look into it, where Eknath Shinde has finally given the number of 37. He clearly says that he has a support. In total, there are 37 Shiv Sena MLAs. The signature has been that can be seen in the resolution. And if we read out the resolution, we clearly stated that there are the support of 37 MLAs, and regard to this affirmation, it should appoint Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and the further appointment of Balasaheb as the chief whip. We know that right after the Eknath Shinde, where he took all those MLAs to Surat first, at that point of time, Shiv Sena chief Sunil Prabhu, who already appointed, who removed Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and later appointed Ajay Chaudhary. So now this is the letter that has been given to Deputy Speaker, clearly stating that they have the number, majority is with Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason why they should reaffirm the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and also appoint Bharat as the chief whip.
Yes, Alicia, and more updates coming in right now that 3 Sena and 5 independent MLAs are likely to join the Shinde camp. Give us more details on that.
Well, yes, we know that last night 2 independent MLAs, that is Kishore Jugevar and Geeta Jain, has already arrived Madison Blue Hotel in Guwahati late night. But yes, we are getting information that there are 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 independent MLAs that they are going to join Eknath Shinde camp. What we have also been told that first they are going to go Surat, and then they will be for Guwahati. They will be welcomed by the Sena camp, the Shinde camp, is what we have been told. But yes, there are more and more MLAs, and that is the actual claim that has been made by Eknath Shinde. He now has already made it confirmed with the article number, that is 37. Yes. He already showed the signature of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs that he has the majority, the 2/3 majority of 55. That is 37, and more Shiv Sena MLAs are joining it just because he's making the decision, taking a Hindutva ideology, and that is the only reason where the other Shiv Sena MLA is also been saying that Eknath Shinde has been taking a this Hindutva ideology, and they've been following the Eknath Shinde as well.
All right, Alicia, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So, Alicia breaking the story for us and telling us that more MLAs are likely to join the Shinde camp in Guwahati. In fact, on that note, let's take a look at some of the reactions coming in on the Maharashtra political crisis.
Justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी। पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था। टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था। WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की। उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया। उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकता है कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है।
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है, और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी, उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है।
अगर मैं पहले दिन से एनसीपी के साथ में जुड़ा हूँ, डीसीएम साहब के साथ में जुड़ा हूँ, मैं 100% कोई भी हालत में नहीं जाऊंगा।
आपको कॉल आया तो क्या कहा गया था? कॉल आया तो आपको क्या?
उन्होंने सभी बातें, कुछ मंत्री पद भी देने के लिए वो तैयार है, कुछ जो पद चाहिए वो सब पद देने के लिए तैयार है, मगर उनका कहना है कि आप गुवाहाटी आइए। हम गुवाहाटी नहीं जाएंगे। महाविकास आघाड़ी आदरणीय पवार साहब ने यहाँ पे खड़ी हुई है, 3 पक्ष लेके निर्दलीय साथ में लेके उनके साथ में हम रहेंगे।
किनकी तरफ से कॉल आया था सर आपको, और क्या?
वो कुछ पॉलिटिकल बातें ऐसे है।
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार को अस्थिर करने का जो काम बीजेपी सरकार केंद्र के माध्यम से कर रही है, तो उन्हें बताना चाहिए आगे कि नो कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए सरकार तैयार है, पर वो नहीं करेंगी, क्योंकि इस महाभारत के मूल वही है, और वो राज्य में अस्थिरता बनाकर राज्य की जनता का नुकसान करना चाहती है बीजेपी।
Probe into Sidhu Moosewala's killing, the Punjab Police ADGP Pramod Ban has made a big revelation. As the Moosewala probe gains momentum, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has admitted to the fact that he was mastermind in Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala's killing, and that the planning was going on since last August.
3 days after the 2 main shooters of the Sidhu Moosewala murder were arrested, Punjab's anti-gangster task force announced the arrest of Baldev, also known as Nikku, who among other accomplices recce'd the crime scene.
In Sidhu Moosewala case, now gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has made big revelations during the course of investigation, and in fact in his interrogation he revealed to the police that the responsibility to kill Sidhu Moosewala has given to 2 specific gangs. Number 1 gang is Priyawat Fauji and another gang is Jagrup Singh Rupa. They have gathered in Mansa on 25th of May, and for almost 4 days they remain in the Mansa and looking the opportunity to kill Sidhu Moosewala when he left his security.
आज हमने बलदेव एलियस निक्कू को भी अरेस्ट करा है, जो कि केकड़े के साथ मेन रेकी करने में, फॉलो करने में और कांटेक्ट सीधा थ्रू गोल्डी ब्राड एंड सचिन टू इन्फॉर्म द शूटर्स कि उन काम करना है, कि वे करना है, एंड हाउ गिविंग ऑल द डिटेल्स। क्वेश्चनिंग में ये भी बात आगे आई है कि पिछले साल अगस्त से ही ये काम स्टार्ट हो गया सीधा।
The anti-gangster task force also stated that gangster Lawrence Bishnoi admitted to being the main conspirator behind the murder of Moosewala.
Entire information was being supplied by Sandeep Kekda, who has conducted the recce of Sidhu Moosewala, and even Goldie Barad, who is presently sitting in Canada, he has given this responsibility to these 2 gangs to kill Sidhu Moosewala on 29th of May.
जिवें तुहानूं मालूम है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई नूं असीं अरेस्ट कीता होया। His remand was further extended by 5 days, and he of course has admitted to being the main mastermind.
So far, 13 arrests have been made in the case.
फतेहाबाद की पेट्रोल पंप की CCTV फुटेजेस तो असीं आज प्रियव्रत को आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया सी, ते सारज मिंटू से ये दोनों बंदे आइडेंटिफाई हो गए, ते फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान जिहड़ा चौथा नाम सीगा अंकित दा वो भी साडे कोल आ गया।
A receipt from the Fatehbad-based petrol pump found in the vehicle used in the murder of Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala proved crucial in finding the trail of events that led to the murder.
Incidentally, they're staying in Mansa at the different locations for almost 4 days, and even after 4 days they got the opportunity to kill Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, these revelations made by gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who has actually hatched this entire conspiracy, and now Lawrence Bishnoi police remand has also been extended for 6 days to Punjab Police by Mansa Court.
Meanwhile, a court in Mansa had extended the police remand of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who was brought to the state by Punjab police from Delhi last week for questioning in the Moosewala murder case. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, the mastermind of the Moosewala murder, will continue to remain in police custody till the 27th of June. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very small break. 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll now rises to 108.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Good evening and welcome. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was losing the government. He could have quit. Or he could have saved his control over the party by returning to the Hindutva line of politics, quitting the MBA. But he chose not to. He kept saying, I want to quit, I want to quit, I want to quit, but he did not quit. And the result is that as of tonight, there is a real possibility that he may lose his control over the Shiv Sena as well. Look at the pictures on your screen. Eknath Shinde has managed to take well over 2/3 of the Sena legislators, and now almost all the members of parliament of the Sena are also joining him. And Uddhav Thackeray, he is left with his son, Aditya, and some 10 other MLAs, and of course, the unending advice of Sanjay Raut. Now Sanjay Raut, he's an interesting man, with no mass base to speak of, but who has complete control over Uddhav Thackeray's decisions and moves. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what Uddhav will do. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what the outcome of the meeting will be. Yesterday, when Uddhav said that he's open to quitting, Raut immediately contradicted him and said, no, Uddhav is not going to quit. Uddhav said he would be loyal to the Congress and the NCP alliance, but no, today Raut said he's open to quitting the MVA. So who's in charge? Raut or Uddhav? As a result of all this, Uddhav is looking more and more indecisive than he should be, and consequently, even more MLAs are leaving him and all are flying to Guwahati. Viewers, the collapse in Maharashtra follows more than 2 years of extensive misgovernance, violation of constitutional norms by the state government, arrest of ordinary citizens, students and commentators, abuse of public office, and an unseen, unbelievable level of corruption and extortion in the police force. Forget ideological persuasions. I'm asking you tonight, does this kind of coalition politics work? Does it encourage the creation of micro-local satraps who run private armies and parallel economies? Think about it. What strategic direction can such coalitions take any state? And one fears the country. When a sitting cabinet minister is accused of hiring a criminal to fix things for him. The collapse in Maharashtra follows more than 2 years of extensive misgovernance, violation of constitutional norms, arrest of students and commentators, abuse of public office, and an corruption and extortion in the police force. Forget ideological persuasions. Does this kind of coalition politics work? Does it encourage the creation of micro-local satraps who run private armies and parallel economies? Remember, the greater the fragility, the greater the insecurity among the politicians, and insecure politicians are hostage to all kinds of unscrupulous elements. As a citizen, we must all think long and hard, and the citizen must now also start blaming the business magnates and the so-called media persons who, for their immediate interest, promote this kind of dirty politics. Knowing fully well that it is against public interest, these business people in the media, they are as equally to blame as for the Thackerays. Quitting may have been a better option, but it's too late now to retrace their steps.
Welcome back. Now, the state of Assam has been facing flood and landslides since 11 days now, with no respite whatsoever for the people of the state. Now, to take stock of the flood situation, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conducted an aerial survey of Silchar town of Kachar district, which remains inundated under flood waters due to incessant rainfall in the region. The death toll has now risen to 108.
As incessant rains wreaked havoc across various districts of Assam, including urban and rural areas of Silchar. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conducted an aerial survey of the Silchar town of Kachar district inundated under flood water due to incessant rainfall in the region. Over 41 lakh people in Assam's 34 districts are currently reeling under the impact of the ongoing floods and landslides. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that he will visit the affected areas and interact with people, besides reviewing the situation with the district administration for expediting the relief efforts. Meanwhile, the NDRF along with the district administration are conducting rescue operations in all the flood-hit areas. Besides this, the Himanta government continues to airdrop packets containing food items, water bottles and essentials in the areas inundated under floodwater by helicopters. Prime Minister Modi also called up Himanta Biswa Sarma and inquired about the flood situation. The Ministry of Home Affairs has sent relief aid to flood-hit Assam. While efforts are on to abate the deteriorating situation of flood every hour, this is what Congress Neta Gaurav Gogoi has to say.
हम अपने तरीके से विरोधी दल होने के नाते सबसे बार-बार सत्ता पक्ष को कह रहे हैं कि अपनी पीठ थपथपाने की बजाय मुख्यमंत्री असम जी अब ये ट्विटर करने के बजाय फोटो अप करने के बजाय आपने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से आर्थिक पैकेज मांगा। आपने अभी जो इतना नुकसान हुआ है असम का, क्या उसके लिए अपने गृह मंत्री से आर्थिक पैकेज मांगा?
Assam has been witnessing its worst flood situation in the last 3 decades. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has ordered all district administration officials to keep up the vigil and ensure sufficient food supplies in all flood-affected districts to prevent jeopardizing relief efforts. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the 2,400-bed Amrita Hospital, which is the biggest private sector hospital in India, spread across 133 acres of land in Faridabad, is all set to begin operations in August 2022.
In a big impetus to the health infrastructure in the state of Haryana, India's biggest private hospital, Amrita Hospital, will be inaugurated in the month of August.
The philosophy of our institution is one of affordable and compassionate health care, but at the same time maintaining a very high quality of health care that provides excellent outcomes in all facets of health care. It also brings a large number of specialties, which includes 64 different departments.
The 2,400-bed Amrita Hospital, which spreads across 133 acres of land in Faridabad, would be the second large-scale Amrita Hospital in India after the iconic 1,200-bed Amrita Hospital in Kochi, Kerala, that was established 25 years ago by Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt. The sprawling facility at Sector 88 of Faridabad includes a 14-floor high tower that will encompass the key medical facilities and patient areas.
इस कैंपस के अंदर एक रिसर्च ब्लॉक है जो 3 लाख स्क्वायर फीट का है, जहां पे गुड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिसेस, जीनोमिक्स, प्रोटियोमिक्स, क्लिनिकल बेसिक रिसर्च, डेटा साइंसेज, एनवायरनमेंट रिसर्च पे काम हो रहा है। और हमारा 1.5 लाख स्क्वायर फीट का एक वेरी हाई एंड सिमुलेशन एंड लर्निंग डेवलपमेंट सेंटर होगा।
When fully operational, the hospital will have a staff of 10,000 people, including over 800 doctors. The 81 specialties at the hospital will include 8 centers of excellence such as oncology, cardiac sciences, neurosciences, gastrosciences, renal sciences, bone diseases and trauma, transplants, and mother and child. A Republic TV special report.
That's all we have for you on this morning. Coming up on the other side, World This Morning. Don't go. More lined up for you on the other side. Big EU meet in Brussels. Review of Ukraine candidate status to join the 27 bloc nation on the cards. 1,000 dead and over 1,500 injured in Afghanistan earthquake. Rescue operations still underway.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है, ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिवसैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही इथे येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा समोर.
Top headlines on World this morning. Big EU meet in Brussels. Review of Ukraine status, candidate status to join the 27 bloc nation on the cards. 1,000 dead and over 1,500 injured in Afghanistan. Earthquake rescue operations underway. Kim Jong-un holds meet with top military leaders, examines and approves issue of military guarantee. Fire at an apartment building in Buenos Aires leaves 5 dead, over 30 hospitalized. Vietnam Air helicopter crashes on rural West Virginia road, killing all 6 on board at an annual reunion for helicopter enthusiasts. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching World This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now talking about the top story that is coming in, the European Union leaders met for talks in Brussels on Thursday as they looked set to grant Ukraine candidate status to join the 27-nation bloc, a first step in a long and unpredictable journey towards the full membership that could take many years to achieve.
European Union leaders met for talks in Brussels as they looked set to grant Ukraine candidate status to join the 27-nation bloc. This is the first step in a long and unpredictable journey toward full membership that could take many years to achieve. Making Ukraine a contender now seems to be a done deal after national leaders were initially divided on how quickly to embrace the war-torn country's request to become an EU member. The Ukrainian government submitted the request just a few days after Russia invaded its neighbor on February 24th.
My worry was that, of course, there is the war, which is horrible and despicable, and we completely want this to stop. That's clear. But my worry was that might lead to a sort of rush towards candidate status for Ukraine. And here the system is also crucial. It is not an emotional system; it is a political system. And I must say that the Commission really came up with a very balanced outcome, brutally honest. Still a lot needs to be done, but enough has been done to grant candidate status.
According to several diplomats who spoke on condition of anonymity before a leaders' summit in Brussels, Ukraine will receive the unanimous approval required for candidate status and the launch of eligibility negotiations.
C'est important et on veut donner ce signal politique qui est symboliquement très fort. Je pense que la population ukrainienne, elle se bat pour nos valeurs. On comprend que d'un point de vue symbolique c'est important. D'un autre côté, il faut comprendre que c'est un processus qui va durer beaucoup de temps, qui demanderait énormément de réformes et les deux choses vont ensemble.
The 27 EU nations have supported Ukraine's resistance to Russia's invasion, adopting economic sanctions against Moscow. However, leaders were initially divided on how quickly the EU should move to accept Ukraine as a member. Admitting a new member country requires unanimous agreement from the EU's current members. It's unlikely that membership talks could start before next year, with the prospect of the war dragging on for a very long time adding to the uncertainty. European officials have said that Ukraine has already implemented about 70% of the EU rules, norms and standards. But they have also pointed to corruption and the need for deep political and economic reforms in the country. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, in more news from Ukraine, Russian forces continue to bombard towns and cities in eastern Ukraine with the declared aim of liberating the bloc industrial heartland known as the Donbas region.
Russian forces on Wednesday attacked the eastern Ukrainian city of Chasiv Yar in the Donbas region, damaging buildings and leaving residents shaken. Residents were seen surveying the damages, which included shattered windows and buildings pockmarked with shrapnel. Many were seen collecting plastic sheets to cover their broken windows.
Первый взрыв был очень большой, я смотрела телевизор, аж дом задрожал. Я подошла до окна, до балкона. А балкон открытый, все мы открыты. А пластиковые окна так прикрыты. И вот и второй взрыв, вспышка вокруг этого дома, и меня аж волной откинуло назад.
Ukraine's military said that the Russians were moving to take the hills overlooking a highway linking Lysychansk with Bakhmut in an attempt to cut the supply lines of Ukrainian forces. The blast and bombardment left the locals thinking of the future of Ukraine and about what will happen next.
Чесно сказати, я не знаю, що воно буде. Или нова Росія буде, или Україна буде. Тут дві палки з двох конців. Хто-то буде по центру, хто-то виграє дві війни. Все. Більше ніхто. Не знаємо, чим ми будемо. Ми гордимося за Україною, да.
Ukraine's east has been the main focus of Russia's attacks for more than 2 months, and as the Russian military currently controls about 95% of Luhansk region and about half of the neighboring Donetsk region of Donbas. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, a 15.6 crore rupees super yacht belonging to a sanctioned Russian authoritarian dominates a port in Dubai now after Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. This yacht has become a haven for the Russian money.
A $15.6 crore super yacht, Madame Zhu, which belongs to sanctioned Russian authoritarian, is now dominating a port in Dubai. After the Moscow's invasion in Ukraine, the yacht has become a haven for the Russian money. The gigantic super yacht is a 324-foot-long vessel which has a helicopter pad, gym, beach club and an elevator. The eye-catching blue hull is owned by Andrei Koch, one of the wealthiest men in Russia's Duma. According to Forbes, Koch's fortune is valued at about 45,000 crore. Earlier this month, the Treasury designated the Madame Zhu along with its helicopter, barring American entities from conducting business with the super yacht. The US Treasury first sanctioned Koch in 2018 over his role in government and alleged him for having ties with Russian organized criminal groups.
The UAE, as you know, has long been kind of a notorious money laundering center, and there's been tons of public reporting suggesting that in the first few months of the war in Ukraine, lots of Russian oligarchs, businessmen, people connected to Putin have set up shop in Dubai for a reason, presumably. I mean, why do you think they believe that this is a safe place in the face of U.S. sanctions to shelter their assets?
In a House hearing, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf acknowledged that UAE has become a safe haven for Russian oligarchs who are linked to Putin.
As far as the UAE, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all with the record at this point, and I plan to make this a priority to drive to a better alignment, shall we say, of effort.
Okay.
The super yachts and private planes tied to Russians' wealth so far have avoided scrutiny in a country that has been a magnet for foreign money, both legal and otherwise. But their increasingly visible presence appears to be frustrating Washington. Agency report, Republic TV.
quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It was long due, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back now. Founder Michael Lewis threw open the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the 5-day fest in the UK after the last two were cancelled owing to the pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke of his big bet on free trade agreements. One key meet was FTA being worked out with India. Camilla Parker, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir, Prince Charles, spoke on the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda's capital, called on the Commonwealth to use its power to end gender-based violence. She called on every man and woman in Commonwealth to take personal responsibility for ending violence against women and laws that discriminate against them. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll get you the latest as the death toll in Afghan rises and rescue operation is still underway. And Kim Jong-un meets top military leaders. More details on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिवसैनिक मेरे पास आए और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा समोर, उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा.
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
And on to more international news from Afghanistan, where 1,000 people have been killed and over 1,500 injured in Afghanistan earthquake. Rescue operations, meanwhile, still continue. Take a look at this report.
People across eastern Afghanistan have been digging graves in villages that were reduced to rubble by the powerful 6.1 earthquake that killed at least 1,000 people and wounded 1,500 others. Officials say that the death toll could rise. Paktika province was the epicenter of the 6.1 magnitude earthquake. Men were seen digging a line of graves in one village as they tried to bury the dead, according to Muslim tradition. Meanwhile, the United Nations World Food Programme has sent out 170 metric tons of food to be distributed across villages affected by a devastating earthquake in Afghanistan.
I'm at our main WFP warehouse in the centre of Kabul, and today we've sent off around 170 metric tons of food, about a convoy of around 18 trucks. So that fleet left about 30 minutes ago. We are basically putting together food items which is dry food, and also including commodities like wheat flour and salt and vegetable oil, as well as pulses.
Meanwhile, the CEO of humanitarian charity Kamar Rahmatullah Nowruz said that people are using their bare hands in rescue operations and added that a number of victims are expected to increase.
Even now, people are, taking out people on the ground, from the ground, and especially 1,500 people are severely injured, and unfortunately, their expectations, they might even lose their life. And some people, they haven't found their family members, so the numbers might increase definitely. The latest number that I heard were 1,200, but they might even increase that number as well.
Agency report for Republic TV.
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St. Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Leon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5. Jake Paul announced that he will fight Tommy Fury at Madison Square Garden on 6th of August. The announcement came a day after Paul gave Fury, the younger half-brother of Tyson Fury, a 24-hour deadline to agree to the fight's condition and sign a contract as well. The pair had been scheduled to fight last December, but Fury pulled off that bout even though had an injury. David Beckham returned to Singapore for a promotional tour and spoke to a group of fans as well. Beckham took a trip down the memory lane where he recollected his best and worst days of his career and picked out his former Manchester United manager Alex Ferguson for looking after him on and off the court. Beckham also had tips for young footballers, urging them to enjoy the moment before it flies by.
One of the most important people to me at that moment in time was Sir Alex Ferguson and the Manchester United fans. If it wasn't for the Manchester United fans at that moment in time, it would have been very difficult for me to get over that moment, because it was a difficult time for me in my career, on and off the field, because, you know, whatever went on the field was difficult off the field as well.
On to more sports news then. The super exciting Safari Rally Kenya's 18 Special Stages Rally will begin today and continue back-to-back over the weekend as well. As the event gets underway, Sebastian Ogier has already registered a swift victory over 9 times world champion Sebastian Loeb. Here's a report from the exciting opening race from Safari Rally Kenya.
Sebastian Ogier won the opening super special stage at the Safari Rally Kenya. The Toyota driver, who collected his 8th WRC title last year and is only competing in selected events this season, covered the 4.84 kilometer route around Kasarani in the capital, Nairobi, in 3 minutes, 18.8 seconds. Ogier was pitched against fellow Frenchman and 9-time world champion Sebastian Loeb in the head-to-head format.
All through. You have to be clever how you drive.
Belgium's Thierry Neuville was second fastest overall. He easily beat this season's point leader Kale, who suffered a puncture after almost crashing out on the first turn and ended up down in 11th place. Estonia's OT Titanic was third, ahead of Briton Elfyn Evans, Loeb and Takamoto Katsuta of Japan. Further 18 special stages will take place over the weekend starting from today. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in more news, sports news then, the on-one world champion Nico Rosberg made a rare appearance behind the wheels last week as he took off to off-road track in Germany.
Many were left surprised when Nico Rosberg decided to leave Formula One at the conclusion of his championship-winning season. Since then, fans haven't really seen much of him in terms of racing, since he chose to focus on activities like podcasting, punditry and live streaming. The 2016 Formula One world champion Nico Rosberg made a rare appearance behind the wheel last week as he took to an off-road track in Neustadt in Germany.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
He took his Rosberg X Racing Extreme E car for a drive around the Nürburgring off-road park.
Actually made the corner.
Even after years, Rosberg was seen pretty well on the wheel. As the video surfaced on social media, Rosberg fans flooded the internet, saying he could have continued accelerating cars on the track. These days, Rosberg is the CEO of Extreme E outfit Rosberg X Racing and took an exclusive test drive in his team's Odyssey 21 vehicle near their headquarters. Agency report, Republic TV.
News in brief from across the country. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS nations BRICS summit hosted by China virtually and said that member nations Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa of the grouping have a similar approach regarding the governance of the global economy. By-polls to 3 Lok Sabha seats in UP, Punjab and 7 assembly seats in Tripura, Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh and Delhi have concluded. They entail a prestige battle for the Samajwadi Party Supremo Akhilesh Yadav and party stalwart Azam Khan as the elections were held in their strongholds in UP, while a bigger test lies for Tripura's new Chief Minister Manik Saha as he will be facing his first assembly election. Prime Minister Modi underlined the role of BRICS countries amid the global focus on post-COVID recovery at the opening ceremony of BRICS Business Forum. Prime Minister said that BRICS members' mutual cooperation can make a useful contribution to the global economy post-COVID recovery. Coming up on the Morning Express, latest on the Maha Vikas Aghadi government political crisis, the rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as a legislative party leader for the Shiv Sena. And 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा. समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा.
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि
The Shinde camp fires a new letter to the Maharashtra governor, proves support of 37 MLAs. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader for the Shiv Sena. 3 more MLAs arrive at the Shinde camp hotel in Guwahati. At least 44 MLAs with Shinde now. A close aide of Shinde speaks to Republic TV, says the door is shut for talks with Uddhav Thackeray. 7 more people are dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll rises to 108. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, as the political turmoil in Maharashtra enters another day with Eknath Shinde taking claim over the Shiv Sena, will political stalwart and wily politician Sharad Pawar be able to come to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's aid? That's the big question. Here's a report on that.
Perhaps the most interesting man to watch out for in this entire Maharashtra political drama is Sharad Pawar, the strongman who survived the towering stature of Vasantdada Patil in 1980s and then survived the machinations of the then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao when he was sent back to the state, and hence his career limited to the boundaries of Maharashtra. And since then, he grew into the Maratha strongman that he is in many ways shepherding the fortunes of the Congress-led UPA as well.
Even Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray claimed in his social media address that it was NCP Chief Sharad Pawar who urged him to take the Chief Minister post.
कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजीने फोन केला, मला म्हणाले उद्धव आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. हा त्यांच्या भरोश्याचा विषय, पण त्यांनी भरोसा माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं?
The situation is not so simple now, with numbers clearly not in Sena's favor and Eknath Shinde's clout only widening.
As important is that in his first press conference that he addressed in Delhi before flying back to Mumbai, Sharad Pawar came out as very calm, composed, in control. But since then, situation has changed drastically. Eknath Shinde's rebellion has grown to almost completely taking over the Shiv Sena as the legislature party. And in that sense, the options as much of Shiv Sena as also of the allies, including Sharad Pawar, might be limited. And that's why we saw how in the press conference that he addressed yesterday, he was not coming out with any action plan. He only said that it is still a problem of the Shiv Sena to solve and that NCP would do everything possible to make sure that the government survives.
And even as Uddhav Thackeray tries to reach out to the rebels, would Pawar be able to wield his influence on them?
What is important is that Sharad Pawar is known to exert influence in Maharashtra, which is larger than life, and we don't know when all those MLAs who have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray and gone to Guwahati with Eknath Shinde, when they are back in Mumbai, whether they would again be susceptible to influence not just of Uddhav but also of Sharad Pawar, and there lies the catch.
Well, Eknath Shinde now claims to have the support of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, which now means that he could evade the anti-defection law. Now, the Shinde camp has also written a letter to the governor and the deputy speaker, naming Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader.
Well, Eknath Shinde has got the numbers that he requires. He required 37, he's got 37. He's proven those numbers in a letter that has been written late on Thursday night. The letter has been shot to the governor of Maharashtra, the deputy speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, and also the Assembly secretary.
सर्व आमदार एक मतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय घ्यायचा आहे तो सर्व एक मतानं आम्ही आमचे गटनेते एकनाथजी भाऊ शिंदे यांना देत आहोत.
जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे, बरोबर? काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या, हे आपलाच आहे, हे आपलाच आहे. मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे, ते महाशक्ती आहे ज्यांनी अख्ख्या पाकिस्तान म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती होती माहीत नाही. तर याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे, तुम्ही जो हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे हा देशातला मागे आमची पुरी शक्ती आहे. कुठेही काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
Now, what has Eknath Shinde done effectively by sending this letter? To avoid the anti-defection law and to take control of the party, you needed 2/3 of majority in your party, which means he needed 37 of 55. And successfully, Eknath Shinde has proven that he's got 37 signatures in a letter that has been written. And in this letter, there are 2 resolutions that are drawn. Point number 1, that the 37 leaders, 37 MLAs have chosen Eknath Shinde as the leader of the legislature party of the Shiv Sena. Point number 2, they've also appointed Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena. Effectively, Shinde has taken control of the party.
But the Uddhav camp maintains they will not be intimidated by Shinde camp's move.
बात है, अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है। ये बात आप हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हो। यहाँ से भागकर किसी स्टेट में जाते हो, बीजेपी आपका कब्जा लेती है, ईडी सीबीआई का डराकर धमकाकर, हाँ, आपके ऊपर बंदूकें लगाकर हमारे खिलाफ लेटर लिखवाती है। ये जो है उससे शिवसेना न झुकने वाली है न डरने वाली है।
And as the Uddhav camp held a meeting with the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly seeking disqualification of 15 MLAs of the Shinde camp, including Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra minister hit back. He says they won't be scared by the Uddhav camp's tactics and says the whip is only for assembly work and not for party meetings.
So whatever Uddhav Thackeray or whatever is left of the Sena tried to do in Mumbai, it may be ineffective by the law, because Eknath Shinde has gone by the book, gone by the constitution, and has the numbers now.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, as of now, the numbers actually just seem to be turning against Uddhav Thackeray completely. What we're getting to learn right now is that MLAs Kishore Jogewar and Geeta Jain have also reached the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Additionally, 5 independent MLAs will be joining Shinde's camp. Information we have suggests that they will first go to Surat and then they will leave for Guwahati. Alisha is reporting from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. Alisha, even as you report from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, the person who and the family that was essentially, in a sense, the people who were behind this party seem to be completely out of the party right now, sidelined by one of their very hardcore leaders from Thane. So the numbers just look very bad for Uddhav Thackeray right now.
Well, of course, we know because yesterday Eknath Shinde, in the letter, the resolution that has been given to the Deputy Speaker, clearly seen that there are 37 MLA. The magical number that we were talking about, that has already been achieved by Eknath Shinde, the 37 MLAs, and that is the reason where he has requested Deputy Speaker to appoint him, that is Eknath Shinde, as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bhagat should be appointed as the chief whip. He has clearly stated that this is the Shiv Sena, this has the number, and that is the reason he should be appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. Yesterday we saw that there were some Sena leaders who went to meet a Deputy Speaker, giving them the application stating that there are 15 rebel MLAs that should be disqualified. With that, even we know that Eknath Shinde with his tweet has retaliated, clearly stating according to the Constitution 10th schedule, which clearly stated that the whip that has been given, that is only applicable in the assembly and not for the meeting. This is the answer we're getting. But yes, more and more MLAs are joining Eknath Shinde camp. We know that yesterday 2 independent MLA, that is Geeta Jain for Meera Bhayandar and MLA Kishore, that has already reached Guwahati. They both were welcomed by the other MLAs who is present in Radisson Blue. But what information that we are getting, that there are 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 independent MLAs. They are going to leave from Mumbai, they are going to leave from the constituency, and at first they are going to go Surat and later they are going to join Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati. But moreover, the most important information that we are also receiving, that Shiv Sena MLA Bhaskar Jadhav phone is not reachable. The Shiv Sena has been trying, the Uddhav Thackeray camp has been trying and getting in touch with the MLA every day, every time, but not what we are getting in information that Bhaskar Jadhav, his phone is also not reachable. They have been trying to contact him, but his phone is not reachable. So it might be possible that he is going to join the Eknath Shinde camp, but we have to wait and watch. But yes, what we are getting the information that the 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 independent MLAs, they are going to join Eknath Shinde camp. First, they are going to go to Surat and
Now,
later to Guwahati.
Alicia, as these MLAs continue to switch camps, give us a sense of what Uddhav Thackeray and his advisors are thinking, because yesterday he said that you come back to Mumbai, we'll have a word, and even then if you feel that you don't want to stay with this alliance, we are ready to move on. But in the same breath, Sanjay Raut says that if you come back and there's a floor test, we are very confident that you'll vote for the MVA. So what really is the Shiv Sena thinking?
Well, of course, it's a really question, and of course, they have been also confused what exactly has been happening, because the MLA who were at first supporting Uddhav Thackeray all were present and the sent Regis, and then later they went to Guwahati. So this is something a very hard situation for Uddhav Thackeray as well. And yesterday he called for a meeting. We know that there were 2 meetings scheduled. First, he was about to meet all those MLAs and the MP, but later he cancelled his meeting with those with the MLAs and with the MPs, and later he had a meeting with the district head, with the department head, where he has already instructed them to start doing preparations for the BMC elections. We have to win, but the important thing is going on. They don't have the MLAs as of now. 37 MLAs. The number has actually shown the strength that Eknath Shinde has clearly showed with the letter that has been given to the deputy speaker. But yes, the strategy, some of the strategy that has been ongoing within the Uddhav Thackeray camp,
so
because even yesterday,
pointing out, obviously, even Uddhav Thackeray isn't clear what to do next. Stay with us. Now, as Uddhav Thackeray, of course, faces a major crisis with more and more MLAs lining up in Guwahati, Republic spoke to a key associate of Eknath Shinde who revealed all. He says the Shinde camp has slammed the door shut on negotiations, saying that they are beyond the point where talks can be held. Listen in.
सर, आपने जो चिट्ठी लिखी, आप उसके बारे में कुछ बताएंगे?
ये जो मैंने चिट्ठी लिखा है, ये मेरे अकेले की भावना नहीं है, ये हमारे सभी एमएलए की भावना है। हम जो चाहते थे, हमारे दिल में जो था, वो सब लिखित रूप से मैंने आपके सामने दिया है। हम कभी नहीं चाहते थे, हम शिवसेना प्रमुख के शिवसैनिक है। हमने जो किया है बड़े सोच समझ के किया है। हम जिसके साथ अलायंस किए, वो अलायंस वाली अगर पार्टी अगर हमको खत्म करना चाहती है, हमारे शिवसेना खत्म करना चाहती है, तो हम उनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहिए। ये हमारी भूमिका थी। हम कभी भी गए, ये बातें बार बार हमने उद्धव साहब के पुस्कान पे डालने की कोशिश भी की, लेकिन हमको कभी कभी वहां तक पहुंचाए भी जाने देते न थे। इसलिए ये सब चीज हुई आज।
सर, क्या ये आप अकेले एमएलए थे जिनको वर्षा बंगले में जाने से रोका जाता था, या और?
नहीं, अकेले की बात नहीं है। ये सभी आमदारों की जो व्यथा थी वो मैंने बताई, मेरे अकेले की नहीं, सबकी।
तो आपने जब ये चिट्ठी लिखी तो क्या सारे एमएलए ने उसको समर्थन किया? कि
ये जो चिट्ठी लिखा है, ये मैंने सबको दिखाया, अभी यहाँ सबको दिखाया। मैं कुछ गलत तो नहीं लिख रहा हूँ, ये तो मैं गलत तो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। तो सबने उसको बोला, यस आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो सही है, और ये सब अभी भी आज के दौर में वो लोगों को भी पता चलना चाहिए, इसलिए उन्होंने मेरे को समर्थन भी दिया सबने।
शीर्षक जी, ये कौन लोग हैं जो आपको आपके पक्ष प्रमुख और चीफ मिनिस्टर को मिलने से आपको रोकते थे? आपने अपनी चिट्ठी में जिक्र किया है कि आप घंटों तक वर्षा निवास स्थान के बाहर खड़े रहते थे, जब कोई फोन नहीं उठाता या कुछ वहां से कोई कॉल बैक नहीं आता, मैसेज नहीं देता, तो आप वापस अपने घर निकल जाते थे, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी निकल जाते थे। तो ये कौन लोग थे जो आपको वहां पे रोक रहे थे, या आपके ये सारे एमएलए को रोक रहे थे?
पूरे महाराष्ट्र को है, और मैंने उसका इनडायरेक्टली उसके अंदर जिक्र किया है। ये कौन थे इसका जिक्र मैंने किया है। आप वो नाम अगर निकाल सकते, कभी भी निकाल सकते, कौन एमएलसी है, कौन राज्यसभा है, कौन जो कभी चुनाव में लड़े, जो कौन मार्गदर्शन करता है, ये सबको पता है ना। तो इसको नाम बताने से क्या होता है, सबको पता है।
सर, आपने और एक चीज उसमें लिखी है, वो आपने जिक्र किया अयोध्या दौरे का। सभी नेता गए थे, आपके एमपीज गए थे पार्टी के, आपके एमएलएस गए थे, आपके मंत्री कुछ शिवसेना के गए थे। तो ऐसा क्या हुआ था कि कुछ एमएलए को रोका गया था और आपने उसमें जिक्र किया कि चीफ मिनिस्टर ने खुद फोन करके कहा कि आप लोग मत जाइए, ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ था?
वही तो हमारा रोना है, क्यों क्या हुआ ऐसा? जो हम इतने लोग अगर गए हैं तो अगर हम भी जाते तो क्या होते, रामलला के दर्शन हम भी कर पाते थे। अरे हमारी बैग चेकिंग में गई है, आप अगर रिकॉर्ड भी देखेंगे, ये मैं कुछ बातें ऊपरी दिल से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ये जो हकीकत है वो, उसमें कौन कौन थे ये सब जानते हैं। उसमें ये मतलब दादा भुस्से थे, ये संजय राठौड़ भी थे, ये संदीपान भुमरे भी थे, ये शंभुराजे देसाई भी थे, बहुत सारे एमएलए थे। हमारे बैग लगे थे अंदर ऑलरेडी गए थे। किस्मत हमारे की उस दिन पीएम यहाँ थे तो हम जल्दी एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंचे और जल्दी हमारे बैग डाल दिया और वो निकल पाई।
People, we want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी। पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था। टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था। WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की। उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया। उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकता है कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है।
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी, उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है।
अगर मैं पहले दिन से एनसीपी के साथ में जुड़ा हूँ, डीसीएम साहब के साथ में जुड़ा हूँ, मैं 100% कोई भी हालत में नहीं जाऊंगा।
आपको कॉल आया तो क्या कहा गया था? कॉल आया तो आपको क्या?
उन्होंने सभी बातें, कुछ मंत्री पद भी देने के लिए वो तैयार है, कुछ जो पद चाहिए वो सब पद देने के लिए तैयार है, मगर उनका कहना है कि आप गुवाहाटी आइए। हम गुवाहाटी नहीं जाएंगे। महाविकास आघाड़ी आदरणीय पवार साहब ने यहाँ पे खड़ी करी हुई है, 3 पक्ष लेके निर्दलीय साथ में लेके उनके साथ में हम रहेंगे।
किनकी तरफ से कॉल आया था सर आपको और क्या?
तो कुछ पॉलिटिकल बातें ऐसे
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार को अस्थिर करने का जो काम बीजेपी सरकार केंद्र के माध्यम से कर रही है, तो उन्हें बताना चाहिए आगे कि नो कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए सरकार तैयार है, पर वो नहीं करेंगी क्योंकि इस महाभारत के मूल वही है और वो राज्य में अस्थिरता बनाकर राज्य की जनता का नुकसान करना चाहती है बीजेपी।
Now, through the course of the crisis, the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut seemed to be at odds with the rest of the leadership of the party, particularly of the chief minister. Now, speculations have now arisen as to whether the Shiv Sena MP is working for the benefit or the detriment of the party.
The Mahavikas Aghadi government, which was already facing an existential crisis, twists and turns, was catalyzed into chaos with every comment by Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. First was the confusion on Uddhav Thackeray's resignation ultimatum.
माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे। माझीच लोक म्हणत असतील की ते ठीक आहे, त्यांना हवे असतील पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नको। मग मला हेच म्हणायचं आहे की समजा माझ्या लोकांना, म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता माझं आपलं मानतात की नाही मला माहिती नाही, कारण ते माझ्या समोर नाहीयेत, तर तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको। ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो।
च्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे। कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना, पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील। या सगळ्यांशी माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्याशी व्यवस्थित संपर्काने चर्चा झालेली आहे। 2 ते इथे आहेत, 23 आणि उद्या जर विधानसभेत फ्लोर ऑफ द हाऊसवर हा संघर्ष आला तर तेथेही महाविकास आघाडीचा विजय होईल इतका आकडा आमच्यापाशी आहे।
Then there were talks of losing power. right after Uddhav vacated the Varsha bungalow. Next was this shocker. Allies who vowed to stand by Uddhav Thackeray were in a fix over the exit comment.
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा कि ऐसा ऐसा स्टेटमेंट आया है, आप उसके आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
जो संजय राउत कह रहे हैं जी, वो बात अगर सही है, उस रास्ते पर वो जाना चाहते हैं, तो वो हमारे नेता पवार साहब के साथ बातचीत करें। उनको जो है कोई जो है रोक नहीं सकता है। हर पार्टी जो है अपना अपना रास्ता अपना सकता है।
In the end, NCP chief Sharad Pawar attempted a face saver and tried to reason it out. Is Uddhav's aide Sanjay Raut the biggest Achilles heel of the Uddhav camp?
कूद कर आ जाएंगे, कूद कर। अच्छा।
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News in brief now. The prime accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, Swapna Suresh, appeared before the Enforcement Directorate officials at its Kochi office for the second consecutive day for interrogation. The ED interrogated her for almost 6 hours. The agency is interrogating her with respect to her statement at the court and allegations against the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and his family, which have become controversial. At least 22 Bangladeshi nationals, including 3 minors, have been nabbed in Assam's Karimganj district after having illegally entered India without valid documents. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new premises of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Vanijya Bhavan. He also launched a new portal called Niryat, a one-stop place for all information needed for India's foreign trade. Now, during the inaugural ceremony, the Prime Minister said that this new premises and the portal are a symbol of both physical and digital infrastructure and will reflect India's aspiration of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India. Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection. Well, in yet another tale of bravery, a team led by the SHO of Basantgarh carried out relief and rescue operations in Nadani top based on distressed coal. Now watch how our forces walked in the snow in the upper reaches of Uddhampur, travelling nearly 30 kilometers on foot to rescue 4 injured and 1 unfortunately who had died in a lightning accident. In an operation that spanned over 18 hours, police teams rescued the 4 people who were injured in the tough terrain. These pictures, of course, are a testament to the bravery of our Jawans who walked in heavy snow to try and rescue people who were stranded in the upper reaches of Basantgarh. What we understand is that they walked nearly 30 kilometers on foot to rescue 4 people who were injured in an incident of lightning that occurred. Now, this is an operation that carried out for nearly 18 hours. This, of course, is the pictures that we are getting to you are of the relief and rescue operations that have been carried out by the Indian Army Jawans in Nadani top area. Now, this was based on a distressed call which was sent out. In this particular incident, we given to understand that there was a lightning incident that happened and thereafter there was a distressed call that was sent out. Jawans walked nearly 30 kilometers to go and rescue those stranded in the area. What we are told is that these teams walked for over 18 hours to rescue the 4 people who were injured. It was a tough terrain to navigate. Still to come on Republic TV, close aide of Shinde speaks to Republic, says the door is shut for talks with Uddhav Thackeray. And 7 more are dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll has now risen to 108.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Good evening and welcome. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was losing the government. He could have quit. Or he could have saved his control over the party by returning to the Hindutva line of politics, quitting the MBA. But he chose not to. He kept saying, I want to quit, I want to quit, I want to quit, but he did not quit. And the result is that as of tonight, there is a real possibility that he may lose his control over the Shiv Sena as well. Look at the pictures on your screen. Eknath Shinde has managed to take well over 2/3 of the Sena legislators, and now almost all the members of parliament of the Sena are also joining him. And Uddhav Thackeray, he is left with his son, Aditya, and some 10 other MLAs, and of course, the unending advice of Sanjay Raut. Now Sanjay Raut, he's an interesting man, with no mass base to speak of, but who has complete control over Uddhav Thackeray's decisions and moves. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what Uddhav will do. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what the outcome of the meeting will be. Yesterday, when Uddhav said that he's open to quitting, Raut immediately contradicted him and said, no, Uddhav is not going to quit. Uddhav said he would be loyal to the Congress and the NCP alliance, but no, today Raut said he's open to quitting the MVA. So who's in charge? Raut or Uddhav? As a result of all this, Uddhav is looking more and more indecisive than he should be, and consequently, even more MLAs are leaving him and all are flying to Guwahati. Viewers, the collapse in Maharashtra follows more than 2 years of extensive misgovernance, violation of constitutional norms by the state government, arrest of ordinary citizens, students and commentators, abuse of public office, and an unseen, unbelievable level of corruption and extortion in the police force. Forget ideological persuasions. I'm asking you tonight, does this kind of coalition politics work? Does it encourage the creation of micro-local satraps who run private armies and parallel economies? Think about it. What strategic direction can such coalitions take any state? And one fears the country. When a sitting cabinet minister is accused of hiring a criminal to fix things for him, another cabinet minister is in jail for links to Dawood's business empire, and despite those Dawood links continues to be a cabinet minister, ladies and gentlemen, then we must think about the great dangers of such politics. Remember, the greater the fragility, the greater the insecurity among the politicians. And insecure politicians.
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth, 0. Propaganda, 1.
Top headlines at 8:30. Shinde camp files new letter to Maharashtra governor proves support of 37 MLAs. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader of the Shiv Sena. Three more MLAs arrive at the Shinde Camp Hotel in Guwahati. At least 44 MLAs with Shinde now. Close aide of Shinde speaks to Republic, says the door is shut for talks with Uddhav. Seven more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108. Good morning, viewers. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching the Morning Express, tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis. Now, getting in latest details on the upheaval within the Mahavikas Aghadi government. We're now getting to know that the Sena MLA Dilip Pandey on his way to Guwahati to join the Shinde camp. So, the rebel camp only swelling by the day. And the latest that we are getting to know is that another Shiv Sena MLA, Dilip Pandey, is en route Guwahati to join the Shinde camp, where the rebel camp is put up in the Guwahati hotel. So that's the latest coming in. We have Alisha joining us from the Shiv Sena Bhavan, Shivangi joining us from outside the Matushri, and Piyush Oi joining us from outside the Sharad Pawar residence. Let me first go across to Alisha, who's reporting live from the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Alisha, the latest what we are getting to know is that another Shiv Sena MLA is en route Guwahati. Give us more details.
Well, yes, we know that there were 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 independent MLAs. They are on their way to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde camp. But now it is confirmed that it's one of the MLA, that is the Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Pandey. 2 days back, we know that Dilip Pandey, who was present in the St. Ringis Hotel with the other Uddhav Thackeray camp MLAs, and he was also present in all the meeting. But all of a sudden, we know that Dilip Pandey was already reached Surat, and he's on his way to Guwahati. He's going to join Eknath Shinde camp. There are more 2 MLAs of Shiv Sena who is already on their way, and they're going to reach Guwahati. Yesterday night we saw that there are 2 independent MLAs, that is MLA Kishore and MLA Geeta Jain. They are the independent MLAs who has reached late night at Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs they have been stationed there, and they're already welcomed by them. But yes, there are more and more MLA that has already been claimed by Eknath Shinde, because yesterday the letter that was very much important. We saw that the letter that was given to Deputy Speaker with the 37, because everyone was actually making a question of a magical number, because to form a government with the BJP, the Shiv Sena, specifically the Eknath Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde will need the magical number, that is of 37. And finally, with the letter that was given to Deputy Speaker clearly stating that he has the number, he has 37 in total, 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is the reason why he should be reaffirmed and should be appointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat should be given as a
Alisha, yes, let me take that same point across to Shivangi as well, who's reporting live from outside the Matushri. Shivangi, the latest what we are getting to know is that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has also called a meet this afternoon with the department heads. Give us more details on that.
Right, Samiksha. Now we're seeing fast and hectic developments now, Samiksha. And like, before I go to that, of course, there's a meeting later on at 12:30 in the Sena Bhavan. That will take place in the Sena Bhavan later on. But what my colleague Alisha, got us that exclusive scoop there. Dilip Pandey. Remember that I was at the St. Regis Hotel where they had hoarded the loyalists, the Shiv Sena loyalists there in the hotel, and we had spoken to Dilip Pandey. I remember speaking very clearly to him, and I asked him that what is the plan ahead, and he said that I am with Uddhav Thackeray. So it's coming as a very big turnaround, Samiksha, that Dilip Pandey was one of those MLAs who was in the hotel in St. Regis, in the Shiv Sena camp, in the Uddhav Thackeray camp, where he clearly told Republic TV, I am with Uddhav Thackeray. So this is coming as a big surprise, and one more loyalist in a sense turning into a rebel. Right now, this is Matushri, Samiksha. viewers, this is very important because this is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. He left his official residence and he has come here for the past 2 days, 1.5, 2 days now. He's saying that I will quit if the MLAs, that's what they want. But so far, of course, the numbers are still stacked against him and the Shinde camp is swelling. And latest, what we got right on Republic TV, that one more loyalist is actually on his way right now to join the Shinde camp.
Yes. Shivangi, thanks for that. Stay with us. We have Piyush Ohri as well joining us live from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Piyush, if you could give us some details as to what is NCP's strategy at this point in time.
So definitely, Shiva, Samiksha, there are a lot of confusion of what exactly is the stand which NCP is going to take. Now there are murmurs which are there of a lot of NCP MLAs not being happy of the part of this MVA government and asking Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, to move out of this coalition which may fall anytime apart. But yesterday we also saw Ajit Pawar saying that they are supporting Uddhav Thackeray, they are behind him and they will not allow MVA to fall apart. So there are a lot of speculations, there are a lot of murmurs of what exactly is the stand of NCP. To make sure that there are some also MLAs who are saying that they are willing to sit in the opposition. Yesterday we also saw the senior NCP leader Jayant Patil saying that if required be, they are willing to go for floor test and so that there is a clarity of what is going on. Having said that, even though as of now the rebel camp headed by Eknath Shinde may have had a lead, but the things are so fluid, things are changing so rapidly that there are also speculations that things can also move into the favor of Uddhav Thackeray camp. However, how unlikely it may seem. Back to you, Samiksha.
All right, Piyush, Alisha and Shivangi, just stay with us. Let's take a look at this report now. The party with the greatest majority in Maharashtra seems to be eerily silent on the crisis, taking a backseat as the drama unfolds across the state. An active involvement of the BJP remains to be visible on a greater scale as the activity remains limited to sporadic meets in the national capital at the moment.
Eknath Shinde's camp has been moving from one BJP state to another. But the BJP is taking a backseat on Maharashtra politics. Back in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, BJP State President Chandrakant Patil and Kirit Somaiya held a meeting at Sagar Bungalow. BJP leaders across the country distance themselves from the MVA fallout.
हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के महाराष्ट्र के हमारे नेता देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस और हमारे केंद्र के सभी नेता उसके ऊपर लक्ष्य देके हैं वहाँ पे और डेफिनेटली ही इज कैपेबल टू टेक द डिसीजन. सो अच्छा डिसीजन जो महाराष्ट्र स्टेट के लिए होगा वो डिसीजन वहाँ के हमारे लीडर देवेंद्र जी डेफिनेटली ले लेंगे.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र का राजनीतिक परिस्थितियाँ एक दल विशेष की आंतरिक परिस्थिति है, उसके जो परिणाम है वही जानते हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी का उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
Recently in 2.5 years there is no development in the Maharashtra. This kind of wrong decisions will definitely lead to the wrong results, where Uddhav Thackeray, before resigning, sensing that he has to resign from the post of the Chief Minister.
However, contrary to the claims of the BJP, Eknath Shinde has allegedly claimed that the BJP told him, and I quote, "The decision which I have taken is historic, and whenever I need them, they will be present." Even as the BJP refuses to intervene, it has continued to face the wrath of the opposition.
Democracy is it is bulldozed by BJP government. I feel sad. It's an unfortunate fact that the federal structure, it is totally demolished by BJP government.
महाराष्ट्र में गड़बड़ हो रहा है और वहाँ की सरकार गिराने के लिए बीजेपी की सरकार बहुत कोशिश कर रही है.
Should the BJP choose to exploit the turmoil politically, it would only be prudent. After all, wasn't that how the MVA managed to beat the single largest party and come to power? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Minister Devendra Fadnavis is scheduled to hold a meet with the top brass of the BJP in the national capital. While many claim the current crisis in Shiv Sena is one of their own making, many feel it is in fact the BJP that is to be blamed. Our executive editor for politics, Ishwara Kapoor, gets us this report.
Amidst the ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra,
20 या 25 तक तो विधायक हमारे साथ आ जाएंगे जी, कूद कर आ जाएंगे, कूद कर। अच्छा, आपने देखा दो विधायकों की कहानी, जोर जबरदस्ती से लेकर गए, हमारा उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा है, आए लीगल बैटल भी चलेगा, बहुत बड़ी गलती लोगों ने की है।
विरोधी पक्षात बसायला तयारी करावी लागत नाही, ती परिस्थिती निर्माण होते आणि त्याप्रमाणे बसायचं असतं।
मुख्यमंत्री को उनके एक सामान्य कार्य शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हो, वो उनकी बात थी। वो कल मैं उनका भाषण सुन रहा था, तो अगर कुछ उनकी बात हुई, उनके पार्टी के अंतर्गत का मामला है, उसमें कांग्रेस कुछ नहीं बोल सकती।
there was a meeting of BJP leaders to discuss their options. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will visit Delhi today. He has been holding meetings with BJP MLAs at his residence in Mumbai. The opposition has been blaming the BJP for the fallout.
ಅದರಲ್ಲೇನು ಸಂಶಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಬಹುಮತವಾದಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಬಂದರೂ ಆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಅವಧಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದು ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಈ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ದಾಹ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
Democracy is totally, it is bulldozed by BJP government. I feel sad. It's an unfortunate fact that the federal structure, it is totally demolished by बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट।
महाराष्ट्र में गड़बड़ हो रहा है और वहाँ की सरकार गिराने के लिए बीजेपी की सरकार बहुत कोशिश कर रही है।
Now speculations are rife that the BJP will decide on their next move in this crucial meeting. Could the BJP reach the halfway mark? So far, the modus operandi has been that of wait and watch.
जो राजनीतिक घटनाक्रम हो रहा है उसको बहुत माइन्यूटली हम ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं। इससे कुछ परिवर्तन होगा यह कहना ये थोड़ा प्री मैच्योर्ड होगा। इट्स हैंडल विथ केयर एंड वी हैव टू सीन वेरी कीनली। वी आर ऑब्जर्विंग ऑल सिचुएशंस।
But things could change quickly after the critical meeting. Bureau report for Republic TV.
Well, we continue to get you all the updates here on Republic TV this morning, and with another loyalist of Uddhav Thackeray set to in fact join the Shinde camp now. The numbers keep dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray. We'll be getting you all the updates after this short break. Stay tuned.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
full Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
Welcome back. Now, Assam has been facing flood and landslides for the past 11 days with no respite in sight. To take stock of the situation, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conducted an aerial survey of the Silchar town, which remains inundated under flood waters due to incessant rainfall in the region. Meanwhile, the death toll has now risen to above 100 and 54 lakh people have remained affected by the floods.
As incessant rains wreaked havoc across various districts of Assam, including urban and rural areas of Silchar. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conducted an aerial survey of the Silchar town of Kachar district inundated under flood water due to incessant rainfall in the region. Over 41 lakh people in Assam's 34 districts are currently reeling under the impact of the ongoing floods and landslides. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that he will visit the affected areas and interact with people besides reviewing the situation with the district administration for expediting the relief efforts. Meanwhile, the NDRF along with the district administration are conducting rescue operations in all the flood-hit areas. Besides this, the Himanta government continues to airdrop packets containing food items, water bottles and essentials in the areas inundated under floodwater by helicopters. Prime Minister Modi also called up Himanta Biswa Sarma and inquired about the flood situation. The Ministry of Home Affairs has sent relief aid to flood-hit Assam. While efforts are on to abate the deteriorating situation of flood every hour, this is what Congress Neta Gaurav Gogoi has to say.
हम अपने तरीके से विरोधी दल होने के नाते सबसे बार-बार सत्ता पक्ष को कह रहे हैं कि अपनी पीठ थपथपाने की बजाय मुख्यमंत्री असम जी अब ये ट्विटर करने के बजाय फोटो अप करने के बजाय आपने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से आर्थिक पैकेज मांगा। आपने अभी जो इतना नुकसान हुआ है असम का, क्या उसके लिए आपने गृह मंत्री से आर्थिक पैकेज मांगा?
Assam has been witnessing its worst flood situation in the last 3 decades. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has ordered all district administration officials to keep up the vigil and ensure sufficient food supplies in all flood-affected districts to prevent jeopardizing relief efforts. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Improving. However, the death toll in this year's flood has reached 107, out of which 90 people have died in the floods and 17 have reportedly died in landslides. Meanwhile, the situation continues to remain grim in Barak valleys, particularly Silchar. In Silchar, restoration work as far as electricity and others are concerned are going on in full swing. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again discussed the flood situation in Assam with Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and have assured all help. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has been visiting each and every flood-affected area and taking stock of the situation as far as relief and rehabilitation works are concerned. The Indian Air Force today airdropped relief materials in Barak Valley.
Slipping into a very short break, on the other side, 3 more MLAs arrive at the Shinde camp held in hotel in Guwahati. At least 44 MLAs with Shinde now. And close aide of Shinde speaks to Republic, says the door is shut for talks with Uddhav.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे। तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा।
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here.
Round up from across the globe, talks closed in Brussels. Leaders from the Western Balkans expressed frustration that they were still waiting in the European Union's wings even as candidacy bids for Ukraine and Moldova was quickly embraced by the EU leaders. The EU, which is a political and economic club that boasts a world of biggest single market, wants to reassure countries in the Balkans that have waited for years for admission that the bloc's doors remain open. A fire broke out in an apartment building in Argentina's capital city that claimed lives of 5 members of the same family and sent 30 residents to different hospitals due to carbon monoxide inhalation. The 5 deceased persons died while being taken to the hospital. Authorities, meanwhile, have cut off the gas supply to the entire block where the building is located. The first batch of international aid arrived in Afghanistan's Khost province from Iran as the Taliban appealed for help from the international community to provide aid for the survivors of the deadly earthquake. The magnitude 6 tremor killed 1,000 people and injured 1,500 more. India, meanwhile, has said that it will provide aid to Afghanistan. That's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as a legislative party leader for the Shiv Sena. And 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to above 100.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे। तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा।
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए ये जो नई तरीके की
The Shinde camp fires a new letter to the Maharashtra governor, proves support of 37 MLAs. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader for the Shiva Sena. 3 Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to the rebel camp hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile the numbers. Out of numbers and options, but the saga of meetings continues. Uddhav Thackeray calls for an emergency meeting. 7 more are dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll has now risen to 108. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, as the political upheaval in Maharashtra continues, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has called for another emergency meeting with Sena District President at 12 this afternoon. Now, this meeting has been called at the Shiva Sena Bhavan. Additionally, according to sources, 60 Shiva Sena ward councillors from the Thane Municipal Corporation are in support of Eknath Shinde. Now, the Shiv Sena is in power in Thane Municipal Corporations for the past 30 years. For the upcoming local body elections, Sena leaders are now trying to get in touch with ward councillors, but 60 so far have not been reachable. Reporting on this upheaval that we see in Maharashtra, joining me live from outside Matoshri Shivangi, Piyush Ori is reporting from Sharad Pawar's residence. We've also got Alisha, who's joining us from outside the Shiva Sena Bhavan. Alisha, to you first. That's where we're going to see all the action this morning. Alisha, we understand that Uddhav Thackeray has called another meeting now. Give us more details about what this is for.
Well, yes, Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting with the Shiv Sena District President at 12 p.m. at the Sena Bhavan, and we know that now Shiv Sena is in that strategy, and specifically Uddhav Thackeray camp is in that strategy to get in contact, whether it is with the corporators or whether it is a ward councillors or whether it is an MLA or whether it is an MP. They've been trying to get in touch with every Shiv Sena party holder person, because even yesterday there was a meeting that was been called, but that later it was cancelled. But yes, important is now what we even got to know that we were knowing that the MLAs is already with Eknath Shinde, and already the 38 has already is present at Radisson Blue. Shiv Sena MLAs, there are 38 Shiv Sena MLAs who are present in Radisson Blue, and also Bhaskar Jadhav, even his phone is not reachable. So we have been told that already 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 independent MLAs, they are on their way to Guwahati from Surat. But not only the MLAs, we even are told that there are MPs who are in support with Eknath Shinde. But now what we are going to know that from Thane Municipal Corporation, there are 60 ward councillors who are in support with Eknath Shinde, because we know that the Thane Municipal Corporation, who is under the Shiv Sena since 30 years, Shiv Sena has been ruling in the Thane Municipal Corporation since 30 years, and Eknath Shinde has been always the front face of when it comes to the Thane Municipal Corporation, and that is the reason why the ward councillor, there are 60 ward councillors who are in support with Eknath Shinde.
So in a sense, Alisha, what you are saying is that the revolt against the Thackeray seems to be widening now. It's also reaching local bodies, representatives. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Piyush Ori continues to be with us from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Piyush, Sharad Pawar obviously is still holding his cards close to his chest. Yesterday there were several meetings that he held. Give us a sense of what we're expecting today.
So Nupur, as you just said, the intense action may be at Matoshri, but the key eye of all that action, what is happening, is being kept very closely, by over here at Sharad Pawar, at Sharad Pawar's residence. Now, as I'm speaking to you, there are some ministers, there are some, leaders who are coming and trying to meet Sharad Pawar and trying to see that how the situation is unfolding. As you just said, Nupur, you know that the Eknath Shinde camp now is making Uddhav Thackeray camp, trying to take their position of local body elections in form of BMC and Thane municipal elections. So now this is something now again which Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp is trying to protect. How all this is unfolding, how exactly the ally NCP is going to help Shiv Sena come out of it is going to be very interesting to watch. So as of now, yes, you're perfectly right. NCP led by Sharad Pawar has not let its card completely open, but they are definitely saying that they are behind Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray camp, and they are going to make sure that come whatever may, they will not take out the support, and they want the MVA government to survive. Back to you, Nupur.
All right, stay with us. Shivangi, you're at Matoshri. Now, Uddhav Thackeray, of course, has tried his best to talk to all those MLAs, who've now gone on to Eknath Shinde's camp. But so far, that's been unsuccessful. Tell us what you're hearing over there. What is his next move going to be?
Well, Nupur, fast and hectic developments continue here in Maharashtra. It's nothing short of a thriller, as we have seen for the past few days. And as my colleagues have been reporting from Guwahati and also from various parts, what we know so far is Uddhav Thackeray definitely keeps losing numbers. We just got a super scoop just a short while back that Dilip Lande, who was actually a loyalist, we spoke to him, Republic TV exclusively spoke to him when he was at the St. Regis Hotel. He was kept there. He was a loyalist. The loyalist, Nupur, has now turned into a rebel. That's what we're hearing. He's turned into a rebel and he will be joining the Shinde camp. Now, this is Matoshri. This is where Uddhav Thackeray is in. He has been inside here for the past 2 days, moving out of the CM residence. Yesterday night, around midnight, Aditya Thackeray had come out and he had met some of the members of the press here some time back. But fast and hectic developments continue. Now the focus that is on the BMC elections, Nupur. Right now we have heard, or that's what we are breaking on Republic TV right now, is that Uddhav Thackeray has called an emergency meeting with some of the senior leaders. Now, the focus right now would be the BMC in the civic elections.
Yes, and it does seem at this moment, Shivangi, that he may be losing control of the councillors as well. Stay with us, all three of you. Now, as Uddhav Thackeray faces a major crisis with more and more MLAs lining up in Guwahati, Republic TV has spoken to a key associate of Eknath Shinde, who's revealed it all. He says that the Shinde camp has slammed the door shut on negotiations, saying that they are beyond the point where talks could be held. Listen in.
सर, आपने जो चिट्ठी लिखी, आप उसके बारे में कुछ बताएंगे?
ये जो मैंने चिट्ठी लिखा है, ये मेरे अकेले की भावना नहीं है, ये हमारे सभी एमएलए की भावना है। हम जो चाहते थे, हमारे दिल में जो था, वो सब लिखित रूप से मैंने आपके सामने दिया है। हम कभी नहीं चाहते थे, हम शिवसेना प्रमुख के शिवसैनिक है। हमने जो किया है, बड़े सोच समझ के किया है। हम जिसके साथ अलायंस किए, वो अलायंस वाली अगर पार्टी अगर हमको खत्म करना चाहती है, हमारे शिवसेना खत्म करना चाहती है, तो हम उनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहिए। ये हमारी भूमिका थी। हम कभी भी गए, ये बातें बार बार हमने उद्धव साहब के पुस्कान पे डालने की कोशिश भी की, लेकिन हमको कभी कभी वहां तक पहुंचाए भी जाने देते न थे। इसलिए ये सब चीज हुई आज।
सर, क्या ये आप अकेले एमएलए थे जिनको वर्षा बंगले में जाने से रोका जाता था, या और?
नहीं, अकेले की बात नहीं है। ये सभी आमदारों की जो व्यथा थी वो मैंने बताई, मेरे अकेले की नहीं, सबकी।
तो आपने जब ये चिट्ठी लिखी तो क्या सारे एमएलए ने उसको समर्थन किया? कि
ये जो चिट्ठी लिखा है, ये मैंने सबको दिखाया, अभी यहाँ सबको दिखाया। मैं कुछ गलत तो नहीं लिख रहा हूँ, ये तो मैं गलत तो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। तो सबने उसको बोला, यस, आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो सही है, और ये सब अभी भी आज के दौर में वो लोगों को भी पता चलना चाहिए, इसलिए उन्होंने मेरे को समर्थन भी दिया सबने।
शीर्षक जी, ये कौन लोग हैं जो आपको आपके पक्ष प्रमुख और चीफ मिनिस्टर को मिलने से आपको रोकते थे? आपने अपनी चिट्ठी में जिक्र किया है कि आप घंटों तक वर्षा निवास स्थान के बाहर खड़े रहते थे, जब कोई फोन नहीं उठाता या कुछ वहां से कोई कॉल बैक नहीं आता, मैसेज नहीं देता, तो आप वापस अपने घर निकल जाते थे, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी निकल जाते थे। तो ये कौन लोग थे जो आपको वहां पे रोक रहे थे? या
अभी तो
आपके ये
सब
सारे एमएलए को रोक रहे थे?
पूरे महाराष्ट्र को है, और मैंने उसका इनडायरेक्टली उसके अंदर जिक्र किया है, ये कौन थे इसका जिक्र मैंने किया है। आप वो नाम अगर निकाल सकते, कभी भी निकाल सकते, कौन एमएलसी है, कौन राज्यसभा है, कौन जो कभी चुनाव में लड़े, जो कौन मार्गदर्शन करता है, ये सबको पता है ना। तो इसको नाम बताने से क्या होता है, सबको पता है।
सर, आपने और एक चीज उसमें लिखी है, वो आपने जिक्र किया अयोध्या दौरे का। सभी नेता गए थे, आपके एमपीज गए थे पार्टी के, आपके एमएलएस गए थे, आपके मंत्री कुछ शिवसेना के गए थे। तो ऐसा क्या हुआ था कि कुछ एमएलए को रोका गया था, और आपने उसमें जिक्र किया कि चीफ मिनिस्टर ने खुद फोन करके कहा कि आप लोग मत जाइए। ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ था?
वही तो हमारा रोना है, क्यों, क्या हुआ ऐसा? जो हम इतने लोग अगर गए हैं, तो अगर हम भी जाते तो क्या होते, रामलला के दर्शन हम भी कर पाते थे। अरे हमारी बैग चेकिंग में गई है, आप अगर रिकॉर्ड भी देखेंगे, ये मैं कुछ बातें ऊपरी दिल से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ये जो हकीकत है वो, उसमें कौन कौन थे ये सब जानते हैं। उसमें ये मतलब दादा भुस्से थे, ये संजय राठौड़ भी थे, ये संदीपान भुमरे भी थे, ये शंभुराजे देसाई भी थे, बहुत सारे एमएलए थे। हमारे बैग लगे थे, अंदर ऑलरेडी गए थे। किस्मत हमारे की उस दिन पीएम यहाँ थे, तो हम जल्दी एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंचे और जल्दी हमारे बैग डाल दिया, और वो निकल पाई।
To you, coming back to you, Alisha. Now, Alisha, yesterday, of course, we saw that Uddhav Thackeray has made it very clear that he wants all these MLAs to return, and then he wants to have a word with them. But on the other side, you know, we've also heard Sanjay Raut yesterday speak about the fact that he is very confident that if there is a floor test, they will vote with the MVA government. So, mixed signals essentially being sent by the Shiva Sena. Is it because they're confused themselves and out of options? That's the Thackeray side of it?
Well, of course, Nupur, it seems like Uddhav Thackeray something was not expecting from his MLAs, and not only the MLAs, the other MPs and the councillor, what he is getting to know that Eknath Shinde is getting a huge support. But he is talking about the statement, because at first when Uddhav Thackeray had a Facebook live, he clearly stated the MLAs who are in Guwahati, at least one of the MLAs should come and say that they don't want Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister and he is ready to step down. Also talking about Sanjay Raut, who is continuously speaking to media and giving out the statement yesterday where he said that they are ready for the floor test, and also he claimed that there are 18 to 21 MLAs that he has been in touch with. The rebel MLAs he's been talking about, that there are 21. But what really transpired from the letter that was given by Eknath Shinde to Deputy Speaker, because we saw that there was the majority of 37, the magical number that we have been talking about, because Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs to join hands with the BJP. They need a 2/3 of the majority, that is the 37 numbers, and that 37 majority, the MLA signature we saw in that paper, in that document, the resolution that was given to the Deputy Speaker, clearly asking the Deputy Speaker to appoint Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and Bhagat as a chief whip. So this is the letter. It clearly shows that he proves that he has the number, and of course there are more and more MLAs that is joining Eknath Shinde camp, because what even Shivangi was talking about Dilip Lande, who is been to be known to be the very loyal Sikh, he clearly said that with the interview to Republic that he will be with Uddhav Thackeray, and that is the reason where he is at St. Regis. And now talking about even Bhaskar Jadhav, who is on his way, he is going to reach Guwahati. If I go to my colleague Shivangi, it's very important development where Dilip Lande, whom you talked to, is given the information that he is with Uddhav Thackeray, but now his phone is not reachable, and the sources are saying that he is on his way to Guwahati to support Eknath Shinde.
All right, let's go back to Shivangi now. Shivangi, a lot of the action is going to take place at Matoshri today. Give us a sense of what's happening outside over there. Now, you know, the councillors going away from the Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to be erosion of the ground level worker as well. Right. Nupur, this is extremely interesting, the turn of events which we are seeing here in Maharashtra, not just at the MLA level, but also at the ward level. If we just go back a little back in time, just maybe a month back, couple of weeks back, remember that BJP trumped Shiv Sena and the MVA in the Legislative Council elections. And even in the Rajya Sabha polls, they got more numbers. So right now,
at this point of time, what is important for Uddhav Thackeray, of course, if we really look at it and speculate, that he would also want right now that the BMC elections, the civic elections which are coming, they want to maintain, their hold over it, because they've had a hold over the BMC for the past 30 years, more than that in fact, since 1989. So Nupur, right now what's very important for them is to make sure they remain that, they keep that hold. That is why there's an emergency meeting taking place later on in the day around noon or so at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where they will maybe discuss these issues which are coming up, Nupur. And as we have been reporting continuously on Republic TV, that as of now, loyalists there turning into rebels, and even at the ward level, we are seeing some supporters of Eknath, Shinde camp. So this is definitely a very worrying situation for Uddhav Thackeray at this time, as numbers keep dwindling for him. Not just at the assembly and MLA level, but also at the ward level, and that definitely is a big concern.
All right, let me go back to Piyush Ohri now. Piyush, what we've heard from the NCP so far is that they're going to stick to the Shiv Sena, and that's the Uddhav faction of it. But things are changing so quickly on the ground for the Shiv Sena. Do you think that's going to perhaps change as well for the NCP?
Well, Nupur, your guess is as good as mine, On ground, definitely they're saying that they will support with Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp. But now there are murmurs that, there are some MLAs of NCP who are not happy with this alliance, and they want, them to be saved from the embarrassment if this government is not going to survive. Having said that, there's also a third party which is involved in all this act, and that is Congress. And yesterday, the Congress MLAs also held its meeting. And we had a word with Ashok Chavan regarding this, and they said the Mahavikas Aghadi should function with all its differences, being there. They must try to resolve the differences, and they must work together, because they must try to let BJP out of Maharashtra. Now, Maharashtra is a very important state, which BJP wants. And I believe Congress realizes this. To some extent, even NCP realizes it. And Shiv Sena, which, broke its alliance with BJP just because, it was not being given the Chief Minister's seat way back in 2019, also now realize that, how important it is going to be to, not allow BJP to come back to power in Maharashtra. So all these, factors also have to be taken into consideration. NCP is looking into it, Congress is looking into it, and I suppose that Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp, with all its troubles being there, will also have its eye on all these factors which are developing. Back to you, Nupur.
Oh yes, absolutely. Shivangi, to you next. Shivangi, the Congress so far has not really spoken out. We saw Kamal Nath troop to Mumbai. He's left from Mumbai now. The Congress has at various points acknowledged that they don't, that this government does not have the numbers. So what are you hearing from them?
Well, Nupur, we continue to be tracking this story right now, and that is, for now, we know that the numbers are not exactly stacked for Uddhav Thackeray. And I just want to first go back to what we have been, in fact, telling you for the past few days. Where I am, this is Matoshri right now. Now imagine that a CM leaves his residence, and comes here. Of course, the other allies here also, a bit concerned. That's what we would expect at this time of time. But right now, the other allies of MVA, they definitely do seem to be still supporting. That's what we have come to know so far. And my colleague there, Piyush Ohri, reporting from one of the NCP leaders' camps there. And I would like to, in fact, tell you that right now, Nupur, that 2 days ago, when Uddhav Thackeray had come back here, we saw a lot of workers. If you talk about numbers, Nupur, what we saw was a lot of supporters and women Shiv Sainiks, very emotional women, reacting to the emotional address that he had made, that he will quit and come back. So when it comes to emotions, that's exactly what the Shiv Sena has right now. When it comes to numbers, not so much.
Just stay with us. Now, as we are continuing to bring us our viewers the latest, we are now hearing that Nana Patole has left for the national capital. Now, developments have been extremely quick in this story. The numbers definitely don't stand for the MVA right now as far as the letter that was given out by Eknath Shinde is concerned. So there are going to be a lot of developments in this today. Nana Patole, of course, is on his way to meet the Congress High Command. I'm going to come back to Piyush on this one. Piyush, we were talking about the Congress party. Now, Nana Patole already on his way. Kamal Nath left yesterday. So not a lot, of options that the Congress party has right now. If this government were to go, what is it that they can do to prevent that from happening? Because, as it seems now, the numbers are almost not in their favor.
Well, Nupur, as you know, that Maharashtra has always been a strong bastion for Congress. So they definitely do not want to lose this, seat by any flick of imagination. No wonder that even no matter how weak they are politically elsewhere, but Maharashtra for long has been a strong political bastion for them. So, they are making last-ditch efforts to make sure that MVA government survives, and, they are trying to resolve differences. I believe the senior leaders, including Kamal Nath, was paratrooped to have a word with Uddhav Thackeray and, asking him to make some concessions so that, the rebel MLAs can be pleased and, they can be asked to come into its own fold. But it seems very unlikely. Again, as I said, even though Congress is making strong last-ditch efforts to make sure that this government survives, there is also a lot of criticism, a lot of flack which it is being faced. Now, I can't imagine that the MLAs of Congress were not aware of what was happening, within the party, what was happening within the government. But they did not make any efforts to resolve the differences. They did not make any efforts to tell Uddhav Thackeray to make sure that, he must make concessions to the rebel MLAs. So now, when everything is gone out of control, they may be making last-ditch effort, but I think it is gone out of hand, and now they are just trying to make sure that, something happens all of a sudden and this government survives. Back to you, Nupur.
Absolutely. So a lot of developments taking place. Now, I want to come back to you, Alisha. Alisha, what does it mean for the Shiv Sena now that we are hearing that councillors from Thane are also not responding to the Thackeray's calls? How does this bode for them on the ground?
Well, of course, we know yesterday when Uddhav Thackeray had a meeting with the district president and clearly asked them to get ready for the upcoming BMC election, after which the councillor were tried to get in touch with. But now what we know that it's from the Thane Municipal Corporation where Shiv Sena has been ruling since last 30 years. The 60 councillors are not in touch. They are in support to Eknath Shinde when Sena leaders try to contact those councillors, but they are not reachable. So it's a very important where we see that it's a ward councillor. There are 60 ward councillors in and around the Thane Municipal Corporation. They are a huge supporter of Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason why at this point of time when Eknath Shinde, who has been fighting for a Hindutva ideology, he has been clearly saying that what a Shiv Sena he has is the real Shiv Sena, and that is a Hindutva ideology Shiv Sena of Balasaheb Thackeray, which is why more and more we can see Shiv Sena leaders, whether it is MLAs or whether it is MP and now the councillor, who are getting in touch and expressing their support to Eknath Shinde.
All right. All our reporters on the ground bringing us the latest from Mumbai. Piyush, Alisha as well as Shivangi, thank you for the moment for joining us. We'll be back with you in just a bit. Yes, look at what else is making news this morning. The Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict today on the Zakia Jafri petition against the SIT report, giving a clean chit to the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, the decision was reserved on the 9th of December 2021 after a marathon hearing on the matter. Odisha's government has been awarded the first prize in the category of the National MSME Award 2022 to states and union territories for outstanding contribution to the promotion and development of the MSME sector for taking various development initiatives in the state. The merchant vessel, the MV Princess Miral ship that started getting submerged on the 21st of June has sunk completely in the Arabian Sea. All 15 crews were rescued by the Coast Guard. Dr. Rajendra KV, Deputy Commissioner, and the Dakshina Karnataka DM in a meeting said that they are taking steps to decide how to defuel the vessel to likely avoid an oil spillage. The MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi took to Twitter to inform that the first consignment of earthquake relief assistance has already reached Kabul. Further consignments will be following. This comes after an earthquake of the magnitude of 5.9 hit Afghanistan, killing nearly 1,000 people. Draupadi Murmu, the presidential candidate of the BJP, led the NDA to file her nomination in New Delhi today. If elected, Murmu will be the first president of India from a tribal community and the second female president after Pratibha Patil. Manoj Sinha, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, on Thursday reviewed the overall security arrangements ahead of the Amarnath Yatra that is set to commence on the 30th of June. The Chief Secretary, along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other agencies, reviewed detailed plans for telecom connectivity, electricity, fire safety, healthcare, and other measures.
Well, we continue to be tracking all the developments here. It's a political thriller from Maharashtra. A loyalist turns rebel. And also, ward councillors now supporting Shinde. Well, a big worry now for Uddhav Thackeray as numbers keep dwindling for him. And we keep tracking this story live and breaking from Mumbai.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And welcome. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was losing the government. He could have quit. Or he could have saved his control over the party by returning to the Hindutva line of politics, quitting the MBA. But he chose not to. He kept saying, I want to quit, I want to quit, I want to quit, but he did not quit. And the result is that as of tonight, there is a real possibility that he may lose his control over the Shiv Sena as well. Look at the pictures on your screen. Eknath Shinde has managed to take well over 2/3 of the Sena legislators, and now almost all the members of parliament of the Sena are also joining him. And Uddhav Thackeray, he is left with his son, Aditya, and some 10 other MLAs, and of course, the unending advice of Sanjay Raut. Now Sanjay Raut, he's an interesting man with no mass base to speak of, but who has complete control over Uddhav Thackeray's decisions and moves. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what Uddhav will do. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what the outcome of the meeting will be. Yesterday, when Uddhav said that he's open to quitting, Raut immediately contradicted him and said, no, Uddhav is not going to quit. Uddhav said he would be loyal to the Congress and the NCP alliance, but no, today Raut said he's open to quitting the MVA. So who's in charge? The collapse in Maharashtra follows more than 2 years of extensive misgovernance, violation of constitutional norms, arrest of students and commentators, abuse of public office, and then corruption and extortion in the police force. Forget ideological persuasions. Does this kind of coalition politics work? Does it encourage the creation of micro-local satraps who run private armies and parallel economies? Remember, the greater the fragility, the greater the insecurity among the politicians. And and insecure politicians are hostage to all kinds of unscrupulous elements. As a citizen, we must all think long and hard, and the citizen must now also start blaming the business magnates and the so-called media persons who, for their immediate interest, promote this kind of dirty politics. Knowing fully well that it is against public interest, these businessmen, people in the media, they are as equally to blame as for the Thackeраys. Quitting may have been a better option, but it's too late now to retrace their steps.
A quick recap of the top headlines at 9:30 this morning. The Shinde camp fires a new letter to the Maharashtra governor, proves support of 37 MLAs. The rebel camp names Eknath Shinde as a legislative party leader for the Shiva Sena. 3 Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to the rebel camp hotel now. Shinde camp continues to pile up the numbers. Out of numbers and options, but the saga of meetings continues. Uddhav Thackeray calls for an emergency meeting. 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll has now reached 108. Well, as the political upheaval continues in Maharashtra, the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has now called for another emergency meeting with the Sena District President at 12 this afternoon at the Shiva Sena Bhavan. And reporting live from the Shiva Sena Bhavan is Alisha. Also joining us from outside Sharad Pawar's residence is Piyush Ori. Shivangi is outside Matoshri. To you first, Alisha. We're expecting a key meeting to take place at about 12 this afternoon. But even as that meeting takes place, the support for Uddhav Thackeray's camp seems to be dwindling.
At 12 p.m. in the same Sena Bhavan, where all those MLA who is going to be the district president who is
All right, we are going to try and go back to our reporters on the ground, but for now, this is news that we're just getting. The Maharashtra Congress chief is to meet the party high command. Nana Patole has left for the national capital. We are also learning that the Congress party, which had sent Kamal Nath yesterday, is likely also to be at that meeting that takes place in the national capital. All right, Alisha is back with us. I think there was some sort of audio trouble. Alisha, you were telling us about the fact that Uddhav Thackeray has called for another emergency meeting at Matoshri today. The numbers are dwindling. What is this one about?
Well, Uddhav Thackeray now is very much well aware about that. It's not only the MLA but also the member of parliament or whether it is councillor that is getting in support of Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason where we can say that Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting of the district president at 12 p.m. today at Sena Bhavan, where we have been reporting from. It's a Shiv Sena Bhavan in Dadar, and the important and emergency meeting that has been called by Uddhav Thackeray. So we have to see what will be the outcome and what are the instructions that will be given to the district president, because even we know yesterday there was a meeting of the councillors and the corporators where Uddhav Thackeray has interacted with, and he has given a clear instruction to start working for the upcoming BMC election. So we know that Shiv Sena at this point of time, some of the other way trying to get ready for the making it preparations for the BMC elections. But what we even know that when it comes to Eknath Shinde, the MLA's signature, the letter that has been given to the Deputy Speaker clearly stated that the claim that was made by Eknath Shinde stating that there are, we have the numbers, we have the majority, and that has been proven in the same letter that has been given to Deputy Speaker. We saw that there are 37 MLAs signature that was clearly said the appointment that Eknath Shinde should be appointed as a leader of the Shiv Sena legislative and Bhagat should be appointed as the chief whip. We have to see what is the decision that will be taken by the Deputy Speaker. But yes, the majority Eknath Shinde has, and there are more and more MLAs, because if we talk about two MLA, Shiv Sena MLA as well, when it comes to Dilip Lande or Bhaskar Jadhav, at this point of time we know that Dilip Lande is already on his way to Guwahati. He is going to join Eknath Shinde camp, and also Bhaskar Jadhav has also been known to be the very loyal person to Uddhav Thackeray, but his phone is at this point of time is not reachable. At this point of time, they have been trying to get in contact with, but their phone is not reachable. So some of the other leaders clearly getting a hint that Shiv Sena MLAs
as you're
are
pointing
in
out,
support.
the rebellion might be too big for the Thackeray's right now to handle. I'm going to go across also to Piyush. Piyush, the NCP is still continuing to play a key role. We know that Sharad Pawar has had several meetings with Uddhav Thackeray, but the fact of the matter is that without the numbers, these meetings make no sense.
So, as Alisha is just telling us that there is constant struggle which, Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp is facing to, get MLAs back into its fold, to allow, the loyalists also to make sure, be with them. And now also allowing, BMC elections and Thane elections, the ward council elections in which it has had strong hold on, be there, remain. But amid all this, what is going to be now very interesting is that how Sharad Pawar is going to play his cards. Now, we all know that Sharad Pawar for long has been considered as a troubleshooter in Maharashtra politics. I think, these situations, though dramatic, though seeing very massive twist, is something, which he may have seen a lot of times and he may have dealt a lot of times. So I think he knows what to do in this kind of situation. The thing is that what is he going to do, which is going to play a major role. I think, as what the sources have told us is that, he has had a word with Uddhav Thackeray. He has told him to, make slight concessions to the rebel leaders, try to make them, come into his fold. But he has also made sure, he's also told that, on his part, he's going to, he and his party is going to support Mahavikas Aghadi, but will not intervene in the internal squabble of Shiv Sena. So all these dramatic developments, are taking place. And as I said again, what Sharad Pawar is going to do ultimately is going to make us know that where all this situation is entirely headed. Back to you.
All right, absolutely. Let me go back across to Shivangi. Now, Shivangi, we haven't really seen the Thackeray's come out and speak to the media, except, for yesterday where Aditya Thackeray came out and spoke briefly to the media. But what are you hearing from where you are reporting right now? Series of meetings lined up is one thing, but the other side obviously is going to be for the Thackeray's to make sure that they control the Sena, because their name is, in a sense, synonymous with the Shiva Sena.
Right. Well, Nupur, you're absolutely right when it comes there. Yesterday night, Aditya Thackeray had come out right outside from there around midnight. If you can see, that is Matoshri, that is the residence of the Thackeray's. He just came out, spoke to the press, and he also said at that time that, that Uddhav is recovering from COVID. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray was COVID positive, so he said he's recovering, came out for a brief while. But Nupur, what is very to note here, what's very important is that the numbers keep dwindling. As numbers keep dwindling, what we just broke right now on Republic TV, Nana Patole, they're going to the national capital. Now, when we talk about Nana Patole and we speak about the Congress here, in fact, the Congress has said again and again that they are with Shiv Sena. So they have said we are standing behind Shiv Sena and we are ready for a floor test. So they are with the MVA. So when it comes to the MVA and the allies, they seem to be together on the surface level. Well, that's what we are trying to see here. That's what it seems like. But when we talk about Shiv Sena and the numbers, it's very clear, Nupur, that there are hardly any numbers left. Now, what is even more shocking is that when loyalists first say that they are with Uddhav Thackeray and they go to the Eknath Shinde camp, that is extremely shocking, and that is in fact in a matter of 24 hours. Remember that Dilip Lande, who is is going to join the shift, the Eknath Shinde camp was actually part of Uddhav Thackeray's loyalist camp. He was at St. Regis. It looks like keeping the MLAs in St. Regis didn't really help Nupur, because even the loyalists right now are going there to the Eknath Shinde camp day by day.
And we've heard several of those stories, Shivangi, of how they've escaped from St. Regis and gone to Guwahati. Anirudh, in fact, is bringing us the latest from Guwahati. He's outside the hotel in Guwahati where all these MLAs are. Anirudh, we are expecting the numbers to go up today.
Yes, Samiksha, definitely today the numbers are likely to go up again. Though yesterday itself, the Eknath Shinde camp has got the 2/3 majority, which was very much essential for Eknath Shinde in order to reaffirm that the disqualification motion cannot be applied on his camp. And today we are getting information from our sources inside the hotel that
त्यांनी एक निर्णय घेतलेला आहे. त्यांच्याबरोबर काही आमदार आहेत, कोण म्हणतं 40 आहेत, कोण म्हणतात 140 आहेत, जे असतील ते असतील. पण महाविकास आघाडीतले तिन्ही पक्ष एकसंघ आहेत. ठीक आहे, शिवसेनेचा आकडा कमी झालेला आहे. लोकशाही बहुमत हे आकड्यांवर चालतं. पण मी पुन्हा सांगतो, आकडा आणि बहुमत फार चंचल असतं. ज्या दिवशी हे आमदार इथे मुंबईत येतील त्यानंतर त्यांच्या निष्ठेची, बाळासाहेबांवरील भक्तीची आणि
शिवसेनेवरील, I want to say that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is together.
आम्हाला पूर्ण विश्वास आहे की सभागृहामध्ये जेव्हा हा विषय येईल,
we have full faith
महाविकास आघाडीच्या बाजूने आमदारांचा कौल असेल.
When there will be the floor test, when it will be the questions arises in the Vidhan Sabha, Mahavikas Aghadi government will prove it a majority.
माज वाढलेला या लोकांनी पूर्वी बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, उद्धव ठाकरे,
we can see that there are some people who have been threatening Sharad Pawar.
त्याची संस्कृती आहे, पण ही भाजपची संस्कृती आहे का, असा मी एक प्रश्न विचारला की शरद पवार साहेबांना घरी जाऊ
देणार नाही. But we want to say, is this a tradition what Bharatiya Janata Party is following, threatening the senior leaders, stating that we will not allow Sharad Pawar to go back to his residence?
या देशात लोकशाही आहे, या देशामध्ये स्वातंत्र्य.
If this is so, because this is something, a statement that came in from the central minister, who is giving a statement against Sharad Pawar, who is being respected by Narendra Modi as well. But just because to gain the majority and to get into the power, they have been threatening Sharad Pawar.
अगर नसेल तर मला असं वाटतं आपण मराठी म्हणून घ्यायला नालायक. महाशक्ती आपल्याला काही कमी पडू देणार नाही असेल चांगली गोष्ट.
It is nothing but it's very shameful for those people who are abusing, who is threatening a person, a leader like Sharad Pawar.
हा महासागर
The person should not call himself as a Marathi person.
आटत नाही, लाटा येतात लाटा जातात. ही सुद्धा लाट जी आहे निघून जाईल, पण जे गेले त्यांना पश्चाताप.
This is just a situation, it's just a waves. We know that there sometimes it's a high wave, it's a high tide, it's a something low tide, and this situation will also get solved one day.
जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी. हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है. उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं. मुझे टेक्निकल बातें ज़्यादा मालूम नहीं है, मैं नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन एक एक्शन चल रही है. अब ये आखिर तक सरकार कब बनेगी, ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं. बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है. धमकियाँ देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को. अगर ये सरकार को बचाएंगे तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी सुन लीजिए, अमित शाह जी सुन लीजिए, आपका एक मंत्री महाराष्ट्र में शरद पवार साहब को धमकी दे रहा है. ये धमकी ऐसी है कि आपको घर नहीं जाने देगी. क्या इस प्रकार के धमकियों को आपका समर्थन है, ये महाराष्ट्र जानना चाहता है।
Well, that of course was Sanjay Raut trying to do some damage control over there. Let me go across to Piyush right now. Piyush, yesterday we heard Sanjay Raut say that, there could be a possibility that they could exit the MVA. Today he says that, you are trying, the words that have been used against Sharad Pawar should not have been done. So what's really happening as far as their relationship, the Shiva Sena and the Thackeray's relationship with Sharad Pawar and the NCP is concerned?
Well, Nupur, let me just tell you, making dramatic statements and having change of stance is something which you often associate Shiv Sena with. And this is what is really happening even now. Yesterday, Sanjay Raut, the chief spokesperson of Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray camp, did say that, if required be, they may go to BJP for, if the situation demands it. And today, he's again making a statement that Sharad Pawar, the key leader over here, is being threatened, because of his support to the Mahavikas Aghadi, or more specifically, the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp. But the most important thing over here to be noted is, Nupur, that the kingpin in all this, situation is Sharad Pawar. And it is going to be very interesting to see that what stance is Sharad Pawar going to take. As I again said, Nupur, in Maharashtra politics, now you can say that Sharad Pawar is a veteran. These kind of situations is not new to him. He knows how to deal with these kind of situations. The thing is that what stance he's going to take, what is in his mind. Is he going to support Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena, which is now completely weakened, or is he thinking something else? Your guess is as good as mine.
Absolutely.
Let's just see.
And we'll have to wait and watch how that unfolds, and probably, we'll see some action today. Back to Anirudh, who's reporting from outside the hotel where all these MLAs are holed up in Guwahati. Anirudh, we are expecting the numbers to increase today, but Eknath Shinde's camp seems firmly entrenched over there.
Yes, many intense deliberation have been going on, in fact, inside the hotel ever since they have arrived. And even though the number of Eknath Shinde's camp have reached the two-third majority which is required not to face disqualification motion, all the MLAs are being held very tightly by the leaders of the Eknath Shinde camp here in Guwahati. And from our sources yesterday, Republic TV broke that a major decision is very much likely by today, and if sources are to be believed today, a major decision in fact will be taken in regards to the Maha-political crisis that's continue, in regards to the MBA collapse issue which have been grabbing the headlines, because today, in a short while from now, we are also getting to know that some more MLAs are arriving here. Few of them are are independent, and few of them might be from the Shiv Sena even. But if more and more MLAs come in, then they will be in a much more comfortable or confident position, and that is what the Shinde camp now actually wants. Though they have crossed the two-third majority mark which is required, that is 37 number of MLAs they already have, but still they are trying to be sure and confident enough that things doesn't go wrong. Nupur.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएज को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएज को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
Well, even as the numbers don't seem to be favouring Uddhav Thackeray camp, we now have a mega Republic exclusive. Listen in to what the Maharashtra kingmaker Eknath Shinde has to say. This is an exclusive. Well, we are just going to play out that exclusive interview. What we understand is that Eknath Shinde has reasserted that he has greater numbers, at least 50 of the Shiv Sena's numbers are with him. Now, Eknath Shinde, of course, not just has the MLAs, but he also now has MPs on his side. He also has councillors on his side, Thana councillors, where the Shiv Sena has held sway for about 30 years. Those are also seem to be going into his camp now. So when he says that I have support, there is enough and more. Let's listen into that exclusive.
नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर, ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी।
All right, so we're going to just play out that interview for you in a minute. But what we understand is that Eknath Shinde has said that his support within the Shiv Sena is growing now. And as before, he's asserted that this is the real Shiv Sena. This is where the legislative power of the Shiv Sena lies. Now, the numbers, of course, there are already 37 signatures, which essentially they will be able to manage the anti-defection law. But apart from that, in what seems to be a broad-based support that's coming in from Eknath Shinde, we are seeing MPs as well as 17 MPs as well as councillors who are now going to his side. So what that indicates is that he doesn't just have support within the MLAs, he also has support within the ground workers. Now, earlier, of course, we saw how Uddhav Thackeray, when he was leaving from Varsha, the official bungalow of the Chief Minister, there were some protests against Eknath Shinde, but all of that seems to have stopped now, because we are seeing increasingly that people who are connected to the ground worker of the Shiv Sena are also now voicing their support for Eknath Shinde. When councillors and MLAs who closely have the ear to the ground support Eknath Shinde, it does signal to Uddhav Thackeray as well that the balance of power perhaps has now shifted. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to get that sense. Alicia, I wanted to come to you on the fact. Okay, I'm going to go back to Alicia in just a bit. But Shivangi, we heard Sanjay Raut over there. Now, what he said and what was very interesting in that bite that he gave was this will now be a legislative fight. Those who went will regret it. What does that essentially mean? What is he trying to say? Is he, in a sense, trying to threaten people who went over to the other side?
Right. This is very big, Nupur. Now, after Sanjay Raut gave that, spoke to the media there, that address is very significant. And why is that significant? Because they said we don't have the numbers. They actually said that we do not have the numbers right now. We don't have the numbers. He also said that those who went will regret. But the bigger point is that Shiv Sena is saying that we do not have the numbers. Numbers of Shiv Sena are less. After so long, after more than 48 hours, Shiv Sena finally coming out of denial mode and saying that we do not have the numbers. At the same time, that they're saying that some people are threatening Sharad Pawar, and he's saying that we will also take action. Those who have gone will regret. Already we know that there's a list of 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who they have warned, and they've asked them to come back. But that has not happened so far. These are just empty threats being made at this point of time. It's very clear, extremely empty threats right now. Numbers keep dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray, and for the first time, Sanjay Raut's statement is very significant at this point of time, because for the first time, Shiv Sena has actually come forward and said we do not have the numbers. All this while, Sanjay Raut was like, everything is fine, our party is strong, nothing has happened. I'm in touch with Shinde. That happened 2 days ago. For the first time, Shiv Sena is realizing that they are in trouble and numbers are not with them. This is very significant report.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, significant as well is the fact that we are learning that the Shiv Sena has now called for more meetings. We are hearing that the BBMC councillors have also been called for a meeting this evening. So the ground reality perhaps now sinking in for the Sena. I'm going to try and go across to Alicia in just a bit, but Piyush, if I could come to you on this one as well. Piyush, the ground support is now going away from the Shiv Sena, and that's extremely clear with the number of meetings that Uddhav Thackeray is trying to call one after the other. We are hearing now that, he's also called a meeting of BMC councillors.
Let us just understand the significance of BMC elections for Shiv Sena. It is ultimately, it is eventually, because of the BMC elections that, they were able to get hold of the Mumbai politics, and from there on, get hold of Maharashtra politics. So, getting to win BMC elections is of key significance to Shiv Sena, and especially now when, it is now well known that Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray is weakening. So definitely, they are trying to revive the lost ground. Uddhav Thackeray on his part
All right, I'm going to come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what we have right now is a mega exclusive. Listen into what the Maharashtra kingmaker Eknath Shinde has had to say.
हेलो, नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी, और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए। उस पर क्या कहें? आप हार मानी और आपका कहना है कि आपके साथ अभी 50 से ज्यादा विधायक हैं, और उसमें निर्दलीय कितने हैं और शिव सेना वाले कितने हैं, ये टोटल कितने, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बताओ जी। और इसमें मंत्री 8। तो आपका कहना है कि असली अब जो लड़ाई आ गई है सर, असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई हो गई, और आपने कल दावा कर दिया कि असली शिव सैनिक हमें बाला साहब ठाकरे के कर्मों पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं, और बाला साहब ठाकरे के विचारों को हम मानते हैं, वो नहीं मान रहे हैं, और आप उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्या सर आप दावा भी करने वाले हैं कि शिवसेना के उसका? तो आज सर कोई बैठक है आपकी किसी समय, मीटिंग, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप क्या मीडिया को आज संबोधित करने वाले हो? जी, ओके, थैंक यू।
So here's what Eknath Shinde has said in that telephonic interview to Republic TV. He says, one, I have more than 50 MLAs, which obviously is more than enough for him to claim that he's the real Shiv Sena. Also going on to say that there is going to be a big meeting today and then we'll decide the moves. Now, as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he's been saying that he has support from MLAs who actually want to support him and that it has not been forced in any manner whatsoever. So the kingmaker over there speaking to Republic TV, saying that I have more than 50 MLAs, we are the real Shiv Sena, and the fight obviously, you know, is firmly, as far as this is concerned, seems to be in Eknath Shinde's side. We are going to try and go across to our correspondents in just a bit to get us a sense of what this really means for the Shiv Sena in terms of its dwindling support, and could this now actually translate into the Shiv Sena, that is the Thackeray is also having to give in to this. I'm going to go across, I think, to Alisha. Alisha, are you there with us? If you're there with us, what I wanted to ask you was two things. This interview of Eknath Shinde makes it very clear that he has more than enough numbers, and you know, if he wants to get the party recognized as being the real one, technically it should not be a problem. The other part of what I wanted to ask you was that there are still mixed signals coming in from Sanjay Raut. He says that this is going to be a legislative fight, but you know, 5 against 50, how is that a legislative fight?
Well, Nupur, let me put things into perspective, because when it comes to the floor test, we know that Eknath Shinde without a doubt has a number. He has already cleared it with a letter given to the deputy speaker, and we saw that it was signature of a 37, and already there is 38 MLAs that has been present in Radisson Blue. We know that there are even meetings that has been scheduled today, whether it is in Shiv Sena Bhavan, and importantly Uddhav Thackeray is going to hold a meeting, two meetings. That is one with the district president. We will give you minute-to-minute update on this story only on Republic TV. We will be back after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है, तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को,
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
Headlines at 10 a.m. Republic speaks to Maharashtra and Sena Kingmaker Eknath Shinde will not back down. Three Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to Rebel Camp Hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. Out of numbers and options, but saga of meetings continue. Uddhav Thackeray calls for an emergency meeting. From Uddhav won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered. Is Uddhav camp accepting complete defeat now? Seven more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in, tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis. It's a Mega Republic exclusive now. We spoke exclusively to Maharashtra Kingmaker or Eknath Shinde. Listen into that exclusive conversation.
हेलो, नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी, और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए। उस पर क्या कहें?
हमारे पास हमें कोई हमारे विधायक लोग जो है
आप
हार मानी और जो
आपका कहना है कि आपके साथ अभी 50 से ज्यादा विधायक हैं, और उसमें निर्दलीय कितने हैं और शिव सैनिक वाला कितने हैं, ये टोटल कितने, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बताओ जी। और इसमें मंत्री
8
तो आपका कहना है कि असली अब जो लड़ाई आ गई है सर, असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई होगी, और आपने कल दावा कर दिया कि असली शिव सैनिक हमें बालासाहेब ठाकरे के कर्मों पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं और बालासाहेब ठाकरे के विचारों को हम मानते हैं, वो नहीं मान रहे हैं और आप उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्या सर आप दावा भी करने वाले हैं कि शिवसेना के उसका? तो आज सर कोई बैठक है आपकी किसी समय, मीटिंग, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप क्या मीडिया को आज संबोधित करने वाले हो? जी, ओके, थैंक यू। हेलो, नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी, और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए। उस पर क्या कहें?
हमारे पास हमें कोई हमारे विधायक लोग जो है
आप
हार मानी और जो
आपका कहना है कि आपके साथ अभी 50 से ज्यादा विधायक हैं, और उसमें निर्दलीय कितने हैं और शिव सैनिक वाला कितने हैं, ये टोटल कितने, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बताओ जी। और इसमें मंत्री
8
तो आप आपका कहना कि असली अब जो लड़ाई आ गई है सर शिव सैनिक असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई हो गई है और आपने कल दावा कर दिया कि असली शिव सैनिक हमें बालासाहब ठाकरे के कार्य पे कर्मों पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं और बालासाहब ठाकरे के विचारों को हम मानते हैं, वो नहीं मान रहे हैं और आप उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्या सर आप दावा भी करने वाले हैं कि शिवसेना के उसका तो आज सर कोई बैठक है आपकी किसी समय मीटिंग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप क्या मीडिया को आज संबोधित करने वाले हो? जी ओके थैंक यू।
And Republic's Pratap Singh, who spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde, also joins us to give more details on that. Pratap, अगर आप हमें फिर से एक बार बता सकते हैं आपकी क्या बात हुई एकनाथ शिंदे से, जो कि कह रहे थे कि उनके पास सपोर्ट है ज़्यादा 50 MLA से ज़्यादा लोगों का।
हमारी सुबह ही एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई। उन्होंने हमारी बातचीत में बताया कि हमारे पास 50 से ज्यादा विधायक हैं और शाम तक और भी ज्यादा विधायक होने की संभावना है। और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो 12 विधायक की लिस्ट अजय चौधरी ने सौंपी है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग की है। तो उन्होंने शिंदे साहब ने साफ कहा है कि अगर इस 10 से भी ज्यादा आप लेटर दे दोगे हम डरने वाले नहीं है, हम पीछे हटने वाले नहीं है। और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने हमारी बातचीत में कहा कि बालासाहब ठाकरे के मार्ग पर उनके पदचिन्हों पर हम चल रहे हैं। असली शिव सैनिक में असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई है, असली शिव सैनिक के मार्ग पर हम चल रहे हैं, वो नहीं। अगर वो ज्यादा करेंगे तो हम उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि आज शाम को हम एक बड़ी मीटिंग करने वाले हैं और बड़ी मीटिंग के बाद एक बड़ा निर्णय लेंगे। और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने बताया कि बातचीत में 8 मंत्री हमारे साथ मौजूद है।
जी प्रताप, और आपने जैसे कि कहा कि उन्होंने बोला, एकनाथ शिंदे ने बोला कि एक नेक्स्ट स्टेप वो डिसाइड करेंगे, इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप होगा, तो हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं फ्यूचर कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन बाय द शिंदे कैंप देयर?
बिल्कुल, शिंदे साहब से जब ये सवाल किया कि आपके जो लेटर अजय चौधरी ने सौंपा है 12 विधायकों का और अब लड़ाई जो शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई असली शिव सैनिक की, तो उन्होंने कहा इस विषय पर हम शाम को एक बड़ी मीटिंग करने जा रहे हैं और उसके बाद निर्णय लेंगे। हो सकता है कि उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग करें, ये मीटिंग में तय होगा। अभी तक उन्होंने ये कंफर्म नहीं किया कि शाम को मीटिंग की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मीडिया को संबोधित करेंगे नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन ये उन्होंने साफ तौर से बताया कि शाम को इस विषय पर बड़ी मीटिंग वो करने जा रहे हैं। कल शाम को भी उन्होंने ट्वीट किया था, उसमें भी उन्होंने बोला था अब हम किसी से डरने वाले नहीं, कानून हम भी जानते हैं।
All right. Pratap, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So that was Pratap Singh speaking to us after he spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde, who categorically stated that he has support of more than 50 MLAs and that he will be holding an emergency meeting this evening itself that will decide the future course of action of the rebel camp there. And we have Shivangi reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, an important meet has been called by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray this afternoon. Give us more details.
Right, Samiksha. Well, you know, this is things are moving quite fast right now. Back-to-back developments coming, and also after Republic TV spoke to Shinde, this is very significant because 50 MLAs. That's what the Shinde camp is saying. They have 50 MLAs, and 50 MLAs is a huge, very big number. The last we knew that the official Shiv Sena MLAs was 37, and now in total, maybe also including the independent MLAs, 50 MLAs. At the same time, Sanjay Raut from Shiv Sena spoke to addressed a meeting and a press conference, and he said for the first time, Samiksha, for the first time, Shiv Sena has conceded and said we do not have the numbers. After a very long time, after denying it for the past 2 days, saying that we are still strong, this is very big. This is very big. 2 big developments coming in back to back this morning. Now, when we talk about the meeting, before that, this is Matoshri. This is where Uddhav Thackeray is staying right now. He is COVID positive. Yesterday, Aditya Thackeray came out of Matoshri at midnight and said that he is recovering. When we talk about the important meeting which will take place around 12 called by Uddhav Thackeray, now this is going to be in regard with the department heads. Now remember, civic elections and BMC elections are coming. It is very important right now for Shiv Sena to make sure that they continue having a hold over the BMC like they have had for the past 31-32 years since 1989. So right now, after losing numbers to the BJP in the Legislative Council elections and also losing numbers in the Rajya Sabha polls, it's very important right now that at 12 o'clock when Uddhav Thackeray meets the department heads, the strategy will be put ahead most probably to make sure that they maintain their hold in the civic
Shivani,
elections.
stay
And
with
more
us. Let me take the same point across to Alisha as well, who's reporting live as well. Alisha, if we talk about the statements that were made by Sanjay Raut today, he categorically stated that Sena numbers are dwindling. If you talk about his statements in the past as well, earlier he said that he is in Shiv Sena is in touch with 20 MLAs. How do you read into these statements that have been made by Sanjay Raut?
Well, of course, if we heard Sanjay Raut, who is clearly stating that he has the majority and there are 18 to 20 MLAs, the rebel MLAs is in touch with Sanjay Raut and the Uddhav Thackeray camp. But even today and even yesterday, whether talk about the floor test, Sanjay Raut has categorically has said that they are ready for the floor test because they have the majority and Mahavikas Aghadi will come up with the majority and they will continue who is forming this government. But it is very important to see when Eknath Shinde or BJP will ask for a no confidence motion, because only from their side it will be possible to go for the ask for a Vidhan Sabha, ask for an emergency assembly and go for a majority. But yes, we know there is a letter that has been stuck with a deputy speaker, because the letter that was given yesterday to deputy speaker by Eknath Shinde clearly claiming that they have a 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is the reason where he should be reappointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bhagat should be appointed as the chief whip, because we know the time Eknath Shinde went with the MLA to Surat first. At that point of time, Sunil Prabhu who is the Shiv Sena chief has removed Eknath Shinde as the leader and appointed Ajay Chaudhary, and that letter has also been given to the deputy speaker, which has been accepted. So now, as of now, we know that for the Shiv Sena, the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly is Ajay Chaudhary, and that is the reason where the letter that was given yesterday clearly stating that Eknath Shinde has the number 37 number, and so he should be appointed as the leader, and Bhagat should be
Alisha, yes,
he should be.
I will come back to you, taking the same point across to Piyush Oria as well, who's reporting live from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Piyush, if you could give us more details what you're learning, because we understand that the NCP has also called for meetings today as well.
Well, definitely, Samiksha. So NCP head Sharad Pawar is keeping a close eye on this entire situation, and he's trying to make, he's trying to see that what can be actually done to let MVA survive. Now, as I said again, Sharad Pawar is a veteran in Maharashtra politics, and all these things perhaps may not be new to him. But what is more important right now is that what card is he going to play? Is he really trying to support Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray, which is completely weakened, or will he go ahead or try to support Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde? Now, it is all going to be very interesting to watch. On ground, they've said that they are going to be supporting Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray.
Yes.
And
Piyush, stay with us. Some more breaking updates coming in right now. And what we are learning at this point is that Shiv Sena's Satara District Deputy Chief Sanjay Bhosle has requested Eknath Shinde to go back to Matoshri. So that is the latest coming in. We are getting to know now that Sanjay Bhosle, the Deputy Vice Chief of the Shiv Sena, has been detained by the police there, and saying that he does not know where the police is taking him, and also going on to add that Eknath Shinde should support the Shiv Sena. So that is the latest coming in. Sanjay Bhosle, who's been detained in Guwahati.
शिवसेनेसाठी जीवाचं रान करू शकतो, माझं प्राणी देऊ शकतो. मी बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचं आव्हान, जे अंतिम आव्हान होतं ते या ठिकाणी साथ देण्याचं पोलीस कुठे घेऊन चालले तुम्हाला? शिवसेना का कट्टर शिवसैनिक को शिवसेना के लिए मैं आया हूँ. मेरे को कहाँ भी लेके जाए, लेकिन शिवसेना के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने साथ देना चाहिए शिवसेना को. शिवसैनिक को कट्टर
We have Aniruddha reporting live from the Guwahati hotel where the rebel camp is holed up. Aniruddha, the latest we are learning is that Sanjay Bhosle, the deputy vice chief of the Shiv Sena Satara, has been detained by the police. We also heard him saying that he is a Kattar Shiv Sainik. Give us more details that you're picking on that.
Yes, Sanjay Bhosle in fact came here in the morning once, but at that time he didn't stage any protest. However, a short while back he came here with posters. The posters couldn't be caught on camera. The police immediately sneaked him away into the vehicle. However, while speaking to the media, he has said that he is a Kattar Shiv Sainik and it is only for the Shiv Sena that he has come here. In all probability, he came here in order to lodge protest against Eknath Shinde and other rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena who are lodged in this hotel and in support and to show strength in support of Uddhav Thackeray.
Yes. Anuradha, just a follow-up question to you. We spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde as well, who said, who told Republic that he has support of more than 50 MLAs. If you could give us some details as to how many MLAs are present with Eknath Shinde at this point in that Guwahati hotel.
हिंदी में बोले, हिंदी में बोले। शिवसेना का कट्टर शिवसैनिक को शिवसेना के लिए मैं यहाँ आया हूँ। मेरे को कहाँ भी लेके जाए, लेकिन शिवसेना के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने साथ देना चाहिए शिवसेना को। शिवसैनिक को कट्टर शिवसैनिक क्यों आए थे? क्यों आए? आप क्यों आए थे? हिंदी में बोले, हिंदी में बोले। शिवसेना का कट्टर शिवसैनिक को शिवसेना के लिए मैं यहाँ आया हूँ। मेरे को कहाँ भी लेके जाए, लेकिन शिवसेना के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने साथ देना चाहिए शिवसेना को। शिवसैनिक को कट्टर शिवसैनिक।
Aniruddha, if you heard my question, I wanted to know from you how many MLAs are present with Eknath Shinde at this point in time in that Guwahati hotel, because speaking exclusively to the public, Shinde mincing no words there, saying that he has support of more than 50 leaders.
Yes, in fact, right now in the inside Hotel Radisson Blu, we are getting to know that at least 46 MLAs are there in total, and we are also getting to know that some more MLAs are coming in to Guwahati. Approximately 7 to 8 MLAs are on their way. This is what we are picking up. So if that is the tally, that tally will be around 52 MLAs will be here. So yes, Eknath Shinde is correct when he is saying that he have more than 50 MLAs. And as far as Shiv Sena MLAs are concerned, right now inside the hotel there are 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, and this gives Sanjay Shinde, this gives Eknath Shinde an edge over Uddhav Thackeray, because the 37 mark itself is very important, because it happens to be the two-third majority which is required, the number, two-third numbers which is required not to face disqualification in the assembly.
Yes, Aniruddha, latest that we are picking up is that Dilip Lande has also left for Guwahati. Anything that you're picking up on that?
Yes, not only Dilip Lande, in fact, some few more MLAs are coming. That's what I'm pointing out. And in fact, in a short while from now, a very crucial meeting will be taking place inside the Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, where again a mass deliberation will continue in regards to what will be the call, and also the next move of Shinde will be decided today in the meeting which will take place in a short while from now inside the hotel. And yes, yesterday our sources have been also telling us since yesterday that yes, today a very crucial decision is likely to be taken by the Shinde camp here in Guwahati, and with more and more MLAs coming in different batches. That
मी स्वतः शिवसैनिक आहे आणि मी कुठेही जाऊ शकतो. मी शिवसेनेसाठी जीवाचं रान करू शकतो, माझं प्राणी देऊ शकतो. मी बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचं आव्हान, जे अंतिम आव्हान होतं ते या ठिकाणी उद्धवजींना साथ केले.
So Sanjay Bhosle there, who has now been detained by the Assam police. Questions rising now whether he went to Guwahati to placate.
इसलिए आया था तो पता चलेगा
किस वजह से उनको डिटेन किया गया है?
अरे वो कुछ बात दे रहा है, कुछ पेपर लेके आया था, वो अभी तो ये होगा। कोई आदमी को एक बार पूछताछ करने के लिए तो थाना में लेना पड़ेगा तो भाई।
वो तो कोई इलीगल एक्टिविटीज में कोई।
अरे सुनिए, यहाँ आप तो जानते हैं ये कितना सेंसिटिव एरिया है। आप लोग दूर दूर से आया है, सारा इंडिया से आया है, क्यों आया है? तो ये एरिया तो काफ़ी सेंसिटिव है ना। आप लोग का सिक्योरिटी है, लोगों का सिक्योरिटी है, सब लोग के लिए पुलिस ये फोर्स इधर में दिया गया है। तो दैट इज़ वाई हम लोग कोई आदमी लोग कोई थोड़ा सा इधर उधर जो कार्रवाई होता है देखते हैं, सस्पेक्ट होता है, इसीलिए उसको हम लोग अरे डिटेन किया है। कौन अरेस्ट किया है? अरे भाई थाना में लेके जाके उनको पूछना पड़ेगा ना भाई, आप कहाँ से हैं, क्यों आए हैं?
लेकिन उनका कहना है कि वो शिव सैनिक है और वो
तो उनका कहना है। अरे आ भी सकते हैं, कौन मना कर सकते हैं? इंडिया में आपको कोई असम में आने के लिए अरे मना किए थे क्या? नहीं किए तो क्या बात है कि ये तो जो आदमी आया है उनको पकड़ा गया, उसको थाना में हम लोग लेके गया, पानी उन्हें पिला के प्यार से पूछेंगे कि आप लोग क्यों आए हैं, क्या बात था, क्या नहीं था। उसके बाद जो कार्रवाई होना है एज पर लॉ दैट विल बी डन।
So Sanjay Bhosle there, who has been Shiv Sena leader, who has been detained by the Assam police, going on to add that he is a staunch Shiv Sainik there, and questions now rising whether he went to placate the rebels who are camped in the Guwahati hotel. So those are the visuals there. High drama unfolding in Assam as the Assam police has picked up the Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Bhosle. He's been detained in Guwahati while he had gone to Guwahati, and this of course comes in the backdrop of all the rebel MLAs who are holed up in the Guwahati hotel. And speaking to the media there, Sanjay Bhosle is saying that he is a staunch Shiv Sainik and that he is a strong supporter of the Shiv Sena, but questions now rising whether he went to cajole those who are holed up in the Guwahati hotel.
मी कायम शिवसेनेच्या सोबत आहे आणि शिवसेनेच्या सोबत राहणार। एकनाथ शिंदेने उद्धव साहेब बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंना साथ द्यावी, बाळासाहेबांचे शब्द खरे करावे, हेच माझं आव्हान आहे। एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंना शब्द सत्याप्रसाद करू। बाळासाहेब, मी स्वतः शिवसैनिक आहे आणि मी कुठेही जाऊ शकतो, मी शिवसेनेसाठी जीवाचं रान करू शकतो, माझं प्राणी देऊ शकतो। मी बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचं आव्हान, जे अंतिम आव्हान होतं ते या ठिकाणी उद्धवजींना साथ देण्यात
अशा पद्धतीचं बता दिया, पता नहीं है, लेकिन उनको अभी थाना में हम लोग भेज दिए हैं। वहाँ प्यार से बातचीत होगा, कहाँ से आया था, क्यों आया था, किस लिए आया था तो पता चलेगा।
किस वजह से उनको डिटेन किया गया है?
अरे वो कुछ बात दे रहा है, कुछ पेपर लेके आया था, वो अभी तो ये होगा। कोई आदमी को एक बार पूछताछ करने के लिए तो थाना में लेना पड़ेगा तो भाई।
वो तो कोई इलीगल एक्टिविटीज में कोई।
अरे सुनिए, यहाँ आप तो जानते हैं ये कितना सेंसिटिव एरिया है। आप लोग दूर दूर से आया है, सारा इंडिया से आया है, क्यों आया है? तो ये एरिया तो काफ़ी सेंसिटिव है ना। आप लोग का सिक्योरिटी है, लोगों का सिक्योरिटी है, सब लोग के लिए पुलिस ये फोर्स इधर में दिया गया है। तो दैट इज़ वाई हम लोग कोई आदमी लोग कोई थोड़ा सा इधर उधर जो कार्रवाई होता है देखते हैं, सस्पेक्ट होता है, इसीलिए उसको हम लोग अरे डिटेन किया है। कौन अरेस्ट किया है? अरे भाई थाना में लेके जाके उनको पूछना पड़ेगा ना भाई, आप कहाँ से हैं, क्यों आए हैं?
लेकिन उनका कहना है कि वो शिव सैनिक है और वो
तो उनका कहना है। अरे आ भी सकते हैं, कौन मना कर सकते हैं? इंडिया में आपको कोई असम में आने के लिए अरे मना किए थे क्या? नहीं किए तो क्या बात है कि ये तो जो आदमी आया है उनको पकड़ा गया, उसको थाना में हम लोग लेके गया, पानी उन्हें पिला के प्यार से पूछेंगे कि आप लोग क्यों आए हैं, क्या बात था, क्या नहीं था। उसके बाद जो कार्रवाई होना है एज पर लॉ दैट विल बी डन।
Well, we just saw these pictures coming in from right outside the Madison Blue Hotel, where a person who claims to be the real Shiv Sainik has come, and he was also detained. In fact, he was protesting, and he was saying that he is a staunch supporter of Uddhav Thackeray, and he was basically here to protest against Eknath Shinde. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details, as the meeting is also underway at Madison Blue Hotel, and Shinde has claimed that more than 40 Shiv Sena MLAs are in his support, and around 10 to 11 independents are also on their way to Madison Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Stay tuned. Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है, तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में, और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है, और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए, और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे। तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या।
Headlines at 10:30 a.m. Republic speaks to Maharashtra and Sena Kingmaker Eknath Shinde claims support of 50. The Kingmaker will not back down. 3 Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to Rebel Camp Hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. Out of numbers and options, but saga of meetings continue. Uddhav Thackeray calls for an emergency meet. From Uddhav won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered. Is Uddhav camp accepting complete defeat now? 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108 now. Welcome viewers, I'm Priyanka Sharma. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV and straight away getting you all the updates of what's really happening in the Maharashtra political crisis. And now we are learning that Sanjay Bhosale in fact has been detained from outside the Guwahati hotel Remember the Guwahati hotel where all of the MLAs from Maharashtra had been mobilized via Surat and had been shifted to Guwahati, and now we are seeing the Eknath Shinde rebel camp growing by the day, since even yesterday we had seen an addition of 7 more MLAs that had arrived. And rebel camp in fact growing with more and more MLAs going inside of the Guwahati hotel. All right, and we also have our correspondents on the ground. My colleagues Anirudh, Piyush, Ori and Shivangi also join us from the ground. To you first, Anirudh, you have been tracking this entire story at this resort in Guwahati as well, where more and more MLAs are coming there. And now walk us through what has really happened with Sanjay Bhosle, in fact, who has been detained from outside the Guwahati hotel. What's happening?
Yes, the Assam police have informed us that Sanjay Bhosle have been detained due to law and order situation and maintenance of the area. However, it is not yet much clear why Sanjay Bhosle actually did arrive at the hotel in Guwahati. We are also unable to see the poster that he was carrying because the police was very quick to take him away from the gate of the hotel. Meanwhile, as far as the developments here in Guwahati is concerned, Priyanka, today in a short while from now we are picking up that a very crucial meeting will again start inside the hotel, and as more and more MLAs are coming in from Mumbai via Gujarat, it's quite taking time for the party leaders who are holed up here to reach a concrete solution or to reach into a conclusion. But yes, yesterday our source inside the hotel also hinted us that Friday, this is today, will be a very significant day, and some major decision or major announcement is also expected if the total number of MLAs, as in his exclusive interview to Republic, Eknath Shinde also said that he has crossed the 50 mark, and till yesterday evening he was two legislators short of the halfway mark, or much more than halfway mark, the 2/3 majority mark. And yesterday night, with the arrival of Dada Bhosle and Sanjay Rathore, the total number of MLAs in Guwahati have reached 37. So now he is confident, but yet even after getting the halfway mark, he doesn't want to actually take any chance, and that is the reason why he is still up in increasing the number of total MLAs in his camp much beyond the beyond the 2/3 mark of 37, Priyanka.
That's right, Anirudh. Stay on with us. And we also have Shivangi, who's right outside Matoshri as well. Shivangi, if I could come to you now, because we had seen since yesterday there were meetings being planned and then meetings being cancelled. And then yesterday night as well, we had seen several of the leadership that had been called to Uddhav Thackeray residence. And today as well, we are learning that there is a huddle that is underway there at Matoshri. What more are you picking up from inside?
Well, Priyanka, high drama continues there in Guwahati, like Aniruddha was getting us. But here, a lot of developments too. Now, we talk about the meetings. Uddhav Thackeray has called a meeting with department chiefs. Now, though that meeting will take place in Shiv Sena Bhavan. Now, it's very interesting to note that as numbers continue to fall for Uddhav Thackeray, and in fact, we reported some time back that Dilip Lande, had spoken to Republic TV at St. Regis Hotel. He was one of the loyalists, a loyalist who has turned into a rebel. Now, what we know from Surat, he's now going to Guwahati. So Uddhav Thackeray clearly losing numbers. Sometime back, Sanjay Raut has conceded finally that they don't have the numbers anymore. We have less numbers. This is very interesting, Priyanka, because for the past 2 days, Shiv Sena was acting like everything is fine. They have the numbers and they are in control. But for the first time, Sanjay Raut, just a short while back, said that we do not have the numbers and we want to disqualify the 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who are with a Shinde camp right now. As for the meeting which will take place around 12 o'clock, the huddle, the emergency meeting, right now, the sense is that the Shiv Sena is really worried. They already lost numbers to BJP in the legislative councils. They lost numbers during the Rajya Sabha polls, and now with the BMC, the civic elections coming,
Well, viewers, we are cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up for you, where we are learning that the top court in fact has upheld the clean chit that has been given to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 case, and the Supreme Court in fact has upheld in fact the clean chit that had been given to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And that is the latest that we are picking up with respect to what was happening with respect to the 2002 case that had been in the top court as well. And the top court now giving out that final decision of upholding the clean chit that has been given to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 cases that had been pending as well. And this is, in fact, there was a lot of probe that had also been carried out in this, and the Supreme Court now, and finally, the decision has come out and it has upheld the magistrate in accepting the closure report that had been submitted by the SIT in the larger conspiracy probe that had been carried out as well by the authorities. And now Supreme Court upholding the decision of the magistrate and accepting the closure report. And we are also learning that the Supreme Court had dismissed the plea filed by Zakia Jafri, the widow and the former Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, challenging the clean chit given by the Special Investigation Team to the then State Chief Minister Narendra Modi and several others in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Remember, there had been a lot of controversy about the entire probe that was also being carried out, and several allegations that had also been leveled by Zakia Jafri as well. And Zakia Jafri as well, remember, had made several statements against the Prime Minister about his role in the 2002 riots that had gone on in Gujarat. And we had also seen as ramifications of the Godhra riots that we had seen Gulbarg riots as well that had broken out. In that Gulbarg riots itself, we had seen that the Congress MP, the former Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, had also lost his life in that. And we had seen how Zakia Jafri had been championing this entire probe that was supposed to be carried out in the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's role as the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, and whether or not he had a role in this entire riots, and to also not being able to take any decision for controlling the law and order situation. Now, these were some of the allegations that had been leveled by Zakia Jafri as well. And now we are seeing that a final decision that has come to light from the Apex Court, where the Apex Court in fact has upheld the decision of the magistrate and accepting the closure report that had been submitted by the SIT. Remember, that had happened quite some time back, where the probe had been carried out in the entire government machinery of Gujarat to understand who really was responsible. But there was a probe that was carried out on whether or not the Prime Minister, the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Narendra Modi, had been involved and whether he had been able to handle the law and order situation as well in the state at the time of the 2002 riots. Now, these were some of the allegations that had been filed and made by Zakia Jafri along with several other that had been criticizing the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now we are seeing that the Apex Court has upheld the decision of the magistrate. And we are learning the details of how the probe had been carried out and the SIT report that had been looking into the larger conspiracy, the probe that was being carried out. Remember, there were several statements that had also been made by leaders there in Gujarat at the time. And there was legal cases that had been going on against several leaders on the magistrate level in the Sessions Court there in Gujarat as well earlier. And then, of course, it had led to the higher courts also looking at the entire probe that has also been carried out. And now the top court has upheld the clean chit that had been given to the Prime Minister in the SIT probe that was being carried out of the larger conspiracy of whether or not the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi had an active role in the 2002 riots as well. Now, these were also allegations that had been leveled against the Prime Minister by Zakia Jafri, by the likes of Zakia Jafri as well. But in this petition as well that had been made by her, we can see that the allegations were also about the Prime Minister, the then Chief Minister, not being able to handle the law and order situation, consciously not being able, to handle the law and order situation of the 2002 riots as well. And Niranjan is also joining us on the broadcast. Niranjan, we are seeing that the top court is upholding the decision of the magistrate, and the allegations that had been leveled by the likes of Zakia Jafri are falling flat, isn't it?
Well, and it's been 2 decades, isn't it, Priyanka? You report from Gujarat and Ahmedabad, and you know the case extremely well. And the fact that today the Supreme Court has upheld the decision of the magistrate in accepting the closure report submitted by the SIT in the larger conspiracy that was claimed. And I think that it's a closed chapter now. It closes the chapter. This was a petition filed by Zakia Jafri, who was the wife of the former Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, who had challenged the clean sheet given by the SIT to the then State Chief Minister. Modi was the Chief Minister back then, and several others in the 2002 Gujarat riot. And today, Supreme Court has upheld the decision in accepting this final closure report submitted by the SIT, and has rejected the protest petition. So I think it's the end of a chapter, and the Prime Minister had got a clean sheet, and the Supreme Court is essentially put a seal on the SIT's clean sheet. It was given refusing to investigate the charges that were claimed for the longest time by the entire opposition, and there has been one set of people, and you know them extremely well, Priyanka, who had claimed that there was a larger conspiracy, etc. And they used the 2002 riots, despite the closure report, to question the Prime Minister, and that decision has today been rejected by the Supreme Court. The judgment was delivered by the Supreme Court. And this was a closure report that was filed in 2012 for the riots that took place in 2002. So 10 years later, there was a closure report. And 20 years later, in 2022, the Supreme Court has upheld this petition. Interestingly, senior advocate, former Congress leader, now an independent back to Samajwadi Party, Kapil Sibal, had appeared for Zakia Jafri. He was leading the arguments for several days, challenging the Gujarat High Court's judgment. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi has defended the SIT probe and had sought dismissal of Zakia Jafri's petition. The Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, had appeared for the state of Gujarat and had opposed the petition filed by Zakia Jafri. Ashwini Upadhyay has joined us on the phone line as we break the story. Ashwini Upadhyay, can I get your first reaction to the development? Legally speaking, what does the Supreme Court accepting the closure report mean today?
In fact, Congress and its ecosystem is working against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he was the Chief Minister. They tried everything to tarnish his image. They tried everything to just insult him. They tried everything to deviate him. Today, Supreme Court has very clear that investigation was fair. No need to further investigation. No need to re-investigation. I think today Congress, its leaders, should say sorry to the nation. It's enough is enough.
You think they were trying to look for something and some ways to sort of try and target the Prime Minister? Do you think this case was used for that, despite the closure report that was filed, I think, 10 years ago?
Yes. It was a conspiracy. It was just only to keep this matter alive. Everything was fair. Everything was investigated in a very true spirit. Everything was investigated as per law. After that, the Congress used Ms. Zakia Jafri. Congress asked her to come to the Supreme Court. She came here. But today, same thing. What was actually reality in the case? Supreme Court said that no need to further investigation. Investigation is fair and no need to go against it.
Do you think they can question after today, after the Supreme Court now, putting the curtains down on this chapter, do you think they can still raise questions? Do you think they will, or will they let it rest?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah.
I think my colleague Abhishek is joining me on the phone line. Yeah, I was asking you, Mr. Upadhyay, after today, can they raise any questions now the Supreme Court has drawn the curtains on this chapter?
Congress can raise any question. I am confident that Congress will again raise something. Congress will say, I am not agree with the judgment. Congress had, I think, I cannot say that Congress will close its eyes and close its mouth.
Yes. Let's see where the story goes. Stay with me, Mr. Upadhyay. Thank you, Ashwini Upadhyay there. Supreme Court has delivered its judgment on the petition filed by Zakia Jafri, essentially challenging the clean sheet given by SIT to the 2002 then Chief Minister Modi in the alleged larger conspiracy. And I think the curtains are down. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining us. Abhishek has tracked the story for over 2 decades now. Abhishek, it's the end of a very long chapter of trying to sort of somehow drag in the Prime Minister's name. Abhishek, I think today that chapter ends.
Well, it should end, Niranjan. This is not the first time that the courts have sort of tried to put a closure to this. But if there are some activists who refuse to accept these orders, then really God help them, because after the closure report submitted by the Special Investigation Team led by former CBI Chief R. Raghavan, this matter has still lingered on courts for almost a decade. Remember, the SIT report was filed, the closure report itself was filed sometime in 2011 in the 11 key cases, in the Gulbarga case. This particular instance, of course, the SIT was looking into 11 other main riots cases of 2002 Gujarat violence. But what is important is that initially, Zakia Jafri was not even the main complainant. It was being guided by activists like Teesta Setalwar. And when on procedural grounds this was found, and despite the fact that the Supreme Court made its mind clear that there is no evidence and we will go by what the Gujarat High Court has considered and come to a conclusion to, the matter still continued to linger. There was another appeal before the Supreme Court in 2017 and now again in 2021. So obviously, somebody wants to keep the pot boiled. People don't want those motivated people. They don't want even Zakia Jafri, this old woman who has suffered a lot, to have peace with herself, despite the fact that the entire gamut of judicial avenues available have been explored, tried, tested, and beyond not trusting your own judiciary, top levels of judiciary, and the whole constitutional scheme of things, I think nothing else can be concluded insofar as all these processes go. I mean, there has been a curative petition, there has been an appeal, there has been an appeal against an appeal. The entire process of going from the lowest court of the country to the topmost court of the country has been followed at least twice, Niranjan, in this case. And it's really unfortunate that somebody is not allowing, or a set of people is not allowing, even as I said, someone like Zakia Jafri, who has really suffered a lot personally, to let be at peace with herself. And now with this order coming in, Niranjan, it is hoped that finality would be given, and whatever observations have been made by the topmost court of the country, I think second time, first time in 2017 and now again in response to this petition of Zakia, which was filed in December last year. And when everything else based on evidence couldn't be proved, and from the lowest court of the country to the Gujarat High Court to the Supreme Court of India, they came to the same conclusion that there is no evidence whatsoever to support the charges. Now this latest petition was to look at larger conspiracy and a bigger plot, and obviously the bench of Justices Khanvilkar, Justice Maheshwari and Justice C.T. Ravikumar, it has come to a conclusion that let's not go further in this. SIT, of course, had opposed this plea, Niranjan, on the grounds that there seems to be a sinister plot to now probe a larger conspiracy, and it seems that Congress hand was still there, because remember, on behalf of Zakia Jafri, it was Kapil Sibal, who till recently was with the party and only before the Rajya Sabha elections went to the Samajwadi Party. In fact, argued on behalf of Zakia or for Zakia. From the side of the SIT, it was former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi, and of course the SIT requested that this be rejected because the SIT investigation has been upheld earlier by all courts of the country. So I think, Niranjan, an element of finality should come now. We don't know whether the activists would be satisfied because that's not in their nature, and we have seen how they have tried to drag the name of the Prime Minister despite the fact that, and remember, many of these closures and court observations have come even before he became the Prime Minister. So there's no question whatsoever of influence, and I think for the sake of Zakir Jafri, at least I would say that an element of closure should be brought in now with this order today, judgment today of the Supreme Court of India.
I think this is, if I can say it, I use those words, it's one of the longest serving campaigns against a political leader. I think Abhishek, I think we also have BJP MP Ramesh Biduri. Abhishek, stay with me, I'm just handing it over to you. BJP MP Ramesh Biduri, Mr. Biduri, can you hear me? आवाज आ रही है सर?
आवाज मुझे आ रही है, लेकिन ये स्क्रिप्ट लिखी हुई थी सोनिया गांधी की, जबरदस्ती मोदी साहब को हरासमेंट करने के लिए। जो बार बार बयान देते हैं राहुल जी, सच्चाई विजय होती है। सच्चाई ये है, मोदी साहब जब वहाँ जांच में पूछताछ के लिए गए, 19 घंटे इन्होंने उनको टॉर्चर किया, बैठा कर रखा। वो लाव लश्कर के साथ नहीं गए थे, कानून का पालन करते हुए अकेले गए और अकेले जाकर वहां पर बड़ी तरीके से उन सबको जवाब दिया। देश में पैनिक फैलाने की कोशिश थी, क्योंकि सच्चाई वहां पे थी। सच्चाई यहाँ पे नहीं है जो नेशनल हेराल्ड में चल रहा है अभी। ये झूठ है, ये भय है, ये डर है, इसलिए लोगों में नौटंकी करने का काम किया है। तो सच्चाई की हमेशा विजय होती है। वो अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्लियर कर दिया कि जो कुछ लोगों ने दंगे किए थे, दंगे कराए थे, जिन लोगों ने ट्रेन को चलाया था, शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई उनको दंगों की? उन लोगों को जलाया बंद ट्रेन के अंदर, वहां से शुरुआत हुई थी जी। तो शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत कांग्रेस के पाले हुए लोगों ने की थी, और अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको दूध का दूध पानी का पानी कर दिया।
क्या आपको लगता है कि इसी पे छोड़ देंगे या इसको और खींचेंगे?
अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ऊपर कहाँ जाएगा जी? जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्लीन चिट दी है तो फिर तो बचा ही क्या है? अब तो कांग्रेस को माफी मांगनी चाहिए, सोनिया को माफी मांगनी चाहिए कि हमने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए, राजनीतिक दमन के लिए हम पूरे देश में सबका दमन करें सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए कांग्रेस ने, उसके लिए कांग्रेस को माफी मांगनी चाहिए। कांग्रेस ने उनको नकार दिया है।
हाँ जी। Okay, Ramesh Biduri, the BJP parliamentarian. Thank you, Biduri ji. Let me go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, I'm handing it over to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Abhishek, this is, I think you've seen this story very, up close before you moved to Delhi when you were reporting your, Ahmedabad days. And this has been, and there was a time when all these activists, who are very, very active in trying to keep this issue alive. They've tried for a very long time, isn't it? They've tried for over 20 years now.
Well, absolutely, Ranjan. And SIT in fact argued in the court that this is an attempt. Look at the people who have been behind. We can discuss this, and it's been a long conversation, but we'll take a short break and come back, Ranjan.
And welcome. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was losing the government. He could have quit, or he could have saved his control over the party by returning to the Hindutva line of politics, quitting the MBA. But he chose not to. He kept saying, I want to quit, I want to quit, I want to quit, but he did not quit. And the result is that as of tonight, there is a real possibility that he may lose his control over the Shiv Sena as well. Look at the pictures on your screen. Eknath Shinde has managed to take well over 2/3 of the Sena legislators, and now almost all the members of parliament of the Sena are also joining him. And Uddhav Thackeray, he is left with his son, Aditya, and some 10 other MLAs, and of course, the unending advice of Sanjay Raut. Now Sanjay Raut, he's an interesting man with no mass base to speak of, but who has complete control over Uddhav Thackeray's decisions and moves. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what Uddhav will do. Even before he meets Uddhav, he tells the media what the outcome of the meeting will be. Yesterday, When Uddhav said that he's open to quitting, Raut immediately contradicted him and said, no, Uddhav is not going to quit. Uddhav said he would be loyal to the Congress and the NCP alliance, but no, today Raut said he's open to quitting the MVA. So who's in charge? Raut or Uddhav? As a result of all this, Uddhav is looking more and more indecisive than he should be, and consequently, even more MLAs are leaving him and all are flying to Guwahati. Viewers, the collapse in Maharashtra follows more than 2 years of extensive misgovernance, violation of constitutional norms by the state government, arrest of ordinary citizens, students and commentators, abuse of public office, and an unseen, unbelievable level of corruption and extortion in the police force. Forget ideological persuasions. I'm asking you tonight, does this kind of coalition politics work? Does it encourage the creation of micro-local satraps who run private armies and parallel economies? Think about it. What strategic direction can such coalitions take any state? And one fears the country. When a sitting cabinet minister is accused of hiring a criminal to fix things for him, another cabinet minister is in jail for links to Dawood's business empire, and despite those Dawood links continues to be a cabinet minister, ladies and gentlemen, then we must think about the great dangers of such politics. Remember, the greater the fragility, the greater the insecurity among the politicians. And insecure politicians are hostage to all kinds of unscrupulous elements, from criminals in uniform to mafia dons masquerading as netas. And that is why, viewers, what is happening in Maharashtra is something that all of us must think about.
The top court's final word on the 2002 Gujarat riots. The Prime Minister gets the highest level clean chit. Latin's propaganda is busted as the top court gives a clean chit to the Prime Minister. The BJP demands an apology. 3 Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to the rebel camp hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile the numbers. Out of numbers and options, but the saga of meetings continues. Uddhav Thackeray calls for an emergency meeting. From Uddhav's won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered, is the Uddhav's camp accepting complete defeat now? 7 more are dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll is now at 108. News just coming in, and we are staying on that breaking news. Supreme Court has upheld the decision of the magistrate in accepting the closure report submitted by the SIT in the larger conspiracy probe in the 2002 Gujarat riots. The Supreme Court has dismissed the plea that has been filed by Zakia Jafri, the widow of the Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, challenging the clean chit that was given by the SIT to the then State Chief Minister Narendra Modi and several others in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, in fact, the Supreme Court has said in its verdict that it feels that this plea by the Congress MP's wife is devoid of any merits and has upheld the exoneration of the then Chief Minister by the State Special Investigating Team. Niranjan is with me on the phone line. Rhythm is with me on the phone line right now. Rhythm, good morning, Rhythm. This exoneration coming in from the Supreme Court, in fact, the court says that it finds this plea devoid of any merit at all.
Absolutely. No, the Supreme Court upholds the Gujarat High Court order
They say Zakia Jafri's appeal is devoid of merit, deserves to be dismissed. Justice Khanvilkar, Maheshwari and Ravi Kumar heard these arguments in the case over 15 days in November and December. We saw appearing Batista Setalwar's couple Sybil, who argued that the SIT had glaring evidences of collaboration. The words that were used by couple Sybil as lawyer for Zakia Jafri were not taken too lightly. And before I go across Nupur to Swapnil Kothari, let me tell you what really happened in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not take Sybil's allegations lightly when he attacked the manner of investigation done by the SIT. They said it is the same SIT that filed charge sheets. He responded and said that there were other cases in which the SIT should have done its job of protection. However, the Supreme Court, not taking this very lightly, has stated against it. Let me also tell you what the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, in the Supreme Court said, lashing out its allegations of larger conspiracy by the propaganda army. He said there was a larger conspiracy to attack the entire state of Gujarat. He also countered this appeal and said that there was a larger conspiracy involving the highest echelons of Gujarat in 2002 when Prime Minister Modi was then Chief Minister. He also said that this is only being done because Ms. Jafri is being exploited, he said, by petitioner number 2, that is Tista Setalwar in the case. He says witnesses were tortured, tutored and evidence was fabricated. I also want to tell you what Mukul Rohde, who appeared for the SIT, told the Supreme Court when he said, this is only being done, Mukul, to keep the courts boiling. This complaint was made 4.5 years after the 2002 riots, and imagine the whole system of criminal justice would go for a sixth. So everything has become topsy-turvy is what Mr. Rohde submitted in the Supreme Court, and finally the Supreme Court, taking all the arguments before them, has said the SIT was fine, there should be no closure. There should have been a closure report that was filed in 2012 by them. It's fine. It has given a clean chit to the Prime Minister and 63 others, and this protest petition has now been dismissed. And clearly the Gujarat High Court also in 2017 had refused to entertain this. I also want to try and go across lawyers who have been, Mukul Rohde appeared in the case, senior advocate. But Mukul, if I could just give our viewers a sense of how long this case has been to the Supreme Court. Petitioner number 2 questions the entire SIT, and this is something that the judges of the top court who heard this matter last year did not take too lightly. I also like, we've been told Swapnil is on the phone line with us. Swapnil, if you can give us a sense of finally a vindication, because this entire process was a larger conspiracy by certain people to try and besmirch our government.
It remains that when Gujarat High Court in 2017 gave a clean chit saying, or rather approved of the clean chit given by the SIT, and it did not find any prosecutable evidence, there was no question that the Supreme Court would overturn Gujarat High Court's order simply because unless the petitioner is able to show that the Gujarat High Court overlooked this very cogent evidence or this very prosecutable evidence, and the High Court erred in its wisdom. In that sense, then the Supreme Court would have perhaps overturned it. But the fact is that the Supreme Court did not find any such material on record, no prosecutable evidence. The language devoid of any merit is very, very clear. The courts rarely use these kind of phrases unless and until they find that the petition is absolutely bogus. And if it was a conspiracy, the Supreme Court has not entered that region at all, simply because it has gone on the basis of the merit. But you and I both know that there was this sort of a cabal which was very much against the then Chief Minister at that time and trying to malign both the state of Gujarat, which was progressing extensively under his Chief Ministership. And then, of course, when he went on to become the Prime Minister, obviously this case lingered on for ages. And now that the Supreme Court, after 7 months, has delivered its verdict, the people who have petitioned have one another option, that is, they have to go in a review petition. But I don't think that the review petition will hold any merit, because the scope of a review in a criminal law is extremely limited, and there has to be an error apparent on the face of the record, and you cannot add any more evidence, you cannot bring in further documents. So the court is eventually going to give the same ruling. So it would be a complete waste of time. So,
yes,
this is eventually.
Swapnil, I also want to speak. Swapnil, we also want to speak about the manner in which Kapil Sibal, who appeared for Teesta Sehtalwad, had attacked the SIT, and the Supreme Court did not take it too lightly when they said the SIT has filed charge sheets in other cases. They've convicted people. There are no such grievances in those proceedings. So the manner of investigation by the SIT being raised in this stage did not go down too well with the Supreme Court. And also to uphold one word on how the Solicitor General said there's a larger conspiracy to malign the state of Gujarat in this case.
Well, obviously, the way Mr. Sibal may have said, it often happens that we lawyers, in the heat of the arguments that we want to present and want to convince the court of the case, we tend to sometimes cross the line. And if he may have crossed the line and the Supreme Court may have found umbrage, I've taken umbrage at it, that look, this is no way to talk about the SIT, especially the SIT which was formed by us. And unless and until you point out some real gaping holes in the SIT's investigation, there's no way that this language is going to be justified. So, and of course then Tushar Mehta obviously countered that by stating that there is an overall conspiracy to malign. And obviously that found favor with the Supreme Court, because when you don't have merit in the case, when there is no evidence presented, obviously it either becomes a complete figment of your imagination or it's a deliberate attempt to malign. So in either cases, the court is not going to find it in your favor, and that is exactly what has happened. So now eventually there has to be a quietus on this case. It cannot go on any further. And even if they want to go by a review petition, it's a complete waste of their time on their part, which they are very well entitled to, spend or expend, if I should say. And eventually that's also going to meet the same fate, because this is now done and dusted with. This case is over as far as I am concerned, and I think as far as the nation is concerned, also it should be over, and we have to move on in life.
Absolutely. I also went to tell our viewers, Republic TV, this is the 452-page judgment that comes in from the Supreme Court, and the judgment is very clear, where in the judgment there are details that are given out in this case about how this case needs to be dismissed. They say there is a delay of 216 days in filing of the SLC, after which several details have been given out by the three-judge bench that finally heard this case and has put it to rest, with the SIT having closed the case and the magistrate also having gone ahead. They've given out great details that we will go through in just a short while, where the Supreme Court has gone the allegations one by one that have been raised by Kapil Sibal, and finally, after going through all the results of the further investigations, going into details of the SIT report, the court says this protest petition has no merit. We've also heard, like Swapnil said, the Solicitor General said they are trying to make bubbles in the air, and all these details were given out. In fact, the SIT report has also been put forward by the court in this case, where they've gone into great details about it in a 452-page judgment that comes from them. I also want to go through some parts of the judgment, but before I do that, I also have a question to ask you here on not only what the Solicitor General said, but also Mr. Gandhi, senior advocate who appeared in the case, when he said that this was only being done to keep the court boiling. It's a larger conspiracy because after 20 years, there could be the hurdle of double jeopardy.
All right, so as Rhythm is pointing out, a huge vindication coming in for the Prime Minister. Rhythm, you were taking us through the fact that, the Supreme Court said that it found no merit in, dragging on this case, and this case has essentially been dragged on for political reasons.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is something that was alleged by the top law officer, Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and he did say that this has been happening. In fact, in other words, the Supreme Court said there is no merit to the argument of the opinion that the SIT failed to collect the calls because of the accused people, because this is the main argument that has been made by them. I also want to go across to Abhishek, who's joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, you've been covering this case also, in fact, since the very start in its initial stages in Gujarat. Take us through how this larger conspiracy and the bubbles in the air that were being put forward by the Teesta Sehtalwad and the group have been busted. The Supreme Court dismisses the plea right forward.
Well, Rhythm, yes. So essentially, the fact that Teesta Setalvad did no locus per se directly in this case, except for the fact that she was an activist, or she's an activist, has jockeyed, one would say, on the miseries of old women like Zakia Jafri, and dragged this case for more than a decade after the special investigation team led by R. Raghavan, the former CBI chief, with impeccable credentials, filing that report and this appeal against the magistrate's order before a district court, then before the Gujarat High Court, then subsequently before the Supreme Court, which was again dismissed in 2017. This was more a protest plea filed this time by making Zakia the main complainant, and this really shows the diabolical plan, one would say, Rhythm, of keeping the pot boiling, as has been observed by Mukul Rohatgi while arguing, or even the SIT by saying that this is an attempt to drag this case. This is an attempt with a sinister plot, and the plot obviously has to be about maligning the image of the Prime Minister, or continue to make attempts towards that objective. And despite the fact this is the second time to them that the matter is or has been before Supreme Court, clearly shows that that was the agenda. Gaurav Bhatia joins us of the BJP. Gaurav, second time Supreme Court rejecting plea for reviewing the Supreme Court appointed SIT closure report. Hopefully now the activists would take a step back and not pursue the matter further. You believe this would happen, or you think that those who have this sinister agenda of maligning the Prime Minister would continue to persist?
Are you asking me?
Gaurav, did you get my question? This is about the Supreme Court order.
I heard your question.
A while back.
May I respond?
Yes. Yes.
This is a very important judgment by the Honorable Supreme Court, and it puts the entire matter to rest. It has attained finality, and a person who is revered by the people of the country was being politically targeted, and that is the Prime Minister of the country, Shri Narendra Modi ji. You are absolutely right when you use the term sinister, when you say it is political targeting, because it shows that an individual who had unwavering faith in the judiciary waited for the justice to be delivered and done. Whereas people who are targeting him in the opposition, they have no faith in the judiciary and the ethics court also. I hope that today they will accept the verdict and put a closure to the cheap and petty politics they have been doing.
We've seen what was said by the Solicitor General in the court when 4 arguments were made by him that the witnesses were tutored, evidence was fabricated by Teesta Setalvad. She tried to exploit Ms. Jafri, and there was a larger conspiracy to malign the state of Gujarat. He finally said something, Gaurav, that is clear here. He said the allegations of larger conspiracy is not just a castle in the air, but it's bubbles in the air that were being put forward by this propaganda army.
No, absolutely. I think...
Go ahead, Gaurav, please.
Yes. I'm saying that this is the feeling that every citizen of the country has, that, ultimately the aim is to deliver justice. And justice has to be based on unimpeachable evidence. It can't be tutored, it can't be fabricated, it can't be built. And this is what the opposition was doing. And I'll not take the name of the person you just took to dignify her presence, but her role has also been very dubious.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Gaurav, one final question. We also saw Mukul Rohatgi appear for the SIT. The manner in which the SIT was questioned by senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who appeared for Teesta Setalvad, was not taken lightly by the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court actually said the SIT has done a lot of work, this is not the way we speak about the SIT who's been doing an investigation in the case.
Absolutely, Rhythm. We should never forget the SIT was constituted by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, and it was working under the supervision of the Supreme Court of India. The problem with the opposition parties is that, if there is a verdict that is in their favor, it's so fair and they will accept it. If it doesn't, so then they will cry foul. And this is why the Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi is different. He is a man who has utmost faith in the judiciary. And ultimately, truth has prevailed. Ultimately, justice has been done. It should be welcomed by all. This is a tight slap on the face of the opposition parties as well as people like Teesta Seetalwal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav, for giving us those details. Viewers, as we're coming forward with this news, let me put this into perspective. The Supreme Court dismisses the plea filed by Zakia Jafri challenging the plea given to the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister in 2002. We also want to say Justice Khanvilkar Maheshwari and Justice Ravi Kumar heard arguments for 15 days in November and December. The manner in which couple Sybil Zakia Jafri's lawyer told the court and alleged there was glaring evidence in collaboration was not taken lightly by the Supreme Court, who said you are attacking the investigation by the SIT. We've also heard what was stated on the other side, but just before I encapsulate this encapsulation, I want to go first to Para 89 that has been stated by the Supreme Court in the judgment where the Supreme Court says, to sum up, we are of the opinion no fault can be found with the approach of the SIT in submitting the final report in 2012. It is backed by firm logic, exposing analytical mind and dealing with all aspects objectively. The SIT has gone by the logic of falsity. The material and the question of further investigation would have arisen only if there was new material. Hence, the final report submitted by the SIT is final. Very crucial because it is the SIT report that has been questioned in this protest plea by the petitioners, and the court has now dismissed it finally by stating, we clarify that the SIT has done a humongous task by the members of the SIT with sincerity, objectivity, dispassionately, including it to the satisfaction of the court. Keeping that in mind, finally, a case that had started 10 years ago with a protest plea, and it was even earlier than that being questioned in the lower courts in Gujarat, has finally got its curtains down with the Supreme Court dismissing the protest plea and stating the SIT did its job with sincerity.
All right, so as Rhythm is pointing out, of course, a clear vindication coming out for the Prime Minister. The Supreme Court over there saying in very firm words they find no merit in the case that has been filed by Zakia Jafri. That's the latest, of course, that we are getting on this now, 2 decades after the 2002 Gujarat riots. The Supreme Court has delivered the final word on this. Rhythm, coming back to you on this. Rhythm, as it is, this case is dragged on for about 2 decades. Final vindication over there coming from the highest court of the country. And, the court was very clear in saying that this is dragged on for far too long and there is no merit at all in the plea.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, if we actually go through the material Nukur that is with us at page 295, para 74, the Supreme Court has gone into details about the fact that there is no material forthcoming. However, the piece of material that they've given out by the petitioners cannot be the basis to link it with allegations of a large criminal conspiracy hatched to the highest levels, causing and precipitating violence across the state. The SIT, they've gone on to say that these allegations that have been made are not correct. This is para 74 that is extremely crucial that we are putting out for our viewers. We also tell our viewers in para 17 the Supreme Court has said there is no tangible material forthcoming to indicate that the Commissioner of Police of Ahmedabad City had issued any instructions. They've also said the material collected by the SIT reveals the entire city of Ahmedabad. Blockades were created at various locations, making it difficult, if not impossible, for vehicles to move. It's a very detailed judgment where the Supreme Court in its judgment has gone through great details about what. They've also very clearly said that she was obviously when they're talking about the appellant in the case, that is Zakia Jafri, they said she was obviously doing so under the dictation of someone. In fact, the contents of the protest petition are found to have been replete with falsehood. We have no hesitation, they say, in accepting the opinion that no case has been made out against the named offenders, much less to indicate being part of the hatching of a criminal conspiracy or precipitating violence across the state. So a massive victory coming for the Gujarat government in this case, where the court has clearly gone and stated that whatever has been stated here has been done only for a conspiracy. And they've also clearly said, and I want to go back to para 79 and para 80 because it's so crucial, the appellant was doing so under dictation of someone. This entire protest petition is replete with falsehood. We have no hesitation in accepting such opinion that no case has been laid out against the named offenders, much less to indicate being part of the hatching of larger criminal conspiracy. So a massive judgment coming in from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says it is therefore not open to hold the investigation by the SRT in the present case as being infirm. Suffice is to say that the allegations found in the complaint have been culled out by the SIT. Let me just put this into perspective without making it, making it slightly easier for everyone to understand. The SIT has given out a report in the case. It is that report by the SIT that was being challenged at the lower courts in Gujarat and finally in the Supreme Court. This case came to the Supreme Court in 2012, 11 years ago now. Even at that time, the Supreme Court had been hearing the matter at length. Finally, the Supreme Court heard this matter last year for 15 days in November and December. That is the allegations were raised against by Kapil Sibal, stating that the SIT had not done its job properly, but the Supreme Court has not taken into account, has gone very clearly, I would rather say, by stating that SIT has done a great job and it's done it with sincerity. The Supreme Court has also stated that they should that once this is done, it is not a case of failure of the SIT in doing a proper investigation. And a thumping clean sheet being given to all the offenders in the case, as the Supreme Court says that there is nothing to indicate any false doing, much less to indicate being part of hatching of a larger conspiracy. So a very, very triumphant judgment coming in from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court has supported the work of the SIT. And like we said, the Solicitor General who appeared for the state of Gujarat in this case has said this was only being done, Zakia Jafri was being exploited, and therefore witnesses were being tutored. It has finally come that even Mukul Roy, who appeared for the SIT, was heard, and the SIT has now been given a final clean sheet by the topmost court of the country that dismisses this protest case.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, what we understand is that the court has also, in that judgment that it has passed, outlined the fact that this the closure report of the SIT was filed way back in 2012. And, Rhythm, for the benefit of our viewers, can you take us through the course that this case has essentially seen from the fact that, the SIT filed its closure report and said that there was no prosecutable evidence to it being brought up in the High Court, and then now the Supreme Court, which has finally said that there is really no evidence and no merit?
Absolutely. Nupur, the Supreme Court, while hearing the case, when allegations were made against the SIT by Kapil Sibal, who's Zakia Jafri's lawyer also in the case, who said there was glaring evidence of collaboration, has stated, you are attacking the manner of investigation done by the SIT. No such grievance can be in these proceedings. The Apex Court said collaboration is a very strong term used for the SIT, and these were words that had been used. And finally, when the Solicitor General appeared in the case, he put it to rest when he said there was a larger conspiracy against the state of Gujarat. The Solicitor General said that this was being done at the highest level. Jafri was exploited, there were witnesses tutored, evidence fabricated. He also said that the proceedings were orchestrated. So Tushar Mehta, the top law officer of the government, has said the larger conspiracy against the state was there. Money for the victims was misused for personal pleasure. So a lot words that were stated in the court have gone down with the court, who in para 78 and para 79 that I was reading out has given a resounding judgment. In fact, I'll just go through very crucial words that have been given out in para 79 when the court says, appellant filed the protest petition and asserted the list of persons was not exhaustive. She was obviously doing so under dictation of someone, which means there was tutoring of the appellant in the case which is being noted by the Supreme Court. They said that contents of the protest petition were found to be written falsehood. I do believe in other cases, if it is found that there are false statements given by before the Supreme Court, then it's a very serious matter. Yes, Nupur.
Absolutely. Rhythm, of course, is breaking down the judgment for us. Thank you, Rhythm, for joining us. You are watching Republic TV, and we will continue this after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है, तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे। तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा।
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA
The top court's final word on the 2002 Gujarat riots. Prime Minister Modi gets the highest level clean chit. The biggest ever vindication for the Prime Minister, the Lothian's propaganda stands busted now. Plea dismissed. The Supreme Court's final word is out. Bogus conspiracy on the 2002 riots falls flat. The BJP demands Sonia Gandhi's apology. Three Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to the rebel camp hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile up the numbers. From Uddhav won't back down to yes, we've been outnumbered, is the Uddhav camp accepting complete defeat now. Seven more are dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. The death toll rises to 108. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, the Supreme Court has upheld the decision of the Magistrate Court in accepting the closure report submitted by the SIT in the larger conspiracy probe in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, the Supreme Court has dismissed the plea that was filed by Zakia Jafri, the widow of former Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, challenging the clean chit given by the SIT to the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi and several others in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, Executive Editor Legal, now joins us. Ridham, the clean chit has come and the Supreme Court's observations on this are quite clear. The court says that we find no merit in this. The court also, goes on to say that this is rather, Mukul Rohatgi, who was appearing for the government, says that, it's been dragging on endlessly, and that is the truth of it, isn't it? It's dragged on for so many years already.
Yes, absolutely. And as viewers would note, that the big breaking news comes in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court dismisses this plea challenging the clean chit that had been given and opposed the Gujarat High Court order, says Zakia Jafri's appeal is devoid of merit. The bench of Justice Khanvilkar, Justice Maheshwari, Justice Ravi Kumar heard arguments over 15 days last year. It's after 10 decades that the case has been put in the Supreme Court. Finally, the Supreme Court has said, dismissing this particular case, that it's devoid of any merit. We heard in this case for 15 days, Zakia Jafri's lawyer, senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who said that the work of the SIT was having collaboration. There was glaring evidences in it. We heard the Solicitor General of India appearing for the Gujarat government, saying that this was a conspiracy and against the government of Gujarat, and there was exploitation. Money was being used for personal pleasure. He also said that certain witnesses were being tutored. We also heard the SIT lawyer Mukul Rohatgi appear in the case and give us details about why there seems to be a larger conspiracy and that bubble needed to be busted. Before I go ahead to other news, I also want to go across to the 452-page judgment by the Supreme Court that is now presently with us. I'm going to ask Dr. Uddhav, who's also back with us. Dr. Uddhav, there are certain things that cannot be denied. Here, the Supreme Court has very clearly stated that there was falsehood in this protest petition filed before them. It is also not, it held that the investigation by the SIT was done sincerely, and it also said that there is no case made out against the named offender.
I think how could the SIT miss saying that even Ehsan Jafri was not killed? There was no incident. SIT could have concluded that there was no Godhra incident, then no fallout afterwards. The SIT can say anything, and accordingly Supreme Court judgment is there before us. So, and this is what I can say. Nothing happened in 2002.
Dr. Uddhav, when you're questioning the SIT, just like lawyers appearing for the appellate couple civil bids, please take into account how analysis of each and everything that was done by the SIT has been gone into by the Supreme Court. Whether it's the analysis done by the SIT, whether it's saying that the evidence was spoken of and clearly given details, whether it's the Supreme Court saying in paragraph 79 that it seems the appellate was given dictation, it is very clear, like Mukul Rohatgi said, there seems to be a larger conspiracy, and like Tushar Mehta said, against the state of Gujarat. Do you not believe a protest petition filed 10 years earlier, having been rejected in the Magistrates Court in the Gujarat High Court, now in the Supreme Court where they say it's devoid of merit, finally seems to be curtains down on a propaganda by certain people where money also was being used for personal pleasure?
Yes, this also can be denied that for hours together he was calling, Ehsan Jafri was calling when the goons surrounded him and asked for the police. He even telephoned in the office of Chief Minister and even in Delhi. SIT could have concluded this also, that there was no person, namely Ehsan Jafri, in existence. There was no society there, and people did not surround. There was no killing of Ehsan Jafri. Anything can be done. I think this is possible. This is what I will say.
Dr. Uddhav, I just wanted to say one thing when you're stating this. What was stated in this case by the state of Gujarat is very clear. They said that Ehsan Jafri was being exploited. And we all do, and people who've been covering this case, such as I have for the past decade, have clearly seen the kind of details that were being put forward by both the sides, how we've seen and how it was stated by the Solicitor General. Witnesses were being tutored. When we look at such details, isn't it true then, when the Supreme Court says that there is no case made out against the named offender, society did its matter with sincerity, it is time to put a stop to this propaganda?
Yes, going by your own conclusion or questions, it was a propaganda, of course, and Ehsan Jafri killed himself. Perhaps there was no person, namely Ehsan Jafri, perhaps there was no riots in Gujarat. This is what I will say, and there is nothing much to say from my side. Thank you so much.
Okay, very clearly there, Dr. Uddhav Raj having spoken as we wanted to, but then answers not being able to come about this wild goose chase, as we would say, that went on for a long year. Let me also go across to Manjinder Singh Sirsa joining us on the phone line. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, this is a case in which we are seeing the SIT did its work. The Supreme Court today says no case is made out against the offenders, and also says it seems the appellate was tutored and there is falsehood in the protest petition filed before that.
First of all, we all should remind this was the case in which the independent SIT was investigating the case, and it was a judicially monitored SIT. Thereafter, it was a Congress ploy to get this case to the Supreme Court, because they time and again they have been accusing the Honorable Prime Minister for the wrongdoing. Now the Honorable Supreme Court has also mentioned in the SIT, in this judgment, that there are no merits for the case. Merits ही नहीं है केस में कोई भी. They are Jafri में केस डाला उसमें कोई merits नहीं.
We're just going across to breaking news coming in from the Parliament, where presidential nominee is present currently at the Parliament. I'm so sorry, I will be back to you.
अभी आ रहा हूँ. हाँ जी, अभी आ रहा हूँ.
Well, those pictures are of the presidential nominee, Draupadi Murmu, who will be filing her nomination papers. To remember that yesterday she had met with the Prime Minister and Senior Union Ministers Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh, as well as the BJP President JP Nadda. Ms. Murmu, of course, is the NDA's nominee for the presidential elections. The 64-year-old former Jharkhand governor is expected to be the first president from the tribal community. Her nomination is being filed even as we speak right now. The Prime Minister, senior ministers and the BJP chief are proposing her name to be the ruling coalition's candidate. Now, 4 sets of nomination papers, we understand, will be filed with signatures of the union ministers, the BJP MPs, MLAs and leaders from supporting parties. And I'm telling you about the journey that she takes from here on till the elections actually take place. Now, what happens today, of course, is that her name is going to first be nominated. And what we're given to understand is that her nomination is being supported by the Prime Ministers, the senior ministers and the BJP chief, JP Nadda. They're proposing her name to be the ruling coalition's candidate. Now, 4 sets of nomination papers then will be filed with signatures of the union ministers, the BJP MPs, MLAs and of leaders from supporting parties. She will then, of course, embark on a nationwide campaign urging different political parties to support her bid. And the BJP, we are told, has appointed a 15-member team led by the Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat to coordinate the electioneering process for the 18 July presidential elections. As you are seeing on your screens, the process has begun today. The BJP's candidate, essentially the NDA's candidate, is the 64-year-old former Jharkhand governor. She is widely accepted to be the first president from the tribal community. Yesterday, of course, the Prime Minister had met her, and after that, we had seen the formal process of her being nominated as the NDA's presidential candidate beginning. So, Draupadi Murmu has now reached the parliament where the formal process of her nomination is going to start off. Now, there are several firsts in this. She is the first tribal woman candidate to be nominated for the post of president. She, of course, has held a constitutional post before. She was the Jharkhand governor before. Niranjan is now joining me on the phone line. Niranjan, take us through what we're expecting today. Obviously, you know, there are a lot of firsts involved in this. She is the first tribal woman to be nominated for the post of president by the ruling NDA.
Well, that's correct. And I think, the NDA presidential candidate now has the numbers. You go by who's backing for nomination. The YSRCP has come on record. The BJD is backing a nomination. So I think it's going to be smooth sailing. And this is the NDA's presidential candidate, Draupadi Murmu. And a former union minister, Yashwant Sinha, is her opponent. She's filing a nomination right now. Both the YSRCP and the BJD are sending their representatives while she files the nomination. And she's filing her nomination papers in the national capital. And the presidential nominee had arrived, yesterday. She met the Prime Minister. She met Union Ministers Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, and the BJP President. And as we speak, she's there and she's filing a nomination. Just to give you a little bit of an idea about the NDA presidential nominee and why she's getting support across the board as far as Draupadi Murmu is concerned. Now she's been the governor of Jharkhand for 6 years and the only one to complete a full term. In 2013, was a national executive member of the SC Morcha of the BJP. In 2013, she was again elected as the district president of Mayurbhanj West in the BJP. And 2010, she was the district president of the BJP in the district. And 2007, she was awarded the Neelkanta Award, which is the best MLA of the year 2007 in Odisha. So she was awarded the best MLA about 15 years ago by the Odisha Assembly. And between 2006 and 2009, she was the state president of the SC Morcha for the BJP. Between 2004 and 2009, she's been an MLA in Odisha. Between 2002 and 2009, she's been for 7 years a national executive member of the SC Morcha. And just to tell you, like she's throughout her career, one thing has been consistent, that she's been fighting for the downtrodden, be it the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, the tribals, and that is why her nomination becomes so critical. Now she will be if and when she's voted, she's voted to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. She's chosen. She will be the first tribal president in India's history. Once elected, she will be the first tribal president and the second ever female president of India. She will also then go on to become the first president from Odisha, and I'm going purely by the numbers that is on the NDA side right now. Once elected, she will become the first president of the country from the state of Odisha. And she continues to break barriers because she's been the first woman governor of Jharkhand. She's the first woman and tribal leader from Odisha to be appointed as a governor in a state, and she's completed her tenure. And she comes from a very humble personal background and has a history of public service and for a life full of struggles. She was born in a tribal family struggling with poverty in one of the most remote and underdeveloped districts. She's got a mission and a spirit to work to uplift society, and most of her organizational roles have also been in picking and in working for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. And she's completed her studies despite extreme circumstances, and you can go on and on. But what we will now do is we will take a short break and we will come back with those pictures of her nomination. It's going to be smooth sailing for Draupadi Murmu, who's all set to be the next president of India if all goes well for the NDA with the kind of support that they get.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिवसैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे। तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा।
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to.
Republic Media Network, and this is Live and Breaking. The BJP-led National Democratic Alliance's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu, who will be the first tribal woman to hold the position if she wins the elections, is set to file a nomination today. Now, ahead of the nomination filing, Draupadi Murmu visited the Gandhi statue, the Ambedkar statue and the Birsa Munda statue inside Parliament and paid floral tributes. The presidential candidate is also expected to meet chief ministers of various states. Now, the 64-year-old former Jharkhand governor is expected to be the first president from the tribal community. She's also going to be the first president from Jharkhand. Now, her nomination will be filed on Friday. That's today, of course. It's being filed with much fanfare, and we understand that the Prime Minister and senior leaders, as well as the BJP chief JP Nadda, will be proposing her name as the ruling coalition's candidate. Now, just to tell you the kind of support that she enjoys as she goes to file her nomination papers, it's not just the NDA which is supporting her, but non-NDA parties such as the BJD, the AIADMK and the YSRCP have all extended support to her candidature. We will continue to get you the latest on that. We step into a very short break.
महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा, समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा.
उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा, आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या?
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिवसैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर
Well, the BJP-led NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu is all set to file her nomination papers in Parliament even as we speak. Ahead of filing the nomination, Draupadi Murmu had visited the Gandhi statue, the Ambedkar statue and the Birsa Munda statue inside Parliament and paid floral tributes. The presidential candidate is expected later to meet chief ministers of various states. Now, Draupadi Murmu, of course, is the former Jharkhand governor, and her win at this point in time seems almost certain, as non-NDA parties such as the BJD, the AIADMK and the YSRCP have also extended support to her candidature. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, who had appealed to all MLAs in the Odisha Assembly to vote for Murmu, has also said that he will be present. Two of his cabinet colleagues will be present during the filing of nomination on Friday. She will be the first president from Odisha if she was to be elected. The 64-year-old, of course, is the former Jharkhand governor and is expected to be the first president from the tribal community. Her nomination will be supported by the Prime Minister and senior ministers. We'll continue to bring you the latest in just a bit.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएस को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफ़ा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खुला खेल है।
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सत्ता हर एक राज्य में आना चाहिए और देश में फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार आने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हमेशा के लिए काम करेंगे।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया।
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam.
Top headlines this afternoon. Top court's final word on 2002 Gujarat riots. Prime Minister Modi gets the highest level clean sheet. Biggest ever vindication for Prime Minister Modi. The Lutyens' propaganda stands busted now. Plea dismissed. SC final word out. Bogus conspiracy on 2002 falls flat. BJP demands Sonia's apology. Three Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to rebel camp hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. From Uddhav won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered. Is Uddhav camp accepting complete wipeout now? 7 more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll mounts to 108. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. We are tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis, a lot of fast-paced developments, and we have the biggest team on the ground. First up, let's listen into that exclusive conversation our correspondent Pratap Singh had with Eknath Shinde.
हेलो, नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए। उस पर क्या कहें?
हमारे पास हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं। हमारे विधायक लोग जो है कोई कहा है
आप
हार मानी और जो
आपका कहना है कि आपके साथ अभी 50 से ज़्यादा विधायक हैं, और उसमें निर्दलीय कितने हैं और शिव सेना वाला कितने हैं, ये टोटल कितने, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बताओ जी। और इसमें मंत्री 8 तो आपका कहना है कि असली अब जो लड़ाई आ गई है सर, असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई हो गई है। और आपने कल दावा कर दिया कि असली शिव सैनिक हमें बाला साहब ठाकरे के कर्मों पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं और बाला साहब ठाकरे के विचारों को हम मानते हैं, वो नहीं मान रहे हैं और आप उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्या सर आप दावा भी करने वाले हैं कि शिवसेना के उसका? तो आज सर कोई बैठक है आपकी किसी समय, मीटिंग, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप क्या मीडिया को आज संबोधित करने वाले हो? जी ओके, thank you.
So Eknath Shinde there, the rebel Shiv Sena leader, speaking exclusively to the public, making a big claim there that he has support of more than 50 MLAs. So that is a big statement coming in from Eknath Shinde. Also going on to add that he will hold an important meet there. Important to note here the kind of developments we've seen through the day. Latest being Sanjay Bhosle, the Shiv Sena leader, was detained earlier today from outside the Guwahati hotel, and several questions being raised on whether Sanjay Bhosle had gone to Guwahati to placate the rebel camp that stay put in the Guwahati hotel. So those are some of the developments coming in. Also, Uddhav Thackeray will be holding an important meet today this afternoon. We will be going across to our reporters on the ground, Shivangi, who's reporting live from outside the Matoshri, Piyush Ori, who's reporting live from outside Sharad Pawar's residence, and Alisha reporting from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. So let me first go across to Shivangi, who's reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, Uddhav Thackeray was expected to hold an important meet there. Any details that you're picking up on that?
Right, well, Samiksha, the meet will happen at the Sena Bhavan, but when we talk about the meet, it's going to be a very crucial meet. This, especially after 60 councillors at least have reportedly pledged their allegiance to Eknath Shinde, not just MLAs, not just independents, but also the councillors. It's going to the ward level as well. So what we can expect is when the meet will happen around noon or 12:30, where what we speculate will be that they will be speaking about the upcoming civic polls and BMC elections. Remember, he's going to be meeting the department heads there. So we expect that they will be laying out a strategy going forward. Remember, in the legislative council elections and in the Rajya Sabha polls, Shiv Sena did not do too well, and for them these civic elections are very important. Now, when it comes to the numbers, very important statement given by Sanjay Raut. After so many days, finally Sanjay Raut has conceded that we don't have numbers. We don't have numbers. Earlier there was overconfidence. Earlier there was denial coming from the Shiv Sena, but finally Sanjay Rao there saying we don't have numbers, and of course Republic TV is exclusive.
Shivangi, stay with us. Let me also go across to Piyush Mishra, who's reporting live from the Guwahati hotel. Piyush, there was a Shiv Sena leader who was detained by the Assam police there, and also he went on to say that he's a staunch Shiv Sena supporter, and also said that he's there. If you could give us more details as to the reason why he's there, because the Assam police also going on to add that it was a sensitive area and that he's going to be interrogated as well.
Well, yes, Samiksha, what we are now given to understand is that he had come here today in the morning, and basically he had come here to convince Eknath Shinde. The view of this leader of Shiv Sena was that Eknath Shinde should go back and join the ranks with Uddhav Thackeray, and he also told us that he knows Eknath Shinde personally, and that is why he's here to convince him. Now he has been detained by the police and has been taken to a nearby station, a police station. Most likely he could also be interrogated. Also on the other side, we are also seeing RPI supporters coming here, and they are extending their support to Eknath Shinde. So political developments continue to take place right in front of Madison Blue Hotel in Guwahati, and also inside the Guwahati hotel where the MLAs are staying. And today is the third day. Remember that they had reached the day before yesterday early in the morning, and since then a series of meetings are taking.
संबोधित करने वाले जिला प्रमुख लातूर से हैं ये, इनको आप सुन रहे थे। मातोश्री चलते हैं जहां हमारे साथ वैभव लगातार बने हुए हैं। वैभव, वहां पुलिस कमिश्नर
So those are some of the visuals coming in from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, and we have our biggest crew on ground. We have Alicia reporting from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, Anirudh reporting live from Guwahati, and Piyush Mishra also reporting from the Guwahati hotel, and Shivangi reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Let me go back to Piyush now. Piyush, that was a big claim, that was made by Eknath Shinde, speaking exclusively to Republic, saying that he has support of more than 50 MLAs. If you could take us through how the numbers stack up at this point in time.
Well, Samisha, let's focus on the arithmetics right now. What Eknath Shinde claiming? He is claiming that he has got the support of 40 Shiv Sena MLAs, which is 3 more than the required 37 numbers of Shiv Sena MLAs, and 10 more independent MLAs are there in his kitty. So he's coming out and claiming that around 50...
Piyush, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. The live visuals that we are getting right now of Prime Minister Modi, who has also arrived. Remember, Draupadi Murmu will be filing her nomination papers for the presidential polls, and there we have Prime Minister Modi, who's also arrived there, who has reached the parliament. So of course all eyes on Draupadi Murmu, who is the NDA's pick for the president, for the next president. Remember, Draupadi Murmu will be the first tribal woman to hold the position if she wins the elections. She's all set to file her nomination papers there, and there you have Prime Minister Modi, who's also arrived. So very shortly, Draupadi Murmu will be filing her nomination papers. Now, ahead of, we are also told ahead of the nomination filing, Draupadi Murmu visited the Gandhi statue, Ambedkar statue and the Birsa Munda statue as well inside the parliament, and paid floral tributes as well. And there we have Prime Minister Modi, who's also arrived at the parliament. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek to give us more details. Abhishek, if you could talk to us more about Draupadi Murmu, who is all set to file her nomination papers today. Abhishek, if you could, if you can hear, yes, please continue.
Yes, so what I was saying was, Samiksha, that it's a big day for Indian politics, and the people of India, in fact, that a tribal leader is filing for nomination to be President of India, and more likely than not, she would be President of India on July 18th when the elections happen and the polling happens. What is important is that Draupadi Murmu, BJP leader, former governor of Jharkhand, completed 6 years between 2015 and 2021. Sometime in early 2000s, a minister in the Odisha government, and risen through the ranks, coming from nowhere, born in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha to a tribal family. She comes from the Tanpal community of tribals, the third largest tribal community after the Gonds and the Bheels, constitute about 7 to 8% of India's population. Traditionally seen as isolated, aloof, but then the protections given in the Constitution of India have really done wonders. So we have had tribal leaders taking various positions of importance. For example, present Comptroller and Auditor General of India, CAG, Girish Chandra Murmu is a tribal, in fact, from the same community as Draupadi Murmu, who's all set to be the President of India. So in many ways, BJP's politics of empowering all communities, as the Prime Minister says, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. I think the BJP making a statement of sorts by giving to India India's first tribal president, or India's president first coming from the tribal community for the first time, and that's going to be significant. In 2019, for example, Samiksha, the voting percentages of tribal.
Yes, yes. Abhishek, like you're pointing out, Draupadi Murmu is the first woman tribal leader to be appointed, was appointed as a governor as well. In fact, she was awarded the Neelakant Award as well for 2007 Best MLA of Odisha. If you could talk to us more about Murmu's achievements. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Abhishek, but just to take our viewers through the latest that we are picking up, the live visuals that we are getting right now of Prime Minister Modi, who is there at the Parliament, and very shortly Draupadi Murmu, who is the NDA pick, will file her nomination papers for the President. I'm told we have Abhishek back with us. Abhishek, if you could talk to us more about Draupadi Murmu's achievements. Well, we will try and connect with Abhishek again, but the live visuals that we are getting to you right now of Prime Minister Modi, who has also reached the Parliament, and the visuals coming in of Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's pick for the President. As you can see, she's all set to file her nomination papers today for the President. In fact, just a short while back, we also had visuals of Draupadi Murmu, who paid floral tributes at the Ambedkar statue inside the Parliament. So those are the visuals, the live visuals that we are getting right now. Very shortly, Draupadi Murmu will be filing her nomination papers for the President, and there we have the Prime Minister as well, who is there at the Parliament as Draupadi Murmu is all set to file her nomination papers. Remember, Draupadi Murmu served as Jharkhand governor from 2015 to 2021. She is the first woman tribal leader to be appointed as a governor. 64-year-old Draupadi Murmu was also the MOS in Odisha government from 2000 to 2004. Draupadi Murmu, remember, hails from Odisha's Mayurbhanj district and belongs to the Santal community, which is a tribal ethnic group. She was also awarded the Neelakanthar Award for 2007 Best MLA of Odisha. So lot of achievements there for Draupadi Murmu. So the visuals also that we are getting at this point in time of Draupadi Murmu, who is all set to file her nomination papers. In the visuals, you can see Draupadi Murmu filing her paying floral tributes as well. And this, as she's, of course, this comes just before her filing, before Draupadi Murmu filing the nomination papers. And we will be going across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But the latest, what we are told in the visuals that you can see of Draupadi Murmu visiting the Gandhi statue, the Ambedkar statue, the Birsa Munda statue as well inside the Parliament, and paying the floral tributes there. The presidential candidate is also expected to meet the chief ministers of states who have arrived at the national capital to meet her. So those are the latest developments at this point. As you can see, Draupadi Murmu also meeting the dignitaries there at the Parliament, as she's all set to file her nomination papers. She belongs to a tribal ethnic group, and she was in fact the first tribal leader to be appointed as the governor, and was also appointed the Neelakantha Award for 2007 Best MLA of Odisha. So all eyes on Draupadi Murmu, who's all set to file a nomination papers for the President polls, and Prime Minister Modi, who's also there at the Parliament ahead of Draupadi Murmu filing her nomination for the President. She hails from Odisha's Mayurbhanj district and belongs to the Santal community, which is a tribal ethnic group. She's the first woman tribal leader, in fact, to be appointed as a governor. The 64-year-old Draupadi Murmu was also the MOS in Odisha government from 2000 to 2004. We have our executive editor Niranjan also to give us more details. Niranjan, if you could talk to us more about the achievements of Draupadi Murmu.
Well, she's, the entire focus. I'll tell you what happens. In the last few decades, there have been different reasons why different presidents have been picked, and the entire focus of the Modi government has been to sort of, send a message to the society, whether it is with the selection and eventual, the victory of Ramnath Kovind, who went on to become president, and whether it's the nomination now of Draupadi Murmu. It's been a symbolic move for the government. And with Draupadi Murmu, the statement is simple, that they are trying to sort of personify Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Now, why is Draupadi Murmu special? She will be the first tribal president in India's history. And once elected, she will be the first tribal president and the second ever female president after Pratibha Patil. She will be the first president from Odisha. Once elected, she will go on to represent also the people of Odisha. And she will continue to break barriers because she was the first woman governor of Jharkhand. She is the first woman and tribal leader from Odisha to be appointed as governor in an Indian state, and she's gone on to complete her tenure, which speaks about her, credentials. And she's the first. Also, when you look back at her life and struggles, just to give you a little bit of a personal background about Draupadi Murmu and why the Prime Minister personally, I think, has taken the initiative of ensuring that the right message is sent out from the highest office in India, from the first citizen of India. The life of Draupadi Murmu has been one full of struggles. She was born in a tribal family struggling with poverty in one of the most remote and underdeveloped districts of India. And she's, if you look at her organizational, the different posts that she's held within the BJP, or whether as a politician or as a leader, she's dedicated her life working for tribals and the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and she's held positions that helped her, work for the downtrodden.
Yes.
She completed, just to tell you a little bit about her background, she's completed studies despite extreme circumstances. And she's also has a history in social service. She's taught in Sri Aurobindo Integral Education Center in Odisha, Rairangpur, without any salary. And she has, and she's had, this post. There have been people without any administrative and political experience who held the office of president. But as far as Draupadi Murmu is concerned, she has rich administrative and political experience. She started from the grassroots. She started her political career as the NAC vice chairman. She was a star performer as an MLA. She was awarded the Neelkanta Award for the Best MLA of the Year 2007 by the Legislative Assembly of Odisha. So she's someone who means business as a leader, and she's shown her experience. And she's got diverse administrative experience. She's handled various ministries in Odisha, like transport and commerce. She earlier served across various departments like fisheries, animal husbandry, and look at the kind of offices that she's held. From the beginning, if I had to take you through her service career, she started off between 1979 and 1983, served as a junior assistant in irrigation and power department, as an officer in the government of Odisha. And then she, in between 94 and 97, she was an honorary assistant teacher at Sri Aurobindo Integral Education Center. She worked there, she served there without taking a salary. In 1997, she went on to, she won the councillor elections, became a vice chairperson. 97, once again, she became the vice president of the state ST Morcha of the BJP in Odisha. 2002, Department of Fisheries, the government of Odisha. 2002 to 2004, she was the Animal Husbandry Department, government of Odisha. 2000 to 2004, she was also an MLA. She has a stellar record as an MLA. She's been a national executive member of the ST Morcha of the BJP. She's been, she served once again as an MLA between 2004 and 2009. She's represented tribal. She's been the state president of the ST Morcha, that's the Scheduled Tribe Morcha unit of the BJP, and she's been a district president of the BJP, and that is her little bit about her qualification. And she's getting and that is also why she's getting leaders, support of leaders outside of the NDA. And you had leaders like parties like YSRCP, parties like BJD. They were also there in Parliament to back her nomination, which tells you the kind of support that she's getting across the board. Of course, there will be parties like TMC and others who staunchly sort of oppose everything that the BJP does, while they feel Yashwant Sinha. I'm not sure Yashwant Sinha is getting this kind of support, and neither does Yashwant Sinha enjoy the kind of respect that this Draupadi Murmu enjoys. In fact, she is filing her nomination papers. The Prime Minister is also there. A host of ruling party and alliance leaders, even opposition leaders are there. The Prime Minister is her first proposer. So the Prime Minister is leading from the front in this entire exercise to send the right message. The BJP has prepared. We are hearing 4 set of nominations for Murmu's candidature. Besides the Prime Minister, senior union ministers including Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda will be signatories on these nomination papers. Chief Ministers of all BJP-led states, including UP's Yogi Adityanath, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupender Patel, as well as virtually the entire band of the party's women and tribal MPs and legislators will also be signatories. Yes. And besides, of course, the NDA leaders, you also have YSRCP, Jagan's party, lending support. We broke the story about 2 weeks back, I think. 2 weeks back, if I'm not wrong, or maybe last week, I can't remember the exact date. We said that Jagan's party would be backing the NDA and they would sail home, which is exactly what's happening now. Jagan has lent support, saying that his party has been in favor of upliftment of the downtrodden. So in that sense, Draupadi Murmu's candidature becomes even more symbolic. Vijay Sai Reddy of the YSRCP, he's a Rajya Sabha MP, and BJD's Sasmit Patra, who are not part of the NDA, they were also in Parliament to back a nomination. You had AIADMK's O Pannirselvam, JDU's Rajiv Ranjan, and many people even said that JDU will not vote, they will not back. JDU could, flip in the last minute. Despite that, I think, look at the cross-party support that she's getting. YSRCP, BJD, AIADMK, JDU, and the party, that is the NDA, just needed really one party's support outside of the NDA to sail through the candidature. This is based on sheer numbers. So in that way, if you look at it, they have the numbers now. They have about 49% of the votes that is required to send Draupadi Murmu to office. And with YSRCP alone, they would have sailed through. But I think she's getting larger support of BJD, which was expected because she's from Odisha, and it's a matter of pride for the people of Odisha to have someone from their state to be in the highest office, to be the first citizen of India. So that is extremely significant. And Murmu also paid floral tributes, at the statues of Mahatma Gandhi, B.R. Ambedkar, Birsa Munda earlier. Every set of, and just to give you a little bit of a background about how the nomination happens, every set of nomination papers to a president has to have 50 proposers, 50 seconders among elected representatives. So in that sense, there are enough numbers with Draupadi Murmu, with the NDA and the cross support that she's getting. It's extremely significant that parties outside of NDA are also reaching there for a nomination to be proposers and seconders. And she will be the first tribal president when it's just a mere formality now. She will be chosen and she will be sent to the highest office. She will be the first tribal president and the second woman in that post. And last night, in fact, the YSRCP made it official that they had announced their support to Draupadi Murmu. Jagan Mohan Reddy said that it's a good sign that a person from a tribal community and that a woman had been nominated for the president's post for the first time in the history of independent India. And Jagan Mohan Reddy said that he would have made it himself, but he did not because there was a cabinet meeting. Secondly, you also had the BJD sending their own party representatives. Now, these are some of the details, and you're looking at the live pictures right now of the formalities and the nomination being done. The Prime Minister's first proposer. So this is extremely significant. because the Prime Minister is leading from the front, and the kind of message that they're sending out by sending a tribal leader, someone who's really struggled. It's not easy. If you go through the life and journey of Draupadi Murmu, has really struggled to reach where she has. So she knows the struggles that are involved for common man and the most extreme, those who grew up in the most extreme and backward conditions.
Yes. Niranjan, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll come back to you after a very short break, but those are the live visuals we are getting of Draupadi Murmu, who's all set to file nomination papers today.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde. What has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde.
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है, तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए,
Here are stories from across the country in brief. The Supreme Court has dismissed the plea filed by Zakia Jaffrey, widow of the former Congress MP Ehsan Jaffrey. The bench called the plea devoid of merit. She had challenged the special investigation team's report giving clean chit to the then Chief Minister of Gujarat Narendra Modi and several others in the 2002 Gujarat riots. BJP NDA leaders including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Yogi Adityanath, Bhupendra Yadav and other top leaders have arrived at the parliament to show support to Draupadi Murmu as she files for her nomination for the presidential post. Opposition candidate for the presidential elections, Yashwant Sinha, will file his nominations for the elections on June 17th. He will be visiting Bihar and Jharkhand for the 2 days from today and onwards. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, top court's final word on the 2002 Gujarat riots. Prime Minister Modi gets the highest level clean chit.
Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Madison. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है, तो ये बहाना है। ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हैं।
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, एमएलएज को खरीदा जा रहा है, एमएलएज को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
देखिए, राजनीतिक संकट है महाराष्ट्र में और उसको हल करने के लिए, उसका समाधान करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर ने यहाँ तक कहा है कि शिव सैनिक मेरे पास आएँ और मुझे कहें कि आपका काम ठीक नहीं है और तो मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो वो अपनी तरफ से जो कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भारतीय
Headlines at 12:30 p.m. Top court's final word on the 2002 Gujarat riots. Prime Minister Modi gets the highest level clean chit. Biggest ever vindication for Prime Minister Modi. The Lutyens' propaganda stands busted now. Plea dismissed. Supreme Court final word out. Bogus conspiracy on the 2002 falls flat. BJP demands Sonia's apology. 3 Sena MLAs and 5 independents head to Rebel Camp Hotel. Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. From Uddhav won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered. Is Uddhav camp accepting complete wipeout now? Seven more dead as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Death toll rises to 108. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma and I'll be taking you through all the live and breaking updates that we are getting with respect to the Maharashtra political crisis that is unraveling here. And we are looking at how the total 16 MLAs disqualification that had been initiated by Shiv Sena. Now, sources have also confirmed that Shiv Sena is likely to make another disqualification application against more 5 Shiv Sena MLAs, citing the same reason mentioned in the earlier petition as well. Now remember, we have seen this kind of a retaliation from the Shiv Sena leadership since yesterday, and how they had been claiming that the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati have been kept against their will. More than that, they had said that at least 21 of the MLAs of the 40 plus that are in the rebel group of Eknath Shinde are in touch and are in touch with the Shiv Sena leadership as well. Alisha Nair, my colleague who's been tracking this story very, very closely, is joining us on the broadcast. Alisha, tell us about this latest action that has been taken by Shiv Sena about the disqualification, as well as Shiv Sena had been retaliating and saying that this is not as per the constitution as well, that Eknath Shinde has taken all of these MLAs to Guwahati.
Well, in fact, Priyanka, we know that yesterday when there was a application that was given to the Deputy Speaker specifically saying that there are 12 rebel MLAs who did not respect the whip that was issued, the whip that was issued to the MLAs asking them to come to the for a meeting. But even Eknath Shinde has clearly retaliated and clearly said that the whip is only been given in the assembly and not for the meeting. But what we have been told that the Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant is present in Vidhan Bhavan with his legal team, and even what we are getting to know that Shiv Sena is likely to make another disqualification application against 5 more Shiv Sena MLAs, that is a rebel MLA that is present in the Guwahati, citing the same reason mentioned in the earlier petition, and the names are that are converted Prakash Ambedkar, Sanjay Vaimulkar, Balaji Kalyankar, and Ramesh Bornare. These are the 5 MLAs where Shiv Sena are going to give them another application.
Right. Alisha, stay on with us because we are looking at that developing story of Maharashtra political crisis, but also we're getting some more breaking updates and live visuals, in fact, when as far as the presidential race is concerned, and we are seeing Draupadi Murmu, in fact, who has filed for nomination, going to be filing for her nomination as well, and in that we are seeing the optics really saying it all with respect to the Prime Minister accompanying Draupadi Murmu, in fact, the NDA presidential candidate who is about to go and file her nomination as well, along with Rajnath Singh and several other leadership of the BJP that can be seen on those visuals on your screens, viewers. Draupadi Murmu, in fact, on her way to file for her nomination. The first ever tribal minister, in fact, tribal leader that is now going to be the president. As well, and let me also bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast as well. Abhishek, if you could speak to us over these visuals, because optics really, these images really very powerful ones with the Prime Minister accompanying Draupadi Murmu to file for her nomination, Abhishek.
Well, yes, Priyanka, so led by Prime Minister, the top leadership of the BJP, the top leadership of the NDA, and in fact extended NDA. So we have seen immediately after the announcement of name of Draupadi Murmu as the presidential candidate for the National Democratic Alliance, and the BJP, we have seen BJD, the Biju Janata Dal of Odisha, coming openly in support of the name, as also of course the YSRCP of Jagan and some other smaller parties. In fact, in the pictures, if I'm getting it right, I can see Satish Mishra, and that means the BSP also has come in to support India's first woman tribal leader as the next president of India. Given the fact, Priyanka, that the NDA on its own had about 48.5% vote so far as the electoral college that elects President of India is concerned, with the addition of Jagan's YSRCP and the BJD, which between them, the two parties have about 4% vote share in the electoral college. The candidature of Draupadi Murmu gets sealed in the sense that she easily sails through with these two parties taking the NDA candidates' vote share tally past the halfway mark comfortably. In fact, if you look at it, last time in 2017, a larger NDA had managed to get 65% of the votes with Ramnath Kovind winning the election that time against Congress and UPA's Veera Kumar. And now we are seeing Draupadi Murmu pitted against Yashwant Sinha. Some would say even now there might be some desertions from the opposition camp given the given the nature of the candidate that the NDA has offered and the compulsive argument in favor of bringing in and giving to India a tribal woman as the president, coming in from the most backward parts of the country and from a very humble background. We saw pictures when she was announced as president's candidate. Same day she was seen as cleaning a Shiva temple in Mayurbhanj, where she was in her hometown. And in the pictures now, Prime Minister walking द्रौपदी मुर्मू
वो प्रस्तावक और अनुमोदक के तौर पर, देखिए राष्ट्रपति कोई भी व्यक्ति जब राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए नामांकन दाखिल करने जाता है तो ये संवैधानिक है कि 50 जो लोग होते हैं वो प्रस्तावक के तौर पर वहां पे मौजूद होते हैं और 50 अनुमोदक की ज़रूरत होती है। तो आप इन तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं वो तमाम अनुमोदक और प्रस्तावक यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। और हम आपको जानकारी दे दें कि आज जब आप इन तस्वीरों को देख रहे हैं इसमें 4 सेट में वो नामांकन दाखिल करेंगी द्रौपदी मुर्मू, 4 सेट में। जी हाँ, पहला सेट उसमें प्रस्तावक खुद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी होंगे और बीजेपी संसदीय बोर्ड के सदस्य होंगे। ये पहले सेट में। राजेश, अगर आप मेरी इस बात को कंप्लीट कर सकें कि 4 सेट में नामांकन दाखिल होने जा रहा है और कौन-कौन से लोग किस-किस सेट में होंगे?
मैंने पहले भी आपको असीम बताया था कि जो पहला सेट होगा उसमें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी
स्वयं प्रस्तावक होंगे और सबसे जो वरिष्ठ चेहरा के रूप में राजनाथ सिंह का नाम भी उसमें है और इसके अलावा संसदीय बोर्ड के जो सदस्य हैं वो सभी सदस्य उसके प्रस्तावक बनाए गए हैं। लिहाजा राजनाथ सिंह और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी संसदीय बोर्ड के सदस्य भी हैं। दूसरे सेट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा का नाम है, जबकि राज्यों के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री और उनके घटक दलों के मुख्यमंत्री को प्रस्तावक बनाया गया है। तीसरा सेट जो है उसमें हरियाणा और हिमाचल प्रदेश के विधायकों को जगह दी गई है। चौथे सेट में गुजरात के विधायक हैं और इन तमाम चारों सेट की अगर बात करें तो इसमें कहीं न कहीं ट्राइबल क्षेत्र से आने वाले जो विधायक हैं, सांसद हैं, उनको खास तौर पर
All right, in the pictures, nomination papers being filed for NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu for President of India with the returning officer, the Secretary General of Rajya Sabha. We are seeing these pictures coming in from Parliament, the entire top brass of the BJP and the NDA led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Rajnath Singh by her side. And apart from that, the entire parliamentary board of the BJP, then the chief ministers, 4 sets of papers being filed in on behalf of the candidate. And we have seen the NDA getting extended support from the Biju Janata Dal of Odisha, given the fact that that's the home state of Draupadi Murmu, who would be President of India, and of course Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. And what we are seeing is the returning officer looking at the papers, checking in, signing wherever he needs to. Essentially, when the President of India has to be elected for the nomination, 50 individuals from the Electoral College have to propose, and similarly 50 numbers have to second it. And in these 4 sets, we are seeing, led by Prime Minister, the top brass of the BJP and the NDA becoming proposers and seconders, including chief ministers, including MLAs. All the chief ministers of the BJP ruled states are there. The top ministers are there. We can see Draupadi Murmu flanked on her right with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and to her left, senior leader Rajnath Singh. To Rajnath Singh's left is, of course, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, and to Prime Minister's right, JP Nadda. And then in the pictures, you can see a Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi. You can see Anupriya Patel. You can see Sarvanan Sonowal, Nitin Gadkari, Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Amil Khattar, EPS from ADMK, and Piyush Goyal can be seen, and other leaders from the Northeast, Conrad Sangma, among others in the pictures, as also Pushkar Singh Dhami of Uttarakhand and Basavaraj Bommai of Karnataka, all chief ministers of the BJP ruled states and the senior ministers there, and the extended support coming in from BJP and YSRCP, their representation also there in the hall, where the returning officer, the Secretary General of Rajya Sabha, Mr. Modi, is he's going through the papers and checking for facts. The nomination paper, the nomination filing last date is June 29th, after which scrutiny happens. But even before that, some basic checking of papers happens, on which returning officer has to certify and sign. We have seen how India is all set to get the first tribal woman president. Remember the last time there was a constituency that was addressed with Ramnath Kovind becoming President of India in 2017, and that was a Dalit constituency, BJP, in 2017, underscoring how it has grown beyond its traditional catchment area of being seen as urban-centric, upper caste, upper class, middle class party. And now with this selection of candidate in Draupadi Murmu, BJP now underscoring that it has moved to tribal areas as well. In fact, if you look at the numbers of 2019 Lok Sabha elections, in the scheduled tribe areas, constituencies reserved for scheduled tribes, the voting share was 72%, and in the national average of 62%, showing mass participation by the tribal community. And the fact that the BJP has largest number of scheduled tribe MPs underscores the reach that has been, or the outreach that has been made by the party. So the party essentially, with this election, really underscoring that it has moved out of its perception of being a middle-class urban party and now is a mass national party. And that's something which is of political significance in these pictures. It's about, of course, empowering the most disempowered and the most backwards of communities of the country. And these pictures are very representative of that. Someone born and brought up in very humble background in back of beyond Mayurbhanj district. I mean, when we were growing up and studying in school, typically the textbooks would be talking about Koraput, Mayurbhanj, and other districts in Odisha as the most backward districts of the country. And today we have pictures of a woman from that background coming in and filing for nominations to be President of India. And obviously, given the numbers, she effectively would be President of India by July 18. She is, you can say, President-elect. Draupadi Murmu, born in a humble background in Mayurbhanj district. She belongs to the Santal community, and the Santals constitute the third largest tribal group in India after the Gonds and the Bhils, and are very influential given the fact that they have been very conscious of taking benefits of constitutional protections and got their community early on into education. And now in the pictures we see all the proposers and seconders having signed to nominate Draupadi Murmu as the candidate from the BJP and the NDA for the next President of India. The documents being checked by the Secretary General and signed by countersigned by the returning officer. In fact, Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha and the assistant returning officers also there. Formalities being carried out in the presence of all the top leaders of the BJP and the NDA and the extended support coming in from the BJP and YSRCP. What is important is that these pictures underscore the growth that BJP has made, the centering of the BJP that has happened, where essentially now the once right-wing fringe party, or which was struggling to take its place, is now the center of Indian politics, the central pole of Indian politics, with the entire opposition so fractured that they couldn't easily find a good candidate to make a contest of the presidential elections. And the fact that the BJP is so confident that it can make political statement and not just see a president's chair as a kind of a patronage or as a given, like we used to see earlier in the case of the Congress party, for example, that only those who have a certain pedigree in the Congress party and are part of the close clique of the central leadership had a chance. That's changing, and like in the case of Ramnath Kovind in 2017, the name came from nowhere, and so in the case of Draupadi Murmu, the name coming in from nowhere. Not that she does not have experience. She has a tremendous amount of political experience, having been a minister for 4 years in the early 2000s in Odisha, a minister of state, and in the NDA government at that time, and subsequently the governor of Jharkhand for 6 years. So she comes with experience, constitutional understanding of the scheme of things and where the powers and the position of governor lies. And obviously, now that she becomes president, all eyes on her as to how she would fit in the highest office of the country, highest office of the land. She would also be the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, and as constitutional head of the country, as the head of the state of the country. She would be bringing with her all that the tribals of India represent. So I think BJP has thought through about the candidature of Draupadi Murmu, also it would be in the fitness of things to discuss that another aspect of bringing in a tribal and making her the president of India, and that is particularly in the tribal lands and the hinterland kind of missionary activity that goes on. So I think there is an imprimatur of the RSS also that we are fully taking care of our tribal communities as a nation, the Adivasis, and that they should not be seen as a soft target for conversions. In that, I think that bit of the RSS worldview also getting reflected in the candidature of Draupadi Murmu. Papers having been accepted, Draupadi Murmu thanking everyone present there, amidst claps, the Secretary General being thanked by everyone present there, including Prime Minister. And this brings to an end the nomination process. And with this road set for election of Draupadi Murmu as President of India, the BJP leaders, the NDA leaders now coming out of the chambers of the Secretary General of Rajya Sabha, Mr. Modi. What is important is that this is just a beginning of an exercise which would go on for at least a month, and it would be interesting to see, for example, how the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha reacts to this development. Tomorrow, in fact, Hemant Soren has called a meeting because he belongs to the NDA. He's running his government in alliance with the Congress party, and he's a Santan. He's from the same tribal community as Draupadi Murmu. In fact, some say he is related to Draupadi Murmu on the side of his wife. So what position Hemant Soren would be taking, that would be interesting to watch out. I think a difficult choice for him between Yashwant Sinha, who is also has represented Hazaribagh in Jharkhand in the Lok Sabha, and NDA candidates to which Hemant Soren and JMM belong. And now, of course, the leaders moving out with Draupadi Murmu. See the manner in which the top leaders went outside to receive Draupadi Murmu and brought her walking through the Parliament complex and to the chamber of the Secretary General, and now she being serenaded out of the office, and whatever process now would be followed. In fact, elaborate exercise went into the selection of Murmu as the presidential candidate of BJP and NDA when BJP chief JP Nadda had made the announcement a couple of days back. He had mentioned in the presser that almost 20 names were discussed, suggested by others. It also shows that it's an absolutely democratic exercise through which Draupadi Murmu's name came up, and that in itself also a reflection of how integral to democracy this exercise of electing President of India is, even if it is indirect. The Electoral College consists of all the members of Parliament, 775 of them, and 776 of them, and then about 4,000 odd members of the legislative assemblies across the state. So it's very representative. In fact, it's the fact that it's indirect vote by proportional representation. It shows that every constituency, every region gets adequately represented or have equal say based on the principle of direct proportional representation, and hence the President of India is a true representative of the entire country in many ways. And in 2022, when we are completing our 75th year of independence, to have a tribal from the most backward region, from the most backward of communities becoming the president, that too a woman, speaks volumes of where we have progressed as a nation since independence. If you look at our neighborhood,
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection.
Justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी. पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था. टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था. WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की. उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया. उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकते हैं कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है.
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है.
Round up from the world of sports, Southampton St. Mary. Viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates as far as the Maharashtra political crisis is concerned, and the massive breaking update that we are getting is that of Eknath Shinde, who had been in the Guwahati hotel, has left from that hotel and has left for the airport, and sources are suggesting that he has left from the Guwahati airport to come to Mumbai right now. And we are checking that as well, but we are learning that Eknath Shinde in fact is expected to come to Mumbai, and as of now he is headed to the airport as we speak. These are the latest developments that we are getting for you viewers. Remember, we had seen Eknath Shinde claiming that he has the 2/3 majority and that now the MLAs that are with him are the real Shiv Sena. And we had seen the kind of political posturing that had also gone on between Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, where Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut claiming that they have the numbers that out of the 40+ MLAs that are with Eknath Shinde, 21 of the MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut as well. But in the backdrop of those war of words that had broken out since yesterday morning, we are now seeing Eknath Shinde leaving from the Guwahati resort, going towards the Guwahati airport, and we are being told, sources suggesting, that he is expected to arrive in Mumbai anytime right after he goes towards the Guwahati airport, on route of which he is right now. And we are seeing the kind of pictures that had also been released from the Guwahati resort. And Niranjan is also joining me from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, this is huge. Now Eknath Shinde is en route to Mumbai. What really can we expect after he comes here, if he does? And we'll connect with Niranjan in just a few seconds, but these are the latest developments that we're tracking for you viewers, where Eknath Shinde is headed to the Guwahati airport, and Niranjan is back with us. Niranjan, as I was asking you, this is massive, where Eknath Shinde is moving towards the airport, coming towards Mumbai is what our sources are suggesting. What can we expect next?
Well, it looks like there is going to be a big development with all the action unfolding really in Mumbai right now, because the only thing left now is to prove the numbers and to stake claim. I'm going across to Guwahati as well. Let's get Piyush live from Guwahati. I'll go across to Guwahati. Piyush has confirmed that 2 or 3 vehicles have left, and they're headed towards the airport. I have a confirmation, and we also have a second reporter at the airport in Guwahati, so we should be able to get a confirmation in a few minutes, because the moment this convoy, which is left from the Radisson Blu hotel in Guwahati, reaches the airport, it's a confirmation that they're headed to Mumbai. Perhaps Aishwarya is also confirming that they're en route Mumbai, and when he lands in Mumbai, there's been hectic activity at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. I'm going across straight to Guwahati, where Piyush is right now, where all the action is unfolding. Piyush, is he headed to Mumbai? We are hearing that he is headed to the airport.
logical destination would be Mumbai to prove the number.
Yes. Well, absolutely logical destination would be Mumbai, because yesterday itself you got to know that by tomorrow the camp of Eknath Shinde would be proving their number.
First shots of the convoy leaving. Exclusive shots, exclusive on Republic TV. First pictures of Eknath Shinde's convoy. First pictures of Shinde's convoy on Republic. Shinde's convoy, the pictures are on Republic. First with the news break, first with the pictures. He's going to stake claim now. These are live pictures. First pictures live. Shinde's convoy has reached the airport. Let's play those pictures once again. Shinde's convoy has reached the airport. Shinde's convoy. The first pictures are on Republic. That's Shinde's convoy reaching the airport, where my colleague Aniruddha is also joining us live. So live, Aniruddha is live. Aniruddha. Okay, Aniruddha. Okay. That's Aniruddha there. The first pictures, in fact. Aniruddha is going to come live now.
Yes, Niranjan.
Yes, Aniruddha, yes.
This is not CM's convoy. This is not Shinde's convoy, CM's convoy.
Okay, just a correction.
Eknath Shinde is expected any time at the airport. This is what we are getting. This was a false alarm.
Pictures of
yes, this was the Chief Minister's convoy.
Aniruddha. Let's go to Aniruddha live. Aniruddha's live. Piyush is also live. Piyush had the pictures of the convoy leaving. So let's go across to Piyush's pictures of the convoy leaving, please. Let's go to the pictures of convoy leaving. Live from the hotel, live from the airport in Guwahati, live from Guwahati hotel and live from Guwahati airport. Let's go across. Yes, Piyush was telling us. Guwahati, let's go across to pictures from Guwahati, please. Full frame to pictures from Guwahati. Aniruddha.
We are now getting information that Eknath Shinde has left from Radisson Blue Hotel, and that's the very entry gate from where he left. Right now as we are speaking, as Eknath Shinde leaves, other MLAs of Shiv Sena continues to be inside this very hotel, and any minute from now, we can also expect any minute from now Shinde to reach there at the airport, and he is being accompanied by 4 to 5 people, because 2 Innovas left. We saw 2 Innovas leaving from this very gate, and in few minutes from now that convoy would be reaching there at the airport, where my colleague Aniruddha is also present, and most likely he is going to Mumbai. He is just heading to Mumbai, and there he is going to prove the numbers. We were also given to understand that by today Shinde would be proving his numbers there inside the assembly. Remember that yesterday itself he had also shot a letter to Deputy Speaker with the signatures of 37 MLAs. But on the other side, we also heard how the Deputy Speaker has now appointed the Thackeray camp's MLA as the
I'm getting breaking news now that he's headed to the Kamakya temple. He's going to Kamakya temple first. I'm just getting in a breaking news. I told you about the big decision. In fact, Aishwarya is joining me. Let me go across to Aishwarya, because we are hearing that he's going to the Kamakya temple first. Kamakya temple first in Guwahati, and then headed back to Mumbai. Kamakya temple first, and then to the airport. Let me go across to Aniruddha as well at the airport. Let's go full frame to Aniruddha, please. Let's go full frame to Aniruddha. Can you hear me?
Well, from now, Eknath Shinde is expected to reach the Guwahati airport, and from where he will be taking a chartered flight to Mumbai. And we are getting to know that, as you have told our viewers, that first he will be going to the Kamakya temple, where he will be offering his prayers outside the temple, because as of now the Kamakya temple is closed because of the Ambuvasi festivity which is going on. And after offering his prayers outside the temple, he will directly arrive here at the airport, airport. We are at the only entrance gate which leads to the LGBI airport in Guwahati, and in a short while from now some movement is expected. In fact, security forces were also put on alarm. The local police was put on alarm. We saw the officer in charge of the airport making some preparation a short while back at the departure gate here, and at any time we are expecting some movement here at the airport. If I'm not wrong, from Kamakhya the convoy will take hardly 20 to 30 minutes to reach the airport. So at around 1:30 some movement are expected at the Guwahati airport, from where Eknath Shinde, along with we are getting to know that around 4 to 5 MLAs are accompanying him. They have left the Radisson Blue Hotel in 2 Innova vehicles and are now approaching the Kamakhya temple, where they will be offering their prayers, and after offering their prayers at the Kamakhya temple they will directly come here, from where they are going to take a chartered flight. In fact, sources at the Lokopriya Gopinath Bodla International Airport have also confirmed that there is indeed a booking of a chartered flight from this airport today. So yes, at any moment from now Eknath Shinde will be arriving here at the LGBI airport, and this will definitely makes some more political advancement or political development in context to the crisis that has been on in Maharashtra. Remember, Niranjan, yesterday also we broke, Republic was the only channel indeed to break that there will be some changes, some major developments taking place by Saturday, and yes, we were right. Today it is Friday and Eknath Shinde is now leaving for Mumbai, which is a very significant development given the political crisis that continues and all the development that have been taking place for the last few days here in Guwahati. Niranjan.
Getting in some more breaking news now. Aishwarya is also joining me. Shinde is accompanied by a few MLAs. We are told Shinde is accompanied by a few MLAs. Let me go across to Aishwarya, joining me live right now. Aishwarya, before I go across to Aishwarya, getting in a word from Piyush as well. Piyush, we are told that he is accompanied by a few MLAs. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Niranjan, we saw 2 to 3 Innova cars leaving from this very hotel, and there are reports coming in that Shinde is now headed to the airport. There are other reports also suggesting that he is en route to Kamakhya temple to offer prayers. So we are still waiting for a confirmation coming in from Shinde camp. As of now, there is no confirmation coming, but if he is heading to Mumbai, then he is going there to prove the numbers, because we are getting to know the kind of developments that are taking place there in Mumbai also, where the speaker has come out and has accepted the application of Uddhav Thackeray and has appointed Sunil Prabhu as the chief whip. You would also remember that a couple of days back, Shinde camp had also released a letter where they had appointed Mr. Gogavle as the chief whip and had said that now the decisions would be taken by the Shinde camp. So this fight is continuously swelling day by day. We are seeing how the number of Shiv Sena MLAs are also reaching here, and now these reports are suggesting that at one side, when the deputy speaker is rejecting Shinde's application, he is most likely headed to Mumbai to claim and to tell to the speaker that yes, numbers are with him, because more than 40 MLAs of Shiv Sena are present. It's important to highlight number of MLAs are 40, and these are more than 37 MLAs which is required in Shinde's camp to claim the ownership of the party. So 40 MLAs are with Shiv Sena, MLAs are with Shinde, and 10 independent MLAs are with Shinde. This is what he is claiming. We had also seen how the pictures were released from the Shinde camp yesterday itself. The videos were released where all the MLAs were shouting slogans in favor of Eknath Shinde, and they had appointed Shinde as their leader. In fact, they had also made it very clear that they are now considering Eknath Shinde as their leader. One more car is now leaving. Let's try to find out who is now leaving in this very car. No, nobody is sitting in this very car, but yes, continuous developments taking place. 2 to 3 Innovas left, which certainly telling us that around 4 to 5 people, including Eknath Shinde, have left from this very hotel. We are yet to get confirmation from Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, where Eknath Shinde is headed to, if he is heading to Mumbai or to Kamakya temple. Any minute from now we'll get that particular confirmation. But since morning we are seeing developments taking place. Late last night, let's try to show more pictures. A convoy has come here. A police vehicle is now entering. Only a police vehicle is now entering. Like we were telling to viewers last night, a few MLAs have come, and many more are heading again to Guwahati. Niranjan.
I'd like to go across to Alisha. I'd like to go across to Alisha in Mumbai and get in a word from Alisha, Shivangi, Piyush Auri and Priyanka, tracking the story live from multiple locations now. I'd like to go across to Alisha. Alisha, he's left the hotel. We are hearing that he will go to the Kamakya temple. Not sure whether he will go to Kamakya temple and then move to the airport. We are hearing that he could head to the airport and come to Mumbai. What are you hearing?
Well, yes, Niranjan, we are getting the same information that Eknath Shinde, who has already left the hotel, and most probably he is going to come to Mumbai. But the development what we are witnessing since morning, importantly, we know that the application that was given either from the Eknath Shinde camp and also from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, because we know that there was an application clearly stating once the Eknath Shinde, who was the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, he was removed the time he left Mumbai with the other MLAs to Surat, and later the Sunil Prabhu, who was the chief, is the chief. He has given the authority. He was appointed Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative, which has opposed by Eknath Shinde. We know yesterday the letter that was given to Deputy Speaker clearly stating that Eknath Shinde has the number. He has the 37 MLAs, and the signature that was given in a letter that clearly stating that Eknath Shinde should be appointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bhagat Seth should be appointed as the whip chief. But what today we got to know that Deputy Speaker has allowed the application. He has accepted the application that was given by Uddhav Thackeray camp, clearly stating that Sunil Prabhu will be the whip chief and Ajay Chaudhary will continue as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. And this has really a jolt for us, Eknath Shinde, because he's been fighting. An important information that we are getting in that already Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant, who is present with a legal team at Vidhan Bhavan, because the yesterday letter that was given, the plea that was the application that was given to Deputy Speaker clearing stating that there are 12 rebel MLAs and they should be disqualified, because even after issuing the whip they were not present in the meeting. To that retaliation, even Eknath Shinde has clearly given an explanation that the whip that has been issued, that is only applicable in the assembly and not for the meeting, which comes under the Constitution 10th schedule. That was a tweet that was given by Eknath Shinde. But even after that, we know that there were 6 more MLAs that has been the list of 5 more MLAs that will be given by the Shiv Sena to the Deputy Speaker, clearly stating that there are more 5 MLAs that has to be disqualified, and what has been told that has been taken into the consideration. But moreover, what more has been said, that the letter that was given by Eknath Shinde, there is a forgery of the signatures of the rebel MLAs, which is now under the scrutiny. So these are the development that we are witnessing, and this is after might be the decision that has been taken by Deputy Speaker, whether it is the appointment of Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief, and also stating that the letter which has been given, that is a fraud signature that has been done and that is under scrutiny, after which only Eknath Shinde might have decided to come
there. There's some action where okay,
we have Aditya Thackeray.
Seems like Aditya Thackeray. Not sure he's speaking. Let's stay with these pictures. Live pictures from Matoshri, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. Shivangi.
Aditya Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray, Niranjan, right now. Aditya Thackeray just come out, Niranjan, right now. He just left, and he just came out of Matoshri. Right now, a lot of action happening here. After a very long time, Niranjan, we are seeing Aditya Thackeray finally come out. We can see those visuals there on your screens. He's
He's right there outside making a appearance in the daytime. Last time he had come out at midnight yesterday. Finally we are seeing an appearance of Aditya Thackeray outside Matoshri. This is a big development coming in. We are getting back-to-back updates. This is the big development outside Matoshri.
1 minute.
Aditya Thackeray outside.
Shivangi, let's try and see if he speaks.
Outside Niranjan.
Yeah, let's try and see if he speaks. 1 minute, just
हर खबर को पहचानने और देखने के और
these pictures. I just lost the audio there. That's the live shot from Matoshri, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, where Aditya Thackeray has just made an appearance. So we're just keeping a close watch. We're keeping a close watch on whether he speaks to the media. And I'm going across. In fact, there are contradictory reports as of now. There are contradictory reports on the Mumbai, on Shinde heading to Mumbai, because we are told that he left the hotel, which is confirmed. Multiple crews of Republic TV, Republic Bangla, Republic Bharat confirming he's left the hotel, but we don't have a confirmation whether he's heading to the airport. But let me get a word from from Piyush right now. Okay, the audio. Let's take the audio live from Matoshri, where Aditya Thackeray seems to be speaking. Don't show numbers in Mumbai. Don't mention Mumbai any. Just got off and he's entered. I don't think he's speaking to the media. I'm not so sure. He's just there outside the gate, inside the gate rather, and not sure whether he will be speaking to the media. I'm staying with these pictures. In fact, there was a little bit of a panic in the Sena camp because some of the councillors of Thane, which is Eknath Shinde's stronghold, have decided to show support to him, which is why there was a huge panic in the camp, in the Sena camp, and they've called for meetings later in the day today. And these are live pictures coming in. The Sena will continue to be in a huddle all of today. I don't think he's going to speak to the media. He had some sort of an off-record briefing yesterday. I think that was Aditya Thackeray who had some off-record briefing. I don't think he's going to speak. So let's go back to our story. Alisha, let's go back to Alisha. Alisha, there was some panic in the Sena camp. They're desperately trying to sort of disqualify MLAs from Shinde camp. They're desperately trying to meet their leaders. Why are they in a state of panic?
Well, of course, it was the panic happened. That happened after the Eknath Shinde with a letter that has been given to the Deputy Speaker. Importantly, we'll continue with the visuals. We can see this. We are reporting from YB Chavan, and we can see Home Minister Balasaheb Patil, who is likely to speak to media. We'll wait if he speak to the media or not, because there was a closed door meeting of NCP discussing over the strategy that has been ongoing with the current situation. So we have to wait whether Home Minister Balasaheb Patil, if he speaks to the media or not. It is very important to know. Sir, meeting में किस तरीके से कुछ हुआ है, sir? So that was Home Minister Balasaheb Patil. We can see the meeting that was scheduled today in the YB Chavan, and we have been told that it was closed door meeting that held today, but yes, he left without speaking to media. He didn't speak to the media, is what we have been told. But yes, now talking about the development specifically, because we know that all those meeting and the development when it comes to the Deputy Speaker or the appointment, we'll continue to show you the pictures, because there are some of the movement which has been continuously happening. But like talking, as you were talking about the huddle that has been ongoing when it comes to the Shiv Sena, yes, this all happened after the letter that was given by Eknath Shinde to Deputy Speaker, stating that he has the number, because it was really a tough task for Eknath Shinde.
Sort of a briefing happening where Aditya Thackeray is. There's some sort of a briefing there, I think. Let's try and cut across.
NCP के कुछ महिलाएं हैं
जो क्योंकि इससे ठीक पहले थोड़ी देर पहले ये महिलाएं एनसीपी के तमाम नेता जो है वो पहुंचे थे उद्धव ठाकरे से मुलाकात करने के लिए और उस मुलाकात के बीच अब सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि आदित्य ठाकरे यहां से शिवसेना भवन बैठक के लिए वापस निकल रहे थे। काफिला उनका निकलता है बाहर, लेकिन एक बार फिर से काफिला वापस होता है। आदित्य ठाकरे मातोश्री के अंदर जाते हैं। इसको लेकर क्या वजह है हम लगातार जानने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन ये देखिएगा एक बार फिर से गाड़ी जो है वो गेट पर लग रही है, यानी कि आदित्य ठाकरे यहां से निकलने वाले हैं। मातोश्री से आदित्य ठाकरे निकलने वाले हैं और विक्ट्री का साइन दिखाया था आदित्य ठाकरे ने। ये बहुत अहम है, इस विक्ट्री के साइन का मतलब क्या है, क्योंकि शिवसेना की दिशा में एक भी प्रतिक्रिया, राजनीतिक प्रतिक्रिया इस वक्त नहीं है। अगर हम शुरुआत से बात करें, पहले दिन से जब से बागी विधायक सूरत पहुंचे तब से शिवसेना की तरफ से कोई भी ऐसा पक्ष नहीं था जो शिवसेना को मजबूती दे रहा हो। और इस बीच अगर विक्ट्री का साइन दिखा रहे हैं आदित्य ठाकरे, तो इस विक्ट्री साइन का मतलब क्या है। आदित्य ठाकरे एक बार फिर से गाड़ी में बैठने जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए विक्ट्री का सीन।
अंदर है, Well, Aditya Thackeray again, lot of Niranjan. There's lot of action here. There's lot of action here. Aditya Thackeray had come inside for a short while. Then he went inside the Matoshri gates. He went inside the Matoshri gates, and now again he has left. Niranjan, there has been a hectic activity right now happening there here in Matoshri. Aditya Thackeray had come outside. He stopped his car just a few meters away from Matoshri, Niranjan, and then he went back in. After he went back in, he was speaking to some female supporters. He was speaking to Vidya Chavan from the NCP as well. And now his cavalcade, his car has again left. He has just left Matoshri right now, Niranjan.
Yes. Okay, those are pictures. I think those are pictures of Aditya Thackeray, who has just left. He is left. He's headed to the Sena Bhavan. Okay. So let me get in a word from Piyush Ohri as well. Piyush Ohri is also in Mumbai, where the Shiv Sena is trying very, very hard to try and move to disqualify some of the Shiv Sena MLAs with Eknath Shinde. They want to disqualify their own MLAs. That's the irony. Piyush.
Outside Vidhan Bhavan, and this is an irony of its own that Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp is now trying to disqualify its own MLA. This is definitely an irony, but now in doing this, this is the last now ditch effort in order to revive itself. There is some semblance. The Shiv Sena now is feeling that they may have a chance that if they can disqualify these MLAs and they can get on a floor test, they may get the numbers. So what one can definitely get out of all this is that this is the last-ditch effort by the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp to revive itself, to protect itself as the government. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yes. Okay, let's go back to the pictures from Guwahati Hotel, because we are getting in contradictory reports. He's left the hotel. Not sure whether he's headed to the airport, but he's certainly going to the Kamakya temple. I'm going back to Piyush Full Frame. That's the Guwahati Hotel where all these MLAs are right now. He had 37 signatures last night, Piyush. What's the number now?
Well, if we talk about the numbers, what we are now learning is that around 40 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Shinde, Eknath Shinde, and around 10 independent candidates are, 10 independent MLAs of Maharashtra are with Eknath Shinde. So in total, around 40 plus 10, 50 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. But it is important to point out that Eknath Shinde had late last night sent a letter to Deputy Speaker with the signatures of all the MLAs. Around 37 MLAs were there who had signed that particular letter in support of Eknath Shinde. But what we are now given to understand is that Deputy Speaker, after going through the letter, is now saying that it is a forged letter. The signatures are forged of all these MLAs, and the letter is under scrutiny. This is what our colleague Alisha is also breaking down. So minute by minute developments are taking place. A couple of minutes back we also saw Shinde leaving from here, but now what we are now given to understand, and that's a big development, that Eknath Shinde Eknath Shinde is neither headed to airport nor he has gone to Kamakya temple, but he has gone to meet someone in Guwahati itself. This is what we are given to understand. That
where Shivangi is, let me go across and get some details from Shivangi's frame. Just be with me. In Shivangi's frame, there's some action. Shivangi, what's going on? Okay,
Right.
let's cut across to A9 service, please. A9 service, there's some pictures coming in earlier. Yeah. Earlier pictures.
Thackeray has just left. There was a lot of commotion
No, super fast,
here. Heavy security deployment as well. A lot of police as well.
Aditya has not given a bite.
Right. Niranjan, so with a lot of commotion here, we can see that Aditya Thackeray had just left. We're also seeing some posters there. You can see that NCP's Vidya Chavan is as well. She's giving a bite to the media. Right now. She had said that we are completely supporting the MVA. We're completely supporting Shiv Sena as well. So Niranjan, a lot of action happening here. Just Aditya Thackeray interestingly had just come out and went inside, and he came again. He left some time ago. And if you can see the frame that we have right now, you can see the visuals on your screen. You can see the posters. Look at the posters which are there clearly showing that the MVA government has support. You can see the NCP leader there. So we are seeing a lot of hectic developments. But it's very interesting, Niranjan, because numbers are not on the side of Uddhav Thackeray. Numbers are definitely not on the side of Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde has also told Republic TV that 50 plus MLAs are with him. But this is the first big leader that we are seeing from the Shiv Sena. Today, since morning, the first big leader of Shiv Sena, Aditya Thackeray, now leaving, has left Matushri. So we can expect a lot of political developments happen. Remember that Sanjay Raut, Niranjan had earlier said that, finally conceding that we don't have the numbers. So right now, the first leader, Aditya Thackeray, coming out, and in fact, I asked him. He just went past me. He just went past me. He did not say a word. He was not speaking. Even though I asked him that, do you have something to say right now? He just went past. There were a lot of media persons here. He went inside the gated colonies. He was surrounded by supporters in Niranjan, and he was smiling inside. He did not look perturbed. That's what was very interesting. He was not looking perturbed. He was pretty calm. But a lot of action happening here. Aditya Thackeray just leaving. A lot of chanting right now. But the numbers are very less, as we already know, Niranjan. Numbers are extremely less. And we have to see how this political thriller really plays out.
Stay with me right now. I'm going across also to Guwahati right now. The action developing in different cities. Guwahati, Mumbai, and in Delhi, the BJP leadership is watching. Well, let's see if I can go across to Aniruddha at the airport in Guwahati. Aniruddha was at the airport. Not sure. Earlier there were reports that he could be moving to Mumbai, but I don't have that yet. But Alisha. Okay, Piyush's feed. There's some action at Piyush's feed. Let me go across. Piyush, coming across to you, Piyush.
Yes, Niranjan, there's some action which we are now seeing. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel, and they are now asking the paramilitary forces as well as local police officers to gather, to congregate there. They're going to form a chain. So there could be some movement here, and that is why they have been asked to come right in front of this very gate. So there could be some movement, and that is why, the police personnel have been called in. I think there's a protest which is going on, and that is why they have come out. Once again, we are seeing since beginning the protests taking place, and once again we believe that protest is taking place, and that is why these police personnel have come right in front of the entry gate of the hotel. Let us also try to move there and try to show you pictures where the protest is underway. We have seen Congress, TMC protesting, and once again there's a protest which we believe is going on. And that is why the road has also been blocked. If Hitesh can zoom and try to show you pictures. There is police personnel are now marching. In fact, they are going towards that particular place. And barricades have been put in place there. And the people who are moving forward to protest, they are being stopped also. Remember that earlier TMC had protested, Congress party had protested, RPI had also come here to protest, and now there is another faction which has come to protest, and they are saying someone is also holding the flag of Shiv Sena. That's the flag of Shiv Sena. Someone is also holding flag of Shiv Sena. If Hitesh can zoom. We'll have to go there. Yes. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. Few people have come here to protest. They're all beg your pardon. They're holding tractor in their hand. We are showing you pictures of this protest which is now taking place. That's Congress protest. Now the Congress protest. Yes, that's the Congress protest which is once again taking place. That's the Congress protest, and that is why this entire area has been completely blocked. Barricades have been put in by the police personnel. Now the workers of Congress party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. They are raising slogans. That is why they have come here. Let's try to get in a word from these workers who have come here. Dada, क्यों आए आप? Why have you come here? What is the demand? BJP go back. Narendra Modi go back. BJP go back.
असम की बाढ़ पीड़ित जितने भी लोग हैं उन लोगों को सहायता देना छोड़ के असम की हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा यहाँ पे घोड़ों का व्यापार कर रहे हैं। असम के लोगों को बांध सहायता दीजिए पहले, उसके बाद असम की पैसों को घोड़े के ऊपर लगाइए। असम में ये राजनीति असम ने कभी देखा नहीं था, ये नहीं चलेगा। हम लोग असम में जो ये गंदा राजनीति चला रहे हैं बीजेपी के सीएम, उसके खिलाफ हम लोग यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे और असम में ये
The protest taking place, and this protest is being headed by the Congress leaders. Congress party workers are protesting here, and they are also being detained. If Hitesh can show you the pictures, again the protests have broken out right in front of Radisson Blue Hotel.
अरे भाई, मैं होटल में लोग आने से बंद कर दूंगा तो कैसा फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है? कल आप होटल बुक करेगा और मैं मना करूंगा कि देश में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर चल रहा है और आसाम का होटल में आप मत आइए, तो ये थोड़े फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर इसको बोलता है।
कितना दिन से सरकार बंद है?
मेरा पता नहीं है, लेकिन आसाम में जितना दिन रहेगा मेरे लिए खुशी का बात है कि रहिए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूँ, सब आइए आसाम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस समय?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए आसाम में।
Yeah, that was Himanta Biswa Sarma taking a dig at Uddhav Thackeray, saying you can also come to Guwahati if you like. That's Himanta Biswa Sarma in Delhi, saying that he can't really block anybody from coming to his state, saying that it's bizarre that people are asking questions, because he says if I stop people from coming to Guwahati, then the state will never flourish, the tourism will never flourish. Piyush is joining me live. Let me go back to Piyush where all the action is. Piyush is live where all the action is. Piyush.
Yes, Niranjan, protest continues to take place right in front of Radisson Blue Hotel, and that protest is now being led by the Congress party workers. They are raising slogans against the Assam government. किस लिए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग? किस लिए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? ये प्रेसिडेंट किसी से
आसाम में डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स चलने के लिए नहीं देगा। वो भी 100 से ज्यादा आदमी बाढ़ में देहांत हुआ है। 5 लाख गांव वो भी बाढ़ का निशय है। 50 लाख के ज्यादा आदमी वो भी बाढ़ पानी के लिए भुगत रहे हैं। और असम का मुख्यमंत्री ने असम में जो डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स असम में डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स चलने देगा। nasty politics, dirty politics in Assam. Eknath Shinde should go back immediately. Otherwise, he will face very dangerous consequence. He should go back immediately. He
So, these are the pictures of Congress leaders who are now being detained by the Assam police personnel, and now they will be taken to a nearby police station. And we are seeing a similar protest breaking out earlier also, where TMC had also come out and they had said that this politics of horse trading will not take place here in Assam. The main allegation of these political parties is that the money which is being spent by the Chief Minister of Assam should have in fact been spent on the flood victims, and a lot of money is being spent on these MLAs to felicitate them, to give them a lot of security and also take care of them here in Assam. And that is why these political parties are protesting as we are speaking. You can also see the pictures of this protest which is taking place. Another bus has been called in to detain other workers of the Congress party. Earlier TMC had protested, and now the Congress party workers are protesting. They have been detained and now taken away from this very spot. You can also see the massive security which is in place. Barricades have been put in here to block this road. You can see people are facing a lot of problems because of this protest. The traffic has been stopped. Barricades have been put in place because of this protest. So again and again we are seeing the similar pictures coming in, where the political parties are coming here and up the ante against the Assam government, against the Chief Minister of Assam, Amrita Hospital, saying that instead of spending money on these MLAs, the government should have spent money on the flood victims, and that is why they are protesting. We'll have to wait and watch how the politics is now going to play out from this point of junction. Remember that a couple of minutes back, Eknath Shinde had also left. Nobody knows where he is heading, but sources are now suggesting, Niranjan, that neither he is headed to airport nor he is going to Kamakya temple, but he has gone to meet someone. So big political developments taking place in the state of Assam, where
I have to go to Piyush. I have to go to Alisha. I have to go to Alisha because there is some breaking news update coming in. Piyush, Alisha has some breaking news updates that Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24-hour ultimatum to the Shinde camp, saying that if you don't come back in 24 hours, I'm going to take disciplinary action. Let me go across to Alisha with the breaking news story. Alisha.
Yes, Niranjan, what we are getting to know from Shiv Sena top sources that in a meeting that held yesterday in Matoshri, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and others Shiv Sena senior leader who were present in that meeting clearly stated, Uddhav Thackeray has clearly stated that it's rebel MLAs has been given a 24 hours of ultimatum, and Uddhav Thackeray has clearly mentioned that if they don't come in 24 hours, there will be no further talks, because Uddhav Thackeray has been saying that if they want to talk, if there are some other demand, they have to come to Mumbai, and it should be one-to-one meeting. But we saw that this rebel MLAs and Eknath Shinde has been very firm. They have been very firm about all they want Uddhav Thackeray to step down as the Chief Minister. He wants to resign and officially break the alliance with NCP and Congress, and that was the only demand that was made, looking after the Hindutva ideology. But yes, what we are getting to know from the top Shiv Sena sources who has confirmed that yesterday in a meeting that held in Matoshri, Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Now, okay, so that's the big breaking news story, that they have given a 24-hour ultimatum, but not sure going by what has happened in the last 24 to 48 hours, the mood in the Eknath Shinde camp. I'm not sure they're going to budge. Eknath Shinde is firm, isn't it, Alisha? He's firm, he's not going to come back. He has control of the party now. We are hearing it's not just 37, but those numbers have gone up maybe up to 40.
Yes, Niranjan, because even from the beginning we know there were several, the post, even they were ready to give the Deputy Chief Minister post. Even Sharad Pawar has asked Uddhav Thackeray, considering that if Eknath Shinde can be given the Chief Minister post. But what is the proposal about? Because we know that Eknath Shinde was clearly has mentioned in the letter that it's not about the post, it's not about the position, but it's about the Hindutva ideology. And Shiv Sena has not followed the Balasaheb Thackeray's ideology, Hindutva ideology, which means that they should not be in alliance with NCP and Congress. And even in that letter, it was mentioned that the corruption charges that is against Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik having a links with Uddhav. So this clearly indicates that the MLA that have been present in Radisson Blu in Guwahati clearly wants that Shiv Sena should come in power. It should get alliance with the BJP. That is a similar Hindutva ideology, and that is the reason. That was the only demand where Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason why Eknath Shinde is still firm with the decision. But we have to wait and what can be the further course of action, because we see that even Sanjay Raut, speaking to the media, had clearly stated now that they are going to fight this, and this statement comes after when Deputy Speaker has accepted the application to make Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. See why it is important, because if there is a floor test, and these are the MLAs, these are the Shiv Sena MLAs. And already when Eknath Shinde went to Surat, at that point of time, the first thing where Shiv Sena did is they removed Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and appointed Ajay Chaudhary. That has been challenged by Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that he has the number. How come the Shiv Sena with the numbers of 22 MLAs appointing Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly? But yes, what has come to know that Deputy Speaker has already accepted the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Assembly, Legislative Assembly, and Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. So when it comes to the floor, because that is the reason why Eknath Shinde was waiting, as he gave the letter yesterday, clearly stating 37 MLAs he have, and he wanted to be, he clearly stated that 37 MLAs has appointed Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bhagat Seth should be appointed as a whip chief. It's just because once they go to the floor, once they go to the assembly, that will be very important to show the numbers Eknath Shinde and BJP has. But what if Shiv Sena issued a whip to Shiv Sena MLAs? It means all the 55 MLAs of Shiv Sena has to vote and has to show the strength to the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And that is the reason why Eknath Shinde has been waiting to get appointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. He wanted Bhagat Seth should be appointed as the whip chief, so that if the other party, because we know that he itself is making a Shiv Sena party, he's clearly saying that what we have is the main Shiv Sena, and that should be registered, and he should be made as a legislative leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, so that once they go to the floor, so it will be, the power will be given to the Bhagat, who is the Bhagat Seth, who is the Bharat Seth, who is the chief, who will be the chief chair. But what is the problem that has been arising for Eknath Shinde as of now? Because Deputy Speaker has today only accepted the application of Uddhav Thackeray camp, clearly appointing Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. So we have to see what will be the further course of action, because only after that was a statement that coming from Sanjay Raut, clearly stating.
Stay with me. A reaction coming in from Shiv Sena. I think one of the Shiv Sena leaders is speaking there. I want you to translate it. I think it's Vinayak Raut. Let's cut across live.
शिवसेना नेते आदित्यजी ठाकरे, त्याचबरोबर अन्य शिवसेना नेते उपस्थित राहून मार्गदर्शन करतील. त्याचबरोबर शिवसेनेचे पक्षप्रमुख आणि मुख्यमंत्री माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे हे सुद्धा त्यांना
Aditya Thackeray and other Shiv Sena MLAs are going to address the people. Even Uddhav Thackeray, who is going to speak to the people via, it will be in a virtual meeting.
आज शिवसेना के सारे जिला प्रमुख, महाराष्ट्र के जिला प्रमुख, शिवसेना के संपर्क प्रमुख, इनकी महत्वपूर्ण बैठक आज शिवसेना भवन में 1 बजे बुलाई गई है. और इस मीटिंग में शिवसेना नेता आदरणीय आदित्य जी ठाकरे उपस्थित रहेंगे. अन्य शिवसेना नेता जो है वो भी उपस्थित रहेंगे, और यही शिवसेना के जिला प्रमुख जो है उनके साथ वीसी के माध्यम से पक्ष प्रमुख माननीय उद्धव जी ठाकरे ये बातचीत करेंगे.
Okay, so there was a reaction coming in of Shiv Sena MP Vinayak Raut, who has just reached the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Let's play out what Eknath Shinde said to Republic TV when he spoke. We'd like to play that out, please.
हेलो, नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य जी, और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए। इस पर क्या कहना?
Okay, Piyush, is a live action where Piyush is Piyush. Over to you.
Dilip Pandey has just entered. Dilip Pandey, the Shiv Sena MLA has just entered. I would ask Hitesh to focus and show you the pictures. One more MLA from Chandivali in Maharashtra. He is now here inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. We are showing you the pictures. One more addition, which means now, according to the claims those are being made by Eknath Shinde, he has 41 MLAs in his kitty. Dilip Pandey has just entered inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. Very big development taking place. Another MLA inside, Shiv Sena MLA, who has just entered inside Radisson Blue Hotel. Big development taking place. And this coming at a time when we are already seeing the threats coming in from Uddhav Thackeray camp. Eknath Shinde camp continues to swell. We are seeing how there was a claim of Eknath Shinde that he has got around 40 Shiv Sena MLAs in his kitty. Now one more addition to that particular number, 41 Shiv Sena MLAs are now here inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. 4 more than the required number to claim the ownership of the party. Remember that Eknath Shinde is the one who has been calling shots and telling to the Thackeray camp that he is the one who is the leader. We have also seen the resolution being passed by these MLAs claiming that now Eknath Shinde is their leader, and continuously we are seeing how MLAs continue to reach here at this very hotel, Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. In few minutes from now, we'll also get the pictures from inside this very hotel where Dilip Pandey would also be felicitated by the rebel Shiv Sena MLA's camp, which is inside this hotel. Once again, let me try to show you pictures of that particular convoy in which Dilip Pandey entered inside the very hotel, Radisson Blue Hotel.
I have a breaking news update. In fact, one of the I'm just going across to read this letter. Independents have now written a letter. Take a look at this. Independents have now written a letter accessed by Alisha. Alisha has accessed the letter. The Independents have written a letter to the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. The letter is on my screen right now. Say to Sri Narahari Zirwal, the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Republic TV has accessed the letter. Alisha has accessed the letter. Let's please show the letter, please, full frame. Let's show the letter full frame. The Independents have written a letter to Sri Narahari Zirwal, Deputy Speaker, Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, Vidhan Bhavan, also the Secretary of the Assembly. Saying the inability of the Deputy Speaker to decide disqualification petition. These independent MLAs are saying we are members of the Legislative Assembly. We have not contested the 2019 elections to the Assembly from any political party and thus have been elected as independent candidates. We state that a notice to move a resolution for removal of Narahari Zirwal as Deputy Speaker of the Legislative Assembly under Article 179 has already been submitted, a copy of which has been submitted to you. It has come to our knowledge through various electronic media that disqualification petitions are proposed to be filed against some members of the Shiv Sena legislature party, and the same are proposed to be submitted before the Deputy Speaker. Against the backdrop, we submit that the observations made by the Supreme Court and their citing precedents to say why the disqualification cannot happen. They are talking about how under provisions of rules of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, members shall have 7 days time or such further period for submitting his reply to the disqualification petition. Looking at the political situation in Maharashtra, we apprehend that the prescribed 7-day period may be given a go-by and orders on the disqualification petitions may be passed in haste. Massive Independents are throwing the rule book at the Deputy Speaker. Independents are throwing the rule book at the Deputy Speaker. Independents want the Deputy Speaker to be changed. They're saying that the Deputy Speaker is under a constitutional prohibition as interpreted and held by Supreme Court to decide disqualification petitions while a motion for his own removal is pending. The independent MLAs are saying that there is a petition pending to remove the Deputy Speaker itself. They're saying that the Deputy Speaker himself must be removed. And they're asking the Deputy Speaker, independents are asking the Deputy Speaker not to disqualify the MLAs of the Shiv Sena and that they should not take any action. 2 MLAs have signed off to independents from Uran and Gondia, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Santosh Agrawal. Let me get in a word from Alisha, who's accessed this petition. Alisha, basically the independents are telling these the Deputy Speaker to follow the rule book, saying you better follow the rule book or you're in trouble. To say that 7 days, they're saying that 7 days is the time that needs to be given, and that time needs to be given to these MLAs. They're also fearing that there could be breaking of the law by the Deputy Speaker. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, we can see the 2 independent MLA. One is Mahesh Baldi, who is from MLA from Uran, and one is Vinod Agrawal, that is an MLA from Gondia. This has been, these are the independent MLAs and written to Deputy Speaker, clearly stating that it's an inability of the Deputy Speaker to decide a disqualification petition. We know that the Shiv Sena has already given a petition to Deputy Speaker, clearly stating at first they gave a petition against 12 rebel MLAs, clearly stating that the whip has been given to them, but they did not respect it. They did not come for the meeting. We know that there was ultimatum letter that has been given to the Shiv Sena MLAs, rebel MLAs on that day. The same when Uddhav Thackeray has took a Facebook Live. They were asked to come at 5 PM, but no one came because they were very firm about the decision. Now the letter has been given to the Deputy Speaker, but now the independent, we can see, Niranjan, more and more MLAs are in support with Eknath Shinde. It's just because Eknath Shinde has been going with only one ideology, that is Hindutva ideology. Today what is happening, the current scenario, what we have been witnessing in Maharashtra is just because they've been going with a Hindutva ideology. Yes, the many questions has been raised whether it is from NCP or whether it is from Congress, but they have been also waiting for the final decision of Uddhav Thackeray. But yes, what we have accessed, the letter of independent MLAs that has been given to Deputy Speaker, clearly stating that it is inability for the Deputy Speaker and 7 days time should be given to those MLA and should not initiate or disqualify those MLAs, the rebel MLAs who has been present in Guwahati now.
Yes, so that's the breaking news update right now on Republic TV. Another letter accessed by Republic of the independents who've thrown the rule book at the Deputy Speaker, saying follow the rules, don't break the rules. 7 days time needs to be given to these MLAs, and you can't jump the gun. You can't jump the gun is what they're saying. And that's the breaking news update right now on Republic. There is a photo as well that we have right now. Let's open up the photo on the newsroom. In the newsroom right now, we're getting a photo of the Shinde camp. This is a new photo of the Shinde camp. I'm just going to open that up. And the Shinde camp has just put out a new photo. I'm just going to open that picture right now. Okay, that's a picture. I'm going to just quickly snapshot it. I'm going to screenshot it and let's count the number of MLAs. All right, this is the new picture. This is a new picture that has been released. Let's count. I'm not sure whether these are all the MLAs, but there's a new picture that shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. These are MLAs who've gathered. Not all of them are here in the picture, but this is a new picture that has been released. Perhaps just showing strength when all of them are together in one frame. This is a picture that has been released by the Shinde camp from the Guwahati hotel, and this is the latest picture that is coming in. In fact, there are more and more pictures that are coming in right now. I think there were several pictures taken as Shinde was posing with some of the MLAs who reached I think it's also Lande in the pictures. Allowed to get a confirmation from Alisha. Let me get a confirmation from Alisha. Alisha, what are these pictures? Can you take our viewers through these pictures?
Well, yes, Niranjan, we can see that it's a new picture that has been released by the Eknath Shinde camp, clearly showing that Dilip Lande, who has reached to the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, and has been welcomed by the Shiv Sena rebel MLAs who has been present. But what interesting, if we see in this picture, I cannot see Eknath Shinde in this picture, which is really very interesting, and we need to know where exactly the Eknath Shinde is. Because I've been trying to find out, there are many MLAs, and what have been officially stated that now in total there are 38 Shiv Sena MLA that has been present in Guwahati in Radisson Blue Hotel. But yes, I cannot see, if I zoom this picture and if I can see there is not Eknath Shinde, we have to wait and watch where exactly he was, because we saw many pictures that came in with the Shiv Sena MLA that were present in the Guwahati, and we saw Eknath Shinde in every picture. But what interesting that has been coming is that we cannot I can't really see, and no, there is no, we cannot see Eknath Shinde in this picture, so it is, we have to wait what is the exact reason behind that while welcoming Dilip Lande, who was earlier with Uddhav Thackeray camp, even one of my colleague who already had a conversation, who had a tic-tac with Dilip Lande, who was at first clearly stated at St. Regis that he's in support with Uddhav Thackeray, he will be with Uddhav Thackeray. But what really transpired, because this is something about the Hindutva ideology, and there were several complaints that has been made even by the Shiv Sena MLAs, clearly stating that Uddhav Thackeray, being the chief minister, has given a portfolio, important portfolios to NCP and Congress, but not to the Shiv Sainik, who really deserve, because it's just a chief minister post that has been given to Shiv Sena, but the other important post has been given to the other party, that is Congress and NCP. Also, the allegation that we saw that was made by Santosh Shirshat, who clearly stated that he was not even allowed inside the Matushri, was not even allowed inside the Varsha bungalow. He was stopped by
Dilip Lande reaching. I think Dilip Lande is reaching. The first pictures of Dilip Lande reaching, I think, of Shinde's camp, welcoming, MLA number 38. Pictures of Shinde's camp welcoming MLA number 38, Dilip Lande, Shiv Sena MLA number 38 in Guwahati. So I think they're well past the numbers required, which was 37. That's the first video on Republic TV, only channel with the pictures and the video. And that's Dilip Lande, who's reached. Eknath Shinde is 38 now. He's got 38 right now, and that's a video. Alisha, we're playing the video out. I think that's a video of them welcoming Dilip Lande, which and Shinde is not there. Confirms that Shinde has perhaps left the hotel. This confirms he's left the hotel to maybe meet someone. Alisha. Stick to mine.
Well, we have to really wait and watch, because where our colleague Piyush and Anirudh, who is present there outside the hotel, has confirmed that Eknath Shinde is still inside the hotel. But what has really transpired from this picture, that we can see the other MLAs that are welcoming Dilip Lande when he reached the Radisson Hotel, and we have even given the video. We can see in that video that he's been welcomed by the Shiv Sena MLAs. But what is important to know, where is Eknath Shinde? Because at some point of time there was a talk saying that Eknath Shinde, who is going to leave for Mumbai before he's going to go to the temple, but he has already left the hotel. But we even saw the convoy of Eknath Shinde. But later the confirmation that we got from the police official there present in the hotel, they said that Eknath Shinde is still inside the hotel. But if we look at the picture, we can see that Eknath Shinde is not present in the picture. We can see the 38 MLAs. What have been said that there are 38 MLAs now present. That the 38 Shiv Sena MLA that is now present in a Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. This means that till yesterday, we know that the letter that was given by Eknath Shinde, 37 Shiv Sena MLA has signed, but now it's 38, officially 38, and now it has been said that there are more and more MLAs, even from the Shiv Sena and also from the independent, that are going to join Eknath Shinde camp.
Stay with the pictures. Let's please stay with the pictures. Let's go to Alisha.
Well, yes, if you look at the, if we can see the pictures, we can clearly say how strengthening this strong the party, the Shiv Sena, the main party who has been they've been calling as the main party has been they've been just growing. We see that at initial Niranjan, if you remember, it was Eknath Shinde with 11 MLAs who went to the Surat, and then later it went to 30, and all the 30 MLAs went to the Guwahati, and later on all those MLAs has continued.
Video of Dilip Lande being welcomed. I think we have the video of Dilip Lande being welcomed. Let's listen into the audio.
या बाजूला या फोटो काढूया इकडून घे दिलीपराव आमदार सगळे सर्कल वाढले अरे आम्हाला घ्या बाबा
Okay, so that was Dilip Lande on A9. Let's cut across to A9 also. A9 service right now. That's a closer picture of A9's. Yes, that's Dilip Lande, a 38th MLA who is just, and they're all laughing, smiling. Alisha, they're all laughing and smiling as they are welcome, which tells you that there is absolutely no division. They're all on the same page, all jovial, not really worried about all this disqualification and the kind of measures that Shiv Sena is taking. Alisha.
Well, yes, of course, we can clearly witness the happiness, or we can see how they are welcoming Dilip Lande, and it's not the first time we are witnessing Niranjan, because even we saw the first visual that was released by Shinde camp, which we saw that Eknath Shinde has been talking to every MLAs. The first picture that was available, and we saw that how willingly all those MLA has come through, and even in the letter that has been given by the Shiv Sena MLA, they clearly stated that it is just about the Hindutva ideology, and that is the reason why they have come willingly, and they've been actually wanting this since many years. There was a talk with Uddhav Thackeray as well. It has also been mentioned that there was a talk with Uddhav Thackeray as well. They have already informed that we have to go with the Hindu ideology and not compromise it, because this is something has come from the Balasaheb Thackeray, and we have to follow that and we have to respect that. But not accepting the fact where Uddhav Thackeray some of the either way has ignored that the talk that was made by the request that was made by the Shiv Sena MLN, after which we can see the crisis that has been happening in Maharashtra today, because Eknath Shinde along with other MLAs, because we know that there are in total 38 Shiv Sena MLAs now present in Madison Hotel in Guwahati, and we can clearly see that every MLA is smiling. They're very happy the time and again when all those MLA who have been joining, whether it is independent MLA, we know that two independent MLA, Geeta Jain and Kishore, who reached last night, very late night, but then also all the MLAs has come down to welcome her. So this is something we can see. They really look very happy with the decision what they have been taken, and not only happy but they are also firm with the decision until and unless the proposal has not been accepted. The proposal of carrying the Hindu ideology and go with the BJP is what a demand that has been made by Shinde camp, until the time it has not been fulfilled. So they want to come back to Mumbai, and that is the reason where they left from Surat and they now in Guwahati. And also, but we have to see what will be the further course of action, because some of the action is been initiated by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. At first, we know the statement that coming from Sanjay Raut stating that now we are ready to fight on the floor, and this statement come after when Deputy Speaker has accepted the appointment of Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. So they have been ready. They're saying it's not only the fight in the Vidhan Sabha, in the assembly or of the floor test, but it's a if we are even ready to fight on the road. So this is a statement that coming in from Sanjay Raut. But we can see that Eknath Shinde camp is really very firm about their decision of being in Guwahati and be with Eknath Shinde. More and more MLAs has been coming in. Till yesterday it was 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, but now officially what has been said that in total 38 Shiv Sena MLAs that has been present, and moreover more than 9 independent MLAs and 2 Jan Prahar Shakti party, that is Bachchu Kadu and Rajkumar Patel. They are also been present in the same hotel. They are also supporting Eknath Shinde, and as we said that there are more and more Shiv Sena MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. It's not only about the MLA Niranjan, because what we have been told that looking into this ideology, what they have been putting forth and what are the proposal that has been put forth before Uddhav Thackeray is what has been accepted by MP as well. Because yesterday what we informed that there are 17 member of parliament who are supporting Eknath Shinde. 2 are already in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde, that is Thane MP Rajan Vichare and Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde, who is also a son of Eknath Shinde. They are already present in Guwahati, and there are other MPs who are in support of Eknath Shinde, stating that they have even expressed their support in a telephonic conversation. But what today development? Because again with MPs there are councillors as well. We know the Thane municipal councillors, there are 60 ward councillors, they are in support of Eknath Shinde. The call were made by the Shiv Sena leaders, but their phones are not reachable. And looking into the fact that the councillors are also going in support of Eknath Shinde, now the BMC councillor has been called for a meeting today at 7 PM at Sena Bhavan, where because it's now very important for the upcoming BMC election. Because yesterday the meeting that held between Uddhav Thackeray and the party holders, clearly giving instructions to them that start preparing for the upcoming BMC elections. But now, when the councillors are not in support with the Uddhav Thackeray, because Thane councillor, because the Shiv Sena is in a ruling the Thane municipal corporation since 30 years, and for that reason, because Eknath Shinde has already been the face of Thane, and for that reason 60 ward councillors who are in touch, who has expressed their support to Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason where Shiv Sena has called for a meeting. Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting with the BMC councillor at 7 PM in the Sena Bhavan. So we have to wait what can be the instruction that will be given and how many councillors can come, because this is something that talk about the ideology, and many Shiv Sainik has been coming forth and giving support to Eknath Shinde. And now talking about the important video, the visual that we saw, that it's now officially 38 Shiv Sena MLAs are in Guwahati, that is in support of Eknath Shinde, and there are more Shiv Senas and independent MLAs who are going to join Eknath Shinde camp.
Word from Shivangi and Piyush Shori as well. Piyush Shori is at the Vidhan Bhavan, and we'll stay with the pictures. And we'll go across to Shivangi to get in a quick word. Shivangi is at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Matoshri, where earlier we saw Aditya Thackeray meet a few NCP leaders. Interestingly, NCP leaders, he doesn't have support of his own MLAs. 38 to 40 of them are in Guwahati, but NCP leaders landed up at Uddhav's residence to show support. Shivangi.
Right, Niranjan. There was one NCP leader, Vidya Chavan, who was here. She was here yesterday. In fact, not yesterday, a few hours ago as well. And again, when Thackeray, we told you, he came out very interestingly. If my camera person can show you, he came out from there. He stopped the car just like a few meters away, and then he went back in. He went back in walking. And we tried to ask him. To talk. He did not say anything. Once he went inside the gates, he spoke to Vidya Chavan. There were a couple of supporters, and again he left. Now he has reached Sena Bhavan. But Niranjan, back-to-back developments coming here. Very interestingly, now we were showing visuals on Republic of Dilip Lande there, landing in Guwahati. Now a loyalist turning into a rebel. Very interestingly, he was there at St. Regis, and we had spoken on Republic TV. We asked him that what is your plan ahead, and he had categorically told Republic that I am with Uddhav Thackeray. He categorically told Republic I am with Uddhav Thackeray. Within 24 hours, a loyalist had turned into a rebel, and now Dilip Lande himself, we're getting those visuals of him in Guwahati. It's a very interesting development. And Aditya Thackeray, we would expect him to say something. We would expect him to also show some kind of concern, but there was no concern on his face. He was looking pretty calm. And remember, earlier Sanjay Raut had said again and again that we are very confident about our numbers, but today he has finally conceded that we don't have enough numbers. So very interesting turn of events happening in the Sena camp, Niranjan.
Yes, absolutely. One word from Piyush Auri, and then we'll listen into what Raut has said today. One of the key figures in the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, someone who played a key role in bringing them together, the Congress, NCP and the Shiv Sena, and someone who may be playing a big role in this alliance also falling apart. Here's what Sanjay Raut said, and then we'll tell you what, interestingly, what Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, has responded. We're getting you that, and also what Eknath Shinde, when he spoke to Republic, what he told us.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
आपका मुंह से ही सुना कि और पहुंच रहा है, तो और भी पूरा देश का जितना विधायकगण है सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं, असम में आइए।
वो कह रहे हैं कि आप अगर खुद मुख्यमंत्री, आपको कोalition का धर्म, आपको फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर समझना चाहिए, इस तरह से नहीं करना चाहिए।
अरे भाई, मैं होटल में लोग आने से बंद कर दूंगा तो कैसा फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है? कल आप होटल बुक करेगा और मैं मना करूंगा कि देश में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर चल रहा है और आसाम का होटल में आप मत आइए, तो ये थोड़े फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर इसको बोलता है।
कितना दिन में सरकार बन जाएगी?
मेरा पता नहीं है, लेकिन आसाम में जितना दिन रहेगा मेरे लिए खुशी का बात है कि रहिए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूँ, सब आइए आसाम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए आसाम में।
नमस्कार सर, प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। प्रताप सिंह बात कर रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक भारत न्यूज चैनल से। सर ये कह रहा था कि अब असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई आ गई है। कल आप बोल रहे हो कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि असली शिव सैनिक हम हैं, और 12 सदस्य
हम बालासाहेब के
जी और अजय चौधरी ने लेटर डाला है 12 विधायकों की सदस्यता रद्द करने के लिए, उस पर क्या कहें?
जो इधर लगता है राज्यपाल को भैया हमारे साथ है, हमारे पास 50+ है, हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं। हमारे विधायक लोग जो है कोई कहा है
आप
उन्होंने हार मानी और जो
आपका कहना है कि आपके साथ अभी 50 से ज्यादा विधायक हैं। और उसमें निर्दलीय कितने हैं और शिवसेना वाले कितने हैं, ये टोटल कितने, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बताओ जी। और इसमें मंत्री 8 तो आपका कहना कि असली अब जो लड़ाई आ गई है सर, असली शिव सैनिक की लड़ाई हो गई, और आपने कल दावा कर दिया कि असली शिव सैनिक हम है, बाला साहब ठाकरे के कार्य पे कर्मों पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं और बाला साहब ठाकरे के विचारों को हम मानते हैं, वो नहीं मान रहे हैं और आप उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्या सर आप दावा भी करने वाले हैं कि शिवसेना के उसका, तो आज सर कोई बैठक है आपकी किसी समय, मीटिंग, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप क्या मीडिया को आज संबोधित करने वाले हो जी? Okay, thank you.
There was Eknath Shinde speaking to Republic TV. The audio wasn't very clear, but he made it clear that he would be coming to Mumbai, proving his numbers very, very soon. Okay, let me get a word from Piyush Shori as well. Piyush Shori joining us from the Vidhan Bhavan. Those are pictures, meanwhile, of MLA number 38. MLA number 38 reaching the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. MLA number 38, Dilip Lande, landed in Guwahati, welcomed. They're all laughing, they're all smiling, and the Shiv Sena MLAs are confident that nothing is going to touch them, nothing is going to shake them right now. Let me go across to Piyush Shori, where the Sena tried to disqualify some of these members. What's the development there, Piyush?
So, Niranjan, right now the meeting is still going on. The Shiv Sena is having a word with its legal members of what needs to be done. But here it's a very important point you just raised. All its loyalists, like Dilip Lande and all these loyalists, which were once, with Shiv Sena, now are moving away from Shiv Sena, saying that they are doubtful of the leadership that has been provided to them by Uddhav Thackeray. And it's going to be very interesting to now see that what kind of path is Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray going to take. Are they going to change their ideology now? Are they going to make a big change as what has been said by the MLAs who have rebelled against them? So this is all going to be very interesting to watch. And I believe the meeting which Uddhav Thackeray today is going to be holding with its BMC councillors, because mind you, BMC is a very important election for Shiv Sena. After all, it was ultimately the BMC which led Shiv Sena to first rule Mumbai and then from Mumbai make its route to Maharashtra. So it is going to be very interesting to see that how exactly what is the outcome which is going to come out of this meeting from the BMC councillors. And from there on, we are going to also see that is there going to be a change in ideology on the part of Shiv Sena. Right now, we are under the Vidhan Bhavan. The Shiv Sena, its top leaders are having a consultation with its legal team of what needs to be done with the rebel MLAs. And for all actions, we are there on the ground looking at all the updates. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yes, I'm getting in some more breaking news now. In fact, Alisha accessed a letter written by the Independents. That's a related development. Alisha accessed the letter where the Independents are asking the Deputy Speaker not to act in haste, not to break the rules. As per the rules, he will have to give a notice of 7 days. And there is also a pending application asking for the Deputy Speaker to be disqualified himself. So a lot of conflict also here at play. And the Independents are making a very tough point. Alisha, quickly, to you on that letter and the development there.
Well, yes, Niranjan, we saw that that was letter that was given to Deputy Speaker, and importantly, what we know that it is the letter given to by the independent MLA of Uran and Gondia, and they are clearly stating that it's an inability of a Deputy Speaker to disqualify the MLAs. We know that the letter yesterday, because what have been told that Shiv Sena's leader had a word with the Supreme Court lawyer, they took a legal team with them, and after then they decided that there are first 12 rebel MLAs, and for them they decided to disqualify those 12 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, because there was a whip that has been given, the ultimatum. We saw that letter that was given to all the rebel MLAs who were present in Guwahati, but they were asked to come to in Mumbai. They were asked to come to Mumbai at 5 p.m. in the evening at Varsha Bungalow, which is the official bungalow of Uddhav Thackeray. But they didn't came, they were very rigid about their decision. They will come only to Mumbai only after their proposal that has been accepted, the proposal of getting it merged with the BJP, which is an Hindutva ideology. After which they decided to go to Deputy Speaker. They gave a letter to Deputy Speaker seeking disqualification of 12 MLAs, and even today where Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant along with other MLAs have already reached Vidhan Bhavan. Even what information my colleague Piyush is giving, that Eknath Khadse, the NCP MLC Eknath Khadse, who has also reached Vidhan Bhavan, he is going to join the Shiv Sena camp there, and the letter for more disqualification of the more 5 MLAs. There are the names of 5 more MLAs who were rebelled, but to this application, the petition that was given to Deputy Speaker, Eknath Shinde via tweet has given an answer to them. They said, don't teach us the rule, because we know under Constitution 10th schedule, the whip only can be issued in the assembly and not for the meeting. So it is the disqualification, the request they are seeking for the disqualification is invalid. And for this also, even today, we are getting, we know that there are more and more support where Eknath Shinde has been getting, because already 38 Shiv Sena MLAs that has reached. We saw the video, we saw the visuals where Dilip Lande, when he entered, all the MLAs has come down to welcome him, or were smiling, all are very happy. And also, it was an earlier statement that came in from those rebel MLAs, clearly stating that they are happy and they are willing. It is their willing who come to Guwahati, and not they have been asked by Eknath Shinde. It was no forcefully called by Eknath Shinde, but it's their willing, and they happily come to the Guwahati to support Eknath Shinde and his demand. The demand of Hindutva ideology, the demand to get in merge with BJP, the similar Hindutva ideology, and not with Congress and NCP. This was the letter given, and this is the proposal that by Eknath Shinde. But yes, we know.
Alisha, I have Deepak Kesarkar on the phone line. Stay with me. I have Mr. Deepak Kesarkar. He spoke to us in great detail yesterday. Mr. Kesarkar, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
yes,
Mr. Kesarkar. Good afternoon, sir. Yes. There is a lot of speculation, Mr. Kesarkar, about what is going to happen next. We hear that Mr. Shinde has left the hotel to meet someone. Would you want to speak about that?
Yes. No. He has left. This is true, but he has gone for some darshan. Kamakhya Devi darshan. That is as per my information. So this is an auspicious day, no? Friday is the day of Mataji, and fortunately, after 1 year, the temple is closed. But on behalf of all of us, he will pray Mataji and he will pray for the progress of our state also.
And you know, can I get your response also to what is being done by the Shiv Sena Uddhav camp? They're trying to move to disqualify some of the MLAs from your camp. Do you want to respond to them?
Still, there is always, whenever you want to disqualify anybody, you will have to give him a hearing. That is as per the principle of natural justice. And that cannot be denied to anybody. If they act like this, there are courts, they will quash it in 1 minute. And
you're saying that this won't... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
There are only 14 MLAs left, and you are appointing their leader as leader of the party, and he is issuing a whip. How far it could be sustainable in the court of law? This is all,
you're saying,
please tell me.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was asking you whether you because you mentioned a number. You said they have only 14 MLAs. Is that the number with them? 14?
No, the people who have signed on that particular meeting day was 18.
Okay.
A party of 55 cannot take a meeting of 18 people and disqualify somebody and appoint somebody. It's a kind of, a mockery of democracy.
And sir, with Mr. Dilip Lande also reaching your camp and his visuals are playing out when all of you received him, it takes your number effectively to 38. Am I correct?
Yes, true.
So you have the required numbers, correct?
More than the required number.
You have more than the required numbers. And how many independents, Mr. Kesarkar, are with you right now? How many independents?
Must be around 15 because yesterday 2 more came and they are coming with regular intervals.
38 Sena ML.
Now
yeah.
we are
Sorry,
around. We should be around 50 now.
15 independent MLAs.
No. Total, I'm telling you, 38 plus maybe 12 or 13.
Okay, 38 plus 12 or 13. So you've crossed 50. Is it safe to say you have more than 50 MLAs with you?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Now, what are you going to do with these 50 MLAs, Mr. Kesarkar? See, because as per the constitutional, laid down norms, you have the required number, which is a 2/3 majority. And with this 2/3 majority, you've already staked claim to the legislature party of the Shiv Sena. You've appointed your own whip. But there seems to be opposition from the Deputy Speaker, obviously because of the political angles at play here, right? If it gets into a legal issue, do you think you have the upper hand?
Of course, I think, first of all, I'll mention with a great honor to the chair that when the Speaker is appointed, he is the Speaker of the Assembly. He should not belong to any political party. And usually the Speaker of Maharashtra, they don't attend any political function. They don't go to meet any political leader because that is their status. And they are the guardians of the democracy. And they should function in that matter. And I'm very firm about that because Maharashtra has a great tradition of the democratic, elected representatives and our legislative assembly. Many a times, whatever decisions are taken in the Maharashtra assembly are referred all over the India because we have a perfect system in place. If such decisions are taken, they are not as per the tradition of Maharashtra.
Do you think, Uddhav Thackeray will come around because his close associate Sanjay Raut says, if all of you together want to break the MVA, you all should come back and speak. Why are they asking you to come back and speak? Why don't you just do it over video conferencing? Because the Chief Minister likes to do video conferencing, so why don't you do it over video conferencing and tell him?
One thing I'll definitely like to tell you, there are 2 versions of it. One is the CMA says that he loves his MLAs and he is ready to give his resignation even if one MLA asks for his resignation. That was his recorded statement. And here, Sanjay Raut ji, he is telling of a muscle power game coming on the road. Is it proper? Is it in the same spirit that Honorable CM has spoken to the MLAs? So this is something, come to us, we'll give you the threat, we have the muscle power, and you bow behind us. And we are not going to do that in any case, because lakhs of people have elected us. We are elected representative. We are bound by the constitution. We have 2/3 majority. They should accept that they don't have the required number now. And if they don't accept it, the whole India is watching what their party spokesperson is speaking on the media. Everybody is noticing it. He said, we will give the fight on the street. What is giving a fight on the street? We are not afraid. And first of all, I am not at all afraid of that. And that day when few of the Shiv Sena workers tried to stop my car, I told them on their face that whatever you people could not do, which was Balasaheb's wish to bring peace into Konkan, I could do it with my principles and a soft attitude. I was very soft, but still I defeated those kind of people who were aggressive and brought peace to Konkan. At least they should respect a person like me. They are stopping my car also. They are following my car. So I have given them a clear message that I will not tolerate this kind of thing. You forget about using muscle power. We are not bothered. And then I never went to their office again because I never in my life have bowed before such tendencies and such people.
When do you think, my couple of last questions to you, when do you think you're going to make your next move? Can we expect any move over the weekend, Mr. Kesarkar?
Please try to understand, it is now for the Speaker of the House to take the call. He will have to call us. He will have to either on video conferencing, he could speak to him on video conferencing also. He should satisfy himself that we have the required number, and then he should recognize our claim. And then we are free to come anywhere.
Okay.
And then on the floor of the House, we are ready to prove our majority.
You are ready with the numbers?
First of all, yeah, of course. And first of all, they should accept that they are into minority. They are not in a position to run the government. Neither they have the moral right to run the government. And please try to understand, Maharashtra is the financial capital of India. And if, like this, you stop the government from functioning, then the country is affected. And that is what is happening last 1 year. There is no coordination between the central government and the state government, and people of Maharashtra are suffering. So you will have to take a very quick decision, and you will have to decide whether you love your state or not, and accordingly you can make a decision. Disqualifying somebody, making it a lengthy procedure are all tactics of those people who have lost the majority. And I think that if... Yeah, please.
No, please go ahead, sir. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, they have lost the majority. They should accept it. And then why Honorable CM spoke like that with the MLAs, that my resignation is ready. Even if a single MLA asks for my resignation, I'm going to resign. He speaks like that. And contrary to that, Mr. Raut says that they will come on the street. What is this? So,
okay,
I don't think this is a proper thing.
Okay. My last question to you, the Chief Minister, we are told, Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray has said that they will wait for 24 hours. If you all don't respond within 24 hours, then they will go all out to disqualify you and to take you out of all party posts, etc. Now, that's the word coming in. How do you respond to that? How does your camp respond to it?
Please try to understand, they have already lost the majority. It is for the Speaker to decide that whether they have the required number. And in spite of not having the number, if he responds to it, it could be challenged in the court of law because they don't have the required number. How they can disqualify? As a party, they cannot disqualify. If we have 2/3 majority, then we have every right to form our own group, run our own party in the assembly, and will be recognized as a political party. We'll have our own office in the assembly, and he should have the number. He is our party leader, but outside the house, in the house where we are, is a legislative assembly, and he is not even the member of the legislative assembly. So he is our leader. We respect him, but the manner in which threats are given, I think it don't match the spirit in which Balasaheb had run the party. Because Balasaheb was one leader who never took any position in the government. He used to control the government from outside, and he wanted his original Shivsainik, ordinary Shivsainik, to rule Maharashtra. And today, when an ordinary Shivsainik is ready to take that position, he should wholeheartedly supporting him. Then only we can say that the legacy of Balasaheb is carried forward. And that is what I want to say. I have all the respect for him, but speaking like that don't match the legacy of Honorable Balasaheb, who ruled over the minds of Maharashtra.
Yes, Mr. Kesarkar, at some point, I just have a small request. If you can just come live with us for 5 minutes, even on WhatsApp, that would be great. We will be in touch with you, even for 5 minutes, if you can speak to Republic on video.
You can send me, if you could give me the link, I can do that. But, prior to that, I have a commitment to few people. So I'll attend those meetings and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, we'll send you a Zoom link. We'll send you a Zoom link. Thank you, Mr. Kesarkar. We'll send you a Zoom link whenever you can. Whenever you can, we'll be in touch with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Deepak Kesarkar, sorry, Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, Shinde camp, very senior leader from the Konkan region. Alisha, you heard him. They're very clear. They're very clear. They're not going to move. They're not going to. Okay, Bhaskar Jadhav is also joining me on the phone line. Bhaskar Jadhav जी, आवाज आ रही है? शिवसेना के सांसद एमएलए है भास्कर जाधव जी, विधायक जाधव जी, नमस्कार। अभी हमने बात की थी दीपक केसरकर जी से, और वो भी बता रहे थे कि ये जो है, बहुत सारी चीज़ बताया है कि ये जो धमकी आ रही है ये बाला साहब का लेगेसी नहीं है, और नंबर्स तो आपके साथ ही है, वो दिख रहा है पिक्चर्स में, सिग्नेचर्स में। तो ये जो धमकी आ रही है, क्यों आ रही है आपकी तरफ?
मेरे तरफ
ये पूरा जो एकनाथ शिंदे के कैंप है, उनके पास नंबर्स है।
धमकी ऐसा है कि वो दीपक केसरकर जी क्या बोले वो मैंने सुना नहीं। आप कौन धमकी दे रहा है उनको? मुझे मालूम नहीं इस बात पे कोई।
ये चैलेंज आपको कर रहे हैं, संजय राउत जी आपको चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। संजय राउत सबको, आप जो भी गुवाहाटी में हैं उनको चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। आपको लगता है कि बात करना चाहिए फर्स्ट?
ऐसा है कि डेमोक्रेसी में हमेशा डायलॉग इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। डेमोक्रेसी में संवाद हमेशा चालू रखना चाहिए। डेमोक्रेसी में संवाद करना, डायलॉग करना, ये डेमोक्रेसी का आत्मा होता है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी जो वक्त आया हुआ है, इस वक्त में हम बड़ी प्यार भरे अपने लोगों से, अपनी फैमिली मेंबर समझ के किसी से भी आज की तारीख में अच्छी तरह बात करनी चाहिए, समझा बुझाने वाली बात करनी चाहिए। गलती तो हर एक से होती है, लेकिन गलती होने के बाद उनको अपना मान के उनको साथ में लेके चलना जरूरी होता है, ऐसा मेरा मत है।
हमारे साथ जो है अलीशा आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं। अलीशा बताइए। अलीशा भास्कर जाधव जी भास्कर जाधव इज लिसनिंग टू यू। अलीशा।
भास्कर जाधव जी नमस्ते, मैं अलीशा नायर बोल रही हूँ। खास तौर पर अब देखिए जो एमएलए गुवाहाटी में है, खास तौर पर उनका अब यही जिद है कि जब तक उनका यही कहना है कि जब तक उस प्रपोजल को, खास तौर पर हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी को उद्धव ठाकरे मान्य नहीं करते, जब तक वो रिजाइन करके, यानी जो इस्तीफा देना चाहिए और ऑफिशियली कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ अपना गठबंधन तोड़कर बीजेपी के साथ जो कि सिमिलर आइडियोलॉजी है, आप इसको किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
ऐसा है कि वो क्या बोलते हैं वो मैंने सुना नहीं। वो बोलते हैं करके मैं बोलने वाला उनको जवाब देता नहीं, लेकिन मैं एक बात दावे के साथ में कह सकता हूं कि ऐसा एक ही नेता हो सकता है, ऐसा एक ही मुख्यमंत्री हो सकता है जो उद्धव बालासाहब ठाकरे है, कि जिन्होंने असेंबली के फ्लोर पे मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए कि हाँ मैं हिंदुत्ववादी हूँ, मैं हिंदुत्व की भूमिका जिंदगी में छोड़ने वाला नहीं हूँ, और मैं हिंदुत्व का भूमिका आगे लेके चलने वाला हूँ। महाविकास आघाड़ी का सरकार होने के बावजूद भी, कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस साथ में रह के भी मैं हिंदुत्व की भूमिका फिर से जाहिर करता हूं। ऐसे कहने वाले पूरे देश में मेरे नॉलेज पे एक ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, वो उद्धव जी ठाकरे ही होंगे, बाकी कोई है ऐसा मुझे लगता नहीं। और जो नेता हाउस के फ्लोर पे इतना बोल सकता है, तो उसकी हिंदुत्व के बारे में डाउट करना, परीक्षा लेना किसी के भी हाथ का काम नहीं है।
जाधव जी देखिए, खास तौर पर देखिए, क्योंकि अब 38 शिवसेना के एमएलए जो सालों से आप लोग साथ में रहे हो, बिल्कुल इस सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी में पिछले 2.5 साल से साथ में रहे हो, लेकिन अब हिंदुत्व की बात को लेकर ही, और एकनाथ शिंदे साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि हमारी जो शिवसेना है वो असल हिंदुत्व शिवसेना है। और उसी को देखते हुए आज दिलीप लांडे भी, जो कि एक समय पे उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ थे उसी सेंट रेगीज में जहाँ पर आप सभी लोग ठहरे हुए थे, वो आज यहाँ पर गुवाहाटी में पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है हिंदुत्व को लेकर भले ही बात उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री करते हैं, लेकिन असल में हिंदुत्व तो तब माना जाएगा जब कांग्रेस और एनसीपी का साथ छोड़ा जाए और बीजेपी जो कि सेम आइडियोलॉजी के साथ आती है उनके साथ जुड़े। तो
मैं मैडम आपको एक सवाल पूछूं क्या? ऐसा है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंदुत्व वाली पार्टी है, बराबर है। उनके साथ आरपीआई के नेता रामदास जी आठवले है, उन्होंने हिंदुत्व की भूमिका ली है क्या? उनके साथ रामविलास पासवान जी का भी लड़का है, उन्होंने हिंदुत्व की भूमिका ली है क्या? बिहार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सपोर्ट पे वहाँ नीतीश कुमार सीएम बने हुए हैं, वहाँ हिंदुत्व की भूमिका नीतीश कुमार ने ली है क्या?
जादव जी,
बोलने वाली बात है
जादव जी, ये दूसरे पार्टी की बात नहीं है। जादव जी, ये दूसरी पार्टी की बात नहीं है, मैं शिवसेना की बात कर रही हूँ। शिवसेना जो कि बालासाहेब ठाकरे की हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी को लेकर।
मैडम, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ।
देखिए, आज लड़ाई शिवसेना और किसी और पार्टी की नहीं है, ये शिवसेना वर्सेस शिवसेना दिखाई दे रहा है। एक तरफ जहाँ शिंदे कैंप है, एकनाथ शिंदे जो कह रहे हैं हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी को साथ में लेकर जाना चाहिए, लेकिन एक दूसरी तरफ उद्धव ठाकरे जो आज भी कांग्रेस एनसीपी का साथ देख रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं अल्टीमेटम उन लोगों को दे रहे हैं जो कि उन्हीं की शिवसेना, और उनकी मांगे क्या है कि सिर्फ हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी को फॉलो करे, बालासाहेब ठाकरे के जो हिंदुत्व आइडियोलॉजी है उसको फॉलो करे। यही तो मांग कर रहे हैं एकनाथ शिंदे और बाकी के एमएलए।
मैडम, अभी मैंने आपका विस्तार से फोन मतलब सुन लिया है, मेरा थोड़ा सुनिए आप, कि मैं एकनाथ जी की शिंदे के बारे में कुछ भी बोलने वाला नहीं और बोलूंगा भी नहीं, उनके बारे में मुझे कुछ बोलना नहीं है। लेकिन जो लोग बोलते हैं कि बीजेपी असली हिंदुत्व वाली है, इसीलिए हम बीजेपी के साथ में जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी के साथ में रहना नहीं चाहिए, वो बीजेपी का मैं रिकॉर्ड बता रहा हूँ। हमारी अंदरूनी लड़ाई है, मुझे मालूम है, लेकिन असली हिंदुत्व वाली कौन है तो बीजेपी है। क्यों? तो इसीलिए कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी को छोड़े, वो बीजेपी का असली हिंदुत्व क्या है ये मैं आपको बता रहा था। तो सब जानते हैं कि बीजेपी का असली हिंदुत्व क्या है और नकली हिंदुत्व क्या है, सब जानते हैं। लेकिन ठीक है, आज की लड़ाई है, अपने लोगों को हम समझा बुझा के वो लड़ाई है आपस में मिटा देंगे।
पूछ सकता हूँ भास्कर जादव जी आपको एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन?
जी
अलीशा, एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन अगर मैं पूछ सकता हूँ तो भास्कर जादव जी से। भास्कर जादव जी, ये जो एकनाथ शिंदे जी और उनके साथ जो विधायक है 37 एमएलए ने साइन करके एक लेटर लिखा था कल रात को, और उस लेटर में लिखा है कि ये करप्ट गवर्नमेंट है, भ्रष्टाचार इतना है कि अनिल देशमुख के बारे में लिखा है, नवाब मलिक के बारे में लिखा है। आप उसके समर्थन में हैं, जो चार्जेस है उसके समर्थन में है, क्योंकि 38 एमएलएज ने उस पर साइन की है, 3 मिनिस्टर एमएलएज।
मिनिस्टर ने साइन किया है बोलते हो ना आप?
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ। हाँ, मिनिस्टर्स।
मैं बराबर है, तो मैं तो मिनिस्टर था नहीं, मैं तो गवर्नमेंट में था नहीं, बस यही जवाब उचित है।
तो आपको लगता है कि भ्रष्टाचार था या नहीं? लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
हाँ,
भ्रष्टाचार था?
हेलो,
भ्रष्टाचार था या नहीं भास्कर यादव जी?
आप भी वो, आप तुम्हारे कौन थे पहले वो? ठीक है, नेक्स्ट टाइम बात करेंगे। ओके, बाय।
ओके, भास्कर यादव, आप जाएंगे गुवाहाटी अगर वो सिचुएशन आएगा तो? Okay, lost the line. Okay, lost the line. I have to take a short break right now. That's Bhaskar Yadav of the Uddhav camp. Hasn't left for Guwahati yet. He's very much in Mumbai as of now. Back-to-back responses coming in on Republic. Leading the coverage from Mumbai. Stay tuned. We're taking a break. The breaking news updates continue here on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
11,000 placements last year.
At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection.
Justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी. पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था. टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था. WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की. उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया. उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकते हैं कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है.
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है.
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple.
Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, whose rebellion against the party has pushed the three-party Mahavikas Aghadi government to the brink of a collapse, has been appointed as the legislature party leader by the 37 rebel MLAs in Guwahati. Shiv Sena leader Eknath Khadse wrote to the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly regarding the reaffirmation of his appointment as the leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party and further appointment of Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will meet the department heads of Shiv Sena at Shiv Sena Bhavan. He's meeting them. In fact, as we speak, all the department heads have been asked to reach Sena Bhavan. Amid the growing political crisis in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena workers and residents of Raigad districts put up banners backing the decision of the MLA Eknath Shinde. At present, Eknath Shinde has support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. According to sources, the newly appointed Chief Whip Ajay Chowdhury, that is the Uddhav camp whip, Ajay Chowdhury filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker and has demanded action against MLAs who did not attend the legislature party meeting. Refuting kidnapping allegations, Eknath Shinde camp MLA Tanaji Sawant said that all legislators came with Shinde on their own and nobody forced them. He alleged that MLA Kailash Patil is fabricating stories to gain sympathy. According to sources, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 more independents are likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. Initially, they will go to Surat and then leave for Guwahati. Speaking about the present predicament of the MBA, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar made it clear his party in the alliance would support Uddhav Thackeray, further stating that the state government majority can be proven only in the floor of the Vidhan Sabha. Pawar said that Eknath Shinde's camp could face anti-defection law. The Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Union Minister Narayan Rane lambasted MBA and also NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut stating that the alliance of the NCP Congress Shiv Sena was designed for convenience and self-interest.
Well, Maharashtra continues to be a political hotspot as numbers keep falling for Uddhav Thackeray, and we at Republic are getting you all the scoops first here and breaking the stories first, and we'll continue to do so just after this short break.
Justice for the people. We want justice for Constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी। पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था। टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था। WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की। उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया। उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकते हैं कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है।
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है, और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी, उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है।
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. The Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5. Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year. Citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people, an Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summons for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection.
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season.
Thank you for watching Republic TV. We are starting that edition with a breaking news that is coming in. The statement of Uddhav Thackeray. We know that Uddhav Thackeray is holding a meeting with the local district president, all those president via video conference where Uddhav Thackeray is in Matoshri. And the big statement that has been coming in from Uddhav Thackeray, he has informed that I have left Varsha and came to Matoshri. Some say I have left the fight. I haven't left the fight. So this is a clear indication that has been given by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who is saying that some say that I have left the fight, but I need to tell them that I haven't left the fight. The more important statement that coming in saying that even if I am incapable according to you to run this party, I am ready to step down as Sena Supremo. So this is a statement from Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray while addressing the local Pramukh. And we will continue to keep you updated. The first information we'll get you on Republic TV. We will be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Leon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5.
The merchant vessel, the MV Princess Mirage ship that started getting submerged on the 21st of June has sunk completely in the Arabian Sea. All 15 crews were rescued by the Coast Guard. Dr. Rajendra KV, Deputy Commissioner, and the Dakshina Karnataka DM in a meeting said that they are taking steps to decide how to defuel the vessel to likely avoid an oil spillage. The MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi took to Twitter to inform that the first consignment of earthquake relief assistance has already reached Kabul. Further consignments will be following. This comes after an earthquake of the magnitude of 5.9 hit Afghanistan, killing nearly 1,000 people.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year. Citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people, an Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It was long due, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back now. Founder Michael Lewis opened the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the 5-day fest in the UK after the last two were cancelled owing to the pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke of his big bet on free trade agreements. One key meet was FTA being worked out with India. Camilla Parker, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir Prince Charles, spoke on the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda's capital, called on the Commonwealth to use its power to end gender-based violence. She called on every man and woman in Commonwealth to take personal responsibility for ending violence against women and laws that discriminate against them.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that
Top headlines at this hour. More and more MLAs bolt to Shinde camp, hotel in Guwahati. Sena Kingmaker now way beyond the needed 37 mark. Out of numbers, Uddhav now issues another ultimatum to Shinde camp, says no talks after 24 hours. From Uddhav, won't back down to yes, we have been outnumbered. Is Uddhav camp accepting complete wipeout now? Top court's final word on 2002. Gujarat writes Prime Minister Modi gets the highest level clean chair. Plea dismissed, SC final word out. Bogus conspiracy on 2002 false flag. BJP demands Sonia's apology. And NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu files nomination papers. Top BJP leaders present at filing. Well, we have got some breaking news right now. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking, and I'm right now outside Matoshri. We're tracking all developments on all our reporters. All our reporters are on ground. And the big news right now, Uddhav Thackeray in fact has released a statement saying they have left Varsha and have not given up the fight. That's the big news coming in at this point of time. So Uddhav Thackeray there releasing a statement there. This is the big news coming up. Uddhav Thackeray says that we have not given up. I have left Varsha. Now I want to go across Niranjan, who's getting us more details from the newsroom. Niranjan.
Niharika. That's the breaking news update coming. Uddhav Thackeray has told his leaders that he's willing to step down. He's saying he's willing to step down if needed, if leaders feel that he's incapable of running the party. That's the breaking news update. He has said he has not left the fight, but he has also said that he's willing to leave the party. I think we're getting more responses now. One more MLA joining us on the phone line. Mr. Patil, can you hear me? Mr. Patil, can you hear me?
हेलो
पाटिल जी आवाज आ रही है?
आवाज आ रही ना?
ओके ये अभी कैन यू टेल आवर व्यूअर्स पाटिल जी अभी कहाँ है? वेयर इज मिस्टर शिंदे?
हेलो
शिंदे जी कहाँ पे है? बहुत स्पेकुलेशन है. चिमनराव पाटिल जी.
Mr. Shinde is here.
He is with you. He is in the hotel.
Mr. Shinde is here.
Is he back in the hotel?
No, I don't know. I am in my room.
Okay, you're in your room. Okay. And पाटिल जी ये जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का जो अटेम्प्ट है, आपको क्या कहना है उसके बारे में?
That is legal fight, and law will decide what is the decision.
Do you have the numbers, Mr. Patil? Do you have the numbers?
Yes, we have numbers, more than sufficient numbers.
Do you think you have a stronger case if it gets into a legal battle? Do you think you have enough numbers?
Yes, we will win. We have a very enough number.
You have enough numbers. Okay. And
Yes,
when are you planning to
sufficient.
prove your numbers? When are you planning to prove your numbers, Mr. Patil?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. But you are going to stay there for a while till you are called?
Huh?
You are going to stay there in Guwahati till you are called to Mumbai?
That's a policy matter and that's a strategy. That we don't know.
Okay. Okay. Chimanrao Patil ji, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Chimanrao Patil ji, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. One of the MLAs from the Shinde camp speaking to Republic TV from the Guwahati hotel. And let's go across. Let's go across to Alisha right now. Alisha, the other breaking news update that you brought us, that he has also told Shiv Sena leaders that he is willing to step down. Uddhav is willing to step down if they feel that he is not a capable leader. Is that correct, Alisha? Was that what he said?
Well, yes, Niranjan, and we see that this statement that has been coming in by the Thackeray is just because we saw that not only the MLAs but also the MP and the municipal corporation councillors have all given the support to Eknath Shinde. But what statement that has been coming in from Uddhav Thackeray, where Uddhav Thackeray is saying that if you think that he's been saying this to, he's been asking to all those local pramukh that if you think that I'm incapable, according to you, to run this party, I am willing to step down as the Shiv Sena Supremo as well. He has also pointed out at Eknath Shinde saying that if Eknath Shinde questions about Aditya Thackeray, who is the son of Chief Minister, if he's been giving the post, Eknath Shinde has also did the same. Today, Eknath Shinde's son, that is Shrikant Shinde, is the MP. So he's been giving all the statement, and even Uddhav Thackeray is clearly attacking the rebel MLAs, clearly stating that the day we remember that they were saying that we will die but not leave Shiv Sena, but today they left us. They left Shiv Sena. Rebel MLAs are trying to break the party. So this is the statement that is coming in from Uddhav Thackeray, who is addressing the local pramukh as of now. He's been addressing the district president as of now, and he's been giving all the statement that even if I leave Varsha, I have not left the Matoshri. The people think that I have not. If they think that we are not we have left the party, we have left the fight, but I want to tell that I have not left the fight. The fight will go on. It will work till the end. This is what the statement that has been given by the Uddhav Thackeray. And the most important, and I am sure that he is giving the statement saying that if you think that I am incapable to be a party chief, so I am ready to step down as the Shiv Sena Supremo as well. So this statement is just because we, Niranjan, we know that it's not only about the MLAs, but it's also about the MP, the member of parliament who is giving the statement, who has expressed the support to Eknath Shinde. And even we saw that when it comes to the Thane Municipal Corporation, because Thane is already ruled by Shiv Sena since last 30 years. It has been ruled by Shiv Sena since last 30 years, and now what we know that there are 60 ward councillors who are in support with Eknath Shinde, and this is the reason where another meeting that has been called. That's an emergency meeting that has been called by Uddhav Thackeray at 7 p.m. where the BNC Municipal Corporation Councillor is going to. They are going to attend this meeting, where again there could be some of the new statement that will come in from Uddhav Thackeray. But what we know that Uddhav Thackeray finally has given a statement on the ongoing crisis, because we know that the Facebook Live that was done by Uddhav Thackeray, where he only gave one statement. He was just saying the one statement that I want that one MLA should come to Mumbai and clearly say that they don't want Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister. I am ready to step down. I am ready to resign. And this is what now he's saying, that many people think that I have left the fight, but let me tell you, I have not left the fight. I just left from the workshop, but I have come to Matushri. Important, if people thinks about it, even you think that I am incapable of being a party chief, I am ready to step down. So this is what. But Niranjan, if you remember, and the important word that came in from the rebel MLAs, you speak to Deepak Kesarkar. Deepak Kesarkar is very much firm about. He's He's clearly saying that till the time they don't fulfill our proposal, the proposal of Hindutva ideology, it is just because, and more importantly, more and more MLAs are coming and giving up the statement that this is something, an injustice that was done by Uddhav Thackeray being a chief minister, whether it is, we saw Santosh Sirsat, who has already issued a letter where Eknath Shinde has tweeted with that letter, and where he said that many of the time he tried to meet Uddhav Thackeray at his bungalow, but rather than him being allowed, Congress and NCP leaders were allowed to go and meet. And that is the reason where the people of his constituency started asking him questions. So these are the upset Shiv Sena MLAs. It's not about the Hindutva, but they were upset. They were not even allowed to meet the Shiv Sena Pramukh, their own chief minister from their own party. This is something like injustice that has been done. And not only Deepak Kesarkar, but the other MLAs has been since complaining the same. They have been saying the same thing, that they have asked for many things, they have made a demand, but that was certainly was avoided by them. So that is the reason why they have come to the Eknath Shinde camp, and we even saw the visuals, we even saw the photos, we saw the videos. While welcoming Dilip Lande in the hotel Radisson Blue, all were looking really very happy. Everyone was smiling, and if we heard the video, if we can see the soundbite of that video, where we saw that Pratap Sarnaik is saying that more MLAs should come. More MLAs should come, they should support, because this is not about the power, this is not about the position. This is about the Hindutva ideology, this is about the Balasaheb Thackeray ideology, Hindutva ideology that should be respected, and that will be respected only when Uddhav Thackeray stepped down as the chief minister and he officially get separated from Shiv Sena, from NCP and Congress. Then only all the MLAs will be coming back. But now the MLAs who are in Guwahati, whether they have been given an ultimatum, the Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24 hours of ultimatum to those rebel MLAs, asking them to come back to Mumbai and had a face-to-face conversation. And if they don't do, a disciplinary action can be initiated against them, and there will be no further talk. It has been said, no further talks will be done. If they want to talk, they can come to Mumbai, they can sit face-to-face and they can have a conversation. But if they don't do within 24 hours, there will be no further talks, and some of the disciplinary action will be taken. And the same question has been asked to the rebel MLAs, and they are clearly saying we have no fear of getting disqualified. Our ideology, the proposal, the demand, what we are asking for is something very relevant, is something for the Balasaheb Thackeray Hindutva ideology that we wanted to take forward, and this should remain in Maharashtra. That is the only reason we have been asking from him. It's fine if we give the ultimatum, it's fine if we get disqualified. We have no fear on that, but it's only one thing, that their proposal should be fulfilled. They should, where the Congress and NCP, they should get out of the Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Thackeray should step down as the chief minister. He should go with the BJP, who come with the same ideology and come into power in Maharashtra. Well, This is the thing, and when we know that more and more MLAs that has been going to Guwahati, they are going to join Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde camp, and even there are not only MPs but also the councillors who are getting support, who are supporting Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason why this might be where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, while speaking to the local promos, while talking to the district president via video conferencing, he clearly said that many people say that I have left the fight. No, I have not left the fight. Even if I leave the Varsha Bungalow, I have come to Matoshri. But even if you feel like he's saying that to the district Shiv Sena president, even if you feel like that I am incapable of not handling the party, you can tell me about it. I am ready to step down as the Chief Supreme, as the Shiv Sena Supremo as well.
Yes. Let me also get a word from my colleagues, Shivangi joining me live right now, and we'll quickly go across to Piyush as well, live from Guwahati in a few minutes. And we'll get in Priyanka as well. Priyanka is also live, so we'll try and get her up. Priyanka, there's some live action at Live U1, so I'll try and go across to Priyanka. But first up, Shivangi, what's the update at your end? There were meetings through the day at the Uddhav Thackeray residence. Shivangi.
Right. Right. Niranjan, let me just show you what happened today. Now, this is Matoshri, Niranjan, this is Matoshri. Just a short while back, we saw Uddhav Thackeray's son, Aditya Thackeray, come out from here, and he stopped the car. He stopped the car right over here. He got out. He stopped the car approximately right here, just like a few meters away from me. He stopped the car. Then he walked back. Then he walked back here, back to inside Matoshri. Then he left again for Sena Bhavan. So we saw that action happening here, Niranjan, today, and back-to-back statements also coming. Now, Aditya Thackeray did not say anything to us. He did not say anything to us, but he just smiled. He was with some NCP, one leader from NCP. There were a couple of supporters, very few of them, maybe 4 or 5 people there, Niranjan. And we in fact, that was the only appearance of a Shiv Sena leader today. The only appearance since morning of now this time Aditya Thackeray really coming out and going to Sena Bhavan. Now we are seeing back-to-back developments since morning, not just from Shiv Sena but what's happening in Guwahati. Some of the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray completely turning into rebels. We have been seeing that for the past 2 days, and also multiple statements coming out. We just broke that story for Uddhav Thackeray saying that he will resign, but then he has been saying this for the past 2 days. He said that he has left Varsha and come to Matoshri, which is right over here, but still the same statements coming again. He's not really addressing the real issue, Niranjan. That is what we have been tracking on Republic TV, not really addressing the real issue. Aditya Thackeray saying now that the MLAs have shifted for money. That's what we have been breaking on Republic TV, shifting for money, while the other camp, the Shinde camp, saying that there have been a lot of corruption in the Uddhav Thackeray side. So these political developments keep continuing, Niranjan, from Matoshri, and of course, nothing really concrete coming. Is it just empty words? That's the question. Is it just empty words coming from Uddhav Thackeray that he will resign? That's a big question. Will he really quit, or is he just buying time?
Let's play out some of the, we spoke to MLAs from the Shinde camp. We spoke to MLAs from the Uddhav camp. We also spoke to Eknath Shinde himself. Let's play out some of the reactions, because there was speculation earlier that Eknath Shinde had moved out of the hotel. He's now back in the hotel, but here's what his side told Republic. Deepak Kesarkar spoke, but before that, let's play out what Sanjay Raut has been saying in the last few days and then get to the rest.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
There is a lot of speculation, Mr. Kesarkar, about what is going to happen next. We hear that Mr. Shinde has left the hotel to meet someone. Would you want to speak about that?
No. He has left. This is true, but he has gone for some darshan, Kamakhya Devi darshan. That is as per my information. So this is an auspicious day, no? Friday is the day of Mataji, and fortunately, after 1 year, the temple is closed. But on behalf of all of us, he will pray Mataji, and he will pray for the progress of our state also.
And you know, can I get your response also to what is being done by the Shiv Sena Uddhav camp? They're trying to move to disqualify some of the MLAs from your camp. Do you want to respond to them?
Still, there is always, whenever you want to disqualify anybody, you will have to give him a hearing. That is as per the principle of natural justice, and that cannot be denied to anybody. If they act like this, there are courts, they will quash it in 1 minute. And
you're saying that this won't... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
There are only 14 MLAs left, and you are appointing their leader as leader of the party, and he is issuing a whip. How far it could be sustainable in the court of law? This is all, please tell me.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was asking you whether you because you mentioned a number. You said they have only 14 MLAs. Is that the number with them? 14?
No, the people who have signed on that particular meeting day was 18.
Okay.
A party of 55 cannot take a meeting of 18 people and disqualify somebody and appoint somebody. It's a kind of, a mockery of democracy.
And sir, with Mr. Dilip Lande also reaching your camp and his visuals are playing out when all of you received him, it takes your number effectively to 38. Am I correct?
Yes, true.
So you have the required numbers, correct?
More than the required numbers.
You have more than the required numbers. And how many independents, Mr. Kesarkar, are with you right now? How many independents?
Must be around 15 because yesterday 2 more came. And they are coming with regular intervals.
38 so Sena ML.
Now we are around. We should be around 50 now.
15 independent MLAs.
No. Total, I'm telling you, 38 plus maybe 12 or 13.
Okay, 38 plus 12 or 13. So you've crossed 50. Is it safe to say you have more than 50 MLAs with you?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Now, what are you going to do with these 50 MLAs, Mr. Kesarkar? See, because as per the constitutional, laid down norms, you have the required number, which is the 2/3 majority. And with this 2/3 majority, you've already staked claim to the legislature party of the Shiv Sena. You've appointed your own whip, but there seems to be opposition from the deputy speaker, obviously because of the political angles at play here, right? If it gets into a legal issue, do you think you have the upper hand?
Of course. I think, first of all, I'll mention with a great honor to the chair that when the speaker is appointed, he is the speaker of the assembly. He should not belong to any political party. And usually the speaker of Maharashtra, they don't attend any political function. They don't go to meet any political leader because that is their status. And they are the guardians of the democracy. And they should function in that matter. And I'm very firm about that because Maharashtra has a great tradition of the democratic, elected representatives and our legislative assembly. Many a times, whatever decisions are taken in the Maharashtra assembly are referred all over the India because we have a perfect system in place. If such decisions are taken, they are not as per the tradition of Maharashtra.
Do you think Uddhav Thackeray will come around because his close associate Sanjay Raut says, if all of you together want to break the MVA, you all should come back and speak. Why are they asking you to come back and speak? Why don't you just do it over video conferencing? Because the Chief Minister likes to do video conferencing. So why don't you do it over video conferencing and tell him?
One thing I'll definitely like to tell you, there are two versions of it. One is the CM says that he loves his MLAs and he is ready to give his resignation even if one MLA asks for his resignation. That was his recorded statement. And here, Sanjay Rautji, he is telling of a muscle power game coming on the road. Is it proper? Is it in the same spirit that Honorable CM has spoken to the MLAs? So this is something, come to us, we'll give you the threat, we have the muscle power, and you bow behind us. And we are not going to do that in any case, because lakhs of people have elected us. We are elected representative. We are bound by the constitution. We have 2/3 majority. They should accept that they don't have the required number now. And if they don't accept it, the whole India is watching what their party spokesperson is speaking on the media. Everybody is noticing it. He said, we will give the fight on the street. What is giving a fight on the street? We are not afraid. And first of all, I am not at all afraid of that. And that day when few of the Shiv Sena workers tried to stop my car, I told them on their face that whatever you people could not do, which was Balasaheb's wish to bring peace into Konkan, I could do it with my principles and a soft attitude. I was very soft, but still I defeated those kind of people who were aggressive and brought peace to Konkan. At least they should respect a person like me. They are stopping my car also. They are following my car. So I have given them a clear message that I will not tolerate this kind of thing. You forget about using muscle power. We are not bothered. And then I never went to their office again because I never in my life have bowed before such tendencies.
Well, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm outside Matushri, where sometime back we saw Aditya Thackeray leave and go to Shiv Sena Bhavan, and we're getting you every visual, every soundbite, and every angle on Republic TV and all the scoops. Stay tuned.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It's been a it was long due, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back now. Founder Michael Lewis threw open the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the 5-day fest in the UK after the last two were cancelled owing to the pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke of his big bet on free trade agreements. One key meet was FTA being worked out with India. Camilla Parker, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir, Prince Charles, spoke on the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda's capital, called on the Commonwealth to use its power to end gender-based violence. She called on every man and woman in Commonwealth to take personal responsibility for ending violence against women and laws that discriminate against them.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date, as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection.
Justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav, Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी। पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था। टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था। WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की। उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया। उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकते हैं कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है।
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र
उनको हम लोग कहना चाहते हैं कि महाराष्ट्र कभी भी केंद्र के सामने, दिल्ली के सामने झुका नहीं है और ना ही झुकेगा। ये मुजरे करने वाले उधर गए हैं, वो हुजरे हैं, हम लोग नहीं है। हम लोग अंत तक लड़ेंगे। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का महाराष्ट्र है, फुले शाहू अंबेडकर का महाराष्ट्र है, संविधान मानने वाला महाराष्ट्र है। मैं शिव सैनिकों को, राष्ट्रवादी के कार्यकर्ताओं को, कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं को, सबको ये बोलती हूँ कि महाआघाड़ी का सरकार एक साथ है और एक साथ आगे चल के रहेगा। और अभी पहले 25 साल था, अभी 100 साल चलेगा। सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है आपने क्या?
21 आमदार जे आहेत ते या ठिकाणी संपर्कात आहेत अशा पद्धतीने उद्धव ठाकरे म्हणत होते, मात्र अजूनही संख्याबळ जुळत नाहीये।
संख्याबळाची काळजी तुम्ही करा, आम्हाला कुठल्याही संख्याबळाची काळजी नाहीये। रेती जी असते ना, रेती ती या मुठीमध्ये ठेवली ना तर
Uddhav Thackeray has informed us that there are 21 MLAs who is in touch with him.
पुन्हा निवडून यायचं आहे। ते आमदार निश्चितच आपल्या भवितव्याचा विचार करतील, फक्त 1.5 आणि 2 वर्षाचा
I'm
विचार
sure that the MLAs will think about it because this MLAs need to, if they get disqualified, they have to re-elect in this election. They have to win. It is not possible without Uddhav Thackeray or without Shinde.
कसं काम करणार
Staying with the pictures there, you just saw what some of the leaders, including Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, have been saying. Let's put out some of the quotes. Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray saying, attacking these the pro-Sena rebels, pro-Eknath Shinde rebels, and Uddhav saying that he will continue to fight, but also saying if needed, if he's incapable, he will step down. Saying that he will step down. Saying that they've left for lust of power. And let me go across to Priyanka. Priyanka, you're there. Priyanka, what are these leaders saying about the message that came in from inside? Priyanka. Ankit.
Right, Niranjan. I think we're trying to get Priyanka to join us. But we've seen these statements come in. It's very interesting that there was an NCP leader there at Sena Bhavan saying that they will stand by and they will continue the fight and they will fight for the MVA government. But these statements that have come in from the two top leaders of the Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, that is Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray, are unlikely to be received very well in Guwahati. As per what Deepak Kesarkar was telling us, he was aghast at the fact that while the chief minister says that he loves his MLAs, Sanjay Raut is threatening them with muscle power. And now Aditya Thackeray has really set the cat amidst the pigeons, it would appear, by stating that these leaders have, so as to say, defected for money. That is a big allegation that has come in from the Thackeray family, and both of them displaying that they are ready for the fight. A combative set of statements coming in from each of Uddhav Thackeray and also Aditya Thackeray. One says, I have left Varsha Bungalow, but I haven't left the fight. And he's also told the Shiv Sena local pramukhs that if they deem him incapable, that he will step down as Shiv Sena party chief. And then Aditya Thackeray really doubling down and stating that we have seen rebellions in the Shiv Sena before, they will come back, they have left for money. So these are the statements that are coming in from the Sena Bhavan, from Matoshri, where Uddhav Thackeray has been since he moved there from the Chief Minister's official residence, Varsha, 1.5 days ago now. And meanwhile, over in Guwahati, we are hearing a totally different tone and tenor, because when the MLA was speaking to us, Deepak Kesarkar, he seemed to be hurt by the fact that the Chief Minister says one thing, but his principal advisor and Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has a completely different set of lines to say, and those are of a threatening nature. Meanwhile, we've also seen that the NCP continues to back the MVA. However, it appears that the Shiv Sena rift is only widening. There is a point beyond which there can be no return, and it appears that that has been reached. We'll now go across to Piyush, because whatever is happening in Mumbai will certainly have its ramifications in Guwahati. Piyush, when the MLAs there spoke to us, they complained about the fact that there are multiple messages coming in from this side, and some of those are of an intimidatory nature as well, particularly from Sanjay Raut. What are your sources telling you in Guwahati, and are they tuned in to what is being said by Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray at the moment in Mumbai?
Well, absolutely, Ankit, like you rightly pointed out, that yes, it has a lot of ramifications here in
प्रेम बघा
आज शिवसेना भवनमध्ये
अरे 2 मिनिटं थांबा त्यांचा आवाज ऐकायचा तुम्हाला
नाही आज पूर्ण बैठक पार पडलेली आहे काय नेमकं आव्हान मुख्यमंत्री साहेबांनी केलेलं आहे
मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी आवाहन करत असताना काय परिस्थितीमध्ये त्यांनी गेल्या 2 वर्ष कारभार केला आणि त्या कारभाराच्या मध्ये कोविडशी मुकाबला केला त्याचबरोबर वेगवेगळ्या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये जो विकासासाठी निधी केलेला आहे आणि त्याचबरोबर निधी देत असताना प्रत्येक जिल्ह्याला न्याय द्यायचा त्यांनी कसा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे ते सांगितलं त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी शिवसेनेचे लोकप्रिय आमदार वामनराव महाडिक यांचा देखील विचार मांडला की तुम्ही लाईव्ह सगळ्यांनी ऐकलेला आहे की निष्ठा जी आहे ती महत्त्वाची असते आणि त्या निष्ठेच्यासाठी म्हणून मला खुर्चीचा मोह नाही परंतु मी जिद्द माझी सोडलेली नाही आणि मी परत झाडाला एखादी पालवी येते त्या प्रकारे परत झाडाला पालवी यावी यासाठी मी प्रयत्न करणार आणि अशा पद्धतीचे ज्या लोकांना जायचं आहे ते जाऊ शकतात आणि ज्यांना माझ्याबरोबर एक निष्ठेने काम करायचं आहे त्यांनी जरूर राहावं असं त्यांनी आवाहन केलं. एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा मांडायचा आहे पण तुम्ही गुवाहाटीत नाही आहात तुम्ही शिवसेना भवनला तर शांत राहा जरा डिसिप्लिन पाळला नाही तर एक लक्षात घ्या की मी बोलणार नाही, मी थांबवते पत्रकार परिषद आणि जाते. एकदम सायलेन्स ठेवा, एकमेकाचे फोन बंद करा आधी पहिली गोष्ट. हे पहा, भारतीय राज्यघटनेच्या 10वी जी अनुसूची आहे जी 10वी अनुसूची आहे त्याची प्रत मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना देणार आहे आणि त्या प्रतीमध्ये स्पष्ट म्हटलेलं आहे की ज्या लोकांना त्यांनी म्हटलेलं आहे की ज्या लोकांना विधानसभेमध्ये काही वेगळी त्यांनी भूमिका घेतली असेल तर ते अपात्र, म्हणजे त्यांची आमदारकी जर का रद्द व्हायची नसेल तर त्यांना कुठल्या ना गटामध्ये विलीन तरी व्हावं लागेल, विलीन व्हावं लागेल त्यांना आणि विलीन व्हावं लागेल. अन्यथा त्यांचा जो गट आहे तो मूळ पक्षापासून विलीन झाला नाही तर त्याच्यामध्ये
we really wanted to inform that rebel MLAs to come back to Mumbai because if they disqualify, they cannot be called as a real Shivsainik. They won't be the part of the Shivsena.
शिवसेना हे नाव त्यांना मूळच्या पक्षाचं वापरता येणार नाही हे त्याच्यामध्ये स्पष्ट केलेलं आहे.
They cannot just say that they are Shivsainik and misuse their power.
त्यांना का तर भारतीय जनता पक्षामध्ये विलीन व्हावं लागेल किंवा बच्चू कडू यांच्या प्रहार संघटनेमध्ये रद्द व्हावं लागेल. बच्चू कडू यांना त्यांचा जो प्रहार संघटना आहे त्याच्यात त्यांना विलीन व्हावं लागेल आणि बाहेर पडून जो गैरसमज पसरवला जातो आहे, गैरसमज काय पसरवला जातो आहे की शिवसेना नाव त्यांना मिळणार आणि शिवसेनेचे चिन्ह त्यांना मिळणार.
Using the name of Shivsena and misusing the power, which is really not right. We really want them to come back, or else they won't be the part of Shivsena as well.
शिवसेनेची राज्यघटना आहे, त्याचबरोबर शिवसेनेची जी घटना आहे ती घटना निवडणूक आयोगाच्या नियमानुसार बनवलेली आहे आणि त्याच्यावरती जे कार्यकारिणीचे सदस्य असतात त्याच्यामध्ये त्या पद्धतीने त्यांना कायदेशीर प्रक्रिया करायला लागेल. हे पहा, समजा इथे आपण मीडियाशी बोलतोय तर हा विधिमंडळ पक्ष आहे तर सामील करून घेतलं शिवसेनेत, म्हणजे याचा अर्थ तुमचं मेन ऑफिस पण शिवसेनेत सामील झालं असा अर्थ होतो का? लक्षात आलं का तुमचा मुद्दा? त्यामुळे विधिमंडळ पक्ष जो आहे तो वेगळा पक्ष आहे आणि मूळ जो पक्ष आहे तो वेगळा पक्ष आहे. याच्याखेरीज शिवसेनेचं जे चिन्ह आहे ते मिळवण्यासाठी आम्हाला 6% मतं मिळवावी लागलेली आहेत. तशी 6% मतं
What we have been said that this is the real Shivsainik group, the party which has managed to get at least 10% of the vote.
4 ते 6% मतं मिळत नाहीत तोपर्यंत निवडणूक आयोग जो आहे तो ते चिन्ह गोठवणं किंवा ते चिन्ह बदलणं असा निर्णय करत नाही. परंतु
they have to understand the principles. They have to understand the principle. What is the rules and regulation that comes under Vidhan Bhavan and which is been given during the election.
पक्षाची घटना आहे त्याच्यानुसार बहुमत आमच्याकडे आहे. आमच्या कार्यकारिणीवरती आमचं एक मत आहे, उद्धव साहेब ठाकरे यांनी अध्यक्षच राहावं आणि त्यांनी काम करावं.
We have only one leader and that is Uddhav Thackeray, and he should go forward and work according and what he was doing. So we completely support, we completely respect the decision of Uddhav Thackeray because we are going to work under the guidance of Uddhav Thackeray.
असा त्याचा अर्थ होतो. आणि हे जे मी कागद तुम्हाला दाखवले अशा वेळेला ज्यांना भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष म्हणजे चंद्रकांत पाटील यांच्या अध्यक्षतेखाली काम करायचं असेल किंवा बच्चू कडू प्रहार यांच्या अध्यक्षतेखाली काम करायचं असेल तर याचा अर्थ त्यांनी खांद्यावरचा शिवसेनेचा भगवा उतरवलेला आहे असा त्याचा अर्थ होतो. आणि हे जे
they have to understand that they have actually lead the Hindutva and not join the Hindutva. So the real Shivsena party is this Shivsena and not the other parties that the rebel MLAs has been making with each other.
त्याच्या पलीकडे बाकीची जी प्रक्रिया आहे विधिमंडळामध्ये कोणाला अवैध ठरवणं किंवा मतदान रद्द करणं ही संपूर्णपणे विधिमंडळाची एक वेगळी पाऊल असतं. त्याच्याबद्दल विधानमंडळाचे उपाध्यक्ष किंवा अध्यक्ष जो काही नियमाने निर्णय घेतील त्याचा घेण्याचा त्यांना पूर्णपणे अधिकार असतो. मी त्या सभागृहाबद्दल कुठलीही गोष्ट भाष्य करणार नाही. कायद्याप्रमाणे नियमाप्रमाणे त्याच्यावरती योग्य ती पावलं उचलली जातील अशी मला खात्री आहे. याच्या पलीकडे दुसरं कुठल्याही उत्तर देणार नाही. मी आपली आभारी आहे.
आघाडीच्या अडचणीत वाढ होईल असं वाटतं?
मी विधानसभा उपाध्यक्षांवर जो ठराव आलेला आहे असं तुम्ही सांगताय तर याच्याबद्दल माहिती घेते. परंतु कुणालाही कोणावरही असा अविश्वास ठराव आणण्याचा अधिकार आहे, पण त्याच्याबद्दल सुद्धा विधिमंडळाचे नियम आहेत. ते नियम मी तुम्हाला दुपारी पाठवते किंवा तुम्ही विधिमंडळातून घ्या. त्याच्यासाठी सुद्धा काही एक मुदत असते, त्याच्यामध्ये ती निवडणूक घ्यावी लागते. तर त्यानुसार विधिमंडळ योग्य तो निर्णय त्याच्यावर घेईल. उपाध्यक्षांवर अविश्वास ठराव आणण्यासाठी मला एक चांगलं वाटतं की तुम्ही ठरवलं सिद्धिविनायकाला जायचं, तर जायचं असं जाहीर केलं म्हणजे तुम्ही सिद्धिविनायकाला पोचता का? नाही ना. मग सिद्धिविनायकाला तुम्ही जात असताना तिथे पायरीपर्यंत पोचलं पाहिजे. तसं विधिमंडळामध्ये ती प्रक्रिया सुरू झाल्यावर पुढचा काय तो निर्णय होईल, पण तिथे सुद्धा आमचं बहुमत होईल अशी आम्हाला आत्मविश्वास आहे. झालं? की मैंने ये बात स्पष्ट कही है, मी हे स्पष्ट केलेली आहे गोष्ट की राज्यघटनेचं भारतीय संविधान का जो 10वां शेड्यूल है, जिसका मैं आपको सबको शेयर करने वाली हूँ पेपर्स, कि जो संविधान कहता है कि अगर कोई पक्षांतर के कानून से उनको राहत चाहता है तो उनके लिए एक ही रास्ता है कि वो कोई ग्रुप करे और ग्रुप में मर्ज हो जाए. अलग से ग्रुप करने का जो 3 नंबर का उपकलम था वो खारिज हो चुका है. तो इसके लिए उन्हें भारतीय जनता पक्ष में नहीं तो प्रहार पार्टी में शामिल होना पड़ेगा. वो शिवसेना का ग्रुप का नाम लेने की कोर्ट में जा सकते हैं या विधिमंडल में अपना ज़रूर कहना कह सकते हैं, लेकिन अंतिम फैसला जो है उनको किसी भी हालत में उनको किसी न किसी दूसरे पार्टी में विलीन होना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो दूसरा नाम लेना पड़ेगा. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि शिवसेना का झंडा, शिवसेना का चिन्ह लेकर वो वहाँ पे काम नहीं कर सकते. इस तरीके से हमारा कहना है, कानून ये कह रहा है कि उनको मर्ज होना ज़रूरी होगा और वो बात वो लोगों से छुपा रहे हैं, ऐसा हमारा कहना है. अभी ये सब बातें जो है ना वो मुझे लगता है मेरी कार्यकक्षा के बाहर है, तो मैं कुछ का भाषण नहीं कहूँगा. मी ते आता वाचलं ते सगळं त्याच्यावर.
पत्र पाठवा.
So
And viewers, there you just heard from the Sena Bhavan, Neelam Gore, a Shiv Sena leader, buttressing what the Uddhav camp feels, that this is a matter that over which the Shinde camp rebel MLAs cannot dictate terms, they cannot use the party symbol and so on and so forth. We'll be getting you all the breaking developments from both Mumbai and Guwahati. Hectic things are afoot. Viewers, stay with Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summon for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization.
आताचे जे क्राइसिस निर्माण झालेले त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये चर्चा म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांचं काय मत आहे काय नाही अशा पद्धतीनं आम्ही ती चर्चा त्या ठिकाणी करणार आहोत. आत्ताच्या घडीला राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टीची तीच भूमिका आहे जी काल आम्ही तुम्हाला सांगितलेली आहे ती की मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या पाठीशी त्या ठिकाणी उभं राहायचं आणि हे सरकार टिकवण्याचा प्रयत्न करायचा. त्याच्या उपर आपल्याला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे असेल तर विचारा.
साहेब, जे 12 आमदारांचं निलंबन झालेलं आहे त्याविषयी काय प्रमुख भूमिका आपल्याबद्दल?
निलंबन कोणाचं झालंय?
म्हणजे ज्यांची पत्रक आलं होतं,
जे काही विधिमंडळाच्या संदर्भातलं असेल त्याबद्दलचा निर्णय विधिमंडळाचे प्रभारी अध्यक्ष विधानसभेचे हा निर्णय ते त्यांचा घेतील, कारण त्याच्यामध्ये सरकार म्हणून आम्हाला कुणाला बोलण्याचा काडीचा अधिकार नाही. ते विधिमंडळाच्या
Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar in a press conference clearly stating that we will meet Uddhav Thackeray, that is Chief Minister of Maharashtra, at 6:30 p.m. in the evening in Matoshi, and we have the same stand that which we informed yesterday that we will stand with Uddhav Thackeray. We will stand with the decision that will be taken by Uddhav Thackeray.
बहुमत आहेच.
Let me tell you that this is the government of Mahavikas Aghadi where Shiv Sena and NCP Congress are together.
बैठक में वैसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. बैठक में कल ही हमने जो बताया वही हमारी पार्टी की लाइन है. हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीछे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों ने उनको सपोर्ट देने का, और आज हम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को, क्योंकि बीच में उनको कोरोना हुआ था इसीलिए उनको हमने वहाँ मिलने के लिए हम गए नहीं थे, लेकिन आज 6:30 बजे पवार साहब, प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैं और जयंत पाटिल उनको मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बात करने के लिए. उनका क्या कहना है, उनका आगे की लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए.
दादा, अभी लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप की तरफ से मीडिया से फोन पर जो बातचीत हुई है, उनका कहना है कि 40 शिवसेना के विधायक उनके पास है, साथ साथ में इंडिपेंडेंट भी 9-10 है, लगभग 50 के करीब. अब सवाल ये उठता है कि 2/3 बहुमत शिंदे ग्रुप के पास में है, तो ये सरकार तो अल्पमत में आ गई.
अरे वो शिवसेना के है ना, आपने भी क्या बताया कि वो शिवसेना के विधायक है, तो अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर भी शिवसेना के हैं और उनको सपोर्ट दिया है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने और कांग्रेस ने, तो पूरी मेजॉरिटी है ना.
दादा, सवाल यहाँ ये उठता है,
स्पष्टपणे म्हणतायत की आम्हाला काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीची साथ नको आहे म्हणून.
त्याबद्दल उसके बारे में उन्होंने क्या कहना चाहिए, क्या नहीं कहना चाहिए, वो उनका अधिकार है. उन्होंने पार्टी फ्लोर पे पार्टी के जो चीफ है उनको बताना चाहिए.
लेकिन दादा, एक नेतृत्व के सवाल पर सवाल ये उठता है कि
निर्वाळांना जे पत्र म्हणजे बोलणं झालंय त्यांचं म्हणणं असं आहे की आमच्याकडे 40 आमदार जर आहेत तर आम्ही मेजॉरिटीमध्ये आहे, आणि जे आमचं गटनेते पद रद्द करा असं म्हणतायत ते स्वतः त्यांच्याकडे आमदार नाहीये, तर मग याच्यात तांत्रिक
मी त्याच्याबद्दल तुम्हाला आत्ताच सांगितलं की विधिमंडळाचा जो एरिया आहे, विधान परिषदेच्या बद्दलचा काही इश्यू निर्माण झाला तर त्याबद्दल विधान परिषदेचे विद्यमान सभापती रामराजे नाईक निंबाळकर साहेब निर्णय घेऊ शकतात, आणि विधानसभेमध्ये काही निर्णय झाला तर विधानसभा अध्यक्षाची जागा रिक्त असल्यामुळे प्रभारी अध्यक्ष हे उपाध्यक्ष आहेत, ते त्याबद्दलचा निर्णय घेऊ शकतात.
So we know that if it comes to the Vidhan Sabha, so it's the responsibility of a deputy speaker. He has been given the responsibility to take the decision of the Vidhan Sabha, and he will take the decision whatever comes into the right place.
वकिलांचा सल्ला घेऊ शकतात, कारण ते सगळं
Well, of course, when talking about the disqualification, Shiv Sena has the right to take a legal opinion. They can go to the legal team. They can take the opinion, and it's up to them what are the decisions that has been taken. But yes, important is like by 6:30 p.m. today, me, Sharad Pawar.
मेजॉरिटी में है, इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट को पूरा फैसला लेने का अधिकार डेमोक्रेसी में है और गवर्नमेंट ले रहे हैं.
उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया है कि जिसने पुलिस भर्तियों में, पुलिस के ट्रांसफर में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे, फटाफट जो ट्रांसफर और फैसले हो रहे उसमें कहीं भ्रष्टाचार की गुंजाइश है, इसलिए राज्यपाल नजर रखते हैं.
नहीं, उसके बारे में ये जो आप अगर गवर्नमेंट में होते और मेजॉरिटी में होते तो आपको अधिकार ही है, मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है ना. उस मिनिस्टर को जिस डिपार्टमेंट का काम हो रहा है उस डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है. फाइनल अधिकार तो चीफ मिनिस्टर का रहता है.
एक सवाल शिंदे और उनके ग्रुप ने
कौन सारे मिनिस्टर्स हुए हैं? अजित पवार यहाँ है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी यहाँ है, जयंत पाटिल यहाँ है, दिलीप वळसे पाटिल यहाँ है, राजेश टोपे यहाँ है, अशोक चव्हाण, बालासाहेब थोरात, वर्षा गायकवाड़, सब हम यहाँ है।
दादा एक सवाल सिर्फ बताइए, लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप के विधायक आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी उन्हें सहयोग नहीं करती थी और कहीं ना कहीं उनके विधायकों को, मंत्रियों को मदद नहीं मिलती। ऐसा क्या चल रहा था कि आप लोग
ये देखो, ऐसा आपको एक मालूमात होनी चाहिए। आप समझो अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर हो, ये होम डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर है, वो आरडीडी मिनिस्टर है, तो वो मिनिस्टर को पूरा अधिकार उनके पास रहता है, दूसरे किसी को नहीं जाता। एक दफ़ा फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने बजट पेश करने के बाद और दोनों फ्लोर पे यानी विधान परिषद और विधानसभा में वो जब मंजूर हो जाता है मेजॉरिटी विधायकों के तरफ से, तो उसके बारे में उसका पूरा अधिकार अलग अलग ट्राइबल का ट्राइबल डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को जाता है, पीडब्ल्यूडी का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है, इरिगेशन का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है, ऐसा होता है।
एसआईटी इस पर कई बार हुआ, हर बार उनको क्लीन चिट मिला। इसका एक बिहार का भी एंगल है जो मैं आपको शुरू में ही बता देना चाहता हूं। स्वनाम धन लालू प्रसाद जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री भी थे और मनमोहन जी की सरकार में रेल मंत्री भी बने, और ये पूरी कहानी आपको मालूम है कि कार सेवकों की एक ट्रेन जो जा रही थी अयोध्या से अहमदाबाद, वो जब गोधरा पहुंची तो उसके एक ब्लॉक में अटैक करके आग लगाई गई है, लगभग 50 कार सेवक मारे गए थे और उसके बाद एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण राइट हुआ, काफी लोगों को सजा भी मिली, एक अलग विषय। तो लालू प्रसाद जी के निर्देश पर 2005 के बिहार विधानसभा को देखते हुए सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज जस्टिस उमेश बनर्जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई गई। और अगर आप पुराने मेरे कमेंट्स को देखेंगे, मैंने उसको बहुत ब्लास्ट किया था। उन्होंने कहा कि ये कार सेवकों के ऊपर कोई बाहर से हमला नहीं हुआ था, अंदर से ही दुर्घटनावश आग लग गई। आप समझ सकते हैं कि इस सीमा तक उस पूरे दंगे को राजनीतिक चश्मे से देखा जा रहा था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 9 सेंसिटिव केसेस की जांच के लिए एक एसआईटी बनाई, याद करिए। इस एसआईटी को जांच कर रहे थे सीबीआई के फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर मिस्टर राघवन, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा इस एसआईटी में गुजरात का कोई रिटायर्ड या सर्विंग ऑफिसर नहीं होगा, तो ईमानदार जांच करें। उस एसआईटी ने जांच की। ये जो जाफरी है और इनके पीछे खड़ी है तीस्ता से तलवार, आप जानते हैं, जिनका काम ही है मोदी जी के खिलाफ कैंपेन करते रहना। इन्होंने कहा कि इसमें उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भूमिका की भी जांच होनी चाहिए। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया, उनकी भूमिका की जांच की गई, बाकी सब जांच हुई। और आपको एक बात मैं पटना के पत्रकारों के माध्यम से देश को बताना चाहता हूं कि एसआईटी जी ने उस समय गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को 9 घंटे इंटरोगेट किया, 9 घंटे समन के बाद, और एक भी भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने विरोध नहीं किया। आज एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता राहुल गांधी का हो रहा है भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में नेशनल हेराल्ड में, तो देश के सारे मुख्यमंत्री जो उनके 1-2 बचे हैं वो काम धाम करके दिल्ली में धरना दे रहे हैं, वहां कुछ नहीं हुआ। एसआईटी ने रिपोर्ट दिया कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की कोई भूमिका नहीं है, और बाकी जो है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस एसआईटी को प्रोटेस्ट किया गया, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने से ये रिपोर्ट जाएगी, आप चाहे तो प्रोटेस्ट पिटीशन कर सकते हैं। तो ये जाफरी जी और तीस्ता से तलवार और ये सारा जो गैंग है पूरा लेफ्टिस्ट, लिबरल्स, कांग्रेस सपोर्टेड, इन लोगों ने पूरा वहां पर अपनी गवाही दी। 10-10 साल तक ढूंढ के लाए, मजिस्ट्रेट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट गए, ये लोग हाई कोर्ट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। उसके खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट आए और यहां उनके वकील थे श्रीमान कपिल सिब्बल साहब। 8-10 दिन बहस किए पिछले साल सितंबर-अक्टूबर में, उसका फैसला आज आया है। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो 2-3 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही है कि इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, बल्कि मैं चाहूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कुछ टिप्पणी आपके सामने पढ़ूं। We hold the appeal is devoid of merits and deserves to be dismissed in the aforesaid ground. और देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा है, The proceeding have been pursued for last 60 years to keep the point boiling, obviously for ulterior design. जानबूझकर करके कुछ लोग पड़े हुए थे कि इसको हमेशा जिंदा रखा जाए। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वहां क्या कहा है, It appears to us that a coalesced effort of the disgruntled officials of the state of Gujarat, along with others, was to create sensation by making revelations which were false to their own knowledge. झूठे जानकारी पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश की और बहुत सारी टिप्पणियां हैं। आपको याद होगा कि इन लोगों ने दुनिया में कैंपेन चलाया, क्योंकि उनके कई कुछ मामलों में मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वकील भी था उस समय। और याद रखिए हमारे पत्रकार मित्रों, ये सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन यूपीए सरकार में हुआ, 14 के पहले हुआ, 11, 12, 9, ये आप स्पष्ट जान लें। क्योंकि यूपीए सरकार और कांग्रेस पार्टी का एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी को किसी प्रकार रोकना है, और कहीं वो सफल नहीं हुई। याद करिए, इन लोगों ने कैंपेन किया कि मोदी जी को यूएसए का वीजा नहीं मिलना चाहिए, याद है आपको? एक इलेक्टेड मुख्यमंत्री और बाद में भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अमेरिका और भारत के संबंध कितने ऊंचाई पर हैं आप सभी जानते हैं। कि आज हमें बहुत गर्व है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में भारत को दुनिया में एक बहुत विशेष स्थान मिला है। आज हम कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहते हैं, आज हम वामपंथियों से पूछना चाहते हैं, और आज हम सभी कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री से पूछना चाहते हैं जिनकी पूरी दुकान पिछले 20 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विरोध पर चल रही थी, अब कितनी देर और चलेंगे आप? 60 इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो हो गया, 12 साल प्रधानमंत्री, 9 साल 12 साल मुख्यमंत्री, 9 साल प्रधानमंत्री। सुप्रीम कोर्ट बार बार रिजेक्ट करता है, और बस वही तीस्ता से तलवार, उनके लेफ्टिस्ट फ्रेंड, एक विधवा जो जाफरी जी है, उनके पति की दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण उस पूरे राइट में शेष हो गए थे। तो ये क्या मतलब है? हम देश को बताएंगे कि किस तरह से कुछ लोगों की दुकान चली है, और उसके पीछे कांग्रेस पार्टी, वामपंथी, यूपीए, आरजेडी सबों का सहयोग और प्रश्न रहा। और ये लोग बार बार रिजेक्ट होते हैं, बार बार असफल होते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी प्रयास नहीं छोड़ते हैं। इसलिए कानून तो जो अपना काम कर रहा है करेगा, लेकिन हम लोग का एक विचार हुआ कि देश को इस निर्णय की सच्चाई को बताना जरूरी है कि ये षड्यंत्र जो देश के लोकप्रियतम नेता नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ किया गया, जो 2001-2 से चल रहा था, आज तक चल रहा है, वो अब समाप्त होना चाहिए। और एक बात और ध्यान रखिए, वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहना चाहूंगा। वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। गुजरात में मोदी जी हमेशा विजयी रहे। वो 14 जीते, वो 19 जीते, आगे फिर 24 जीतेंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश में भी जीते हम लोग, दोबारा जीते उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो इसीलिए ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। और अंतिम बात जिसको कह के मैं आपके प्रश्नों का स्वागत करूंगा कि मोदी जी ने इस 20 साल के टॉर्चर में कभी अपनी शांति नहीं खोया। उनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ एक था कि मुझे देश के विकास के लिए काम करना है और गुजरात के विकास के लिए काम करना है। और वो काम करते रहे और सच्चाई सामने आती रही, न्याय प्रक्रिया के द्वारा या जनता के द्वारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हम एक एक करके प्रश्न लेंगे।
आज मैं बहुत विनम्रतापूर्वक आग्रह करूंगा, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, इसी पर सवाल करें तो बड़ी कृपा होगी।
इसी से रिलेटेड पहले महाराष्ट्र एक सेकंड रुक जाइए, आग्रह कर रहे हैं। इस विषय से संदर्भित साकिब जी हो जाए।
चलिए, मैं तो बहुत प्रसन्न हूं कि आपने इस विषय को ठीक से समझा, सुना और मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने इसको प्रसारित भी किया होगा। और अपने प्रिंट के लोगों से भी मेरा आग्रह है कि सिंस इट इज ए न्यूज ऑफ नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस which we feel it is, it should be given the same kind of exposure from Patna for national byline.
एक सवाल ये बहुत ही लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आज का। तो आप तो हम लोग से बात कर रहे हैं, हम लोग के माध्यम से जनता तक जाएगी, लेकिन एक सवाल ये है कि पार्टी के स्तर से कोई राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई कार्यक्रम करेंगे ताकि आम लोगों को पार्टी से डायरेक्ट उसको जानकारी दी जाए कि देश को गुमराह किया गया या पब्लिक को मिसलीड किया गया या उसका अनड्यू एडवांटेज देने की कोशिश की है।
जजमेंट आज ही हुआ है जी, जजमेंट आज हुआ है। तो आज जजमेंट की वो जजमेंट कहाँ है और देखिए, ये काफी पतला जजमेंट है, मैं इसको लेकर के आया तो इसको पढ़ करके इसका नोट बनाना पड़ा। इसके बारे में पार्टी जरूर विचार करे और ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहूंगा, ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। देखिए, मैं आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, भारत में इतने राइट हुए, कांग्रेस के रिजीम में गुजरात में 50 राइट हुए, यूपी में हुए हैं। राइट कहीं भी वो गलत है तो राइट पे जो दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और गुजरात में भी की गई है। लेकिन ये पूरी कार्रवाई नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ दुश्मनागत की कार्रवाई, उनको बताना है।
सर, महाराष्ट्र में जो उद्धव है उसके बीच चर्चा थी कि बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रही है, क्या कुछ है?
आज का जो विषय मैंने बता दिया था इसी पर है। इस बारे में कुछ भी बोलना होगा केंद्र के द्वारा बोला जाएगा या महाराष्ट्र के वक्ताओं के द्वारा बोला जाएगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
And there you have, viewers, former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad briefing the media on the final clean sheet that was given today to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and 63 others in the 2002 Godhra riots. It has taken a long time to come to this point after the magistrates' clean sheet, the High Court of Gujarat and now the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court upholds SIT clean sheet to Modi. SC upholds the SIT probe in Gujarat riots case. Lobby narrative busted by Supreme Court verdict. Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
Viewers, we have breaking news now to do with the Maharashtra political crisis. A number of things have happened. Number one, Eknath Shinde is said to be back at the hotel. And number two, the BJP has released its first major statement on the tumult within the Mahavikas Aghadi government. A statement by the BJP state president for Maharashtra, Chandrakant Patil, states that the BJP has no hand to play in the tumult within the Shiv Sena at the moment. They have no hand. They have washed their hands off, so to say. We have Priyanka joining us right now. Priyanka, tell us about this statement from the BJP, their first statement now.
Well, absolutely, Ankit. We had been seeing the BJP maintaining their distance when this entire political crisis was unraveling. And even since Eknath Shinde had been taken all the rebel MLAs to Surat, even then the BJP had maintained that they do not have anything to do with all of this, and this is an internal matter of Shiv Sena as well. And apart from that, not just that, we had seen a day after the Surat fiasco that we had seen that the BJP leaders in fact had been meeting at Devendra Fadnavis's residence, all the MLAs making their way there of the BJP as well. Now we were also learning that during the time that Eknath Shinde camp had been there in Surat, that the BJP MLAs from Maharashtra were going to be rushed to Ahmedabad as well. There were bookings also that had been made. There was a coordination that was being carried out with the BJP in Gujarat as well. But that being said, that did not happen because the plan had changed, because the Eknath Shinde camp had flown to Guwahati. But since then, the BJP has maintained their distance, and they have stated that they have nothing to do with this entire internal matter of the Shiv Sena, and that they are not involved in this. However, Ankit, this might also be a case of once bitten, twice shy, because we had seen what had really happened during the time of the Maharashtra government formation as well. And the BJP, however, there is a lot of activity there. There's no denying that there is something brewing, at least in the Sagar residence of Devendra Fadnavis, where more and more MLAs had come there. There was a meeting that was going on. Now, that being said, right now I am at the Sena Bhavan, and we are seeing a lot of activity here as well. We are seeing that a lot of leaders of the Shiv Sena had a meeting with Aditya Thackeray, and he is in fact still present inside. We had seen Priyanka Chaturvedi make her way towards the Sena Bhavan inside, and there was a meeting that went on with the Aditya Thackeray and several other leadership, the state leadership of Shiv Sena as well. And all of them, after this meeting, when they came out, in a unanimous voice has said that there is nothing that we are doing in this. This is the other camp of Eknath Shinde, and that they have also, very interestingly, Ankit, have said that the only course of action that is in front of the MLAs that are holed up in Guwahati now is that they join another group. They either join the BJP or some other party as well, or they form their own group. Now, this is something categorically mentioned by Priyanka Chaturvedi as well, and she has said that we will take action. Now, this is very important to note, because right after this meeting that has taken place between Aditya Thackeray and Priyanka Chaturvedi, she has come out and said that we might have to take action if this is how it continues, and that this is not the part of Shiv Sena anymore. Eknath Shinde is free to go to another group, join another party, and they've also cited the anti-defection law as well, and have said that the people of Maharashtra have been cheated by this camp of Eknath Shinde. Now, these are the kind of statements that are coming to light from the Shiv Sena Bhavan at the Shiv Sena leaders. In fact, behind me is also some action. I will make our way towards that as we talk about what really has gone on through the day, Ankit, because we see a lot of movement here at the Sena Bhavan, where a lot of leaders, in fact, I believe Aditya Thackeray is expected to leave. He is leaving, rather. And we were seeing those emotional appeals that had been made by Uddhav Thackeray on a social media app, and also today as well in a statement that he had sent out, claiming that he is ready to resign if that's what the party members want. But right now, we are seeing that more and more numbers. Yeah, that's right. That's Aditya Thackeray, in fact, leaving from the Sena Bhavan. He had a meeting with the Sena leaders, and we had seen how all of the MLAs as well had been present here, along with Priyanka Chaturvedi, who then came out and spoke to us about what the next course of action is going to be. And we are going to make our way towards there, because there's a lot of chaos, and they might be able to speak to the media as well. But as we speak about the entire
की तैयारी क्या है, उद्धव ठाकरे, आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या आदित्य कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आदित्य पार्टी बचाना चुनौती है। आदित्य पार्टी बचाना चुनौती है। आदित्य आदित्य कुछ कह रहे हैं जी? आदित्य
नहीं खुद को बचाओ, पैर बचाओ।
आदित्य अभी क्या चैलेंज क्या है?
भागो मत।
आदित्य चैलेंज क्या है? तो आप सुन रहे थे आदित्य ठाकरे को।
That's right. We just had Aditya Thackeray leave from the Sena Bhavan, and we had our colleague Syed Suhail, in fact, also had an exclusive conversation trying to confront him, trying to get an idea, in fact, as to what's really happening and what the next course of decision will be taken with respect to what's really happening in the Sena Bhavan as well. And we also see Priyanka Chaturvedi as well here, and we will try to get in the word from her again. But earlier as well, when she had spoken to us, we'll make our way. She's addressing the people.
गाड़ी पीछे ले लो। ये आदमी के बस आप बैठो अंदर और देखिए। अरे आराम से लेडीज को आगे जाने, लेडीज को जाने। अरे यार।
All right, as we speak, we're waiting for her to also speak to us in just a few seconds. And we are, tracking as to what's really happening with the Shiv Sena Bhavan. And, let's stay with the visuals as we pan our camera as well. Because at the Sena Bhavan, we see a lot of movement with respect to the leaders, in fact, moving out of the Sena Bhavan. And we just saw Aditya Thackeray also leaving. Let's put this into perspective for our viewers. Because we have seen how the situation has unraveled, the meetings that have taken place, the statements that have come to light. Uddhav Thackeray again and again making emotional appeals, stating that his resignation is ready. And all the MLAs, in fact, have to do is come out and take that resignation as well. And we are seeing that right now, Priyanka Chaturvedi also making it very clear that there might be a legal action that might also be impending on these MLAs. And they have also stated that all these MLAs are free to go to any other group, join any other party, but they're not with the Shiv Sena, and that's what they made it clear. But we'll plan our cameras and we'll wait to get in a word from Priyanka Chaturvedi. As of now, I'm handing it back to you, Ankit.
Right, Priyanka there reporting from outside Sena Bhavan, and we just saw how Aditya Thackeray got into his car and left, and he did not answer Suhail's questions. Meanwhile, viewers, there has been a lot said by Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut, and the leaders in Guwahati have also been listening, and one of them, while speaking to Republic, asked why the Uddhav Thackeray statements are in one tone and tenor and why Sanjay Raut's statements are of another tone and tenor, and also Sanjay Raut's statements have been changing. So let's listen in to what Sanjay Raut has been saying over the last 3 days.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
So there you heard Sanjay Raut, and his statements have changed over the last few days, and yet at a certain level they seem to provoke the Shiv Sena MLAs who are part of the Shinde faction in Guwahati. Meanwhile, we have Alisha now joining us, and Alisha, first and foremost, the BJP has made its first statement, and there are a number of key points in that, particularly that they will not try to bring down the Mahavikas Aghadi, and that they have repeatedly maintained that the MVA will fall apart due to its own internal strife. Will you tell us a little bit more about what the BJP and Chandrakant Patil have said, their first key statement since this crisis began?
Well, of course, Ankit, we saw that there were many statements that was coming in from Mahavikas Aghadi statement, and they have keeping a clear allegations on Bharatiya Janata Party. It was their allegation saying that it is Bharatiya Janata Party who is trying to break down the Shiv Sena MLAs. But this is the first statement that has been coming in from Bharatiya Janata Party State President Chandrakant Patil. If you read out the statement, which is very much important as of now, because it has clearly stated that BJP has nothing to do with the Shiv Sena development. It's a first line that has been given by BJP statement which clearly stated that BJP has nothing to do with Shiv Sena development. He also said that no one has submitted a proposal to the BJP to come to power. He also said that as per the BJP decision-making process, the state core committee discusses important issues and determine its role and makes a recommendation to the central leadership. The party's central parliamentary board then makes the final decision. So these are the key points that has been mentioned in the statement of Bharatiya Janata Party, clearly stating that there is no role of Bharatiya Janata Party in whatever the situation that has been ongoing. And this statement comes after the allegation that was leveled against Bharatiya Janata Party, clearly stating that it is BJP who is trying to break the Mahavikas Aghadi. And right after that, the statement is been given by the state president Chandrakant Patil, clearly saying that they have nothing to do with what has been happening, the decision of the Shiv Sena. But yes, if talking about Sanjay Raut, because you were continuously mentioning Sanjay Raut's statement and the statement that has been continuously changing. Yes, this statement today, if we heard Sanjay Raut, is clearly saying that we are ready to come on the floor. We are ready to fight on the floor, whether it is a floor test or whether it is a road. But the statement that has come in, that is just after when Deputy Speaker has accepted the application that was given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp on appointing of Sunil Prabhu as a whip chief, and of course the Adesh Chaudhary who is still the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. That is the reason where now Shiv Sena has been very much confident enough. If this matter go to the floor, it is very easy for Sunil Prabhu to issue a whip to all the Shiv Sena MLA and ask them to stand in the assembly. But we have to see what is the further course of action, because we know that Uddhav Thackeray, while speaking to the local Pramukh, has already stated that many people say that there is no fight, but yes, he is fighting.
आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नितीनजींचं भाषण ऐकलं, दिवाकरजींचं ऐकलं, आदित्यचं ऐकलं, आपल्या निलमताईंचं ऐकलं. तसं बोलण्यासारखं काय आणि बोलायचं काय हा एक महत्त्वाचा विषय आहे. परवा मला जे काय बोलायचं ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी फेसबुक लाईव्ह वरती बोललो. त्याचा काय परिणाम झाला किंवा काय परिणाम व्हावा असं मी काही ठरवलेलं नव्हतं. मी नेहमी माझ्या मनातल्या गोष्टी मोकळेपणाने बोलत आलो आणि तसंच मी बोलणार, आज सुद्धा बोलणार. परवा मी बोललो आणि
What I have been said, there are many questions that raises during the Facebook live, but I need to say that whenever I have addressed my people, the people of Maharashtra, is something that I have done. I am doing this since years. I speak whatever I feel like.
मोह सोडला पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी
But I want to say that even if I don't want to wish to this position, but I am not going to come back. I am very stubborn when it comes to the responsibility towards my state.
त्या सोडल्या ज्या वास्तूत किंवा ज्या पदावरती स्वप्नात सुद्धा नव्हतं मी कधी जावं किंवा जाईन. आदित्यने जो थोडा उल्लेख केला माझ्या हॉस्पिटलच्या वास्तव्याचा,
Today I am in that.
Today
I am in that position. I never even dreamt about it. I never thought about it that I will be the chief minister of Maharashtra. I never thought about it, but today I am standing in that position.
तर काय झालं असतं?
I went to that position where even Aditya Thackeray has told me that I was in that condition where I have to go undergo surgery. And that was the reason I went to hospital. I was admitted to hospital where undergo surgery. Even today I am not feeling well. I am not able to stand. I am getting a severe pain on my neck, on my body.
MRI करून घेतला तेव्हा कळलं की माझी.
But let me tell them that it has nothing to do with the post of a chief minister, but this is the differences within the Shiv Sena party.
अशा परिस्थितीत MRI केल्यानंतर मग डॉक्टरने सांगितले की साहेब,
yes, I am not able to meet people. It's just because I am not really feeling well. I am not able to stand. It's just because I undergo surgery. The surgery has been done. Because I have been suggested by the doctors that I have to undergo surgery within 15 days. And that is the reason where last month on 12th May, where I have underwent the surgery. Because I have been clearly stated that I have to go under surgery that is suggested by the doctors.
हिम्मत का काम था लेकिन आपने किया. मतलब हिम्मत और मैं कभी जुदा नहीं हो सकता हूँ. हिम्मती माझ्या रक्तातच आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते वेगळं होणारच नाहीये. ते ऑपरेशन झाल्यानंतर सगळं काही व्यवस्थित होतं. हे आता मी काही टिश्यू लावते काही रडत बिडत नाही. मला कोविड नाक कधीतरी गळते. नाहीतर उद्धव ठाकरेनं झाले अश्रू अनावर.
I am not crying out loud speaking about the COVID or whether it is the body pain or something, but it's just I am expressing the way why I was not able to meet the people.
काही वेळेला इतर काही ऑपरेशनच्या अनुभव घेतले असेल. वेदना तर प्रचंड होत्या. एक 4-5 दिवसानंतर डॉक्टरांची माझ्या खोलीत बैठक झाली. मला डॉक्टर म्हणाले उद्धव अभी आप
Many would have go undergo surgery and they know that what the condition comes when one undergoes surgery.
सब ठीक हो गया. तोपर्यंत व्यवस्थित होतं. माझे हात बी चालत होते. अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिली तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा
I was in that situation that I was shivering, my hands were shivering.
लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती. पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की पोट सुद्धा हालत नाही.
If you have witnessed, I was in that condition that I was shivering the entire day. I am not able to move my body. On the left hand side, I was completely numb.
असा हे झाला की आता काय पुन्हा उभारत नाही. आता आपल्याला डाव चालला पाहिजे. काही जण मी बरा व्हावं म्हणून देवावरती अभिषेक करत होते. काही जण बरा होऊ नये म्हणून देव पाण्यात बुडून बसले होते. हे प्रत्येकाच्या वृत्ती असतात.
I saw that
काय काय करायचं देवावरती अभिषेक.
I saw that many people at one side when many wanted me to get they wished me for the speedy recovery, but some of the people have they were praying that I should not get well soon.
करू शकतोय पण तेव्हा तुम्हाला सांगतो ही बोटं दोन.
But I should say that it's a blessing of the people where today I am standing.
आदित्य परदेशात होता. आदित्य आला तेव्हा तो आवाखून बघत बसलेला माझ्याकडे. ठीक आहे, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीला मी तोंड दिलेलं आहे. मला त्याची पर्वा नाहीये कारण शेवटी माझ्या खांद्यावरती ज्या कोणी जबाबदारी दिली ती जी काही फोटो लावलेला तो काही उगाच नाही लावलेला. माझे
This is just a blessing from the God and the people of Maharashtra. That is the reason I am fine here today.
म्हणजे आणखीन एक ऑपरेशनची गोष्ट सांगतो. ऑपरेशन देण्यापूर्वी ते अनेस्थेशिया देणारे डॉक्टर म्हणाले उद्धव डोंट वरी, मी इकडे आहे. म्हटलं तू अनेस्थेशिया दिल्यानंतर तू तिकडे असते इकडे मला काय फरक पडणार आहे. पण त्याचं म्हटलं तुला लय एकदम चांगला मस्त मस्त स्वप्न येईल. म्हटलं येऊ रे. अनेस्थेशियातून उठवल्यानंतर मला पहिला प्रश्न विचारला उद्धवजी वर्षा की मातोश्री. म्हटलं मातोश्री. म्हटलं मला अनेस्थेशिया दिला असताना प्रश्न विचारला तरी मी हेच सांगितलं असतं.
The time I came into my senses, I was been asked that
मला म्हणाले
whether it is Varsha or Matoshri, I choose to Matoshri.
म्हटलं कुछ सपना नहीं जो मेरे सपने में भी नहीं आ सकता, वो सपना कभी मुझे ऐसी स्थिति में भी नहीं आ सकता.
But I must say that this is something like I never dream about it. Being a chief minister, I never ever, it was never even a second thought.
माझ्या स्वतःसाठी त्याच्यामुळे त्या गोष्टीचा त्याग अजूनही मी केलेला नाही कारण मी म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडलेली नाही, जिद्द सोडणार नाही, मी मोह सोडलेला आहे. मोह सोडलेला आहे.
I have no wish to be the chief minister because this is something like I never expected and I never wanted it. But now the question is about you.
कापलो तरी जाणार नाही. आता हे न कापता तिकडे गेले तो भाग वेगळा. आणि कापलो तरी म्हणजे कापल्यावरती जाणार कसा.
I remember those Shiv Sena who has earlier given a statement that even if we die, we don't leave Shiv Sena. But that only Shiv Sena has left. That only people who were making such statement has already left the party. They have left the Mumbai.
अगदी मी स्वतः सांगितलं होतं की शासकीय पातळीवरती आमदार खासदार यांना आपण बोलून पैसे देतो. जिल्हा प्रमुखांना विचारा त्यांना कुठे कुठे फंड पाहिजे, त्यांना कुठे फंड पाहिजे. तर जिल्हा प्रमुखांना सुद्धा फंडचं वाटप हा करायला मी सांगितला होता. झाला होता की नाही मला माहिती नाहीये. कारण मी म्हटलं होतं काही वेळेला फंड म्हणजे शासकीय आणि काही एक मदत म्हणून पण करा. कारण सगळे मला कल्पना आहे की रक्ताचं पाणी करणारे शिवसैनिकात पैशाची झोळी आपली नेहमी रिकामी असते. तर अशा शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा काही आपल्याकडनं मदत गेली पाहिजे. कुठून करत होते जे खातं म्हणून मी परवा जे बोललो ना की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आता संपली, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना संपली. बरं संपली शिवसेना, मग 2012 नंतर ती शिवसेना संपायला पाहिजे किंवा 2012 मध्येच ती शिवसेना संपायला पाहिजे होती. त्याच्यानंतर शिवसेना एकदा नाही तर दोनदा सत्तेवरती आली आणि दोन्ही वेळेला यांना आपण मंत्रिपद दिलं. आणि मंत्रिपद कुठलं तर जे खातं नेहमी CM स्वतःकडे ठेवतात ते खातं मी त्यांना दिलं. कारण मला या पैशाच्या भानगडीची दुरान्वयाने संबंध नको होता आणि नाही
Now they have been talking about the ministry post. I should tell them that what they have been asking for, everything has been fulfilled.
ते तुम्हालाच मी बोललो होतो की माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना मदत करा
It is not. It is not something that I am greedy for, but yes, let me tell you that whatever the Shiv Sainik have asked from me, I have tried to fulfill all their wishes, whether it is the portfolios as well.
पोरं सगळे फोन करतायत, अरे दगडू दादा तुम्हाला काय वाटतं, वेळ लागले काय मला? अहो आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनीच सांगितलं करायला. आम्ही कुठे उद्धव साहेबांना सोडत नाही होत, आम्ही त्यांच्याच सोबत आहोत, पण तुम्ही आमच्या बरोबर या, आपल्यालाही करायचंय. मग ही सगळी लोक आलेत की शिवसेना भवनमध्ये वेळ लागले काय येणार, की तुम्ही बोलवल्यानंतर तुमच्याकडे येत नाही आणि उद्धवनी बोलवल्यानंतर उद्धवकडे येत आहेत, कशासाठी येत आहेत? आणि मी असं द्यायचं तर सरळ देईन. मी तुम्हाला त्यामुळे त्यांना खुश राहून कशाला सांगितलं की असं असं करा, मग हे अंदर की बात है, ये हमारे साथ है, हे अंदर बिंदर की बात नहीं, जे आहे ते खुल्लम खुल्ला है. हे
these people has to understand that they have been saying that this is in between the Shiv Sena, but this is not something like inside the Shiv Sena, but also the differences are very much visible to the people now. If they have the problem, they should come to us. They would have solved talking one to one.
तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे, काढा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे, माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने
they want to run the government, they want to run a Shiv Sena, they have been talking about. If they want to run a government and want to survive in this, don't use the name of Balasaheb, Thackeray and Shiv Sena, and I'm challenging you, you cannot be able to survive in this government. You cannot be able to survive in the politics.
ठीक आहे, मी जे परवा बोललो ना की किती आमच्यासोबत किती तुमच्यासोबत, माझ्या दृष्टीने हा विषय गौण आहे. ज्यांनी शिवसैनिकांनी तुम्हाला मतदान केलं, आणि होय मी म्हणतो कारण 12 नंतरची जी काही तिकीट वाटप केली ती बाळासाहेबांनी माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी दिली होती, आणि तसं शेवटच्या मनोगतात बाळासाहेबांनी तुम्हाला सर्वांना आवाहन केले की
The responsibility which today I am going through is a responsibility that has been given by Balasaheb Thackeray.
त्या उमेदवारी नंतर तुम्ही निवडून आलात, आणि आता तुम्ही सांगता की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची नाही. मग तुम्हाला मंत्रिपद दिली ती 2014 नंतरची मंत्रिपद, ती कोणत्या शिवसेनेने तुम्हाला दिली? मग बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसेनेत नाही दिली, मग मंत्रिपद केव्हा का नाही सांगितलं तुम्ही? आम्हाला मान्य नाही, आम्हाला ही शिवसेना मान्य नाही, या शिवसेनेने आम्हाला दिलेली उमेदवारी मान्य नाही, मंत्रिपद तर दूरच राहू. करताय, करू शकताय, पण एक
But you should understand that this is the only Shiv Sena which gives the ministry portfolio. If you really wanted to go out of it and move with your ideology, one should understand that you should never ask for a ministry.
आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही?
This is really wrong. One who have supported you entire life and now you've been going against it is
तुम्ही
completely wrong.
झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत, ती काढू शकत नाही. आणि मला चिंता नाही, जोपर्यंत माझ्या झाडाची मुळे जी बाळासाहेबांनी पेरलेली आहे, रुजलेली आहे, ती जोपर्यंत घट्ट माझ्यासोबत आहेत, तशी झाडाला बहर हा येतच असतो, प्रत्येक सीझनला बहर येत असतो. म्हणजे काल परवापर्यंत मी ज्या वर्षामध्ये राहत होतो तिकडे त्या वर्षामध्ये गुलमोहराचं झाड आहे, एक बदामाचं झाड आहे. 1-2 महिन्यापूर्वी मी बघितलं की ते बदामाचं झाड नुसतं काढ्या राहिलेल्या, बहरच गेलेला त्याचा, पान आणि पान, म्हणजे खाली रोज सकाळ संध्याकाळ सडा पडत होता, पानाचा सडा, आणि एक 2-4 दिवसानंतर ते झाड बोडकं झालं. लोक सगळ्यांना म्हणजे काही यायचे ते, अरे झाडाची पानं कुठे गेली, सगळी पानं पडली. म्हटलं येणार त्याला पानं, हा ऋतू बदलताना काय शिशिर असतो, ग्रीष्म असतो, वसंत असतो, मग आता मान्सून सुरू झालाय आपला, वर्षा असतो, आणि वर्षामध्ये तर वर्षा असणारच, तो कसं जाईल? तर ती झाडं पानं गळून गेल्यानंतर अक्षरशः काड्या राहिल्या होत्या त्या झाडाच्या. 4 दिवसामध्ये पुन्हा ते झाड त्याला कोंब फुटले आणि पुन्हा हिरवगार होऊन गेलं, पुन्हा हिरवगार. आता पुन्हा त्याला बदाम आले. गुलमोहराचं झाड सुद्धा गुलमोहराच्या फुलांनी डवरून गेलं होतं. हे पानाचं झडणं किंवा काही वेळेला निसर्गाचा नियम आहे, सुकलेली पानं गळलीच पाहिजेत. ही सुकलेली पानं जोपर्यंत गळत नाहीत तोपर्यंत नवीन पालवी त्याला फुटत नाही, आणि नवीन पालवी जोपर्यंत त्याला फुटत नाही तोपर्यंत झाड पुन्हा डवरत नाही. ही पानं गळून गेलीच पाहिजेत, आणि जी पानं सडलेली असतील, कीड लागलेली असतील त्यांना ही तोडून टाकावीच लागतील, कारण त्या नाहीतर पानाला लागलेली कीड ही माझं आता झाड चढून टाकेल. त्याच्यामुळे हाच तो आताचा काळ आहे, हाच तो काळ आहे. आता त्यांना ते जे सगळ्यांना फोन करून करून सांगतायत, जा तुम्हाला घेऊन जायचं तेवढ्या सगळ्यांना घेऊन जा. जसं मी म्हटलं की वर्षा सोडताना मला काही वाईट वाटलं नाही, कारण जे माझं नाहीच ते सोडायला मला वाईट वाटायचं काहीच
I felt nothing when I left from Varsha. I felt it is nothing that I felt bad. I went to Matushri. That is completely fine for me. It is fine if I leave this position as well. It will make no difference for me, and it even didn't made any differences when I left from Varsha to Matushri. I have no reason to feel bad the time I left from Varsha, because I know that the people are with me, and this is the only important thing I consider in my life.
मला महाराष्ट्राच्या शिवसैनिकांच्या स्वप्नासाठी म्हणून ही माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी दिलेली आहे. आणि तुमची इच्छा, मी जसं परवा आमदारांना
This is not a responsibility that I am been carrying given by the Shiv Sena Pramukhs and district president. This is the responsibility that has been given to me by the people of Maharashtra.
खोटं असेल तर काहीच मुद्दा नाहीये, नसेल तर स्पष्ट सांगा. नाही, आपण भाजप सोबत जायला पाहिजे असा काही आमदारांचा माझ्यावरती एक दबाव आहे. म्हटलं ठीक आहे, मला मान्य आहे.
So there is a pressure of some of the MLAs. Some of the MLAs, they are saying that they want to get alliance with the BJP. I agree with this.
माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती घाणेरड्या शब्दात आरोप केले, तसे आरोप केले ते सांगा. आणि जनाची नाही तर
I am ready for this, but they should understand that this is the same Bharatiya Janata Party who made a very wrong words against me, against my family. Also, they should understand that this is the same Bharatiya Janata Party who made a allegation, the worst allegations against you and many of the BJP, the Shiv Sena MLAs. They should really reconsider what they have been asking for.
भाजप सोबत जा म्हणून सांगतात. म्हटलं मी शंड नाहीये. माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती आरोप केले, मातोश्रीवरती आरोप केले. हे ह्याच्यावरती करेक्शन काय? आणि मी नालायकपणाने, निर्लज्जपणाने पुन्हा
I am not ready to go with the Bharatiya Janata Party just because they have made many allegations against me. They have spoken a worst against me, against my family.
एक लक्षात घ्या, म्हटलं हे वापरा आणि फेकाई त्यांची नीती आहे. तुम्हाला सुद्धा ते वापरतील आणि काम झालं.
I am very stubborn with my decision that I am not going to go, because if anyone wants to go, they can go ahead with the decision.
ही यांची एक रीत झालेली आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये आपल्याशी लढण्याची हिंमत नाही, धमक नाही, म्हणून आपलीच माणसं फोडायची आणि आपल्या अंगावरती सोडायची. तुम्ही लढत राहा, आम्ही आमचं काम मोकाटपणाने आम्ही करत राहू. तुम्ही एकमेकांना भांडण, मग त्या राणीला सोडायचं आपल्या अंगावरती. आता ह्या ना आपल्या अंगावर.
This is nothing but another pressure tactics by the Bharatiya Janata Party itself, because this is something ritual that has been going since long, where nothing will happen alone with the BJP, but what they do is they just make a differences within the party, and this is what happening now.
काय झालं तर त्या परिणामाची पर्वा त्या भाडोत्रीला भोगावं लागेल. त्यांच्या मूळ दाब्याला कुठे हातच लागत नाहीये. कोण विचार करणार? कोणी यांच्या डोक्यात घालायचं? बरं, मी आणखी काय कमी करायचं ठेवलं होतं? ज्या वेळेला जे सगळं चांगलं.
But they should understand that what exactly they have been demanding for, because this is the Bharatiya Janata Party who cannot fight with their own numbers, but they have been making a differences within the party, and that is what happening right now. That is the current situation in Maharashtra.
म्हणून मी करतोय बाबा, जरा श्वास घ्यायला त्रास होतो म्हणून. एक मिनिट.
At this point of time, I should say that I am actually not feeling well, and that is the reason I am coughing, because I am actually not well.
हा, काय कमी दिलं? कारण आतापर्यंत गेले 5 वर्षामध्ये, म्हणजे आपल्या सत्तेच्या आधी एक मोठं खातं दिलं. त्याच्यानंतर साधारणतः तुम्ही इतिहास काढा, मी तर कधी इतिहास हा पाहिलेला नाही, कारण माझ्या मनातही तसं कधी नव्हतं. नगर विकास खातं कधी मुख्यमंत्र्याशिवाय वेगळं कोणाकडे कधी गेलंय हल्लीच्या काळात नाही. पण ते सुद्धा मी दिलं. माझ्याकडे मी काय ठेवलं? न्याय व विधी. दिवाकरजी, तुम्ही मंत्री होतात, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे न्याय विधी कशाचं खातं आहे, बरोबर आहे? सामान्य प्रशासन हे आहेच. आता तात्पुरतं त्या संजय राठोडवरती अत्यंत वाईट आरोप झाले. आता त्याला सुद्धा ठीक आहे त्याच्या.
When it comes to the positions and the power, I should say that what I have kept with me, it's apart from the chief minister, I have nothing important portfolios with me because I have given it to my party leaders and to the party who we are alliance in with.
सगळी खाती वाटून टाकली. मग आणखीन काय करायचं?
Every portfolios has been distributed to everyone.
ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचं मला आता नाही म्हटलं तरी मला सवय झाली.
What else we should do?
पण ती वीट नुसतं येऊन उपयोग नाही, ती वीट डोक्यात हाणावी लागेल. नाही तर मला वीट आलाय. बरं वीट आलाय.
But let me tell you this, I am so used to it with the situation that is ongoing.
वीट येऊन उपयोग काय त्या विटेचा? तर तो वीट ह्या गोष्टीचा आलाय की त्यावेळेला बाळासाहेब आणि ते सदैव आपलं दैवतच आहे, त्याच्याबद्दल काय मी बोलायचं कारण नाही. पण विठ्ठल आणि मग आपण जे काय माझ्यासोबत तुम्ही होते ते बडवे. आता हीच पद्धत ते कदाचित आदित्यबद्दल करते, म्हणजे स्वतःचा पोरगा खासदार पण माझा पोरगा काय होता कामा नये. मी कुठे शिवसैनिकांच्या मुलाला काय अडवतोय? पण ह्या सगळ्या
Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is taking a
शिवसेनेबद्दल आम्हाला काय
is clearly attacking Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that what they have been questioning. They have many times they have questioned about Aditya Thackeray, but let me tell you that his itself son is a member of parliament. What else we should do?
वाक्य आठवते.
Whatever have been asked has been given, has been delivered.
समोर दिवाकरजी आहेत, नेरुरकर आहेत, दगडूदादा, विरोध, नेरकर, विर्लेकर आहेत. नाही जास्त फिरू नका, मला सगळ्यांची नावं घ्यावी लागतील. पण दगडूदादा दिसल्यामुळे मला लालबाग परळचं जास्त आठवत आहे. वामनरावांचं एक वाक्य आठवत आहे. वामनराव हा एक प्रतिभावान माणूस होता, शिवसेनेचा पहिला आमदार. म्हणजे बोलायला लागले का वक्तृत्व अमोघ वक्तृत्व त्यांचं होतं आणि ऐकत बसावं असं वक्तृत्व होतं. अनेकदा आपल्या माथी पराभव आलेले आहेत, अनेकदा आलेले आहेत, आपल्या पदरी पराभव पडलेले, पण पराभवाने कधी आपण खचून नाही गेलो. ह्याचं कारण का, जसं आता नितीनजी तुम्ही म्हणालात की
there are many of the time that we were defeated, but that has never been affected to us because power for us is something not really very important. We know that we have to fight, we will fight elections with a full majority, with a full power, but yes, there are many of the time in the local bodies election that we have been defeated, but that has really never affected us.
बाहेर काढल्या जायच्या आणि त्याचे तुकडे करून घर पेटून द्यायचं, याला म्हणतात बेचिराख. तुला बेचिराख करीन म्हणजे काय की सगळं होत्याचं नव्हतं करून टाकेल. पण तरी देखील त्यावेळेचा मावळा म्हणा, त्यावेळेची जनता ही शिवरायाच्या सोबत राहिली. शिवरायाच्या सोबत ते लढाई बऱ्याचदा हारायचे, पण तरी एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या, हार जीत ही मनावरती अवलंबून असते. मन जर खचलेलं असतं तरी जिंकलेली निवडणूक तुम्हाला विजय नाही देऊ शकत.
I want to tell one thing, and this should something like everyone should remind of that even if it's win or loss, it is something that you have to rethink about it, and that you have to like be in that position that you should handle whatever it is, whether you win or whether you lose, you should in that mental stability that you should really handle.
तरंगत जाऊ द्या, पण जे निष्ठावान असतील ते माझ्यासोबत राहतील. मी तर आता या मानसिकतेत आहे की माझ्यासोबत म्हणजे आता
I know that whoever the loyal is going to stay with me. The person who are in their mentality, they are something like in their ego. Whatever whoever wants to go, they can go. But I know that the loyal Shiv Sainik will stay back with me.
इथे हे म्हणजे आता ही नवीन वास्तू झाली, पण जुन्या शिवसेना भवनाच्या वेळेला तो किस्सा घडला होता. जनता पक्षाचा एक तो जोर होता आणि बाळासाहेबांना काही नेत्यांनी सांगितलं की बाळासाहेब, तुम्हाला जे वाटतं शिवसेना ती शिवसेना तुमच्या अवतीभोवती जे 2-5 सुरेमारेवाले आहेत ना, तेवढ्यापुरतीच बाकी सगळी शिवसेना म्हणजे नाहीशी झालेली आहे. मग ते आता जनता पक्षात विलीन व्हायला पाहिजे. साहेबांनी त्यांना सांगितलं की 2-5 माझे कट्टर माणसं असेल ना, जे तुमच्या लेखी सुरेमारेवाले आहेत, ते जरी माझ्यासोबत राहिले तरी शिवसेना मी पुन्हा उभी करून दाखवेन. आणि त्यांनी दाखवली करून उभी. आज त्यावेळेला काही जण तेव्हा जनता पक्षात गेले, एक टर्म मला आमदार झाले.
We remember the statement of Balasaheb Thackeray where at once he said that even if there is 2 persons standing with me, I have the power
पण
to
या
make
सगळ्या
this
अनुभवातून
Shiv Sena stand on
शहाणपण
their
घेत
own
पुढे
feet,
जायचं
and he
असतं.
did that.
मला आजही तुम्हाला मी सांगतो
This
कारण
is
तो
nothing but
पदाधिकाऱ्यांना फोन
an
यायला लागलेले
experience that
आहेत. जिल्हा
everyone should
प्रमुखाने यायला
take
लागलेले
and go ahead with
आहेत.
it.
सगळ्या माजी नगरसेवकांना, कारण आता नगरसेवक पण नाहीच आहे, सगळं काय त्यांचं झालेलं आता प्रशासक आहे, तर त्याने यायला लागलेले आहेत. दमदाट्या होत आहेत. आणि पुन्हा हेच की अरे आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सगळ्या ठाण्यातल्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी
We can see that there are many people who have started threatening us.
तर असं काही नाहीये.
There are many party holders, whether it is the MLAs, the MPs, or whether it is the local bodies, municipal councillors, they have been, all have been like threatening us, and it is completely fine for us.
ते एक बघायला पाहिजे. मला मी जोपर्यंत माझ्या समोर कोण येत नाही, सोबत कोण येत नाही, तोपर्यंत विश्वास ठेवायला तयार नाही. धरून झाला की आपल्या सोबत कोणीच नाहीये, अशा मानसिकतेमधनं तुम्ही पुन्हा नवीन शिवसेना उभी करण्याची जिद्द बाळगता की नाही, एवढंच मला तुमच्याकडे. आपल्याकडे सत्तेचं एकही पद नाहीये, काही
I
नाहीये.
wanted to just inform that
ज्या वेळेला
they have been
पहिला जो
just going
शिवसेना
with the
स्थापनेचा नारळ
powers.
फुटला होता, तीच
Let me tell you
परिस्थिती
that
आज
we
आहे
have
असं समजा.
nothing.
आणि त्याच्यानंतर बाळासाहेबांनी उभं केलं, तर 56 वर्षांनंतर आज आपण ह्या सत्तेमध्ये आलो. ही जिद्द
I remember
तुमच्यात असेल, तर
that
सोबत राहा.
this is the same
नाहीतर मी
situation
तुम्हालाही
that
सांगतोय
we
की
were in
तुम्हालाही
the starting
तुमचं
in the
भवितव्य
beginning.
उज्ज्वल असेल, जरूर तिकडे जा.
But I am pretty
जरूर
sure
जा.
about it that people
कारण
of
प्रत्येकाला
Maharashtra
प्रत्येकाच्या
are with
भवितव्याचा
us, and they
विचार
will be with us,
करण्याचा
and with
अधिकार आहे,
this
निर्णय
situation
घेण्याचा
I am
अधिकार
going
आहे.
to stand
मी
again.
कोणाच्याही भवितव्याच्या आड येऊ इच्छित नाही, कारण मुळामध्ये शिवसेनेची स्थापना
They have their
मराठी माणसांच्या
own
आणि
rights,
हिंदूंच्या उज्ज्वल
they have full
भवितव्यासाठी
rights
झाली.
to take their own decision.
त्याच्यामुळे मी जर काही
I
चालवलं
am not
नालायक
going
असेल,
to
तर तुम्ही
indulge in
आत्ता
that. I
सांगा,
am not going
मी
to
आत्ताच्या आत्ता हे
interrupt.
पद सोडायला तयार आहे. आत्ता पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
But again, I am repeating the same statement that if they want, they can come and talk to me and say that they don't want me as the chief minister. I am ready to step down as the chief minister. I am ready to step down from the position.
तुम्हाला कृपा करून मी समजून घ्या. मी तुम्हाला अजिबात भावनिक ब्लॅकमेल करत नाही. केवळ बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या पाठी लागलाय म्हणून मी बाळासाहेबांचा मुलगा
I am
म्हणून
not
तुम्ही माझ्या
making an
मोहात अडकू
emotional
नका.
blackmail to you.
माझ्या प्रेमात अडकू नका.
This is just I am talking to you as the son of Balasaheb Thackeray.
चालवायला नालायक आहे. बाजूला ठेवा बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या मागचा, आणि तुम्ही माझा व्यक्तिगत विचार करून जर मी नालायक असेल तर सांगा. कारण शेवटी बाळासाहेबांना जर
And even if you think that if I am incapable of being a Shiv Sena chief, I am not able to rightly taking this party ahead. Leave anything about it. Don't think that I am the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. But if you think that I'm not capable of this power, let me know. I will step down as the Shiv Sena Supremo as well.
जय महाराष्ट्र. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद. जय महाराष्ट्र.
All right, so that was Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray addressing leaders of his party via video conference. The leaders were at the Shivaji Maidan Shiv Sena headquarters, while Uddhav Thackeray was speaking from his residence at Matoshri, having isolated himself post-COVID, though of course he has been interacting with leaders, in fact met Sharad Pawar as well. But in this address, for almost 40 minutes, Uddhav ranting against the rebels, particularly Eknath, Shinde, in fact counting the personal favors he has made to them as the leader of Shiv Sena. On Eknath Shinde, he said not only that Eknath was made the urban development minister, but also that his son was made a member of parliament. Similarly, the favors given to Sanjay Rathore, another MLA who has rebelled now. Let's go to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside Matoshri in Bandra, Mumbai. Shivangi, what is the sense you are getting there outside? Matoshri, is there a crowd present there? Are the Shiv Sainiks still standing by with their leader Uddhav Thackeray, or his leadership looks little wobbly? Shivangi.
Right. Well, Abhishek, what we know so far is that Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel will meet Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri at 6:30 p.m. This is Matoshri. They will be here soon and we'll be tracking every development, every soundbite and every exclusive on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Justice for the people. We want justice for constitution. We want justice for electoral mandate. We want justice for Uddhav Thackeray and all. And after this Maharashtra, they will topple the other government also.
महाविकास आघाड़ी पिछले 2.5 सालों से ठीक काम कर रही थी। पूरे देश के अंदर, पूरे दुनिया में कोरोना था। टॉप 5 राज्यों में जो था महाराष्ट्र का नाम आ रहा था। WHO ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा की। उसके अलावा ICMR ने भी कहा कि जो काम महाराष्ट्र सरकार कर रही कोरोना में बहुत अच्छा काम किया। उसके बाद अगर किसी को कुछ तकलीफ है तो वो ही बता सकता है कि उन्हें तकलीफ क्या है।
साफ तौर पे लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र का खात्मा करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार एड़ी चोटी एक कर रही है, और जैसे उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में सरकार गिराई थी, उसी प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराने का उनका निर्णय दिख रहा है।
Round up from the world of sports, Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. Prime Minister Modi has met with the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu and said that her nomination has been appreciated across all sections of society. He said that Draupadi Murmu's understanding of grassroots level problems and the vision for India's development is outstanding. Notably, Draupadi Murmu will file her nomination papers today and the Prime Minister will be the one nominating her. The ED has asked Congress President Sonia Gandhi to record her statement with the agency sometime late in July after it accepted her plea to postpone her deposition in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. She was issued a second summons for the 23rd of June by the agency, but the 75-year-old Congress leader could not keep the date as she has been strictly advised to rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID-19 and lung infection.
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarter-finals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5.
The merchant vessel, the MV Princess Miral ship that started getting submerged on the 21st of June has sunk completely in the Arabian Sea. All 15 crews were rescued by the Coast Guard. Dr. Rajendra KV, Deputy Commissioner, and the Dakshina Karnataka DM in a meeting said that they are taking steps to decide how to defuel the vessel to likely avoid an oil spillage. The MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi took to Twitter to inform that the first consignment of earthquake relief assistance has already reached Kabul. Further consignments will be following. This comes after an earthquake of the magnitude of 5.9 hit Afghanistan, killing nearly 1,000 people.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It was long due, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back now. Founder Michael Evans threw open the gates to welcome the
असं आहे की संजय राऊत हे आमचे फार मोठे नेते आहेत, मुख्य प्रवक्ते आहेत. त्यांना मी सल्ला देण्यात मी मोठा नाही, पण तरी देखील मी संजय राऊतांना नम्रपणे सांगतो की ही आव्हानं देण्याची ही वेळ नाही, ही जोडण्याचीच वेळ आहे. सतत आव्हानं कसली द्यायची, कोणाला द्यायची? आपल्याच माणसांना आव्हानं कधी द्यायची? आव्हानं द्यावीच लागतील, पण योग्य वेळेला. आज वेळ सगळं तुटलंय असं समजून
Roundup from the world of sports. Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarter-finals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5.
The merchant vessel, the MV Princess Miral ship that started getting submerged on the 21st of June has sunk completely in the Arabian Sea. All 15 crews were rescued by the Coast Guard. Dr. Rajendra KV, Deputy Commissioner, and the Dakshina Karnataka DM in a meeting said that they are taking steps to decide how to defuel the vessel to likely avoid an oil spillage. The MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi took to Twitter to inform that the first consignment of earthquake relief assistance has already reached Kabul. Further consignments will be following. This comes after an earthquake of the magnitude of 5.9 hit Afghanistan, killing nearly 1,000 people.
Quick roundup of news from across the globe. India has reopened its embassy in Kabul with officials to be based there for the first time since the Taliban takeover on August 15 last year, citing the need to coordinate the humanitarian and aid needed in Afghanistan and to continue its engagement with the Afghan people. An Indian technical team has reached Kabul and has been deployed in the Indian embassy in Kabul. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed wounded warriors, their caregivers and families to the White House. As part of the annual Soldier Ride, Biden thanked the veterans for their service and honored them as being the spine of America. It's been a it was long due, but the Glastonbury Festival for the Performing Arts is finally back now. Founder Michael Lewis threw open the gates to welcome the first arrivals to the 5-day fest in the UK after the last two were cancelled owing to the pandemic. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the Commonwealth Business Forum at the Commonwealth Heads of Government 2022 meeting on Thursday during his visit to Rwanda, where he also spoke of his big bet on free trade agreements. One key meet was FTA being worked out with India. Camilla Parker, the Duchess of Cornwall and spouse of the UK monarchy's heir,
Eknath Shinde camp claims to have 38 Shiv Sena MLAs now, also claims support of at least 12 independents. Uddhav rules out alliance with BJP, says rebels must consider what the Bharatiya Janata Party said about his family. Sharad Pawar and top NCP leaders to meet Uddhav at 6:30 p.m. this evening at Matoshri. Supreme Court dismisses Zakia Chowdhury's plea challenging the clean sheet to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots. Flood situation remains grim in Assam. 7 more dead in the last 24 hours. Death toll rises to 108. And BJP's Draupadi Murmu, India's first tribal president candidate, files nomination to run for president as the NDA nominee. All right, in the ongoing Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Shinde Sena saga that has rocked Maharashtra politics and put stability of the MVA government in Mumbai in jeopardy. Few more developments happening with Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, Narhari Zirwal, reaching Vidhan Sabha, as can be seen in the pictures. Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal reaching Vidhan Sabha, and he's likely to decide on the disqualification of 16 rebels, which has been sought by the Uddhav camp of the Shiv Sena. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray had made his party write to Deputy Speaker yesterday asking for disqualification of 16 legislators of the Maharashtra Assembly belonging to Eknath Shinde camp now. The calculation perhaps that if those 12 or 16 now are disqualified, then the Shiv Sena and the MVA government perhaps can still muster the numbers. Obviously, things looking wobbly. Alisha joins us live from the YB Chavan Center. Alisha, Deputy Speaker Narhari Jarwal has reached the Assembly complex where he might decide today itself on the issue of disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena legislators, the disqualification of whom has been sought by the Uddhav camp. You think the number 16 is aimed at keeping the MVA government afloat? Alisha, if you can explain the numbers, what is the significance of this 16? Because 38 MLAs, according to Eknath, Shinde are with him, then why disqualify only 16?
Well, Abhishek, it's very interesting what Uddhav camp is doing, and I'm sure they've been pretty much confused because they wanted to disqualify those 16 Shiv Sena MLAs, that the number will automatically of the Shiv Sena will come down. So important, what we know that now as Deputy Speaker was already reached to the Vidhan Bhavan and likely going to take a decision of the disqualification of the 16 MLAs. Now talking about why 16 MLAs, because according to the statement, according to the petition that has been submitted to the Deputy Speaker yesterday, where Sena leaders were present with the Deputy Speaker and they given a petition stating that there was an ultimatum given to this MLA, and these are the MLAs who has rebelled and they have tried to provoke the other MLAs as well to come with them in the Surat or whether into the Guwahati, and that is the reason even the main statement was given that the ultimatum was given to them to be present in a meeting in Varsha Bungalow at 5 PM where it was asked the other MLAs to be present in that meeting, but as we know that the rebel MLAs was very much firm about it because it's come to their Hindutva ideology. But even retaliate to this yesterday when Eknath Shinde in their tweet has clearly stated that under Constitution 10th schedule, the whip that has been given to the MLAs that only been considered in the assembly but not for the meeting. So don't teach us the rule. This was the word that has been used by Eknath Shinde on the petition that has been given to Deputy Speaker. But the development what we are watching today, because Eknath Shinde yesterday has given a letter to Deputy Speaker clearly saying that they have the majority of 37 Shiv Sena MLA, and we even saw there was a signature of all 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, and that was the reason they were asking that Deputy Speaker should reconsider and reappoint Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Mr. Bharat Seth should be appointed as a whip chief. But what we know that Ajit Chaudhary will continue as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Sunil Prabhu is the whip chief. That is the decision that's been taken, and that only after that where we heard the conversation, we heard the bite of Sanjay Raut who was clearly challenging the rebel MLA, saying that now we are ready for a fight. Now we are ready to fight, whether it is a floor test or whether it is a road. We are ready to fight, and this came after the statement that where Deputy Speaker has accepted the application by Uddhav Thackeray camp appointing Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. So now we have to wait and watch what the decisions come, because here at once Uddhav Thackeray has already given an ultimatum of 24 hours to the rebel MLAs, asking them to come back and had a face-to-face conversation. If they don't come in 24 hours, a disciplinary action will be taken against them, and there will be no further talks. And even we heard Uddhav Thackeray, who continuously was saying the same, if they don't want me, that is Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister, they can come to Bombay, they can come to Mumbai, and they can clearly say this: I am ready to step down as the chief minister. I am ready to step down from my position. But no one is ready to talk. But we even heard Deepak Kesarkar. Deepak Kesarkar said that there were many tortures, there were many things that has been done with the Shiv Sena MLAs. There were many injustice has been done with the Shiv Sena MLAs. They were not treated well, being in this party, being in this Mahavikas Aghadi, because Shiv Sena was not giving that prevalent, they were not giving that relevant, rather than the fact that it was very easy accessible for the Congress and NCP to enter, whether it is Matoshri or whether it is Varsha. So that the complaint we saw in the letter given by the MLA that has been present.
Right,
in Guwahati.
Alisha.
Let me tell you this, Abhishek. As of now, we know
right,
that
Alisha.
Lande, who has already reached Guwahati, and now there are in total 38 Shiv Sena MLAs that is present in Guwahati. Yes, Abhishek.
Alisha, you know, whip versus whip, legislator versus legislator, Uddhav versus Eknath. The fight is really building up to the floor test. We have to understand the dynamics behind these numbers. Why 16 and not all 38 that Uddhav has recommended disqualified by the Deputy Speaker. But then let's listen in again to Uddhav speaking to his leaders, where he has sort of given an ultimatum to rebels to come back. What happens if they don't? And then let's go to Shivangi after that. But first, Uddhav to his leaders.
उपस्थित सर्व शिवसैनिक बांधवांनो आणि भगिनींनो, जरा आवाज थोडा वेगळा वाटेल कारण कोविड पॉझिटिव्ह आहेच. हेच थोडं गेल्या 1-2 वर्षापासून जरा विचित्र लचांड मागे लागलेलं आहे. मुख्यमंत्री झालो काय आणि 2 महिन्यामध्ये कोविडचं संकट आपल्या राज्यामध्ये आलं. त्याच्यानंतर मग लॉकडाऊन वगैरे 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 त्या गोष्टी आपण सगळ्यांनी पाहिल्या. कोविड ओसरत होता तो साधारणतः गेल्या दिवाळीचा काळ होता आणि त्या काळानंतर मी म्हटलं चला आता कोविड ओसरलाय, राज्यात फिरायला सुरुवात करू. तर मानेचं लफडं उद्भवलं. त्या मानेच्या लफड्यातून जरा बाहेर पडतोय तर हे दुसरं लचांड उपटलं आणि त्याच्यात आता कोविड. ठीक आहे, त्याच्यात जास्त काय मला गुंतायचं नाहीये, पण कोणी कोणत्या वेळेला कसं आपल्याशी वागलंय या गोष्टी मात्र आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नितीनजींचं भाषण ऐकलं, दिवाकरजींचं ऐकलं, आदित्यचं ऐकलं, आपल्या निलमताईंचं ऐकलं. तसं बोलण्यासारखं काय आणि बोलायचं काय हा एक महत्वाचा विषय आहे. परवा मला जे काय बोलायचं ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी फेसबुक लाईव्ह वरती बोललो. त्याचा काय परिणाम झाला किंवा काय परिणाम व्हावा असं मी काही ठरवलेलं नव्हतं. मी नेहमी माझ्या मनातल्या गोष्टी मोकळेपणाने बोलत आलो आणि तसंच मी बोलणार, आज सुद्धा बोलणार. परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडलं आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी, जिद्द नाही सोडणार.
Well, there was just a clip from 40-minute rambling rant by Uddhav Thackeray, where at times he was threatening, at times he was pleading with his rebel MLAs to come back. Let's go to Shivangi, who is reporting from outside Matoshri, where Uddhav is closeted after he was detected with COVID. Though, of course, he's meeting. In fact, at 6:30 p.m., other leaders are coming in to meet Shivangi, right? Who all are coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray there at Matoshri?
Right. Yes, Abhishek. Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel to meet Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri, which is right over here at 6:30 p.m. So we can expect more leaders, Abhishek, more leaders. In fact, I'll just cross the road because I want to go to the other side where Matoshri gate is. So we can see heavy police deployment. Heavy police deployment continues here at Matoshri. We are seeing some time back, Aditya Thackeray had also come. He went to Shiv Sabha Bhavan and then he has come back. He has come back to Matoshri. So we're seeing a lot of action happening here at Matoshri. Very interestingly, Abhishek, what we have to note here is that when we heard Uddhav Thackeray is a soundbite right now, where again he's playing on emotions, saying that he's not well, saying that he has COVID, saying that all these statements coming again and again. When he had left Varsha, when he left his CM residence, we also saw, Abhishek, that he had made an emotional appeal. Bags packed, back in the residence, playing on emotions. Even the women Shiv Sainiks here, they were also very emotional. So what we are seeing right now, Abhishek, is emotions and more emotions coming from Uddhav Thackeray. At the same time, Jayant Patil, we just heard Jayant Patil speak to NCP leader, where he said that everything is okay, and Eknath Shinde is a minister in the government. So we are seeing different narratives really come out. But one thing is for sure, Abhishek, of course, we will go ahead and see more developments in the evening here in Matoshri. Many leaders will be coming here for a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. But one thing is for sure, that Uddhav Thackeray, as of now, does not have the numbers, and the Shinde camp is swelling by the day.
Right. Of course, the Eknath Shinde camp swelling by the day, but interesting thing to watch out would be, Shivangi, from where you're reporting, whether with COVID protocols, the meeting that is happening can really happen are all protective measures in place. Would Uddhav be meeting these leaders from behind a veil? I don't know. We don't know. Keep a tab. Let's move on and get you some wrap of stories from across the country through the day. As per top sources in the Shiv Sena, Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24 hours ultimatum to the rebel MLAs. He has asked them to return to Mumbai within this time frame and do a one-on-one meeting. If they don't adhere to this, disciplinary action will be initiated against them. Sources reveal that no further talks will be held with them if they don't come to Mumbai within 24 hours. Leader of Opposition Legislative Council Praveen Darekar wrote to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari seeking his intervention as over 160 government orders have been issued in the last 48 hours amid the political crisis in the state. Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also raised slogans against him in Ahmednagar. Assam Congress Chief Bhupen Kumar Bora wrote to rebel Maharashtra Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde and asked him to leave Assam at the earliest in the interest of the state. Shiv Sena's legal team reached the Legislative Assembly. It remanded a decision on its request for the suspension of 12 rebel MLAs. As per sources, it has also sought the disqualification of 5 more MLAs. In blow to the rebels, Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal accepted an application by the Sena appointing Sunil Prabhu as the Chief Whip. After crossing the magic number, the strength of Shiv Sena MLAs in the Eknath Shinde camp is expected to cross 50 as more MLAs are likely to reach Guwahati today. Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Lande joined the group of rebels led by Shinde and has already reached Assam. In an exclusive conversation with Republic Media Network, Eknath Shinde stressed that his group of rebel MLAs represent the real Shiv Sena and claim to have the support of over 50 MLAs, including independents. A big decision by the Shinde camp is likely today. The Eknath Shinde camp is likely to send a fresh letter to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari and Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal after some MLAs join them. As per sources, the rebels claim to have the support of 50 Shiv Sena MLAs and 12 independents. All right, from Mumbai in Maharashtra, let's go to Guwahati in Assam, where the rebel camp is closeted at Radisson Blue Hotel on the outskirts of Guwahati, from where Anirudh Bhakat joins us. Anirudh, earlier in the day, there were reports that rebel leader Eknath Shinde has left the hotel and has gone out somewhere. It was rumored that he might be taking a flight to Mumbai to negotiate with Uddhav Thackeray, but it seems he's still in Guwahati. Do we have his whereabouts? Is he back to the hotel, or has he gone to the Kamakhya temple, or has he gone somewhere else?
Yes, Abhishek, Eknath Shinde, there were reports that Eknath Shinde will be leaving for Mumbai or Delhi, but he in fact went to the Kamakhya temple and also visited another temple that is of the Sai Baba. He went to the Sai Baba temple to offer his prayers there, and thereafter it is being learned that he is back in the hotel. However, sources close to Eknath Shinde who are inside the hotel have informed us that yes, Eknath Shinde might leave for Mumbai in a day or two, but yes, other rebel MLAs will be staying back. So it will again be a, it will again take some time for all the MLAs who are camping here to leave for Mumbai. But yes, in a day or two, Eknath Shinde will be leaving for Mumbai because there are talks going on at different levels, as we have been also breaking it here on Republic about different level of negotiations which are going on. And yes, as you also pointed out, the Shinde camp has also sought time from Governor of Maharashtra as well as the Deputy Speaker. Abhishek.
अरे किसका बाइट है? और reporting from outside the hotel where the Shiv Sena rebels are located, and he was informing us about the fact that Eknath Shinde, who had left the hotel, has come back, and that some meetings are on and an announcement is likely later about the strategy. Let's listen into some reactions and sound bites coming in on this story and then come back.
शिवसेना और मजबूत होगी, शिवसेना कमजोर कभी नहीं होगी। इस तरह के कई हादसे हुए, लेकिन शिवसेना आगे ही बढ़ी, कभी कमजोर नहीं हुई।
सब लोग को पता ही है, जहाँ भी एंटी बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट होती है उसको चैन से नहीं रहने देना चाहती है बीजेपी के लोग। हर तरीके से, हर ताकत से जो है चाहती है कि जो स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है उसको स्टेबल ना किया जाए, उसको तोड़ो मोड़ो। किसी भी प्रकार से जो हाईजैक करने का एक मंशा है, पूरे देश भर को जो है हाईजैक करके रखना है। अगर सरकार चलेगी तो बीजेपी की चलेगी, वरना नहीं चलेगी। ये तो तानाशाही है।
गृह मंत्री जी राष्ट्रवादी के प्रमुख नेता है, अनुभवी नेता है। गृह मंत्री जी कभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर भी रहे हैं। वो कानून नियम अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं, हमसे भी अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं। उनमें और अनिल देसाई जी में पूरी बातचीत लीगल बैटल के बारे में हो रही थी, और मुझे लगता है जो हमको करना है वो हमने कर लिया है।
जहाँ तक शिवसेना के अंदर चल रहे राजनीतिक चक्र का सवाल है, महाराष्ट्र अगाड़ी गठबंधन पूरी मजबूती के साथ एक, उसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। शिवसेना के अंदर अगर कुछ है आपस का मतभेद, तो ये उनका आंतरिक प्रकरण है, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि वो मिलबिट कर तय हो जाएगा। ऐसा कोई बहुत बड़ी समस्या नहीं।
एक चीज़ ये है ना कि सब कुछ लुटा के होश में आए तो क्या हुआ। अब जब सब कुछ लुट गया तब होश में आए हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि डमी कार पर डायलिसिस की सरकार कितने दिन चलेगी। अब डमी कार पर डायलिसिस की सरकार चलाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे लोग, कितने दिन डायलिसिस पर सरकार चलती है। जनादेश का अपहरण तो आप कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जनादेश से जो है वो सरकार नहीं चला सकते आप, क्योंकि जनादेश आपके पास था नहीं। इसलिए देखिए, लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच।
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। संख्या बल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है।
All right, viewers, joining us live from Guwahati in Assam is Chimanrao Patil, one of the MLAs who have gone with Eknath Shinde after rebelling against the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray of the Shiv Sena. Chimanrao Patil साहब, आपका स्वागत है। आप सब वहाँ ठीक ठाक हैं, पर उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने अभी एक संवाद में वार्निंग दिया है. A warning has been given by Uddhav Thackeray saying that within 24 hours you should come back to Mumbai, otherwise disciplinary action would be taken against you.
हेलो
जी, आपके अगेंस्ट एक वार्निंग दिया है. आप, मेरी आवाज आ रही है पाटिल साहब?
अभी आ रही है.
एक वार्निंग दिया है कि 24 घंटे में आप मुंबई आ जाएं. 24 घंटे में आप मुंबई आ जाएं, वरना डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन होगा आपके अगेंस्ट.
24 घंटे में आप बॉम्बे आ जाओ, ये कोई ऑर्डर और ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं सकता है. हेलो
आपको ठीक से आवाज आ रही है पाटिल साहब मेरी? उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे हैं कि आप 24 घंटे में अगर वापस नहीं आए तो आपके अगेंस्ट एक्शन होगा। आपको लगता है वो कुछ एक्शन कर सकते हैं?
एक्शन अगर उन्होंने किया भी तो उसका कुछ फायदा नहीं है। ऐसी एक्शन लीगल इसमें नहीं चलती।
तो आपको किसी तरीके का डर नहीं है उनके एक्शन से, शिवसेना के एक्शन से, महाराष्ट्र सरकार के एक्शन से, इस डेप्यूटी स्पीकर के एक्शन से?
किया ही नहीं तो डरने का कोई बात नहीं है ना। नहीं, कोई गलत बात नहीं। और सस्पेंड होंगे तो कानूनी तरीके से सस्पेंड नहीं हो सकते ना। अगर किसने बोल दिया सस्पेंड करो तो इससे कोई थोड़ा सस्पेंड होने वाला है। हेलो,
हाँ, आप अगर उन्होंने सस्पेंड किया 16 लोगों को तो उसके बाद आप लोगों के ऊपर किसी तरह का दबाव आएगा?
इलीगल अगर वो सस्पेंशन करेगा तो उसको अपील है ना। कैसे का सस्पेंड होंगे हम? कोई गलती नहीं, कुछ नहीं, सस्पेंड कैसे होंगे? ये तो कायदे का राज्य है ना, ऐसा क्या हो सकता है? गलत डिसीजन होंगे तो हम कोर्ट में चैलेंज करेंगे।
संजय राउत अभी बोल रहे थे कि बगावत किया है और बगावत की सजा होनी चाहिए।
इसका आत्मचिंतन उन्होंने करना चाहिए। बगावत क्यों हो रही है इसका आत्मचिंतन उन्होंने करना चाहिए ना।
जी, और कोर्ट में आप क्या एक्शंस
हेलो,
कोर्ट में आप क्या एक्शन लेंगे? कोर्ट में अगर सस्पेंड हुए तो?
अभी वो कोई गलत काम करेंगे तो कोर्ट में एक्शन लेंगे हम। कोई गलत और इलीगल अगर कोई काम होता होगा तो उसमें कोर्ट में हम एक्शन लेंगे ना।
अगर सही बात है आपके पास अगर 38 शिवसेना के विधायक हैं, एमएलए हैं, 38 एमएलए ऑफ शिवसेना आर देयर विद यू, और उसके अलावा भी मिला के करीब 45 प्लस 50 आपके पास हो गए हैं, तो अब आप बंबई आके क्यों नहीं बात करते हैं कि भाई ये ओरिजिनल शिवसेना है? आप बात करिए।
तो आएंगे ना बम्बई। बम्बई आने में क्या दिक्कत है? बम्बई जरूर आएंगे, बम्बई तो आना ही है। तो हमारी भी कुछ प्लानिंग है, कुछ स्ट्रेटेजी है ना।
और बंबई आने में किसी तरीके का डर है आप लोगों को कि वहां पे शिवसैनिक हैं वो घेराव करेंगे? और बहुत ही भावनात्मक अपील करी है उद्धव ठाकरे ने।
ये देखो भाई, राजनीति और ये जो हमारी भूमिका है। हेलो
जी, मैं सुन पा रहा हूं, बताइए।
ये राजनीति में हमारी जो कुछ भूमिका है वो हमने लिया है। अभी हमारे क्या पेन थे, हमारे क्या दुख थे और हमारे क्या डिप्रेशन थे, ये तो किसी ने पूछा ही नहीं ना हमको। दिक्कत ही क्या थी लोक प्रतिनिधियों को, आमदारों को?
ठाकरे ने एक और बात बोली, वो दिक्कत का जवाब दिया उद्धव ठाकरे ने। उद्धव ठाकरे ने उन्होंने बोला कि मैंने एकनाथ शिंदे को इंपॉर्टेंट मिनिस्टर बनाया, उनके बेटे को मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया, संजय राठौड़ का उनका केस हुआ था उसमें से निकाला, सब तो किया और मेरे को परिवार की तरह रखा, और उसके बाद परिवार के लोगों ने दगा दिया।
नहीं, वो दगा बिगा देने की बात नहीं है। अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम रहती है एमएलए लोगों के या लोक प्रतिनिधियों के, तो उनके प्रॉब्लम भी पहले सुन लेना चाहिए ना कि भाई सब गलती है, ऐसा कहाँ हो सकता है।
पाटिल साहब, एक और बात बताइए मुझे, मैं आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। और बात बताइए कि वहां पे 38 शिवसेना के एमएलएज हैं और बाकी मिला के 50 एमएलएज हैं, तो आपके अंदर तो बहुत आत्मविश्वास होना चाहिए, प्रबल आत्मविश्वास होना चाहिए। कितना समय लगेगा आपको वापस बंबई आने में? और आप ये जो रिबेल कर दिए हैं उसके बाद सरकार का क्या? सरकार किसके साथ बनेगी? आप अगर अलग हो भी गए और ओरिजिनल शिवसेना आपको मान भी लिया तो अगली सरकार किसके साथ बनेगी?
अगली सरकार हिंदुत्ववादी विचारसरणियों के लोगों के साथ ही जमेगी। बीजेपी के साथ भी कर सकते हैं हम।
थोड़ा और बताइए।
बीजेपी के साथ भी सरकार कर सकते, जो हिंदुत्ववाद को मानते हैं, जो हिंदुत्ववाद की तरफ जाने वाले हैं, उनके साथ हम जाएंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो असली शिवसेना है वो असली शिवसेना का रोल करेंगे हम।
और अगर उद्धव ठाकरे ने मान लिया कि ठीक है, हिंदुत्व को लेकर हम अगाड़ी से बाहर निकल जाते हैं, तो क्या वो सरकार बन सकती है उद्धव की शिवसेना और बीजेपी में?
तो उद्धव साहब की शिवसेना और बीजेपी में उद्धव साहब ने हाँ बोलना चाहिए ना बीजेपी के साथ आने के लिए। हाँ बोलेंगे तो कुछ हो सकता है, कुछ उसमें विचार विनिमय हो सकता है।
हाँ, उन्होंने बोला है कि आप बंबई आके उनसे बात करिए, तो आप आके कन्विंस कर सकते हैं उनको, वो तैयार है बात करने के लिए।
कन्विंस करने का अलग बात है, और बात बोलने का जो तरीका होता है उसमें भी वो बात का कुछ मतलब रहता है। अभी ऐसी बातों से कहाँ राजनीति जमती है क्या साहब? इधर आओ तो हम बात करेंगे, ये करेंगे, ऐसे में ऐसी बातें में नहीं चलता ना, ये तो बोलने की बात है।
राइट,
रुक क्यों जाते हैं?
गवर्नर साहब की तरफ से आपको कोई जवाब मिला अभी तक? क्योंकि आपने रिक्वेस्ट करी है गवर्नर साहब को शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ की, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस से देखने की, एमएलएस को सबको दिखाने की, वो कब तक होगा?
वो अभी गवर्नर जब बोलेंगे तब हम जाएंगे, इमीडिएट जाएंगे। हमारे पास मोर देन सफिशिएंट नंबर्स है, 38 के ऊपर शिवसेना के एमएलए हमारे पास है,
और
ये पक्की बात है। हाँ, 38 के ऊपर है हमारे पास।
और एंटी डिफेक्शन आपको नहीं लगेगा?
नहीं लगेगा। और मेजॉरिटी भी है हमारे पास अभी शिवसेना में।
हाँ बोलिए।
तो 56 एमएलए में से कम से कम हमारे पास 50 एमएलए है।
ओहो, तो उद्धव सेना तो खत्म हो गई, फिर ये शिंदे सेना बन गई है।
नहीं, वो शिंदे सेना नहीं, शिवसेना ही है हमारी। और आंकड़े तो वो भी जानते हैं ना।
दस्तखत किए वो तो 38 के ही हैं, तो 50 कैसे हो गए?
38 की जरूरत है,
50 कैसे
है
हो गए?
हमको।
दस्तखत तो 38 के हैं, सिग्नेचर्स आर ऑफ 38 ओनली।
हाँ, नहीं 50 के बाद में सब इंडिपेंडेंट करते मिला के कर रहा हूँ।
ओनली 38।
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 50 की,
इंक्लूडिंग इंडिपेंडेंस।
हाँ,
right, so the group is strong, you have 38 from Shiv Sena, others are independents, and you are confident that you would be able to take the anti-defection law head on, and that you are obviously confident that no legal action can be taken against you. But एक और फाइनल मुझे बात बता दीजिए before I let you go। ये आप सब लोग वहां इकट्ठा बैठे हैं, पूरा दिन चर्चा होती है, आपका क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? ये कब तक चलेगा आपका गुवाहाटी में बैठना?
गुवाहाटी में बैठना जब तक जरूरत है तब तक हम बैठेंगे। यहाँ तो कोई सब बोर हो रहे हैं, या ग्रुप ने का ऐसा कोई ये खास कारण हुई है, ये स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है हर पार्टी की। तो जब अनुकूल परिस्थिति बन जाए तो हम कभी भी निकल सकते हैं यहाँ से।
उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे हैं कि उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कभी उन्होंने किसी एमएलए को रोका नहीं। आपका कैसा अनुभव था? आपको कभी रोका गया वर्षा में जाने से, चीफ मिनिस्टर से मिलने से?
नहीं, रोका बिका नहीं है, लेकिन हमारे प्रॉब्लम डिफरेंट है। हर आदमी के और हर व्यक्ति के प्रॉब्लम डिफरेंट रहते हैं। तो अगर उसको वहाँ न्याय नहीं मिला, न्यायपूर्ण बातों को, तो थोड़ा बुरा लगता ही है ना। और डेमोक्रेसी में तो डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन चालू है, वो तो उसका आत्मा है डेमोक्रेसी का। तो जो डिफरेंसेस है उसका सॉल्यूशन अच्छा निकलना चाहिए ना।
पाटिल साहब, आपका क्या डिफरेंस था? आपका अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि वर्षा में जाने से नहीं रोका तो वो इशू आपका नहीं है, बट डू यू थिंक that Shiv Sena's standing with its cadres, with its grassroots support, with its core constituency got compromised on the issue of Hindutva after joining in an alliance with Congress and NCP?
मेरा मेरे मेरे आप मेरे जो आपके खुद के प्रॉब्लम बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे खुद इंडिविजुअल कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं थे, लेकिन संगठन में, पार्टी में जो कुछ लोगों को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए और कुछ लोगों को जो पोजीशन देने और ताकत देते हैं, तो गलत लोगों को ताकत देने में कोई फायदा नहीं है ना। अगर गलत लोगों को ताकत देंगे तो कैसा चलेगा?
किन की बात कर रहे हैं आप? आदित्य ठाकरे की बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, वो आप मेरी बात पूछ रहे हैं ना। मेरे मतदार संघ में कुछ गलत लोगों को ताकत दिया गया।
आपने कहा ना गलत लोगों को ताकत दिया, तो किसको? आदित्य ठाकरे को ताकत दिया या जो कांग्रेस एनसीपी के लोग हैं उनको ज्यादा ताकत दे दिया?
मैं मेरे विभाग की बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ, जलगांव डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। आदित्य साहब की बात कर रहा हूँ,
की बात कर रहे हैं, तो वहां किसको सत्ता दे दिया?
सत्ता नहीं दिया, ऐसा ही गलत काम करते ये जो हमारे कुछ लीडर्स आते हैं वहां बंबई से, ये गलत काम करते बैठे, तो उनके ऊपर कंट्रोल होना चाहिए। 10 बार बोलने के बाद भी अगर सही काम नहीं होता होगा तो बुरा ही लगता है ना। कम्युनिकेशन गैप बहुत हो गया है।
सही बात है। तो आप एमएलए के नाते कह रहे हैं कम्युनिकेशन गैप हो गया है?
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
और ये कम्युनिकेशन गैप किस लेवल पे था आपके बीच में और उद्धव ठाकरे के बीच में, सरकार के बीच में? कौन कौन लोग आ गए थे? किन के कारण ये कम्युनिकेशन गैप हुआ था?
कुछ संगठन के कुछ लोग रहते, अभी देखो नाम तो नहीं पता, लेकिन उनको सब पता है भी। अगर सॉल्यूशन ही नहीं निकलता होगा तो नुकसान होता है ना पार्टी का।
किस तरह का नुकसान हो रहा था पार्टी का?
संगठन बढ़ने से रुकाव आ जाता है ना, संगठन बढ़ती नहीं।
पर अभी भी पाटिल साहब, अभी भी तो पार्टी की इमेज खराब हो रही है। काडर सोचता होगा कि ये कैसी शिवसेना है कि आधे से ज़्यादा जो उनके 2/3 से ज़्यादा जो उनके एमएलए हैं, आमदार हैं, वो छोड़ के चले गए। उद्धव ठाकरे इतने कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो गए कि उनको वर्षा छोड़ के वापस मातोश्री जाना पड़ रहा है। हर 24 घंटे में कोविड होने के बाद भी कुछ उनको संवाद करना पड़ रहा है, संदेश देना पड़ रहा है। तो पार्टी की छवि तो अभी भी खराब हुई है। शिवसेना तो कमज़ोरी हुई है इस पूरे प्रकरण में।
अभी अगर इतनी बड़ी स्प्लिट होती है तो पार्टी तो कमजोर होगी ही ना। ये बहुत बड़ी स्प्लिट है और बहुत बड़ी घटना है। आज तक जो बंटखोरी हुई है देश में और महाराष्ट्र में, इतनी बड़ी बंटखोरी कभी नहीं हुई थी। इतना बड़ा स्प्लिट कभी नहीं हुआ था।
तो इसका एंड क्या होगा? इसका अंत क्या होगा?
अभी अंत देखते क्या होगा। अच्छा होना चाहिए, हम अच्छे के लिए कर रहे तो अच्छे होंगे।
और ये बात मैं पहले भी पूछ चुका हूं आपसे, पाटिल साहब आपसे, पर एक बार फिर पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि संजय राउत ने उसको 2-3 बार कहा है कि द गेट्स फॉर डायलॉग आर ओपन, द विंडो फॉर डायलॉग इज ओपन। आप आइए, बैठ के बात करिए। वो पिछले 48 घंटे में कम से कम 5 बार बोल चुके हैं कि आप आइए और बैठ के बात करिए। और वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि ऑलरेडी हमारा 1-1 घंटे जो वहां पे बंडखोर जिनको आप कहते हैं आमदार हैं, उनसे उनकी बात हो रही है। तो कुछ आपके साथ कुछ लोग तो हैं जिनकी बात चल रही है और संजय राउत से।
अभी वो बोल रहे हैं ये, अभी फैक्ट क्या है वो किसको मालूम है। अभी मैं भी कुछ भी बोलूंगा कि वहां से भी मुझे फोन आ रहे हैं, उनके एमएलए हमारे साथ बात कर रहे हैं, बोलने में क्या लगता। और ये देखो साहब, ऐसी बातें नहीं होती है ना, कुछ फोन करना चाहिए। वो कहा थी जनरल, अगर मैंने बोल दिया कि हमारे साथ बात कर रहा हो तो आ जाओ, तो कोई आता है? तो उसकी कुछ मेथड रहती है ना।
जी जी जी,
उसकी भी कुछ मेथड रहती है, उसकी कुछ ऐसे तरीका रहता है ना बात करने का और हाँ कुछ काम करने का। ये तरीके से काम नहीं होता है। अगर मैंने बोल दिया कि नहीं मेरे साथ आओ, कोई किसको बोलना होगा तो कौन आएगा?
राइट मैं आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। बहुत लंबा आपके साथ इंटरव्यू किया क्योंकि बहुत सारे पक्ष हमें जानने थे कि अभी और कितने आपको लगता है कि शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए एमएलए, एमएलसी या इवन मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अभी गुवाहाटी आने वाले हैं? हम कुछ सुन रहे थे कि 5 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट गोवा गए हैं कल, क्या वो गुवाहाटी आने वाले हैं और कितने लोग आने वाले हैं गुवाहाटी?
ये देखो, जो आएगा उसका तो स्वागत करना ही पड़ेगा। लोगों को भूमिका ये अच्छी लग रही है कि भाई पार्टी बचाने के लिए, कुछ अच्छा करने के लिए ये भूमिका लेनी है, तो ले रहे सब लोग। अभी डेमोक्रेसी में अगर ज्यादा लोग कोई भूमिका लेते हैं तो उनको तो रिस्पेक्ट देना ही पड़ता है ना। मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी आ रहे हैं।
राइट थैंक यू सो मच पाटिल साहब। Right. Thank you so much. Member of Parliament भी आ रहे हैं. Thank you so much, Patil साहब. Hopefully, we will see an early end to this crisis and Maharashtra will get a stable government. Thank you so much. Let's listen in once again to Uddhav Thackeray and come back to many news points that came out of our interaction with the MLA who has rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray and is now part of Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati. Mr. Patil from Jalgaon. Let's listen in to Uddhav Thackeray first.
उपस्थित सर्व शिवसैनिक बांधवांनो आणि भगिनींनो, जरा आवाज थोडा वेगळा वाटेल कारण कोविड पॉझिटिव्ह आहेच. हेच थोडं गेल्या 1-2 वर्षापासून जरा विचित्र लचांड मागे लागलेलं आहे. मुख्यमंत्री झालो काय आणि 2 महिन्यामध्ये कोविडचं संकट आपल्या राज्यामध्ये आलं. त्याच्यानंतर मग लॉकडाऊन वगैरे 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 त्या गोष्टी आपण सगळ्यांनी पाहिल्या. कोविड ओसरत होता तो साधारणतः गेल्या दिवाळीचा काळ होता आणि त्या काळानंतर मी म्हटलं चला आता कोविड ओसरलाय, राज्यात फिरायला सुरुवात करू. तर मानेचं लफडं उद्भवलं. त्या मानेच्या लफड्यातून जरा बाहेर पडतोय तर हे दुसरं लचांड उपटलं आणि त्याच्यात आता कोविड. ठीक आहे, त्याच्यात जास्त काय मला गुंतायचं नाहीये, पण कोणी कोणत्या वेळेला कसं आपल्याशी वागलंय या गोष्टी मात्र आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नितीनजींचं भाषण ऐकलं, दिवाकरजींचं ऐकलं, आदित्यचं ऐकलं, आपल्या निलमताईंचं ऐकलं. तसं बोलण्यासारखं काय आणि बोलायचं काय हा एक महत्वाचा विषय आहे. परवा मला जे काय बोलायचं ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी फेसबुक लाईव्ह वरती बोललो. त्याचा काय परिणाम झाला किंवा काय परिणाम व्हावा असं मी काही ठरवलेलं नव्हतं. मी नेहमी माझ्या मनातल्या गोष्टी मोकळेपणाने बोलत आलो आणि तसंच मी बोलणार, आज सुद्धा बोलणार. परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडलं आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Round up from the world of sports, Southampton St Mary Stadium will host 3 group stage matches, starting with Norway versus Northern Ireland on July 7th and finishing 8 days later with Northern Ireland against England. Reigning champion and 6th seed Alex de Minaur takes on Tommy Paul in quarterfinals of the Rothesay International in Eastbourne. Australia has reached 2 semi-finals this season at the Barcelona Open and Lyon Open. In the former, the 23-year-old had a couple of match points against Carlo Alcaraz but could not capitalize on them. Zizou Bergs beat French Open finalist Casper Ruud in straight sets at the Hurlingham Exhibition Tournament in London. The 23-year-old Belgian was a late replacement for David Goffin but made the most of this opportunity against the world number 5.
As per top source in the Shiv Sena, Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24 hours ultimatum to the rebel MLAs. He has asked them to return to Mumbai within this time frame and do a one-on-one meeting. If they don't adhere to this, disciplinary action will be initiated against them. Sources reveal that no further talks will be held with them if they don't come to Mumbai within 24 hours. Leader of Opposition Legislative Council Praveen Darekar wrote to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari seeking his intervention as over 160 government. Uddhav repeats he was forced to become chief minister, says he is ready to quit but hasn't yet. Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray attack Shinde camp MLAs, say they left for money. Eknath Shinde camp claims to have 38 Shiv Sena MLAs, now also claims support of at least 12 independents. The Supreme Court dismisses Zakia Jafri's plea challenging the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots. Draupadi Murmu files nomination to run for president as the NDA candidate, the first woman tribal of the country to do so. A flood situation remains grim in Assam, over 55 lakh people affected, death toll rises to 108.
We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm outside Matoshri and we are expecting NCP leaders Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel also to meet Uddhav Thackeray at 6:30 p.m. We'll be reporting live and our reporters are all across Mumbai, Guwahati as well. And we'll get you all the scoops first on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
According to sources, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 more independents are likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. Initially, they will go to Surat and then leave for Guwahati. Speaking about the present predicament of the MVA, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar made it clear his party in the alliance would support Uddhav Thackeray, further stating that the state government majority can be proven only in the floor of the Vidhan Sabha. Pawar said that Eknath Shinde's camp could face anti-defection law. The Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Union Minister Narayan Rane lambasted MVA and also NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut stating that the alliance of the NCP Congress Shiv Sena was designed for convenience and self-interest. Amid the growing political crisis in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena workers and residents of Raigad districts put up banners backing the decision of the MLA Eknath Shinde. At present, Eknath Shinde has support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs.
All right, in breaking news development coming in, some fresh pictures coming in from Kurla, where the local office of one of the rebel MLAs, Mangesh Kudalkar, who's now closeted in the Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati, has been vandalized by the Shiv Senics. These pictures coming in from Kurla in Mumbai, where the local MLA Mangesh Kudalkar's office has been targeted. We earlier had pictures coming in of Shiv Sainiks targeting a poster which proclaimed Eknath Shinde as the next chief minister, and now another set of Shiv Sainiks protesting outside the office of Mangesh Kudalkar in Kurla in Mumbai, and reports suggest that some vandalism also took place. We'll try to connect with Alisha for more details. Okay, Alisha is there with us. Alisha, if you have more details to share, what has exactly happened at the Kurla office of the local MLA Mangesh Kudalkar? Has it been vandalized, or the Shiv Sainiks were just protesting against the rebellion that has been led by Eknath Shinde and Kudalkar, of course, joining it? Alisha.
Well, yes, Abhishek, we can clearly figure it out from the picture that we're getting it from Kurla Vidhan Sabha, because Mangesh Kudalkar is a Shiv Sena MLA. He's representing Kurla Vidhan Sabha constituency, and now the party office which was made in the Kurla, that has been vandalized by the Shiv Sainik itself, because he has joined the Eknath Shinde camp. So this is not the first picture we have saw. We even saw that Sada Sanwarkar, who represents the other constituency, his also office was vandalized. There was a black paint that was put up in his poster. So this is the some anger that has been coming, some of the Shiv Sainik who is from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, and we are seeing many of the protests that has been coming in. But yes, what transpired with this, because it's not only about the MLAs, because they we know that Eknath Shinde, who is going with the ideology of Hindutva. We heard Deepak Kesarkar, who speaking to Republic, clearly stated there are some of the injustice which has been done being in government of with Congress and NCP, because even the letter that was given by one of the MLAs, Santosh Shirshat, who in his letter clearly said that he was not allowed inside the Matushri, he was not allowed inside the Varsha, but the MLAs, the other leaders from NCP and Congress, they were allowed inside. So this is something like injustice that has been done, and now that is the demand that has been coming from the Eknath Shinde camp, that they should get merged, they should get enrolled with BJP with the same ideology, that is Hindutva ideology. But the statement that coming from Sanjay Raut, now what has been said that Sanjay Raut, who said that we are ready to fight, whether to fight, we are ready to fight whether in the floor test or whether we are ready to fight on the road. This is statement, but now we have to wait and what decision that will be taken by Deputy Speaker, because Deputy Speaker has already reached Vidhan Sabha. He is there present in the Vidhan Bhavan, and it is likely that he is going to take a decision on the application, on the petition that was given by Uddhav Thackeray camp for disqualifying 16 MLAs. Yes, Abhishek.
Let's go to Piyush Ori. Right. Thank you so much, Alisha. In fact, let's go full on to Mumbai, where a team of 4 reporters is there on the ground. Alisha reporting from YB Chavan Center, where NCP is having its meetings. We had earlier Shivangi reporting from outside Matushri, the residence of Thackerays, and we have Piyush Ori reporting from outside the Maharashtra Assembly. Piyush, if you are connected and if you can hear me, please tell us what's happening there. Earlier we heard about Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal reaching the Assembly premises. Are we seeing some action in terms of the request to suspend some MLAs that has been made by Shiv Sena? Are you getting to hear some action happening on that front, Piyush?
So, well, Abhishek, as I'm speaking to you, the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal is still in consultation of what needs to be done with the 12 MLAs, which the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp has said should be suspended. Now, we are still waiting for what decision that would be taken. But having said that, whatever decision would be taken by the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker, earlier today, in speaking to Republic, the prominent Maharashtra Minister, Deepak Kesarkar, had already said that, if these 12 MLAs by chance would be suspended, this would be unconstitutional. Because right now, as I said, the Uddhav Thackeray camp does not have the required number. So if they are going to by chance suspend or they're going to dismiss these 12 MLAs, it is going to be unconstitutional. So all this is going to take a very interesting mode of, what exactly is going to happen. Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde camp is saying that now it is them who are under control, whereas the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp says that it is them who have the power. And today, as you had already seen, Uddhav Thackeray made a very emotional appeal again. And if you see, it was that traditional combative mood which Uddhav Thackeray exhibited, saying that, it's not power for them is not important, but fighting for the right cause is important. So you can definitely see that, the numbers definitely may not be with them, but the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray's camp is not willing to relent. As of now, the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker is still deciding upon what needs to be done with these 12 MLAs, and whatever happens, we are going to update you about that. Back to you, Abhishek.
Eknath Shinde has returned to the hotel, and right now it is being learned that some of the close confidante of the BJPs have reached the hotel and they will be having a meeting.
According to sources, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 more independents are likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. Initially, they will go to Surat and then leave for Guwahati. Speaking about the present predicament of the MBA, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar made it clear his party in the alliance with support of Uddhav Thackeray, further stating that the state government majority can be proven only in the floor of the Vidhan Sabha. Pawar said that Eknath Shinde's camp could face anti-defection law. The Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Union Minister Narayan Rane lambasted MBA and also NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut stating that the alliance of the NCP Congress Shiv Sena was designed for convenience and self-interest. Amid the growing political crisis in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena workers and residents of Raigad districts put up banners backing the decision of the MLA Eknath Shinde. At present, Eknath Shinde has support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. According to sources, the newly appointed Chief Whip Ajay Chowdhury, that is the Uddhav camp whip, Ajay Chowdhury filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker and has demanded action against MLAs who did not attend the legislature party meeting. Refuting kidnapping allegations, Eknath Shinde camp MLA Tanaji Sawant said that all legislators came with Shinde on their own and nobody forced them. He alleged that
शिवसेना और मजबूत होगी, शिवसेना कमजोर कभी नहीं होगी। इस तरह के कई हादसे हुए, लेकिन शिवसेना आगे ही बढ़ी, कभी कमजोर नहीं हुई।
सब लोग को पता ही है, जहाँ भी एंटी बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट होती है उसको चैन से नहीं रहने देना चाहती है बीजेपी के लोग। हर तरीके से, हर ताकत से जो है चाहती है कि जो स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है उसको स्टेबल ना किया जाए, उसको तोड़ो मोड़ो। किसी भी प्रकार से जो हाईजैक करने का एक मंशा है, पूरे देश भर को जो है हाईजैक करके रखना है। अगर सरकार चलेगी तो बीजेपी की चलेगी, वरना नहीं चलेगी। ये तो तानाशाही है।
गृह मंत्री जी राष्ट्रवादी के प्रमुख नेता है, अनुभवी नेता है। गृह मंत्री जी कभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर भी रहे। वो कानून नियम अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं, हमसे भी अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं। उनमें और अनिल देसाई जी में पूरी बातचीत लीगल बैटल के बारे में हो रही थी, और मुझे लगता है जो हमको करना है वो हमने कर लिया है।
जहां तक शिवसेना के अंदर चल रहे राजनीतिक घटना चक्र का सवाल है, महाराष्ट्र अघाड़ी गठबंधन पूरी मजबूती के साथ एक, उसमें कोई विवाद नहीं है। शिवसेना के अंदर अगर कुछ है आपस का मतभेद तो ये उनका आंतरिक प्रकरण है, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कि वो मिल बिट कर तय हो जाएगा। ऐसा कोई बहुत बड़ी समस्या नहीं।
देखो, एक चीज़ ये है ना कि सब कुछ लुटा के होश में आए तो क्या हुआ। अब जब सब कुछ लुट गया तब होश में आए हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि डमी कार पर डायलिसिस की सरकार कितने दिन चलेगी। अब डमी कार पर डायलिसिस की सरकार चलाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे लोग, कितने दिन डायलिसिस पे सरकार चलती है। जनादेश का अपहरण तो आप कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जनादेश से जो है वो सरकार नहीं चला सकते आप, क्योंकि जनादेश आपके पास था नहीं। इसलिए देखिए,
We will continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV very soon, maybe within half an hour. Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and Jayant Patil will be coming here at Uddhav Thackeray's residence in Madison, and we'll be tracking every development and every visual and get you all the scoops first and quickest on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Amid the growing political crisis in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena workers and residents of Raigad districts put up banners backing the decision of the MLA Eknath Shinde. At present, Eknath Shinde has support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. According to sources, the newly appointed Chief Whip Ajay Chowdhury, that is the Uddhav camp whip, Ajay Chowdhury filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker and has demanded action against MLAs who did not attend the legislature party meeting. Refuting kidnapping allegations, Eknath Shinde camp MLA Tanaji Sawant said that all legislators came with Shinde on their own and nobody forced them. He alleged that MLA Kailash Patil is fabricating stories to gain sympathy.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic Media Network, Eknath Shinde stressed that his group of rebel MLAs represent the real Shiv Sena and claim to have the support of over 50 MLAs, including independents. A big decision by the Shinde camp is likely today. The Eknath Shinde camp is likely to send a fresh letter to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshiyari and Deputy Speaker Narari Zirwal after some MLAs join them. As per sources, the rebels claim to have the support of 50 Shiv Sena MLAs and 12 independents.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
Getting back to Assam, but this time the flood situation. In a recent update to the Assam flood situation, there was no respite for people across the flood-hit areas, especially in the western and southern parts of the state. Amid continuous rain and rising water levels, schools in many districts of Assam were closed. Several exams, including some conducted by Guwahati University, and a physical test for the sub-inspector recruitment drive have also been postponed. The Assam government decided to prepone summer vacation for school students by 5 days, considering the flood situation in the state. According to the state government order, instead of July 1 to 31, schools will now observe summer vacations from June 25 onwards. Notably, many schools are acting as relief camps, sheltering flood victims, and a large number of them have been affected and damaged in the flood. Following heavy rains in the entire state, Assam continues to reel under a difficult flood situation with water flowing above normal levels in several districts. As per the latest updates, 7 more people have died in the Assam floods, taking the cumulative death toll to 108. Among them are 2 children who also lost their lives. Taking cognizance of Assam floods, Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma, ministers of the Assam government, and said that the central government is closely monitoring the current situation and will provide all sorts of assistance to overcome this challenge. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma thanked the Garden Fordrang Trust of the Dalai Lama for donating Rs 10 lakhs for conducting humanitarian efforts after massive floods hit the state. which have affected over 41 lakh people from 34 districts. In a letter, the Dalai Lama expressed his concern about the floods which batter the state every year. He also extended his deep condolences to the people who lost their loved ones.
येऊ शकले नाहीत. संपर्क प्रमुख 100% उपस्थित होते आणि त्यामुळे ह्या जिल्हा प्रमुख आणि संपर्काच्या बैठकीमध्ये काही जणांनी वावड्या पेटवल्या होत्या की कोणी जाऊ नका, कोणी आलेले नाहीत. तरीसुद्धा माननीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांच्या आशीर्वादाने माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांचे पक्षप्रमुख उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वावर ज्यांचा 100% विश्वास आहे असे शिवसेनेचे हे सगळे जिल्हा प्रमुख आणि संपर्क प्रमुख आजच्या बैठकीला उपस्थित झाले होते. त्या बैठकीमध्ये माननीय शिवसेना नेते आदित्यजी ठाकरे यांनी त्यांना मार्गदर्शन केलं. त्याचबरोबर माननीय पक्षप्रमुख मुख्यमंत्री उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब यांनी सुद्धा VC द्वारे त्यांच्याशी संवाद साधलेला आहे आणि त्यांना पुढच्या कामकाजाचं मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे. धन्यवाद. उद्याचा कार्यक्रम नंतर आम्ही सांगू आणि यानंतर संजय राऊत साहेब येत आहेत, ते तुमच्याशी बोलतील.
Okay, looks like more and more leaders are going to speak there. These are pictures coming in from outside the Sena Bhavan, where most of the Shiv Sena leaders have been meeting today. We'll also go across to all our correspondents joining us live on the broadcast right now, because in a few minutes from now, you're expecting 4 or 5 developments. That's a live shot from Sena Bhavan. That's a live shot from Sena Bhavan. I think Sanjay Raut is leaving. We were expecting some sort of an announcement. Not sure whether any announcement is going to happen. Sena leaders are addressing the media. Let's see if we can go across to them. And at 6:30, Sharad Pawar is meeting Uddhav Thackeray. 6:30 this evening. They know they don't have the numbers. They know they don't have the numbers, and they've admitted they don't have the numbers. Those are more pictures coming in from the Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. Okay, let's go across to our correspondents now. And before that, here are headlines. Uddhav repeats he was forced to become the chief minister, says he's ready to quit, but he hasn't quit yet. Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray attack Shinde camp. MLAs say they left for money. Eknath Shinde camp claims to have 38 Shiv Sena MLAs now also claim support of at least 12 independents. They claim magic number of 50. Supreme Court dismisses Zakia Jafri's petition challenging clean chit to Prime Minister in the 2002 riots. Draupadi Murmu files nomination to run for president as the NDA candidate. She gets huge support from non-NDA parties as well. Flood situation remains grim in Assam. Over 55 lakh people affected. And starting with the breaking news update coming in, these were pictures that came in earlier of Shiv Sena leaders, or the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. Those who are left behind in Mumbai, and their supporters vandalizing the office of rebel leaders or Shinde camp leaders. Pictures that came in earlier of Shiv Sena workers vandalizing the office of MLA Mangesh Kudalkar in Kurla. These were pictures that came in from Mumbai, exclusive pictures of the office also being vandalized. We'll show you the other picture of how the office was vandalized. The office was also vandalized, and all these pictures, as we pull out some more videos that are coming into our newsrooms, I'd like to go across also to our correspondents. Priyanka is joining me live. Priyanka, what's the update? We were told that they're going to meet sometime now, in a few minutes from now. Pawar is going to meet Uddhav, but I think there's some action where you are.
Niranjan, definitely, because as I was saying, since morning we have seen a lot of leaders in the Sena Bhavan who have come inside, including Aditya Thackeray himself, who had been inside and chairing a meeting and had been speaking to the leadership of the Shiv Sena and had been claiming that the people who have gone to Guwahati, the MLAs who have gone to Guwahati have betrayed Shiv Sena, they have betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray and they have betrayed Hindutva. Now these are the statements that Aditya Thackeray had been making inside of this meeting at Sena Bhavan, where all the leadership had been present. And as of now, actually, let's pan our cameras as we speak, Niranjan, because there is a lot of movement here, a lot of Shiv Sena leaders who have been present here, and all of them really, since going inside of the Sena Bhavan as well, Sanjay Raut had stated that he's still very confident that the MVA is going to stay intact. He had stated that he's still in touch with the 21 MLAs, not really moving or budging from that statement that yesterday as well Sanjay Raut had made. But since then, a lot has changed. Since then, we have seen a lot of statements that have come to light from Uddhav Thackeray himself. Has made statements about how the rebel MLAs just have to come to Bombay and demand his resignation, and he will tender his resignation. And he had said this in the social media platform as well earlier, and today as well we see those kind of statements coming to light from Uddhav Thackeray. However, Niranjan, we had seen that the senior leadership of the Shiv Sena inside the Sena Bhavan, including Aditya Thackeray, Priyanka Chaturvedi, several of the loyalist MLAs as well. Now, Priyanka Chaturvedi, interestingly, had come out and stated that there is going to be a legal action that will be taken on all the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati. Now, the basis of which she did not clarify on that, but she did say that the MLAs that are holed up in Guwahati are free to go to some other political party, but they are not a part of Shiv Sena. They are not. They will not be able to hijack Shiv Sena. Is something that the senior leadership of the Shiv Sena, including Priyanka Chaturvedi and the MLAs that have been exiting from the Sena Bhavan, had stated that we are standing strong with Uddhav Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray still has the number. Now, they were not able to back these statements, but these are still statements that they are making, claiming that they have the numbers. They are in touch with the rebel MLAs that are in Guwahati. They are in touch with about 21 MLAs. Sanjay Raut, before going into the Sena Bhavan, had said this once again, that they are definitely in touch with 21 of the MLAs. Now, that being said, in that the time period that Sanjay Raut was inside and the meeting was also going on, we've seen the statements from Uddhav Thackeray, and we were expecting Sanjay Raut to also address the media, and the arrangements have also made, but Sanjay Raut not choosing to address the media, and he left from Sena Bhavan as well. Also, we are learning that he might be going towards Matoshri, and there might be another meeting that might also take place between the top leadership of the Shiv Sena, because we are seeing multiple developments on all fronts, but specifically from the Shiv Sena, where there is still some level of power posturing, still the statements that are being repeated that they are in touch with the MLAs, that the MVA is still going to remain intact, that there is absolutely nothing wrong. And if the MLAs who are in Guwahati want to start their own political party, that is what they will have to do, but they cannot hijack Shiv Sena. And then, of course, Priyanka Chaturvedi had also talked about the anti-defection law, but she did not expand upon that. She did not expand upon the legal action that they are planning on taking against the MLAs as well, but they have said that they are ready to take any kind of legal action as of now, Niranjan, as we pan our cameras, because we expect some movement. We expect some movement of the Shiv Sena leader. Alright, so but as of now, we have seen that the senior leadership, including Aditya Thackeray and now Sanjay Raut, have also left from the Sena Bhavan, but while going, they have once again tried to send this message across that this is the Shiv Sena that is still very much intact. This is the Shiv Sena that is still very much in touch with 21 of the MLAs. They are still trying to say that the MLAs that had been taken to Guwahati was against their will, that they did not want to go to Guwahati. Yesterday, remember, that very important press conference that had taken place was Sanjay Raut and two of the MLAs that had stated that they had been forcefully taken to Gujarat. They had been forcefully taken to Guwahati. Now, these were the kind of statements we saw yesterday, and all of that being repeated by Sanjay Raut and the top leadership of the Shiv Sena after exiting from the Sena Bhavan, after meetings had taken place as well. And we are tracking for you as to what's really happening at the Sena Bhavan, because just a few seconds ago we saw Sanjay Raut also leave from here, perhaps making his way also towards Matoshri, because we were also learning that the top leadership of the Shiv Sena will have a meeting on the same.
Stay with me. What we'll now do before I go across to Piyush, Ori and Shivangi, There's a meeting at 6:30. We are building up to that when Uddhav Thackeray will be meeting Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar and Jayant Patil. Now, Uddhav Thackeray spoke to his party workers. Now, it was an address that he attended virtually on Zoom. His party leaders shared the recorded Zoom link. He made several points. He said if the rebels want to join the BJP, they're free to do that. But he said he's not for it because they've attacked him and his family personally. He spoke, making several news points. Listen into this.
आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का, की त्या सोडून देतोय. त्या सोडायचा माझा मोह आहे. त्या सोडल्या ज्या वास्तूत किंवा ज्या पदावरती स्वप्नात सुद्धा नव्हतं मी कधी जावं किंवा जाईन. आदित्यने जो थोडा उल्लेख केला माझ्या हॉस्पिटलच्या वास्तव्याचा, चला थोडं बोलूनच टाकतो त्याच्यावरती तुमच्याशी. जेव्हा मी ठरवलं की ऑपरेशन करायचं, कारण ऑपरेशन करणं गरजेचं होतं, ते केलं नसतं तर काय झालं असतं. हे आपल्याशी मी आपुलकीने बोलतोय, आपला कुटुंबीय म्हणून बोलतोय. कारण दिवाळीच्या सुमारास मला उभं राहता येत नव्हतं, हालत होतं. मला असं वाटत होतं की मुख्यमंत्र्याची खुर्ची डळमळीत आहे, पण मला उभं राहिलं ती डळमळीत वाटायला लागलं. म्हटलं नाही, मुख्यमंत्री पदाशी याचं काही देणं घेणं नाही, हे आपल्या शरीराची काहीतरी भानगड आहे. आणि मी MRI करून घेतला तेव्हा कळलं की माझी जो स्पायनल कॉर्ड आहे तो दाबला गेलेला आहे. चालायला त्रास होत होता, उभं राहायला त्रास होत होता. अशा परिस्थितीत MRI केल्यानंतर मग डॉक्टरने सांगितले की साहेब ऑपरेशन गरजेचं आहे. म्हटलं कधी? त्याला तसं घाईचं कारण नाही, पण 15 दिवसात केलं पाहिजे. अरे म्हटलं 15 दिवसात केलं पाहिजे आणि घाईचं कारण नाही म्हणजे काय, एकूण एकच आहे. 3 तारखेला रिपोर्ट आला आणि म्हटलं 12 तारखेला करून टाका. मग काही जणांनी सांगितलं बघा असं होऊ शकतं, बघा तसं होऊ शकतं. म्हटलं मला सगळ्याची कल्पना आहे, पण ऑपरेशन हे करावंच लागेल. अगदी काल परवाकडे जेव्हा पंतप्रधान मोदी भेटले, हे विशेष राजभवनला, मला म्हणाले उद्धव भाई आपने ऑपरेशन किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, हिम्मत का काम था लेकिन आपने किया. म्हटलं हिम्मत और मैं कभी जुदा नहीं हो सकता हूं. हिम्मत ही माझ्या रक्तातच आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते काही वेगळं होणारच नाहीये. ते ऑपरेशन झाल्यानंतर सगळं काही व्यवस्थित होतं. हे आता मी काही टिश्यू लावते, काही रडत बिडत नाहीये. मला कोविडमुळे जरा डोळ्यातून थोडं पाणी येतं, नाक कधीतरी गळते. नाहीतर उद्धव ठाकरेंना झाले अश्रू आल्यावर, तर तसं काही नाहीये बाबा.
Okay, in a few minutes from now, there's going to be that critical meeting. So let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, what are you hearing? Because he kept repeating once again that he's willing to step down. He wants to step down, but he hasn't stepped down. So he's also said that he will fight. So he wants to step down, but he's also saying he will fight. How far will they now go? Because the Shinde camp seems to be very calm. They spoke to us, they're very calm, they're saying they have the numbers, they're not worried, they're saying if it goes to a legal domain, they have the numbers, they know what it takes to win.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's very important to know because, yes, as you were rightly pointing out, this Shinde campers are really calm because Eknath Shinde was only into the one motivation that he has to get the magical numbers, but now he has the 38 MLAs with him. But on the other hand, when he talked to Uddhav Thackeray, who already addresses the local pramukhs there, and he said many of the things. Importantly, he also took a dig on Eknath Shinde as well. He's saying that there are people who have been questioning the position of Aditya Thackeray, but there itself son is a member of parliament. He even moreover he's again started saying that if they want, I have no greediness for the position. I never even imagine of me being a chief minister of the state. But if they want to step down as a chief minister, they don't want me as the chief minister, I am ready to step down. But it's just they should come and talk face to face. But even we should understand that already Uddhav Thackeray has given an ultimatum of 24 hours to that rebel MLAs, asking them to come back and had a face-to-face conversation. And if not, if this the rebel MLAs who are present in Guwahati, if they don't come to Mumbai in 24 hours, within 24 hours, so some of the disciplinary action that is going to be initiated against them, and also there will be no further talk. So this was a clear indication at once has been given by Uddhav Thackeray to all the Sena leaders who were present yesterday at his residence, whether it is Anil Desai and and other senior leaders who were present. He clearly gave that indication. But now all the matter is been up to the Deputy Speaker, what the decision he takes, because there are two letters in front of Deputy Speaker. One is a petition that has been given by Shiv Sena yesterday, seeking the disqualification of 16 MLAs, 16 rebel MLAs. That is what has to be decided by the Deputy Speaker. And the other letter that has been given by Eknath Shinde, he clearly said that he has the number. There is 37 MLA signature, and out of which now he should be appointed. That is, Eknath Shinde should be appointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Seth should be appointed as the Chief Whip. So that is also the decision has to be taken by the Deputy Speaker. But what we have been told that already Deputy Speaker is present in Vidhan Bhavan. There are Shiv Sena leaders as well. We know that Arvind Sawant was present in Vidhan Bhavan with a legal team. So there could be a possibility of decision on what can be done. But even in that
breaking news that I'm picking up right now, Alisha, stay with me. In fact, the latest breaking news update that I'm getting in, Alisha, I'm getting in some breaking news right now. Let's go across and tell you that the breaking news update right now is from Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde, we are told, has consulted legal experts. So earlier, a few channels broke saying that he's going to move towards the airport. He will perhaps fly to Mumbai. But we are hearing that Eknath Shinde has in fact met with legal experts from the state of Guwahati, state of Assam. And in Guwahati, he held a few legal meetings. Shinde consulted legal experts, met a prominent legal expert from the state. That's the big breaking news update coming in from Guwahati. Aniruddha is joining me. Aniruddha.
Yes, in fact, we have confirmed before that when Eknath Shinde went out of the hotel, he met with a legal expert from the state, and they had a long discussion of around 3 hours on the possibilities of the consequences of disqualification, and also all the constitutional provisions which are in place when it comes to disqualification or the other doubts that they have as far as the legal matters are concerned. And after a long deliberation of around 3 hours, he have returned to the hotel. And now again, in a short while from now, he will be sitting with all the MLAs who have reached Guwahati, and will have another round of meeting as per the discussion that he already had with the legal expert. Though we are not sure as who is the man or who is the legal expert he had met for 3 hours. Our sources have been, our highly placed sources in fact have been telling us that he is a renowned from the legal fraternity, and renowned figure from the legal fraternity with whom Shinde had a long discussion of around 3 hours.
Okay, thank you for that. That's the breaking news update that's coming in from Guwahati. One of the rebel MLAs in Guwahati, meanwhile, spoke to Republic TV. Now, there are 38 in all, only from the Shiv Sena. That's MLA number 38 on your screen. Dilip Lande putting his hands up. Earlier with Uddhav Thackeray, now with Eknath Shinde, entered the Radisson Blu Hotel this morning. That was the welcome. So the Shinde camp is extremely calm because the numbers are on their side. So they're not worried at all. And those were pictures of the reception that was given to Dilip Lande, the MLA number 38. We spoke to, and we have been speaking to different MLAs from the Shinde camp who are staking claim to the real Shiv Sena, saying that this is the real Shiv Sena with all the leaders on our side. Chiman Rao Patil spoke to Republic a few minutes back.
और अगर उद्धव ठाकरे ने मान लिया कि ठीक है, हिंदुत्व को लेकर हम अगाड़ी से बाहर निकल जाते हैं, तो क्या वो सरकार बन सकती है उद्धव की शिवसेना और बीजेपी में?
तो उद्धव साहब की शिवसेना और बीजेपी में उद्धव साहब ने हाँ बोलना चाहिए ना बीजेपी के साथ आने के लिए। हाँ बोलेंगे तो कुछ हो सकता है, कुछ उसमें विचार विनिमय हो सकता है।
हाँ, उन्होंने बोला है कि आप बंबई आके उनसे बात करिए, तो आप आके कन्विंस कर सकते हैं उनको, वो तैयार है बात करने के लिए।
कन्विंस करने का अलग बात है, और बात बोलने का जो तरीका होता है उसमें भी वो बात का कुछ मतलब रहता है। अभी ऐसी बातों से कहाँ राजनीति जमती है क्या साहब? इधर आओ तो हम बात करेंगे, ये करेंगे, ऐसे में ऐसी बातें में नहीं चलता ना, ये तो बोलने की बात है।
गवर्नर साहब की तरफ से आपको कोई जवाब मिला अभी तक? क्योंकि आपने रिक्वेस्ट करी है गवर्नर साहब को शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ की, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस से देखने की, एमएलएस को सबको दिखाने की, वो कब तक होगा?
वो अभी गवर्नर जब बोलेंगे तब हम जाएंगे, इमीडिएट जाएंगे। हमारे पास मोर देन सफिशिएंट नंबर्स है, 38 के ऊपर शिवसेना के एमएलए हमारे पास है,
और एंटी
ये पक्की बात है। हाँ, 38 के ऊपर है हमारे पास।
और एंटी डिफेक्शन आपको नहीं लगेगा?
नहीं लगेगा, और मेजॉरिटी भी है हमारे पास अभी शिवसेना में। हाँ
हाँ, बोलिए।
तो 56 एमएलए में से कम हमारे पास 50 एमएलए है।
ओहो, तो उद्धव सेना तो खत्म हो गई, फिर ये शिंदे सेना बन गई है।
नहीं, वो शिंदे सेना नहीं, शिवसेना है हमारी। और आंकड़े तो वो भी जानते हैं ना,
दस्तखत किए वो तो 38 के ही हैं, तो 50 कैसे हो गए?
38 की जरूरत है ना हमको।
दस्तखत तो 38 के हैं, सिग्नेचर्स आर ऑफ 38 ओनली।
हाँ, नहीं 50 के बाद में सब इंडिपेंडेंट करते मिला के कर रहा हूँ।
ओनली 38
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 50 की,
इंक्लूडिंग इंडिपेंडेंस।
हाँ,
right, so the group is strong. You have 38 from Shiv Sena, others are independents, and you are confident that you would be able to take the anti-defection law head on, and that you are obviously confident that no legal action can be taken against you. But एक और फाइनल मुझे बात बता दीजिए before I let you go. ये आप सब लोग वहाँ इकट्ठा बैठे हैं, पूरा दिन चर्चा होती है, आपका क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? ये कब तक चलेगा आपका गुवाहाटी में बैठना?
गुवाहाटी में बैठना जब तक जरूरत है तब तक हम बैठेंगे। यहाँ तो कोई सब बोर हो रहे हैं, या रुकने का ऐसा कोई ये खास कारण हुई है, ये स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है हर पार्टी की। तो जब अनुकूल परिस्थिति बन जाए तो हम कभी भी निकल सकते हैं यहाँ से।
Okay, so that was Chiman Rao Patil speaking to Republic TV. There's another bit of breaking news update coming in. I'll quickly get in a word from 30 seconds from Aniruddha. Okay, this is another bit of breaking news coming in. Raj Thackeray's MNS taking a dig at Uddhav Sena. There's a poster war, and let's put that poster out. Raj Thackeray's MNS, through its poster, taking a dig at the Shiv Sena, asking rather, how does it feel? Saying, how does it feel? That's the dig taken by the MNS at Uddhav Thackeray and what's left of the Shiv Sena in Mumbai. That's the poster. Raj Thackeray's party putting out that poster, saying, how does it feel now? Taking a dig as the Shiv Sena implodes, completely splits. I'm taking a short break. I'm requesting Priyanka, I'm requesting Alisha, Piyush Ori, Aniruddha, and all our correspondents to stay with us. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break and come back. Shivangi as well. Stay tuned. We're coming back with the live coverage. There's a big meeting lined up in a few minutes.
Shinde camp sharpens attack, demands recognition. Is it time for the MVA government to step down? Who will form the real Shiv Sena? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
According to sources, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 more independents are likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. Initially, they will go to Surat and then leave for Guwahati. Speaking about the present predicament of the MBA, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar made it clear his party in the alliance with support of Uddhav Thackeray, further stating that the state government majority can be proven only in the floor of the Vidhan Sabha. Pawar said that Eknath Shinde's camp could face anti-defection law. The Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Union Minister Narayan Rane lambasted MBA and also NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut stating that the alliance of the NCP Congress Shiv Sena was designed for convenience and self-interest. In an exclusive conversation with Republic Media Network, Eknath Shinde stressed that his group of rebel MLAs represent the real Shiv Sena and claim to have the support of over 50 MLAs, including independents. A big decision by the Shinde camp is likely today. The Eknath Shinde camp is likely to send a fresh letter to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshiyari and Deputy Speaker Narari Zirwal after some MLAs join them. As per sources, the rebels claim to have the support of 50 Shiv Sena MLAs and 12 independents. As per top source in the Shiv Sena, Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24 hours ultimatum to the rebel MLAs. He has asked them to return to Mumbai within this time frame and do a one-on-one meeting. If they don't adhere to this, disciplinary action will be initiated against them. Sources reveal that no further talks will be held with them if they don't come to Mumbai within 24 hours. Leader of Opposition Legislative Council Praveen Darekar wrote to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshiyari seeking his intervention as over 160 government orders have been issued in the last 48 hours amid the political crisis in the state. Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also my colleague Abhishek joining us on the live and breaking updates on the big quake in Maharashtra. Abhishek. Well, thank you so much, Niranjan. We continue our rolling coverage of the Maharashtra crisis with a big team of reporters both in Mumbai and Guwahati, apart from, of course, New Delhi, where India's first woman tribal was nominated for President of India election by the BJP and the NDA. All that and more, but before that, headlines. Uddhav repeats he was forced to become Chief Minister, says he is ready to quit but hasn't yet. Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray attacked Shinde camp MLAs, say they left for money. Eknath Shinde camp claims to have 38 Shiv Sena MLAs, now also claims support of at least 12 independents.
The Supreme Court dismisses Zakir Jafri's plea challenging clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots. Draupadi Murmu files nomination to run for president as the NDA candidate earlier in the day. The flood situation remains grim in Assam. Over 55 lakh people affected. Death toll rises to 108. Alright, as the crisis in Maharashtra government, more specifically in the Shiv Sena, continues with rebels camping in Guwahati and claiming to have 38 to break away from the Shiv Sena without attracting the anti-defection law, plus 12 other independents, making 50 in the rebel camp. In Guwahati, in Mumbai, hectic parley is going on with NCP leadership led by Sharad Pawar and of course Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and NCP senior leader Praful Patel all set to meet Uddhav Thackeray at his residence Matoshri, from where Shivangi Shukla is reporting. Shivangi, you are outside Matoshri. Please tell us what's happening, how close we are to the meeting. Have the Pawars and Praful Patel reached there already?
Yes. Abhishek, they just came right now. A couple of cars have come. It seems as if Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar and Jayant Patil were supposed to come. We saw a couple of cars come in. There's heavy security deployment here as well. And it seems as if the meeting will start now. This is a very important development in Matoshri. We are getting back-to-back developments here. All the leaders which were supposed to meet Uddhav Thackeray for that crucial meeting have now arrived in Matoshri. And just a short while back they arrived. There was a cavalcade which has come of the NCP leaders. And this is a big news now coming from Matoshri. Remember that this is what is happening right now. And Abhishek, a couple of statements had come. Jayant Patil had earlier said that Eknath Shinde is a minister in the government as well, and he had said that everything will be fine. So that's what NCP has been saying. On the other hand, we had one more NCP leader, Vidya Chavan, who was here. She had met Aditya Thackeray earlier in the day, and she had said that we are behind the MVA government, we are behind the Shiv Sena. So right now, there's a lot of action in Matoshri. All the leaders have gone inside, and now the meeting will start. Uddhav Thackeray will be meeting them.
All right. Shivangi reporting from outside Matoshri, where meeting is happening between the NCP leaders and Uddhav Thackeray. And it's important because just an hour back, Uddhav Thackeray addressed Shiv Sena leaders of district level and tried to present a picture of victimhood, tried to present a picture of control despite the victimhood, and even warned the rebels that if they did not come back from Guwahati in the next 24 hours, disciplinary action would be taken against them. Parallelly, proceedings are going on in the Maharashtra Assembly, where Deputy Speaker is in consultation on the issue of the request made by Shiv Sena to suspend 16 legislators who have rebelled. Interesting why the number 16 when 38 rebels have signed a letter asking Speaker to recognize them as the Shiv Sena, the original Shiv Sena. In the pictures we see Carcade bringing in Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel, the top leadership of the NCP, getting inside Matoshri, where Uddhav Thackeray is staying now after leaving Varsha the night before. And the reason why he left Varsha was he was sort of trying to take a moral high ground, and in Matoshri he is in quarantine, in isolation, because he's suffering from COVID. If we can go back to Shivani again, Shivangi, if you have gathered, if you can share it with viewers, how is Uddhav Thackeray meeting the leaders when he is under COVID quarantine? Is he going to meet them from behind a cover? Is he going to meet them via video conference despite being in the same building? Or what kind of separation a COVID protocol would be followed between the leaders when Uddhav is COVID positive? Shivangi.
Right, that's a very interesting question, Abhishek, and you have raised the right questions. Because earlier, remember that Uddhav Thackeray was refusing to have in-person meetings and meet face-to-face. He also had that message that he gave via Zoom, which we saw when he was very emotional. So this is a big question which is coming on everybody's mind.
Right. It seems that the meeting is still going ahead. I mean, the two sides are still meeting despite the COVID issue. What is important is, Shivangi, that NCP has made it clear more than a couple of times over the last 24 hours that they would stand behind Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, and that with their backing, Uddhav should be able to come out of this crisis. Are you getting some hint, some clue as to what are the plans between the two sides in terms of weathering the storm? Are they having a strategy? Have you been able to gather something from outside, Matoshri?
Well, for one thing is for sure, Abhishek, is that the allies